Have you ever received a scholarship? Have you ever attended an elite class? Have you ever ranked first in the entire school? How many certificates have you obtained? How many competitions have you participated in? Have you made an impression on the person you admire? Are you silent now? Yet you are still gazing at your phone. Returning to 2007, this time, Liu Shixian begins to formulate plans, strive, change his style, and move forward. Liu Shixian, I apologize. This time, I am determined to win. Chapter 1. No one can try. What is the purpose of attending class? You try. Can you not try? You try. You should also try. No one can try. What is the purpose of attending class? A series of angry admonitions erupted from a female teacher at the podium. I told you to communicate in English during class. Do you have the audacity to tell me you cannot stand up? All right, let's self-study. I shall say no more. With the sudden outburst of the female teacher, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, the teacher seemed to notice something that incited even greater fury as she stormed toward the student's desk and struck the tabletop forcefully with her English book. Liu Shixian, stand up. Answer my question. What's the title of the article? A boy sitting amidst the crowd appeared to awaken from stupor, raising his head in confusion from behind the back of the student seated in front of him. What is going on with Liu Shixian today? He actually started sleeping from the very first class. Teacher Zhou noticed him during math class but didn't pursue it. Yet English is taught by the formidable mistress of extinction. Indeed, the mistress of extinction wouldn't care whether he is the top student in the grade. Has Liu Shixian become a bookworm? His behavior today is quite unusual. Even the mistress of extinction dares to be dismissive. The surrounding students couldn't help but engage in hushed discussions filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Liu Shixian seemed not to have fully regained his senses, suddenly turning to the female teacher and asking, "Excuse me, what are you saying? I can't comprehend. Could it be Liu Shixian doesn't understand?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the surrounding classmates were taken aback. The female teacher's expression darkened as she erupted once more, this time directing her ire solely at Liu Shixian. Liu Shixian, you should say, "I don't know. Sorry, teacher." Then I will allow you to sit down. Otherwise, you shall stand up forever. I do not care how many times you have ranked first in your grade. You must pay attention during my class. Do you understand? Stand for the entire class, and after class, write an English reflection to deliver to my office. Soon, the bells signaling the end of class rang, and Liu Shixian's gaze gradually cleared, yet he remained increasingly perplexed. What is happening? Am I not the strongest worker within a certain non-prestigious university? I should be engaged in an experiment analyzing tomato yield simulations and planting cost benefits in southern regions based on the DCSAT and substore models. Yet now, I find myself in a simple classroom surrounded by a raucous group of children. Glancing upwards, he noticed a red banner hanging on the pristine white wall of the classroom. 100 Days to Triumph in the high school entrance examination. What is going on? Though skeptical, the current reality could not be denied. Could it be that I've been reborn? Reflecting on past events, Liu Shixian couldn't help but feel tears welling in his eyes. In his previous life, he was the most outstanding student at Jinling Agricultural School, never once failing to achieve first place in 3 years of examinations. Logically, such achievements should have granted him direct admission to Jinling No. 1 High School, yet his flawless record over 3 years had blinded him to his own eyes. In 2007, the vast disparity between urban and rural educational resources was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Liu Shixian still faintly recalls his proud self, stubbornly rejecting his homeroom teacher's suggestion. He proudly applied to Jinling Affiliated High School, a school that practically guaranteed admission if one could attain a passing score. Yet the final outcome did not meet expectations. Could it be that fate has led me back to the crossroads of choices made in my past life? Liu Shixian murmured to himself. Just then, he felt a gentle tug on his long sleeve as a pristine white handkerchief was offered to him. Simultaneously, a lively female voice chimed beside him. "Have you studied too much? Something seems amiss. How can you sleep in class and speak nonsense? I heard that students who excel academically often become bookworms." Liu Shixian turned his head, encountering a face that was slightly tanned yet retained its beauty. It was Chun Yi, his deskmate from the 3rd year of middle school. As Liu Shixian recalled, 10 years had passed since then. The youthful and somewhat introverted girl before him gradually merged in his memory with the gentle and elegant beauty he had encountered later at Jinling University. Liu Shixian shook his head in wonder, taking the handkerchief from Chun Yi and wiping away the traces of tears from his face. His previously tense body, whether from excitement or anxiety, began to relax. Inhaling the faint fragrance of the handkerchief, he turned to meet Chun Yi's gaze, which held a hint of admiration and concern. Liu Shixian earnestly remarked to her, "You are absolutely right. I am but a bookworm." Upon finishing his statement, he returned the handkerchief to her. "Thank you, my deskmate." Upon hearing these words, astonishment was etched across the young girl's face, and she awkwardly accepted the handkerchief. "He actually thanked me?" The girl's mind was filled with questions. Observing her reaction, Lu Shixian felt a surge of joy, marveling at the moment. Is this what youth is? Truly splendid, yet I regret not cherishing it at the time. Subsequently, he instinctively propped his hands under his head, leaning against the wall, and an aura of languor enveloped him. Instantly, astonished glances surrounded him. In their eyes, the school's prodigy had never exhibited such behavior, always engrossed in studies and problem-solving, akin to a machine. When had he ever dozed off in class? When had he engaged in such frivolous conduct? However, this astonishment quickly dissipated with the ringing of the class bell, as each student swiftly placed their hands together, sitting upright with decorum. The education in 2007 had not been impacted by external cultural influences. As children of migrant workers and students in advanced classes, all the students were almost as obedient as little lambs. Only Lu Shixian, accustomed to the open educational approach of his previous university life, found it difficult to acclimate. Resting one hand on his head, quietly observing the class schedule in the upper right corner of the blackboard. Mathematics, English, physics, biology, history. Indeed, it matched his memories precisely. The golden hours of the morning were dedicated to core subjects, with an additional class rotating daily. The afternoon comprised physical education, physics, history, and biology interspersed with a core subject. As for the evening study period, it was relatively flexible, depending on which teacher had the time. Glancing once more at the clock suspended on the wall, the time indicated 11:15 a.m., precisely the last class of the morning. It's Teacher Wang. It has been such a long time since I last saw her. A gentle, meticulous, and capable image of a short-haired woman sprang to his mind, prompting Lu Shixian to sigh inwardly. Teacher Wang concurrently served as the Chinese language instructor and homeroom teacher for class 1 to 3rd grade, and she was the most influential and supportive teacher in his life. Even a mentor from his previous life as a boss paled in comparison. He felt too embarrassed to return during high school, and by the time he was accepted into graduate school and returned to Jinling Agricultural School, he learned that she had been reassigned to teach at an elementary school in another district. Later, after enduring the harsh realities of society, he realized that it was because he bore the immense expectations of the school that he ultimately found himself reporting to the concentration camp for underperforming students, Class 3. The school's accountability, the scheming of colleagues, and his own guilt. How could such a gentle woman bear the weight of it all? Chapter 2. Reacquainting with Wang Chunyan. Top, top, top. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the corridor, and Lu Shixian's gaze remained fixed at the entrance. At last, a young woman with neatly styled short hair, clad in a black teacher's blazer, gracefully approached the podium, holding her lesson plan with poise and a faint smile gracing her lips. From Lu Shixian's perspective, shaped by the myriad of cosmetic enhancements he had endured in his past life, her beauty could hardly be termed exceptional. In a crowd, she might even appear somewhat ordinary. Yet, in the eyes of the present Lu Shixian, her smile seemed to radiate light, capturing his full attention. Dear students, in just 100 days, you will face the most formidable examination of your junior high school journey. The outcome of this test will determine which high school you will attend, and, subsequently, which university you will enter, ultimately shaping your future. Therefore, I urge you to cherish these final 100 days and diligently review what you have learned. Her voice continued. Yet, Lu Shixian's thoughts had already drifted far away, lost in the recesses of his mind. He gazed at her familiar, yet foreign visage. His heart, a tumultuous blend of emotions, as memories of everything related to her from his past life flashed before him like a fleeting panorama. Though he had never witnessed her in this present state, it felt as if he could perceive, through her cheerful eyes, the disappointment and heartbreak that had once plagued her. This time, I shall not let you down, Lu Shixian vowed silently, his fists clenched in determination. The ringing of the dismissal bell shattered his chaotic thoughts, and a voice, imbued with a touch of seriousness yet still gentle, broke through. Lu Shixian, please come to my office after lunch. He abruptly lifted his head, realizing that Wang Chunyan had approached him without his notice. Just as before, she refrained from reprimanding him in front of the class, even when lost in thought throughout the lesson. Perhaps she was concerned about him missing lunch and having to endure a long queue. Observing the glimmer of worry in her clear eyes softened his heart further, prompting him to push back his chair and rise calmly. No need, let us do it now. Having been the most industrious student in his previous life, he had naturally developed a certain presence, commanding respect among his peers. Upon hearing Lu Shixian's resolute tone, Wang Chunyan raised her eyebrows in mild surprise, her brow furrowing slightly. She had never anticipated that her top student would address her in such a manner. In the first and second years, he had always been obedient and never voiced opinions contrary to hers. Now, he seemed to exude an aura that rivaled her own. Who was the teacher here? She wondered. Wang Chunyan, despite her surprise, acquiesced, pondering that if she delayed his lunch, she could take him to the teacher's cafeteria for a quick meal. Of course, This leniency perhaps stemmed from the privileges granted to top students, rather than her character. Had it been another student, she might have hurried them off to eat without hesitation. Following her, Lu Shixian walked and stepped to the office designated for the third-year teachers. Situated less than 100 meters from class 1 of the third year, the office was repurposed from an unused classroom, serving as a communal workspace for the graduating class, particularly the key classes. Given the standing of Jinling Agricultural School and the economic conditions at the time, it was clear that no single teacher could claim an office for themselves. All the teachers of the grade shared this space. Wang Chunyin was known to dislike the lingering scent of smoke from a few habitual smokers. She preferred her desk, ideally located in the middle by the window, where ventilation was optimal. She was fond of plants, and her desk likely boasted a thriving orchid. Even before entering, Lu Shixian's gaze was already drawn to her workspace. Meanwhile, various teachers, either free from classes or having completed their lessons, began to emerge, preparing for their meals. In such an environment, where they frequently crossed paths, the camaraderie among the teachers was palpable, lacking the rivalries he had witnessed at Jinling Third Middle School. A female teacher in her 40s with graying hair glanced at Wang Chunyin and Lu Shixian, greeting them. "Wang, why haven't you gone to eat yet? You usually call in the underperforming students for discussions. Isn't this your prized pupil?" Lu Shixian recognized the voice as belonging to Teacher Tong, the homeroom teacher of the second key class and head of the Chinese language department, although he could not recall further details. "Indeed, Wang. Lu Shixian is our school's brightest gem. Although he's not in the best form today, I trust you won't make him cry," a voice chimed in, belonging to a stout man with a receding hairline, unmistakably Teacher Zhou, the head of the academic affairs team for the third year and a mathematics teacher for 2 top classes. Hearing his words, Lu Shixian scoffed internally. Wang Chunyin, always soft-spoken and gentle, had never raised her voice in anger. The reprimanding was typically left to the likes of the stern teacher, Zhou, and the infamous iron-fisted lady. It was well known that if any student returned to class in tears, it was invariably due to their intimidating methods. Responding to their playful banter, Wang Chunyin smiled slightly. "Oh, it's just the 100-day pledge event. I merely invited him for a chat. Just be mindful of the time. Don't keep him too long. If you're running late, bring him to the second floor for lunch," Teacher Zhou advised before leading the other teachers away. Wang Chunyin acknowledged him and settled into her seat. When she turned back, she found Lu Shixian already seated, fidgeting restlessly. He appeared less like a student called in for a heart-to-heart and more like a tourist on an excursion. Had he truly changed so much in his teenage years? A mix of amusement and exasperation welled up within her. Nonetheless, she did not forget the matter at hand and asked, "Lu Shixian, what is going on with you today? You spent most of the 4 classes this morning dozing off. Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Chunyin anticipated that Lu Shixian would respond as he typically did, head down, silent, and reflecting on his actions. Yet, to her astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 3. Racing Against Time. Had this been his middle school self, he would have undoubtedly complied, but now, within his youthful form resided the soul of a 25-year-old, and he was no longer the same individual. In truth, upon hearing her inquiry, Lu Shixian had already anticipated her question, having prepared his response in advance. The socially necessary labor time is the duration of labor required to produce a certain use value under normal social production conditions, with average levels of labor skill and intensity. Given my proficiency with the knowledge points at this stage of junior high, I believe it unnecessary to expend such an excessive amount of labor time. As he spoke, Wang Chunyin's lips parted in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Where on earth did you learn all this?" Lu Shixian shrugged nonchalantly, passing the responsibility onto the politics teacher who only taught up to the second year of junior high. During the second year, the political class touched upon the fundamentals of Marxism, which piqued his interest, leading him to further explore the subject. Although Wang Chunhua was somewhat skeptical of his statement regarding his grasp of knowledge, she couldn't entirely dismiss it. If it were content from the 1st or 2nd grade, she could understand, but the 4th period of her class was dedicated to a piece of classical poetry, containing knowledge points that were somewhat advanced, with many grammatical elements not typically introduced until the 1st year of high school. After 2 years of teaching, she was indeed familiar with Lu Shixian's academic capabilities. His consistent top performance in 3 consecutive years was attributable not only to an extraordinary intellect and insight, which set him apart from his peers, but also to relentless hard work. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, gaining admission to Jinling No. 1 High School, a prestigious school in Jinling, should pose no challenge for him. However, it was concerning to see this exemplary student beginning to exhibit arrogance, a troubling sign. Contemplating this, Wang Chunhua furrowed her brow, observing his confident demeanor, and felt hesitant to directly criticize him. Her years of experience as a homeroom teacher had taught her that during adolescence, it was essential to guide and encourage students, allowing them to recognize their own mistakes without provoking resistance. While pondering how to ground Lu Shixian, she suddenly recalled the upcoming first diagnostic exam, her brow gradually relaxing. Let's make a deal. If you can secure first place in this diagnostic exam, I will permit you to engage in free activities during Chinese class, provided it does not disrupt your classmates' learning. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian's eyes lit up. It settled in. Teacher Wang, I believe this can be extended beyond just Chinese. Lu Shixian quickly made a leap in logic. In response, Wang Chunhua frowned again, increasingly perplexed by Lu Shixian's whimsical thoughts. Why hadn't she noticed this side of him in the previous 2 years? Yet, the essence of the matter remained unchanged. Should he falter, there would be little distinction between one subject and 6. As for his likelihood of success, she had never harbored any doubts. The only concern was whether other teachers would agree, and she could only speak for her own Chinese class. Regarding the other subjects, I will discuss it with your teachers. As for their response, I cannot predict. Haha, just mentioning it is sufficient. If they refuse, I'll negotiate with them again. With that, Lu Shixian hurriedly concocted an excuse to bid her farewell before she could respond. By the time Wang Chunhua realized what had transpired, Lu Shixian had already vanished without a trace. Back in the classroom, Lu Shixian was elated, even humming a little tune. He was troubled by how to persuade all the teachers to allow him to preview high school content. Despite having a wealth of knowledge far exceeding that of his current peers from his previous life as a graduate student. However, years without engaging with foundational education left him aware that the potential for missteps was not negligible. If he were to falter, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment for all reincarnators. For him, much of the junior high content could be answered with mere common sense. But high school material was a different story. His undergraduate studies focused on agricultural science, and his graduate work was in crop genetics and breeding. Aside from knowledge directly related to these fields, he had long forgotten much of the high school curriculum. Moreover, the most critical point was that he lacked a systematic approach. Yes, as a reincarnator, he had already been reborn for some time, yet he felt no immediate response. This implied that he was deemed unworthy of the benefits of reincarnation. Of course, this did not mean he had no advantages whatsoever, should he choose a path away from academia and venture into business. With the memories and experiences from the next 15 years, he could potentially fare better than the majority. Yet, an inner obsession compelled him toward an academic trajectory. Even when he found himself in a school notorious for underperforming students, he diligently worked his way into Jinling Agricultural University. Regardless of its status as a second-tier university, he resolutely pursued the academic path and achieved notable accomplishments along the way. If he were to follow the academic route, having endured the hardships of his previous life, he understood the significance of a strong platform. Unless one could revolutionize an industry, the size of the platform could, to a certain extent, overshadow one's capabilities. The level of projects one could apply for and the funding available were closely tied to the stature of the platform. Even the professional papers one authored, whether domestically or internationally, received more favorable consideration from prestigious institutions, often resulting in minor revisions, whereas those from lesser-known institutions faced demands for major revisions or outright rejection. He had faced too many of those closed doors. Now, he had the opportunity to make a different choice, with the only cost being his academic performance. And when it came to grades, frankly speaking, with his advanced learning methods and foresight, all he needed to stand out was time. Unfortunately, time was precisely what he lacked. He could not afford to waste it on junior high knowledge. As a reincarnator, he was acutely aware of the confidence Wang Chunhua had in her wager with him. This also fueled his confidence in predicting that other subject teachers would likely acquiesce to this agreement. He vividly recalled that the first diagnostic exam at Jinling Agricultural School was conducted in conjunction with 4 other junior high schools in Jinling. It was only as the high school entrance examination approached that the school decided to conduct rankings independently to avoid undermining students' confidence. He still remembered the results of that exam with clarity. Chapter 4. What Misunderstanding? Chinese, 105, Mathematics, 118, English, 111, Physics, 95, Biology, 100, History, 80. With a perfect score of 120 for Mathematics, Chinese, and English, and 100 for Physics, Biology, and History. It is worth noting that in 2007, the middle school entrance examination in Jinling implemented a grade point system. Scores ranging from 110 to 120 received 9 points, 105 to 109 received 8 points, 100 to 104 received 7 points, and 95 to 99 received 6 points. The remaining scores need not be mentioned, as Lu Shixian had never fallen into that lower bracket. For the entrance examination rankings, Only the combined scores of Chinese, mathematics, and English counted, totaling 27 points, plus 3 points for physical fitness, making a total of 30 points. The scores in physics, biology, and history determine the rankings when students had the same grade points. This is why Chinese, mathematics, and English consistently occupied prime-time slots in the Jinling middle school curriculum. It is evident that this ranking model was inherently unfair, especially when one attained a perfect score of 120 yet was ranked the same as someone who merely scored 110. The psychological impact of such a disparity is palpable. Therefore, this ranking mechanism was abolished a year later, a system that had severely disadvantaged Liu Shixian in the past. Of course, it is unnecessary to dwell on past grievances. It suffices to say that he was not a true academic prodigy, incapable of ignoring any test or challenge. His scores reflected extraordinary performance, exceeding the average by nearly 10 points, with the distribution of scores falling within reasonable grade point ranges. Converted to grade points, he achieved a total of 26 points. The preliminary examination did not factor in physical education scores, leaving him merely a point shy of perfection. However, at that time, dozens of students from Jinling had achieved the full score of 27, not to mention the exceptional talents among those with 26 points. Consequently, his final ranking was 68th in the city. Indeed, despite being the top student in his school for 3 consecutive years, he failed to even secure a position within the top 50 in this preliminary assessment. While such a score might suffice for others, his proud and ambitious nature found it utterly unacceptable. He recalled that he had wallowed in despair for a time due to this setback, but eventually, with Wang Chunyan's encouragement, he began to emerge from it. Given Liu Shixian's level at that time, it was utterly impossible for him to claim the top spot in this preliminary examination. This was precisely why Wang Chunyan exuded such confidence in their wager. Reflecting on this, Liu Shixian chuckled softly and shook his head. Alas, I am no longer the person I once was. He lowered his head in contemplation and gradually returned to the classroom. Just as he was about to enter, a figure blocked his path at the doorway, casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Before he could see the person, he heard her voice. Liu Shixian, don't get too cocky. If you're already slacking off in class, I will definitely surpass you in this preliminary exam. He looked up to see a beautiful face adorned in a blue and white school uniform, her long legs accentuated by loose blue trousers and her glossy black hair, regulated by school rules, just shy of shoulder length. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Liu Shixian initially felt bewildered until he beheld the familiar visage, and a name surged to his mind, Su Yuming. In this era, girls had yet to master the art of makeup, and cosmetic procedures were non-existent in the realm of academia. Even in his past life, the so-called campus beauties paled in comparison to her natural allure. It seemed he had indeed missed many scenic views along the way. If Su Yuming were to compile a list of her most despised rivals, Liu Shixian would undoubtedly claim the top spot. From a first to the third year of junior high, she had perpetually settled for second place, the perennial runner-up. People would always remember the first place, and no one cared about who placed second. This adage lost its potency in her case. According to common parlance from his previous life, she was the class flower of Class 1 in her third year, as well as the school flower of Jinling Agricultural High School. However, Liu Shixian was not among those who admired her. In his eyes, only grades mattered. Su Yuming received no special treatment from him, and in fact, he distanced himself from her as she threatened his own standing. His indifference was his most effective weapon against her. Perhaps at that time, he truly embodied the notion of having no distractions from women, allowing him to excel in his studies. It was hard to believe that such a remarkable girl could emerge from a public rural junior high school, primarily catering to the children of migrant workers. At that moment, the girl, her bright eyes and pearly teeth reflecting a hint of confusion, asked, "What misunderstanding? What are you talking about, Liu Shixian?" Upon hearing this, he merely smiled, offering no explanation. I mean, with so many students nationwide, it's quite a rarity for us to be classmates. Therefore, there might be a slight misunderstanding between us. If you desire that top spot, I can relinquish it to you next time, but this time is an exception. With that, he gracefully turned and walked away. Su Yuming? Liu Shixian seemed to have never spoken to her in such a tone before, nor had he ever suggested he would concede to her. For the first time, a ripple stirred within her previously calm heart, her delicate hands instinctively clenching tightly as she gazed in astonishment at the back of the once indifferent figure, murmuring, "What the heck? What a peculiar person. I don't need your charity." Su Yuming's matters were merely an interlude for him. Upon returning to his seat, he was soon greeted by the bell, signaling nap time. Yet, nearly all the students remained unchanged, still gripping their pens and struggling with their books, such as 5 years of middle school entrance exam, 3 years of simulated tests, or 4 rounds of mathematics review for the entrance exam. However, what followed was an action from Lu Shixian that left everyone bewildered. He methodically placed all the books from his desk into the drawer, then lowered his head, falling into silence. Beside him, Chun-Yi struggled to keep her grip on her pen, staring at her desk mate as if he were an alien. Su Zumeng, seated a few desks away in the second row, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. The entire class exchanged bewildered looks, the classroom enveloped in an eerie silence, as if even their breaths had ceased. What was happening? Lu Shixian was actually napping? I noticed he had been distracted since the morning English class. Could it be that he stayed up too late studying yesterday and was exhausted? Soon, even the teacher, who frequently walked by the window, cast a curious glance at him. Yet, no one dared to disturb him, nor did he pay heed to their scrutinizing gazes. This was the privilege of a top student. It was no wonder his classmates were astonished. Napping during the allotted time was a habit he had cultivated over his 3 years of junior high. For them, the fact that someone more accomplished than themselves worked even harder was enough to inspire genuine admiration for Lu Shixian, overlooking his eccentricities. In their youthful days, full of vigor, the norm of not napping in class had been instilled by him. Initially, the teachers had been quite vocal about this. But after testing revealed a slight improvement in their grades, they turned a blind eye, albeit reluctantly. And now, the instigator had slipped into slumber. Chapter 5. Lu Shixian reconnected. The wind breaks the clouds, and the rain begins to clear, reflecting warmth and brightness by the lake's edge. When he awoke, the sudden downpour had just ceased, and the gentle warmth of spring lingered. The culprit that roused him was a soft brush of fur gliding across his cheek. The sun is out. Teacher Lin has notified us to begin physical training, Chun-Yi explained, a hint of anxiousness in her tone as she realized she had awakened him. Lu Shixian quickly surveyed his surroundings and then stretched lazily. Thankfully, this was not a dream. Chun-Yi's tension and the collective sighs of his classmates were all vividly present before him. A smile unconsciously spread across his face as he gently said, "Thank you, Yi." As expected, a blush rapidly spread across her cheeks, seemingly contagious, as it even touched the kawaii fluff on her face. Soon, only the sight of her hurried retreat remained in the classroom. Lu Shixian raised his palm, gazing at the youthful lines etched upon it, and then clenched it tightly. Physical testing? My apologies. This time, I will not allow you to become an obstacle in my path. The education system of 2007 was still far less rigid than in my previous life. For instance, the small lake adjacent to the school playground was their playground. Bathed in warm yet gentle sunlight, with a soft spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, Lu Shixian stood amidst the crowd, when suddenly, the booming voice of the physical education teacher echoed like cannon fire in his ears. Yet, Lu Shixian found it not at all grating. Rather, it sounded particularly melodious. All of you from Class 1, compared to my other classes, your academic performance is outstanding. Yet this is precisely why you must enhance your physical endurance. The physical fitness test accounted for a full 3 points in the entrance examination, among tens of thousands of examinees in the province. A single point often translated into hundreds of rankings. Needless to say, everyone understood the significance of these 3 points. In these final 100 days, I sincerely hope that everyone can dedicate themselves to rigorous training, ensuring the acquisition of these seemingly effortless 3 points. Lu Shixian cast a glance around at the steadfast gazes of his peers, inwardly lamenting how Lin Depeo's talents were wasted not being a political instructor. Alas, at that moment, he was somewhat conceited. Before he could continue his musings, Lin Depeo had already whistled and called out the command. All right, everyone present. Aerobic training begins with 10 laps around the track. First team, step forward and commence training. Second team, step forward. The departing teams resembled an orderly string of pearls, impeccably arranged. However, when it came to the third team, Lu Depeo's instructions took a different turn. Third team, perform 10 sets of push-ups, then engage in free training. Among the crowd, Lu Shixian could only smile wryly and shake his head. The third team consisted of students who had special circumstances to be excused. Naturally, the individuals in the third team varied each time. After all, girls might occasionally have relatives visiting each month, but he did not. His placement in the third team was purely due to his apprehension towards high-intensity physical training. Unlike other students who feared long-distance running, he was the top student in his grade. Thus, after he fainted during a training session, the director personally intervened on his behalf, leading Lin Depeo to begrudgingly acquiesce. However, his demeanor towards Lu Shixian thereafter was far from friendly. It could be said that in the entirety of Jinling Agricultural High School, nearly all teachers held him in high regard, with the sole exception of Lin Depeo, who harbored a particularly unfavorable impression of him. Given Lu Shixian's previous eccentricities, his relationship with Lin Depeo only grew more contentious. Ultimately, as Lu Shixian approached the high-stakes examination, he almost entirely abstained from participating in the physical assessments, leading to an inevitable outcome. In youthful arrogance, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending challenges, indulging in a carefree dream amidst the autumnal haze. Reflecting on this, Lu Shixian could only sigh softly. He then took a tentative step forward and declared, "Report. Teacher Lin, I wish to engage in long-distance running training." At these words, the gazes of several nearby girls, who were busy with their relatives, converged upon Lu Shixian's face. Lin DePao's whistle fell from his lips in surprise. Slowly, he removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing Lu Shixian for several moments before replacing them, dismissing him as merely a fleeting whim. Subsequently, he paid little heed and picked up his whistle again, blowing a sharp note. Lu Shixian, fall in line, and the 5-lap running training begins. Upon hearing the command, Lu Shixian casually performed a few warm-up exercises he had often done in his past life, inhaling deeply before setting off at a steady pace. The moment he stepped onto the track, he became acutely aware of the frailty of this body. In his previous life, he had undergone a period of intense training to secure a graduate school recommendation, clinching the long-distance running championship in his school sports meet. After joining the athletics team and receiving professional training, he even had moments of glory at the university games. However, now, after barely completing 1 lap, he could feel the lactic acid accumulating in his muscles, gradually slowing his pace. Although he endeavored to maintain a rhythm suited to his current physical condition, executing proper techniques and optimizing his landing angles, the lack of core strength hampered his efforts. Gradually, he found it increasingly challenging to sustain his initial running pace, gasping for breath as beads of sweat rolled down his face. To be honest, he noticed a detail. Lin DePao's training instructions did not include the term aerobic, implying that he could take breaks along the way. Yet, as someone who had undergone professional long-distance training, he understood that athletics was about continual self-overcoming. Much like the ancient adage, one must exert oneself to the utmost before fatigue sets in. He could reduce his speed, but he absolutely could not stop before accomplishing his task. Insufficient physical fitness could be compensated by willpower. Lack of talent could be made up for with skill. Ultimately, the only one who could conquer oneself was oneself. In light of his currently weakened state, Lu Shixian promptly devised a reasonable training plan in his mind. Meanwhile, on the playground, Lin DePao kept a watchful eye on Lu Shixian's movements. Although he held some disdain for Lu Shixian, the conscience of a teacher and the pressure stemming from Lu Shixian's academic prowess weighed heavily on him. He had no doubt that if anything were to happen to Lu Shixian, the irate vice principal would come knocking at his door. As he observed, Lu Shixian indeed began to slow down, ultimately transitioning to a walk. Amused, he shook his head, genuinely believing the lad would turn back. However, as time passed, Lu Shixian alternated between running and walking, yet never stopped completely. Lin DePao, as a physical education teacher, discerned a pattern emerging. 1, 2, 3, 4. How does this kid keep alternating between 10 steps of walking and running? After the first walking interval, Lu Shixian managed to run approximately 100 meters. After the second, he covered about half a lap, roughly 200 meters. Remarkably, he was making progress. Lin DePao was left utterly perplexed. Could it be that this boy understood the principles of interval training? Chapter 6. Reconciling with oneself. To be honest, had Lu Shixian overheard Lin DePao's musings, he would undoubtedly commend him for his perceptiveness. If given a choice, he would prefer to employ a more effective interval training method. Yet at that moment, he had no time to dwell on such matters. If there were a single adjective to encapsulate his feelings, it would be agonizing. He acutely realized that this body had reached its limits. Training was essential, but he must not push himself to the brink of collapse. Who knew if he would ever have the opportunity to practice again? Exercise is a gradual process, devoid of the possibility of instant results. Choosing to complete the remaining lap, Lu Shixian finally accomplished the 5-lap task. Upon returning to the group, he found that a small portion of his classmates had already completed their 10 laps. As he arrived, many classmates turned their attention towards him. The eyes are windows to the soul, and drawing upon his previous life experiences, he swiftly gauged the emotions of these young peers. At this moment, the dynamics among classmates were still simple, devoid of intricate nuances. Most expressions were filled with astonishment. Alongside Chun Yi's barely concealed delight and Su Yoming's occasional provocative glances, Lin DePao's timing was impeccable. As soon as most had finished their 10 laps, the bell rang precisely on cue. For many, the sound of the bell was akin to celestial music. It could be said that for the students of Jinling Middle School, physical education classes, which contributed to their overall grades, were more daunting than mathematics or language arts. After the final assembly, Lin DePeo announced the end of class, but kept Lu Shixian behind. In that moment, many exchanged glances of goodwill towards Lu Shixian, well aware of the strained relationship between him and teacher Lin. Their memories of past unpleasant encounters were still fresh. While some wished to linger for the spectacle, they ultimately preferred to return to the classroom and enjoy the breeze from the electric fans. Thus, the vast playground soon became deserted, leaving only Lu Shixian and Lin DePeo. Lu Shixian remained silent. His rebirth was not meant to subject him to indignities. Lin DePeo observed him, momentarily at a loss for words. Consequently, all he could do was maintain a stern expression, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Lu Shixian merely cast a glance, unable to suppress an inward sigh. Lin DePeo's kindness towards his students is genuine, yet it is undeniable that he possesses a certain vanity. Reflecting on his previous life, he finds himself back in familiar surroundings. Hearing Lin DePeo express his regrets, lamenting that had he altered his teaching methods, perhaps Lu Shixian's life trajectory might have improved. This thought tenderly softens the once impenetrable heart of Lu Shixian. With a deep sigh, he resolves within himself. Lowering his head, he bows deeply to Lin DePeo. Teacher Lin, forgive my capriciousness. I promise to train diligently from now on, ensuring I do not fall behind. Lin DePeo blinks a few times, then removes his sunglasses, running his fingers through his thinning hair, gazing intently at Lu Shixian. At that moment, the usually loquacious Lin DePeo finds himself rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he steps forward and gently pats Lu Shixian on the shoulder before departing. After his exit, Lu Shixian gazes once more at the warm sun of the spring day following the rain, a soft laugh escaping his lips. Ah, to hell with grievances. All reconciliations are merely reconciliations with one's past self. Embracing all that one is accepting the flaws of others and forgiving their transgressions. Life is fundamentally a continuous process of reconciling with the world. A heart bristling with thorns will only wound both others and itself. As a boarding middle school student, Lu Shixian spent the night recuperating in his dormitory. When he returned to bathe, he took a good, hard look at his reflection in the mirror. Observing his 15-year-old self, he touched his still thick hair and smooth skin, nodding in satisfaction. Having shed his previous gloom and eccentricities, he now appeared refreshingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Even if he was not strikingly handsome, he could certainly be described as graceful and poised. How had he not noticed in his past life that he was quite the handsome lad in his youth? How had he allowed himself to deteriorate later on? Finally, he lowered his head sheepishly to examine himself again, then gave himself a reassuring pat. Not bad. Not bad. Third in the universe. Lu Shixian had finally laid to rest his lingering worries. On Wednesday, at 6 in the morning, an hour and a half before breakfast, he rose from his bed. Feeling invigorated, he silently celebrated the vitality of youth. After performing a few warm-up exercises, he left firm, albeit not particularly swift, footprints on the northeast corner of the school's playground. As for today's classes, Lu Shixian had to embody the role of an exemplary student, diligently reviewing all subject from grades 1 to 3 to secure his academic future. He had indeed not attended the classes, but he aimed for first place, as it was crucial to his plans. He could only apologize to Su Yuming. After all, deep affections are often fleeting. What was that phrase again? On Thursday, he persisted in his training regimen, and soon received good news from Wang Chunyu. Several subject teachers had agreed to the wager. It was said that when the stern-faced one first heard about Lu Shixian's upcoming freedom in the remaining 100 days, he almost turned into an African. However, upon learning that the condition was to achieve first place in the diagnostic exam, he relaxed, praising Wang Chunyu for her shrewdness. Friday arrived, heralding the final weekend before the joint examination for all junior high schools in Jinling City, marked by the distribution of admission tickets and the arrangement of exam venues. For many middle school students, Friday is often the most exhilarating day, as unlike Lu Shixian, who returned home only during winter and summer breaks, most students merely spent weekdays boarding and eagerly reunite with their families on weekends. After enduring until the fourth period of the day, when evening classes were canceled, the school buzzed with excitement around 5:30. Numerous parents, laden with bags, emerged from their children's dormitories, their faces radiating simple, joyous smiles. In the classrooms, many parents took the impending large-scale diagnostic exam seriously, reluctant to rush home, busy engaging with several subject teachers to understand their children's academic situations. The first class of the third year was particularly bustling, leaving Lu Shixian and Su Yuming with a rare moment of solitude. The classroom, now transformed into an exam venue, felt unusually empty. With no one else around, the distance between them in the second row seemed strikingly close. Dreamer, Why aren't you heading home? Lu Shixian exclaimed as he pushed aside the review materials on the desk and stretched lazily. Su Yuming's smooth forehead darkened momentarily. She was perplexed by Lu Shixian's recent odd behavior. I'm Su Yuming, not Dreamer, do you know? Lu Shixian waved dismissively. Isn't Dreamer just a poetic way of saying it? What's next? I'm gonna be a father too. Su Yuming was unaware of the reference's origin, but she could clearly discern that it was not a compliment. As she raised her textbook, it hovered precariously above, poised to collide with his handsome face. Lu Shixian hastily pleaded for mercy, aware that injuries could be minor, but disfigurement would be disastrous. Sufu, wing wundicesimo, ming ruushan. Surely this should suffice? He recited a seemingly unrelated verse at lightning speed. To anyone else, it would appear nonsensical, merely incorporating Su Yuming's name. Yet, as she listened, tears quickly welled in her eyes, causing her trembling hands to drop the textbook. How'd you know? Su Yuming demanded, suppressing the torrent of emotion, threatening to overwhelm her. Lu Shixian found himself momentarily taken aback by the sudden wave of sorrow emanating from her. Just moments ago, she had been fierce as a tiger. Now, she was on the verge of tears. Truthfully, those words had been a note left for him in the graduation yearbook by Su Yuming, containing nothing but those 3 lines and no signature. Although it seemed puzzling, the initials clearly indicated it was from Su Yuming. At the time, he had been aloof, particularly towards her, and had merely dismissed it without a thought, let alone curiosity. Now, recalling the incident, he had unconsciously quoted it. Is there a problem? Lu Shixian gazed at her in confusion. Yet, the girl merely stared back, resolute in her determination to uncover the truth. Feeling overwhelmed, Lu Shixian sighed, realizing he had merely intended to tease her. How had it escalated to this? He reluctantly confessed, all right, I won't pretend any longer. I actually come from the future. I saw what you wrote with your own hand. Is that clear enough? Seeing her eyes welling with tears, her chest rising and falling rapidly, he quickly clarified, wait. I'll explain. I just saw your name and recalled some poetry I had read, and it all came together. He hastily concocted an excuse, fearing that if he did not clarify soon, given her fierce determination, he might never escape the classroom. Although he knew his explanation was flimsy and would not withstand scrutiny, Su Yuming seemed to accept it, gradually regaining her composure. Tomorrow, I want to go easy on you. You'd better pray you can maintain your winning streak. Su Yuming set down her words, casting a lingering glance at him before embracing her belongings and drifting away gracefully, leaving Lu Shixian in a state of bewilderment and utter speechlessness. What on earth was this? Today's display of arrogance had been an unequivocal failure. The crux of the matter was that life was exceedingly challenging. Now, even honesty was met with skepticism, while nonsensical utterances were taken at face value. The moral fabric of society was indeed deteriorating. Most importantly, did I even need your leniency? Even in my past life? You could only claim victory over me during the high school entrance examination once, and that was solely due to my missteps in calculating physical fitness scores. Reflecting on my previous life, in terms of equivalent scores, while Su Yuming's total in the subject of physical and historical studies slightly surpassed mine, the difference in rankings was marginal. Her victory was purely a matter of fortunate circumstances. Gradually, details that had once escaped his notice began to surface. If memory served him correctly, the admission criteria for Jinling High School in the Jinling district required students to place among the top 20 in the city. The remaining slots were filled via independent admissions. Su Yuming, it seemed, was still quite far from meeting those requirements. Yet the admission list bore no falsehoods. She had indeed enrolled in Jinling High School despite not fulfilling the necessary criteria. It struck him as peculiar that such a significant event, advantageous for recruitment, had not been widely publicized by Jinling Agricultural High School. This was exceedingly abnormal. Thus, the ensuing deductions were rather straightforward. Good heavens! This girl is actually a second-generation student? I thought I had secured my victory, only to discover she was already waiting for me at the finish line. It turned out that the fool was none other than myself. Lu Shixian's face paled, resembling a lemon in despair. What did it matter to be first in the grade for 3 consecutive years? Could it fill my stomach? The day slipped away in a haze, as he had long since cultivated a habit of not obsessing over trivial matters. Soon, Lu Shixian managed to recalibrate his slightly unbalanced mindset and rekindled his enthusiasm. What did it matter if she was a second-generation student? I am destined to be the scholarly deity of the future of Huaji Nation. Life is already so arduous. Why must weekends be so fleeting? This is an eternal and weighty topic. On Saturday, Lu Shixian relished a rare opportunity for solitude. He made slight adjustments to his previous plans. Regarding physical fitness, after several days of rigorous training, Lu Shixian felt his body had finally acclimatized to the intensity. The solitary fitness metric was the 1,000-meter run, comprising 5 laps. His current time was 4 minutes and 54 seconds, which converted to a score of 1 point. My goodness, I have finally managed to run under 5 minutes for the first time. Lu Shixian exhaled lightly. Heaven knows how much effort he expended to achieve this score, which others might obtain effortlessly. Alas, this body was simply too weak. It must be said, debts from a previous life are only natural for repayment in this one. Are they not? Lu Shixian found himself at a loss for words. Regarding academic performance, Lu Shixian was as steady as a rock, discreetly requesting past high school entrance examination papers from Wang Chunhua. In Chinese, after 40 minutes, the subjective questions proved somewhat challenging to assess. I shall deduct a customary point. I believe that is acceptable. As for the essay, it was well-structured, coherent, and infused with genuine emotion. Lu Shixian was moved by his own writing. Would it not be a shame to award anything less than full marks? Thus, he took out a red pen and flamboyantly marked 119 on the paper. In mathematics, after just 20 minutes, he pondered, what is this child's work? Without glancing at the answers, he awarded himself full marks. In English, after 30 minutes, the listening section, which constituted only a quarter of the score, consumed half of his answering time. Alas, what could be done when faced with such trickery? Referring to the answer sheet, Lu Shixian proceeded to mark a series of elegant check marks. The results were in. All right. Well done. Lu Shixian nonchalantly inscribed the highest praise he had received from Wang Chunhua at the bottom of the test paper. So this was the score that had driven him to the brink of madness in his previous life? Suddenly, Lu Shixian recalled a well-known advertising slogan from a certain easygoing girl. XXX, Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. Chapter 8. Yuan Fong. What do you think? As for physical and historical studies, while physics was not his forte for him, middle school physics encompassed the foundational knowledge of force, heat, sound, electricity, and light. Securing full marks should be easily achievable. Biology was even less of a concern. Agricultural biology is inseparable, and studying agronomy and biology has always been his strongest suit. It can only be said that the exclusion of biology scores from the total in the entrance examination was his greatest loss. His commendable performance in biology had significantly contributed to his acceptance into a prestigious university amidst a sea of underperformers at Jinling No. 3 Middle School. He merely glanced at the questions before losing interest in attempting them. For wasting time was disgraceful, while saving it was honorable. Saving even a little ink from the gel pen was worthwhile. He could assure himself that this was not merely an excuse for laziness. To be candid, history was his Achilles heel. During middle school, it was the weakest subject among his 6 disciplines. Despite his diligent efforts, his exam scores consistently hovered between 70 and 80. Undoubtedly, this created an immense shadow over his fiercely competitive spirit. Thus, he enrolled in a science class in high school and pursued agronomy in university. While many might see little distinction between agronomy and biology, they still belonged to the realm of the sciences. Consequently, he had no connection to the humanities and possessed no relevant foundation. I respect history, but history does not reciprocate that respect, so I bid it farewell. With that, Lu Shixian submitted a blank paper. Since a connection was evidently not meant to be, reviewing history was a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. And Lu Shixian remained quite clear in his mind. It had nothing to do with his headache at the sight of the questions. On Sunday, the atmosphere of impending examinations at school intensified. A large banner hung prominently at the school entrance. Lu Shixian, munching on a bun from the cafeteria, glanced up. The Jinling Agricultural Junior High School was conducting its first joint mock entrance examination. Alas, while it was termed the first, it was likely to be the last. He suspected the school leadership would be disheartened by the harsh realities and come to terms with the grim situation, causing Lu Shixian to shake his head in silence. If memory served him correctly, in this examination, the only noteworthy students from Jinling Agricultural High School were he and Su Yuming. However, their scores were 68 and 88, which sounded rather auspicious. Yet, among 8 classes and over 400 students, they had virtually monopolized the bottom 5 ranks of this joint examination, even within the same district. The disparity in educational resources was as vast as a chasm. It was easy to imagine that had he received his education in an area with severely limited resources, his academic level might not even measure up to that at Jinling Agricultural High School. Thus, he could only silently express gratitude to his parents for bringing him into the affluent eastern region of Huaxia, Jinling. The morning continued with training sessions. Under his meticulously structured training regimen, his time improved by another 5 seconds, provided, of course, that the stopwatch borrowed from Lin DePeo functioned correctly. In the afternoon, students began to return to school in droves. Regardless of the impending exams, the students' moods seemed perpetually heavy, irrespective of their grade or stage. That evening, the anticipated night study session commenced as scheduled. Gazing at the freshly inscribed words of mathematics, Chinese, and English on the blackboard, Shixian couldn't help but lament the apparent lack of autonomy experienced by the history and biology teacher in Jinling at this time. It seemed that even the physical education instructor wielded more influence than this beleaguered educator. However, such a situation would not persist for long. The so-called professional status is determined by the resources of social standing one possesses, but often manifests through the prestige of the occupation itself. Once nationwide reforms in basic education are implemented, integrating all subjects into the total score for the entrance examination, there will be little time to recruit new teachers. And at that juncture, the history and biology teachers of this era will still be highly sought after. From an economic perspective, with an increase in demand and a stable supply curve, under the principle of market equilibrium, their value will undoubtedly soar. Having already secured the necessary insurance during his junior high years, Shixian found himself momentarily adrift. In 2007, even as a top student at Jinling Agricultural High School, he was unable to engage in any activities unrelated to examinations until the wager was fulfilled. After all, in the grand scheme of things, school regulations reign supreme. Of course, if he were to secure first place, the circumstances would be vastly different. As the adage goes, rules are merciless, yet humanity prevails. At times, it is indeed necessary to advocate for compassion, to be a teacher with warmth. Eschewing harsh methods of instruction while promoting civilized teaching practices is to blend wisdom and empathy, thus preserving the essence of education. Shixian wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. "What do you think, Yuanfang?" he queried, turning to his desk mate, Chun-Yi, who was engrossed in her studies, her large, expressive eyes filled with confusion as she looked up. "Yuanfang, are you talking to me?" Her expression was devoid of the intelligence and poise she had exuded in a past life. Instead, it appeared somewhat adorably naive. Shixian hesitated to speak the truth, realizing that few would believe him if he did. It seemed more prudent to fabricate a harmless lie, as the current society appeared to relish such antics. Did it not? "You're the only one sitting beside me. If I'm not speaking to you, am I conversing with the air?" "Lu Su Kai Yuan," he continued, "where Tsayuan signifies a beautiful woman, and Shushu embodies the essence of youth. I shall call you Yuanfang. Is there a problem with that?" Beside him, Chun-Yi seemed to be developing a resistance to his playful teasing. As the saying goes, only the overworked ox tires, or perhaps he had wandered into the wrong scene. She was adapting to his new persona or disposition. Though somewhat bashful, she was no longer entirely unprepared for his antics. "Could you please be serious for once? You were so diligent before. Don't squander your past efforts." Upon hearing her gentle admonition, Shixian couldn't help but reflect that in the future, Chun-Yi would indeed become a university counselor, aligning perfectly with her field of study. "So, Yi, do you prefer the old me or the current me?" he pressed, playfully tormenting his unsuspecting desk mate. This was a leading question, a trap, in future scenarios. A person with high emotional intelligence would likely respond with indifference, claiming to like neither or both. Yet at this moment, Chun-Yi looked up, seemingly contemplating the question seriously. Innocent and unpretentious, this was indeed the spirit of 2007. After a full 2 minutes, she finally spoke. "Though the old you was undoubtedly impressive, I always felt you were so distant. Even with you sitting next to me, it was as if you were light years away, unreachable. But now, you seem more tangible, more within reach. I didn't dislike the old you, but I think I prefer the you of today." At this, Shixian couldn't help but recall a timeless query from his previous life. Why do women seem to be drawn to those with a bad boy persona? Chapter 9. The onset of social interaction. In other words, why do these so-called bad boys often succeed? From an emotional standpoint, it could be attributed to their assertiveness and deeper understanding of women's psychology, requiring less effort to discern their preferences. Yet, Shixian was more inclined, or perhaps accustomed, to analyzing matters from an academic perspective. This phenomenon can be likened to Gresham's law, often referred to as the principle of bad money driving out good. It suggests that, due to asymmetric information, when one party lacks information, the informed party may opt to offer goods of lower intrinsic value, resulting in a scarcity of high-value items in a market. Applied to the realm of romantic relationships, if good man is represented by number 1, bad man by number 2, and beautiful woman by number 3, it is evident that, according to the Pareto principle, the combination of number 1 and number 3 would be the optimal pairing. However, in reality, such scenarios are less frequent than one might presume. The good man, endowed with advantages, enjoys a broader array of choices in romantic endeavors, potentially leading to hesitations in decision-making. Unwilling to commit to a singular path, Conversely, the bad man, lacking resources, has no choice but to take desperate measures. Their initial seriousness towards a relationship is likely to surpass that of the good man. Yet, beautiful women often base their acceptance of a suitor solely on the behaviors exhibited during the pursuit. As a result, they frequently find themselves ensnared by the tactics of bad men, only to awaken to reality after having been ensnared. A swift breakup might seem like a favorable outcome. However, should a child enter the picture post-marriage, escaping such a quagmire becomes nearly impossible. Lu Shixian could discern that Chun-Yi might harbor a slight fondness for him now. Yet, this hardly amounted to genuine affection. The pond was far too small, and she could only see him. Once the waters rose and the view expanded, she would inevitably perceive a broader horizon, and her values and beliefs would gradually align with those of society. In the realm of human sociology, this is not merely material. There exists a famous adage: man is a product of his environment. While material factors may appear to be a reflection of individual subjective behavior, the surrounding individuals are complicit in shaping those behaviors. This also elucidates why first loves often end in disappointment and why graduation coincides with the season of breakups. Contemplating this, Lu Shixian felt an overwhelming desire to cherish the moment. Perhaps everyone experiences a period of innocent and naive affection, devoid of impurities, as pure and translucent as crystal. Yet, not everyone is fortunate enough to enjoy such sentiments. Oftentimes, before one can truly experience them, the cruelty of youth has already drawn to a close. Lu Shixian casually picked up a small notebook resting on the edge of his desk, serving as a boundary between him and his surroundings. Within its pages lay a meticulously organized collection of all the knowledge points discussed by the teacher during a particular class. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, he found the delicate and youthful handwriting to be aesthetically pleasing. This alone offered a glimpse into Chun-Yi's dedication and focus towards her studies. Regardless of the effectiveness of her methods, it was evident that she had steadily advanced to gain admission into Jinling No. 1 High School, ultimately securing a place at Jinling University. This was a remarkable achievement, especially when compared to his past life, where his rise was akin to a comet, brilliant yet fleeting. With this realization, Lu Shixian's inclination to offer her more efficient study methods began to wane. In the end, it matters not whether a cat is black or white. What counts is whether it catches mice, does it not? From a results-oriented perspective, Chun-Yi could currently serve as his teacher, and he possessed no standing to critique her. Not all well-intentioned actions yield favorable outcomes. Interfering with someone's established routine may provoke unintended consequences, leading to outcomes contrary to one's intentions. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally. Once more reconciling with himself, Lu Shixian felt a notable maturation in his mindset. Regrettably, in this lifetime, he would never have the opportunity to pursue immortality. Otherwise, he could have taken a moment to transcend his tribulations. March 18, 2007, Monday. The atmosphere within the campus of Jinling Agricultural High School felt somewhat somber today, at least during the morning exercises on the playground. Lu Shixian had not encountered any like-minded companions until nearly breakfast time. What is going on? Are exams so daunting that everyone has forsaken their workouts? Such a lack of sincerity. Exams may be a pressing matter today, but exercise is a lifelong commitment. With a few muttered complaints, Lu Shixian made his solitary way to the cafeteria for breakfast. As expected, the cafeteria was far less boisterous than usual. "Auntie, the usual fare for the past few days. Please." "Thank you," Lu Shixian addressed the cafeteria staff. Soon enough, he received a warm response from the window. "All right, it seems our school's top student is starting to grow." Lu Shixian flashed a toothy smile and fell silent. His breakfast consisted of 3 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. The buns cost 50 cents for 2, and the porridge was also 50 cents per bowl, with the option for a refill. The prices of 2007 made Lu Shixian wish he could empty the cafeteria, yet alas. The balance on his campus card issued a warning. Beep. After the red light flashed, his balance was successfully reduced by 1 yuan, leaving him with 19 yuan and 50 cents. Lu Shixian helplessly covered his face, lamenting the harshness of life. Even the top student was compelled to engage socially, which resulted in a saving of 75 cents. The cafeteria lady only charged him for 2 buns. As he contemplated the dwindling funds, he felt a headache coming on, realizing he might have to ask his family for money again during his next visit. How many years had it been since he had last asked for financial support? Was he resuming an old profession? Not wanting to dwell on this troubling thought, Lu Shixian entered the dining area, ready to indulge in his meal. Waking up to the moment of feasting, he walked over with his tray, pleasantly surprised to spot several classmates, along with a notable number from other classes. Previously, He had believed that dragons and snakes should not cohabitate, but now he had long since abandoned his former secluded corner in favor of a more populated space. After all, humans are social creatures. Even after the high school entrance exams, he would merely bid farewell to these youngsters. There would be little opportunity for interaction, yet he felt no need to look down upon them simply because he possessed advanced insights upon his rebirth. In his past life at Jinling Agricultural High School, he could afford to disdain others, but now, as a product of Jinling Agricultural University, what right did he have to be regarded with esteem? Life is intrinsically equal, yet we remain shackled by our circumstances. Thus, treating others kindly is tantamount to treating oneself with kindness. Due to his recent engagements, these younger students had grown increasingly familiar with Lu Shixian. Upon seeing him, they greeted him warmly. Brother Limit Time has arrived. This nickname stemmed from his previous strict self-discipline regarding time management in both study and life, combined with his name, Shixian. Of course, in the past, his character had deterred them from addressing him directly by this moniker, given the implicit condescension it represented. Upon hearing this nickname a few days prior, Lu Shixian promptly retracted any earlier judgments he might have made regarding their innocence and straightforwardness. One could say that while major issues were absent, he still harbored some pettiness. It was essential to acclimate to the fact that in this era, the term academic prodigy would not surface, as it was merely a meme from 2013. As for titles like Big Shot or God of Learning, those were even less relevant. Limit Time was a reality. Lu Shixian simply chose to feign ignorance. Brother Limit Time, which exam room are you in? Inquired a chubby classmate, likely from either Class 7 or Class 8, following their recent interactions. Wait, I'm not quite sure. Let me check, Lu Shixian replied as he rummaged through his pencil case in his backpack. Suddenly, a sound of someone stumbling nearby broke the air. This was not an intentional display of arrogance. Even the previously haughty Lu Shixian would not stoop to such theatrics. It was simply that he was rather indifferent about this upcoming exam and had forgotten. Exam room 8, seat 32, Lu Shixian read aloud from his admission ticket. Suddenly, a bespectacled youth in the crowd exclaimed with the glee of one who had just struck gold, I'm from Class 8, and I personally affixed a label for seat 32. That is my spot. I can soak in some good fortune this time. The surrounding students immediately erupted in congratulatory remarks. Lu Shixian, Chapter 10, the mock examination commences. Before long, the delightful breakfast period was drawing to a close. Until Lu Shixian's departure, there were no peculiar remarks or overtly targeted comments to be heard. His current academic life was refreshingly uncomplicated, revolving solely around study. It was evident that not every protagonist encounters the trope of arrogance being met with a humbling reality check. As Lu Shixian made his way to the exam room, he stretched languidly, each step propelling him closer to his predetermined goals. Such a lifestyle was indeed pleasurable. This joint mock examination was conducted entirely in accordance with the format of the high school entrance exam, with identical timing. Even various anti-cheating measures had been implemented outside the school. The examination spanned 2 days. The first day included Chinese in the morning, followed by biology and history in the afternoon. The second day featured English in the morning and physics and mathematics in the afternoon. It seemed that regardless of the examination, Chinese was always the first subject. This suggested that the subjectivity of the Chinese exam held some significance, as there were no standardized answers. As long as the essay did not stray from the topic, one could at least avoid leaving the exam in tears, even if their responses were utterly dismal. Upon arriving at the exam room, Lu Shixian noticed that exam room 8 appeared to be nearly full, observing many students clutching review materials and murmuring to themselves. It was clear they were cramming last minute for fill-in-the-blank questions. Lu Shixian felt no sense of disdain. He had engaged in such behavior on numerous occasions himself. No matter how well one memorized the material, the anxiety of not having written the answers on the answer sheet always lingered. Consequently, some students opted to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions before the multiple-choice ones. At this moment, the advantage of arriving a bit late became evident. He did not need to search for a seat. A quick glance revealed that the only vacant spot in the middle was most likely his designated seat. As expected, when he approached, the information recorded on it confirmed his identity. Lu Shixian settled down, neatly arranging his answering tools, and began his pre-exam checks. As a seasoned examinee with over 20 years of experience, he was adept at avoiding elementary mistakes. After confirming that everything was in order, Lu Shixian subconsciously drifted into reverie. Spring was indeed delightful. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, and the incessant chirping of cicadas did not disrupt his focus, with only the distant fluttering of flags in the wind capturing his attention. Soon, the sound of writing on the blackboard drew his focus back to the present. Remaining calm and composed, he prepared to answer. he noticed that two unfamiliar invigilators had entered the classroom. He had met nearly all the faculty at Jinling Agricultural High School. To ensure maximum fairness, these invigilators were likely rotated teachers from several other schools. Even though they hailed from different institutions, the instructors exhibited professionalism throughout, showing no hint of disdain or negligence, even when overseeing the lowest-ranked students at Jinling Agricultural High School. Amidst the myriad of contradictions and conflicts, as the nation grows stronger and society progresses, it becomes evident that this world is, for the most part, far more splendid than one might imagine. As the proctor in front completed writing on the blackboard, he proclaimed loudly, "This is the first simulated joint examination for the high school entrance examination in Jinling City, taking place at the Jinling Agricultural Middle School Examination Center in Room 8. Please check your admission tickets to avoid entering the wrong examination room. I urge everyone to adhere to the examination rules. Upon entering the examination hall with your admission ticket and barcode, please take your designated seat and place your admission ticket and barcode in the upper left corner of your desk, ready to be verified by the proctor at any time. Only 2B pencils and black ink pens are permitted. Should any issues arise with the distribution of test papers, such as errors, unclear writing, reprints, missing pages, etc., please report them to the proctor. Any violations of examination regulations, non-compliance with the arrangements and requests of examination personnel, breaches of the principles of fairness and justice in examinations, or any actions deemed as cheating will be addressed accordingly." Although he had heard this announcement numerous times and could almost recite it verbatim, it was the first occasion that Lu Shixian attentively absorbed the examination regulations with such seriousness. The same location, yet a different state of mind. A different scenery, nothing more than that. After the integrity of the test paper seal was displayed under the watchful eyes of the surveillance cameras, the papers were finally distributed to all present. As the examination bell rang, many began to utilize the time they had just checked to ponder the questions, eagerly putting pen to paper. However, Lu Shixian remained calm and composed, instead lowering his head to gently inhale the scent of the test paper. A fresh and pleasant aroma of ink filled his senses, reminiscent of two old friends conversing. "Have you been waiting long?" "So have I." While others were already tackling the fifth multiple-choice question, Lu Shixian finally made his move. To be honest, he had forgotten not just the content of the high school entrance examination, but even the material for the college entrance examination had slipped from his memory. Nearly 10 years had passed since his high school graduation, rendering the contents of this simulated exam relatively foreign to him. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to answer questions with one hand. He focused on the first question, among the following groups of words, which one has all characters written correctly and the underlined character pronounced accurately? Lu Shixian's eyes, sharp and discerning, swiftly identified the hidden flaw. Option A, to gain, to seize, is incorrect. Option B, to worship, to look up seems slightly off. Option C, it appears that all are indeed correct. As for option D, he thought better of it. The false could not be rendered true. With a decisive stroke, Lu Shixian marked a capital C on the test paper. The second question followed. Which of the underlined words is used correctly? The third, among the following sentences, which one is free of grammatical errors? Soon, they reached the section for poetry recitation. After traversing mountains and rivers, I find no path. What comes next? Resisting the urge to jot down his intention to go for a run later, Lu Shixian penned the correct answer. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? What follows? To his amusement, Lu Shixian's mind echoed a certain line. Because I am overly profound in my pretentiousness. With a sigh, he set down his pen, acknowledging that he could not answer this question as it was entirely a product of the collective wisdom of netizens from his past life. After enduring the completion of the fill-in-the-blank questions and other minor queries, Lu Shixian finally arrived at the reading comprehension section. Please read Jianjia and complete the following 3 questions. For the first question, this poem employs imagery to depict what kind of scene? A beautiful figure, a talented person, in front, pursued yet unattainable. What else could it be but the plight of a love-stricken admirer? The fate of such an admirer is to end up with nothing after all their efforts. Naturally, it is a scene of profound desolation. For the second question, what emotions does the author convey? This type of question was, in fact, what Lu Shixian feared most. In a previous lifetime, a particularly embarrassing incident had left him in laughter. After a certain language examination, the original author of a reading comprehension piece had confessed that he himself did not know what emotions he had intended to express at the time of creation. He wrote whatever came to mind. Thus, such questions essentially gauge whether one grasps the main idea, then requires one to express that idea in a different manner. Of course, one could not simply write about being an admirer. To score points, it had to be packaged more elegantly. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shixian swiftly took up his pen and wrote. Chapter 11. Lu Shixian teaches you how to write an essay. The entire poem employs the rhetorical device of symbolism, using the beloved to metaphorically represent the cherished person or talented individual in one's heart, and the one by the water's edge to symbolize the universally desired yet unattainable pursuits of life, expressing the author's melancholic and sorrowful yearning for the beloved or talented individual, which remains beyond reach. With a single stroke, Lu Shixian completed the task, feeling quite satisfied. This small question was worth 3 points, and with a bit of thought, he surmised there were likely 3 scoring points. If one merely wrote that it expressed melancholy and sorrow, they would only earn a single point. Judging the number of scoring points based on the point values was a fundamental skill for top students. Like slaying monsters to level up, Lu Shixian was now akin to a high-level character effortlessly dispatching low-level foes. He swiftly progressed through the remaining questions and soon arrived at the final challenge. The essay prompt read. The Qinghai-Tibet Railway is a national first-class railway connecting a city in Qing province to a city in the Tibetan region. It is one of the 4 major engineering projects of a new century in China and the first railway leading into the heart of the region, as well as the highest and longest plateau railway in the world. This railway is set to open fully this year. What are your thoughts on this? Aside from poetry, the genre was unrestricted, requiring approximately 600 words. Upon reading the prompt, Lu Shixian began to recall some tidbits of information from that time. This essay question, crafted by an unknown genius, had originally been earmarked for the middle school entrance examination but had been prematurely released by an uninformed teacher, pressuring those who had been resting in a closed hotel to contribute additional brainpower. It was rumored that this teacher later drank considerably at the behest of these higher-ups. One could only wonder about the state of his liver. Pausing in silent tribute to the teacher's unfortunate fate months later, Lu Shixian began to outline his thoughts and draft a mental outline. When it came to subjective essay questions based on current affairs, Lu Shixian naturally opted for a more detached perspective. To joke, this type of essay could be simple or quite complex. Generally, anyone with a modicum of sense would know that writing in praise of the main theme would suffice, thereby minimizing the risk of straying off topic. However, crafting a well-executed essay on the main theme was indeed a skill, just as some can flatter with precision while others miss the mark entirely. What seems a straightforward task can prove challenging when aiming for high marks. Lu Shixian began to analyze how to best construct this essay celebrating the nation. Firstly, the most fitting genre for such a celebratory essay would be argumentative. Neither prose nor narrative would suffice. Otherwise, why would the civil service examination only feature argumentative essays? Secondly, he pondered what arguments and evidence would elevate his essay stature, as providing the evaluator with a banquet of national pride would certainly outshine a mere lunchbox. Lastly, he considered what central theme would best elevate the subject matter. For the conclusion of an essay is an assertion, and the essence of an assertion is to extol. Every year, the great events and figures in China's history are celebrated countless times, if not in the millions, certainly in the tens of millions. To stand out among these millions is no easy feat, akin to a tadpole seeking its mother, a truly formidable challenge. However, Lu Shixian possesses a visionary perspective that surpasses others by a decade. Although the materials he generates may be somewhat rudimentary due to an inability to produce bugs, their forms are undeniably sophisticated. I extol my homeland, not out of compulsion to do so, but because I hold a deep-seated belief that the heroes of our nation are indeed worthy of remembrance, that the landscapes of our country are inherently beautiful and bountiful, and that the endeavors of our nation are undeniably magnificent. As long as one harbors faith, the written word can be imbued with profound emotion, capable of resonating deeply with others, and can be filled with fervent passion. Should you feel a sense of embarrassment, there is no need for such feelings. It is a tribute to the monumental achievements that have been accomplished. It is a cherished appreciation of the splendid life we currently enjoy. It is a heartfelt anticipation for the promising future of our homeland. If one feels shame in their own writings, how can they hope to touch the hearts of others? If you can elevate your thoughts to encompass the illustrious past of a nation and the beautiful aspirations for its future, then you will have achieved a remarkable transcendence in your writing. So, how does one craft a compelling argumentative essay? It is rooted in sincerity. What are your thoughts on the inauguration of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway? This topic requires no further examination. There is absolutely no need for skepticism, much less for any dialectical debate. To engage in dialectics is to dwell on the successes of the past and to overlook the increasingly beautiful life of the present. Thus, Lu Shixian wrote with fervor. The vast snowy expanse and the towering Kunlun Mountains stand witness to the miracle of railway construction history. The Qinghai-Tibet Railway has birthed a spirit of challenge and excellence. As I wander atop the plateau, the northern snow greets me with its frigid breath, and the continuous railway stretches forth like a soaring dragon. I celebrate these builders' arduous toil. I treasure the hard-earned life I lead, and I extol the prosperity of my nation. The spirit of craftsmanship, the heart of dream-building, cherishing the present, and striving diligently contribute to the rise of a great nation and the rejuvenation of our civilization. As we take pride in the operation of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway and the monumental achievements of our country, we, the future successors of our civilization, should embody a loyalty to our nation as steadfast as Mount Tai, and a heart as fervent as molten lava. As the sun rises in the east, casting forth its grand light, our nation flourishes like never before. Praise be to our civilization, beauty be to our civilization, and let us build our civilization together. I firmly believe that the future of our civilization will one day sail through the waves, hoisting its sails towards the vast oceans. With this, Shixian exhaled deeply. Though the arguments may be somewhat simplistic, the progressive structure of his writing and the depth of emotion should suffice. Of course, other factors such as penmanship also influence the grading of the essay. Shixian adheres to a principle of maintaining neatness to ensure the evaluator's delight. At this point, the language examination was nearly concluded. As long as the answer sheet was not marked incorrectly, further checks were largely unnecessary. Empirical evidence has shown that unless one is absolutely certain of a mistake, revisions made later are likely inferior to the initial completion. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, the bell rang. The examination time was up, and all candidates ceased writing. Shixian, without hesitation, placed his paper flat on the table, concealing the answer sheet, and departed the classroom without a backward glance. Outside exam hours, the examination hall was closed to entry. Therefore, after lunch, everyone could only return to their dormitories to rest. At this time, whether at mealtime or while heading back to the dormitory, discussions about the examination filled the air. The act of comparing answers was omnipresent. Regardless of past or present, Shixian was someone who disliked discussing answers after an exam. It seemed foolish to expend energy on something so trivial. Is it not so? Chapter 12. I am an academic overachiever, emotionless. At noon, after a leisurely lunch, I indulged in a brief nap, as was my custom. Unbeknownst to me, the schedule had arranged for the subjects I excelled in, biology, and the one I dreaded, history, to coincide in the afternoon. Promptly at 2:30, the second examination commenced. Shixian plunged in with unwavering determination. Which of the following does not belong to biological phenomena? A. Flowers blooming and wilting. B. Northern geese flying South Sea. Peacocks displaying their feathers. D. Tides rising and falling. Upon reading the question, a sudden headache struck him. With a scowl, Shixian marked option D. Xiaoming and his classmates investigated the habitat of wood lice. Based on their experimental records, which of the following represents an ecological environment? Shixian raced toward the finish line like a speeding car. He felt that continuing would likely lead him to a state of utter confusion. In just 20 minutes, Shixian completed the biology exam, which was scored out of 100. He spent the remaining time calming his slightly nauseated feelings. Finally, with 30 minutes left in the exam, he could no longer contain his displeasure and submitted his paper, exiting the examination room. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the history exam commenced as scheduled. Although not particularly fond of it, life is as it is. Since resistance is futile, one might as well enjoy it. Shixian received the exam paper, but did not immediately begin to write. Instead, he flipped through it several times. Since it was not his strong subject, he needed to employ some strategies. The usual approach of being overly broad in answering questions was no longer effective. First, he marked the questions he was confident about on the paper. This portion was crucial for aiming for a full score, and thus deserved the utmost priority. Next, he identified the questions that required less time to answer. Even if he got them wrong, the sunk cost would not be too high, making it a cost-effective approach. Once he completed the aforementioned questions, he would consider the remaining ones. Then, from the remaining questions, he would prioritize those that seemed somewhat familiar, the kind that might trigger a vague recollection. He established a preliminary exam strategy. Shixian tallied up his confident answers and found 20 questions, which could yield a score of 75. The questions that took less time amounted to 8, totaling 16 points, all of which were multiple choice. The remaining 9 points consisted of several larger questions, second or third parts, colloquially known as the legendary final questions. Shixian began to estimate his performance in this history exam. In other words, his lower limit for a score would be around 75, while the upper limit depended on how many correct answers he could guess from those 16 points. As for the final questions, he decided to forego them. With no knowledge, random scribbling would not earn sympathy points from the evaluators, so why waste effort? History, unlike language, tends to present unique answers on the exam paper. How could one claim to have never seen a pig run after having lived for over 20 years? Soon, Lu Shixian managed to secure the 75-point questions. The next challenge was how to guess the remaining answers. In fact, for a faux academic overachiever, guessing is also a skill. Based on previous research into the distribution of multiple-choice answers in the provincial examinations over a decade, statistical methods were employed. According to probability statistics, around 2015 served as a dividing line. Prior to that, the distribution probabilities for options A, B, C, and D were approximately 23, 26, 26, and 28, respectively. Afterward, the distribution probabilities shifted to about 23, 26, 28, 26, and 23. It appears that the Educational Examination Institute has recognized this issue and has intentionally adjusted the distribution probabilities of options A and D to achieve a more balanced outcome, thereby diminishing the validity of this statistical conclusion. In effect, this also affects the so-called pseudo-scholars, while true scholars confront the examination papers with unflinching resolve. Unfortunately, in terms of historical performance, Lu Shixian does not even qualify as a pseudo-scholar. Consequently, he hastily selected option C for all 8 blank multiple-choice questions. According to the average probability method, his chances of answering correctly stand at 27. Therefore, his expected score is calculated as 8 multiplied by 27 multiplied by 2, resulting in 432 points, which rounds to 4 points. Ultimately, his history score was 79. Glancing at the score on the paper, Lu Shixian felt a sense of mild disappointment. After all, in his previous life, he had scored 80 points, and considering the compensatory effects of past experiences and the forgetfulness of knowledge in this life, the small discrepancy signifies that both levels of understanding are relatively comparable. Based on this experimental outcome, should anyone choose to believe it, he could even pen a groundbreaking thesis titled a study on the influencing factors of academic performance following rebirth. As Lu Shixian drifted into a reverie, the examination bell rang. He resignedly submitted his paper, leaving the last 2 major questions conspicuously blank. At that moment, he was filled with a profound sense of regret. It is truly arduous for a scholar to excel in all areas. If only I possessed a system, I wouldn't have to be so meticulous. Yet, being adept at employing the psychological victory method, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was a stroke of fortune to catch the last train of rebirth arranged by the author. Even the dogged author lacked a system, so it was futile to indulge in fanciful thoughts. That evening, the school still scheduled evening self-study sessions, focusing on English, physics, and mathematics for the upcoming exam. In the classroom, Wang Chunyu and Zhou Wen ambled to the podium in accordance with the timetable. They briefly discussed the key points that might appear on the exam the following day, and then offered consolation to those students who seemed to have performed poorly in today's test. As Lu Shixian observed their interaction, he felt as though they were unconsciously directing their gaze towards him. From their expressions, he sensed the underlying message. Even the most formidable Sun Wukong cannot escape the grasp of Buddha's 5-finger mountain. However, this did not evoke a sense of malicious amusement in Lu Shixian, for they were not villains, and their intentions were genuinely for the betterment of themselves. Yet, being underestimated was indeed somewhat disheartening. Unable to contain himself, he turned to his desk, made to voice his frustrations. Do you think I can secure the first place this time? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi set down the formula book she had been clutching for half an hour and nodded earnestly. Of course, aren't you always at the top? This left Lu Shixian momentarily at a loss for words. A wave of frustration began to churn within him. What is happening? Why has this girl become increasingly flirtatious lately? I can barely resist. After all, to receive unconditional trust from a single person is already a remarkable stroke of fortune. I am a scholar. Emotions do not concern me. I am a scholar. Emotions do not concern me. I am a scholar. Emotions do not concern me. Lu Shixian hurriedly recited a calming mantra several times to dispel his thoughts. Chapter 13. Slaying Huaxiong with Warm Wine. The following day, the exam arrived as anticipated. After the bombardment of questions on the first day, many students had begun to feel somewhat numb. The entire second-floor examination hall was quieter than on the first day, with everyone eagerly wishing for the ordeal to come to an end. Soon, the announcement came over the classroom intercom, signaling the commencement of the English listening section. Although his English scores had not been particularly outstanding prior to the college entrance examination, he had made significant strides during his university years through extensive reading of English literature and academic papers. Composing English papers was no longer a challenge for him. Achieving the English Level 4 and 6 certifications was a mere formality, Without these requirements, he would not have been able to secure a place for further studies. The first segment of the listening exercise concluded, and Lu Shixian quickly turned his attention to the questions and options on the exam paper. How is the weather today? Based on the preceding audio, the gist was that today's weather was splendid, and Xiaofang wished to go out to purchase a specific type of umbrella. Lu Shixian was momentarily taken aback. The question setter was quite astute. This was merely the first question, and it already contained a trap. If one had missed the beginning and only caught the latter part mentioning a kind of umbrella, it would likely lead to the selection of option C, rainy. Yet, if it were raining, how could one possibly describe the weather as fine? The kind of umbrella referred to here must be a sun umbrella. Lu Shixian swiftly marked the correct choice, A, sunny. From this, it became evident that to master English, one must grasp its central theme. If one could comprehend everything, English would be less challenging than Chinese, given the profound depth of Chinese culture spanning 5 millennia. The 5 short listening exercises concluded, transitioning to the long listening segment, which consisted of a single audio segment addressing several questions, thereby testing one's comprehensive abilities. Unfortunately, these tasks were merely a walk in the park for Lu Shixian. The so-called listening comprehension was akin to asking him what he had for breakfast. Once the listening section concluded, Lu Shixian entered a sweeping mode. Closed tests? Insufficient material. Reading comprehension? A glance sufficed. Vocabulary application? Effortlessly done. Finally, he reached the essay portion, which he now found somewhat addictive, as it still presented a modicum of challenge. Lu Shixian took great interest in analyzing the prompt. Jinling is a city with a rich historical heritage. Please introduce your hometown in approximately 80 words, ensuring clarity, neat handwriting, and cohesive writing. Do not mention any real schools or names. The essence of the prompt was clear. After enduring years of torment with English composition, Lu Shixian had indeed distilled some insights. In summary, understanding the prompt is paramount. Understanding the prompt is paramount. Understanding the prompt is paramount. The scoring criteria and potential pitfalls are embedded within the question itself. Avoiding deviation from the topic is a prerequisite, much like in Chinese. Once one strays off course, a perfect score of 20 could plummet to a mere 5. The implication of clarity is to structure the essay, starting with first, second, finally, and employing such transitional phrases is essential for scoring points. Having detailed subpoints is even better. Neat handwriting simply means practicing good penmanship from the first year of junior high. Needless to say, cohesive writing requires mirroring the introductory summary in a more sophisticated manner. What constitutes sophistication? It involves exceeding the syllabus. Express it as elaborately as possible. And as long as grammatical errors are avoided, you have already won half the battle. In truth, Lu Shixian could only conclude that as long as his vocabulary was sufficient. The difficulty of this essay was significantly lower than that of a Chinese composition. Without further ado, he picked up his pen and began to write. As everyone knows, Jinling is one of the most beautiful cities in the province of Su. It is renowned for its long history and, simultaneously, in the final analysis. As a consequence, why not venture to this magnificent city to unwind and behold its breathtaking vistas? Just cherish this rare opportunity. Do not hesitate. Upon completing the last word, Lu Shixian set down his pen and nodded at the composition he had just penned. This should suffice. It appeared much more modest now. It is prudent to adopt a conservative approach. Being overly ambitious may not yield favorable results. Taking one step ahead is the hallmark of genius, while taking 2 steps often results in madness. Lu Shixian firmly believed this. Certain educational resources were beyond his current environment's reach, and some concepts, if encountered prematurely, would be utterly incomprehensible, leading to self-destruction if not handled with care. He recalled the contrasting plight of a certain Zhai in his previous life, who, despite his circumstances, managed to make a significant impact through sheer determination. Even though he yearned to embark on academic research now, many pivotal scientific discoveries were vividly present in his mind. However, with his current limited capabilities, he could not bear the weight of such knowledge. For example, humanity's inaugural exploration of black holes must be approached gradually. Rushing into it could lead to disastrous consequences. Alas, it was wiser to focus on personal development for the time being. Steady progress will inevitably lead to success. Lu Shixian extinguished the fleeting thoughts that had arisen in his mind and steadied his mindset. Encountering the right person at the right time and undertaking the right actions is the essential path to success. Excellent. He had composed an essay and experienced a moment of enlightenment in the process. Indeed, a rewarding endeavor. Lu Shixian mused that had he been reborn in a world of martial prowess, he might have already achieved invincibility. Yet here he was, still competing for rankings with mere children. Discarding the fanciful musings in his mind, Liu Shixian exited the examination room half an hour early. As noon approached, he could sense the palpable restlessness among the students. Only 2 examinations remained. If he had felt a tinge of impatience to hasten the process earlier, he now exuded a profound calmness. His middle school journey was nearing its conclusion, with just 100 days left. He resolved to act with integrity, leaving the rest of time. Unperturbed by honor or disgrace, he observed the flowers blooming and withering in the courtyard, indifferent to their comings and goings. Gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, at 2:30 in the afternoon, the physics exam commenced punctually. By 4 o'clock, the mathematics examination began as scheduled. Liu Shixian completed the physics and mathematics papers in a mere 20 and 25 minutes, respectively, then swiftly dispatched the adversaries with 10 and 15 minutes to spare. He considered himself a low-tier version of the legendary warrior who beheaded Hua Xiong with wine in hand. Chapter 14. Are you personally collecting the papers? Regarding the discrepancies between the standard and deluxe versions, Liu Shixian meticulously reflected upon the matter, ultimately attributing it to his lack of a system. After all, with so many steps to solve, it should take at least 20 minutes to copy the solutions. Finishing the examination in a few minutes, one might suspect he was an otherworldly entity disguised as a human. At 5 o'clock, with an hour remaining, the mock examination came to a complete end. Of course, he had no intention of waiting that long. When the clock in the classroom pointed to 5:30, Liu Shixian rose and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. The examinees in the 8th examination room remained unaffected. After all, Liu Shixian's reputation was formidable, being the top student for 3 consecutive years. Any extravagant actions would not raise eyebrows. However, some curiosity was inevitable, for the previous Liu Shixian had never submitted his papers early, regardless of the examination's simplicity. The invigilating teacher, even if composed, could not suppress his curiosity. He had heard from colleagues who had previously monitored the 8th examination room that one student consistently submitted his paper half an hour early. Initially, they suspected he had merely handed in a blank sheet, given the illustrious reputation of Jinling Agricultural School. However, upon reviewing the submitted paper, they found the answers densely filled, except for history. Consequently, the male teacher rose abruptly, revealing his invigilator badge. With a serious expression, he bore the inscription, Jinling No. 1 High School, Head of Year 1, Qian Zhenghua. He then discreetly gestured to a middle-aged female teacher, who, understanding his intent, gracefully approached the front. Meanwhile, he leisurely strolled through the examination hall, eventually pausing at an empty desk, undoubtedly Liu Shixian's. Without glancing at Liu Shixian's marked answers, Qian Zhenghua flipped the answer sheet over and scrutinized the densely populated answer area. Initially prompted by mere curiosity, the more he examined, the more engrossed he became. Unlike the other teachers who had monitored cross-subject examinations, he held an administrative position without teaching duties. However, who could claim to have become a head of year immediately upon entering the profession? Before assuming an administrative role, he had been a renowned senior mathematics teacher at Jinling No. 1 High School. Thus, he was astute enough to directly review the major problems, which truly tested a student's capabilities. Since the questions were crafted by the Educational Research Office responsible for middle school education, he was unfamiliar with them. Yet, with the exam paper at hand, he could easily compare. For instance, given that the side length of square ABCD is 4. Point P is a moving point on side AB, connecting CP and drawing a perpendicular line through point P to intersect AD at point E. A square PFG is constructed with PE as one side, where vertex G lies on line segment PC and diagonals EG and PF intersect at point O. Upon a cursory glance at the problem, Qian Zhenghua gained a general understanding of the mathematics examination's nature. Geometric motion points, though often discussed, posed reasonable difficulty, but ultimately, the quality of the questions would determine the challenge. He nodded subtly to himself. If AP1, what is the value of AE? This is a straightforward evaluation with no significant difficulty. Qian Zhenghua cast a fleeting glance at Liu Shixian's final answer, showing no reaction before turning to the second question. Prove that point O lies on the circumcircle of triangle AP. As point P moves from A to B, point O also shifts accordingly. Determine the length of the path traversed by point O, proving the circumcenter of a right triangle. The 4 points being concyclic is unremarkable. The second question is equally simple. The minimum and maximum values become evident upon graphing. The answer is simply the leg of the square. Disappointment washed over Qian Zhenghua as he turned his attention to the third question. During point P's movement from A to B, the circumcenter M of triangle AP also shifts. Find the maximum distance from that circumcenter to line AB. Now, Qian Zhenhua's interest was piqued. Oh, a melange of 4 concyclic points, inscribed angles, circumcircles, similar triangles. The Pythagorean theorem and the extrema of quadratic functions. This primarily examines problem-solving thought processes with minimal computational workload. Surely, this was not devised by the venerable old son from the Jinling-affiliated high school's math Olympiad team. He always employed this approach. Qian Zhenghua gazed with keen interest at Lu Shixian's approach to the problem, presumably employing the law of similar triangles, which is the simplest method. However, upon thorough examination, he discovered that this assumption was incorrect. Lu Shixian had opted to solve both the second and third questions simultaneously. Establishing point A as the origin and setting the x and y axes along the direction of the square sides, let the length of AP be denoted as x. Consequently, the coordinates of point O and point M could be deduced. Given that x ranges from 0 to 4, it follows. As for the subsequent answers, Qian Zhenghua had already lost interest. The solutions were evident at a glance, with the crux lying in the methodology and steps taken. He then turned his attention to the previous question. In question 24, all answers were correct. Following that, question 23 also bore full marks. Finally, question 22 was likewise correct. The expression on Qian Zhenghua's face gradually transformed into one of profound significance as he flipped to the front of the answer sheet. Lu Shixian, that name seemed familiar. It appeared to belong to the most outstanding student at the agricultural high school over the past 3 years. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that such a promising talent had indeed emerged from the institution. As the director of education at the high school, he would not have come to supervise an examination in the lower grades without reason. Even the deputy principal in charge of teaching for the 2nd and 3rd years, despite their different middle schools, shared the same mission. He pondered silently, committing the name to memory. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the hushed voice of a middle-aged female teacher beside him. Director Qian, the exam has concluded for a minute now. Shall we swiftly collect the papers? This snapped Qian Zhenghua back to reality, and he promptly adopted a stern expression, exclaiming, "What were you thinking? Why didn't you remind me earlier? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and organize the collection." The female teacher was left speechless. She had been signaling him for quite some time, yet he had appeared utterly oblivious. As a mere junior teacher from Jinling 4th Middle School, she felt too insignificant to voice any complaints or inquiries. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the papers on the desk, curious as to whose examination had so captivated the renowned Qian Zhenghua. However, all she could see was Qian Zhenghua's hand already collecting the papers. Internally, she felt a strong urge to retort, "I never realized you personally collected the papers." Chapter 15. The Grim-Faced Zhouwen. Naturally, Lu Shixian remained oblivious to the amusing incident that transpired in the examination room. Even if he had known, it would have held little significance for him. Upon exiting the examination hall, he leisurely strolled around the school's perimeter, summarizing his experiences over the past 2 days of testing. The exams had gone smoothly, with the exception of a few hiccups in history. Other subjects posed no significant challenges. In his previous life, he had achieved a score of 27 out of a possible 30 in several subjects, but the top scores in physics, biology, and history only summed to around 270. The exact number eluded his memory. Yet the name remained indelibly etched in his mind. Cheng Yishuan of Jinling Foreign Language School, the provincial science champion from his cohort. It was said that he later attended Jinling affiliated high school and secured first place in the provincial mathematics competition, although he did not make it to the national team. His ranking reached the top 20, still earning him spots at Yenjing University and Shuimu University. Ultimately, he chose to forego the direct admission and sit for the college entrance examination, where he indeed emerged as the top scorer, a quintessential archetype of a protagonist in a novel. In the past, competing against such a prodigy would have been a daunting thought for Lu Shixian. Nevertheless, this time, to fulfill his aspirations, he would have to make do with this formidable figure. Of course, it must be said that had he been granted direct admission, he would not have participated in the entrance examination. He had grown weary of listening to certain individuals boast about their guaranteed spots in prestigious institutions. If he had taken the exam, it would undoubtedly have been a considerable overreach. Lost in contemplation, Lu Shixian completed his circuit, having finished his warm-up exercises. Next came the long-distance training session, which he had dedicated to extra practice. Although only a few days had passed, he noticed no significant progress compared to the previous time. However, Lu Shixian had adjusted his mindset well. Physical fitness was not something that could be achieved overnight, but required consistent effort over time. If his goal was merely to pass the physical assessment and secure the 3 points, the remaining 3 months would be more than sufficient. After finishing his meal and taking a brief rest, Lu Shixian received notification of the evening's self-study session. He himself was indifferent, but for the other students in his class, It felt akin to a death knell, as the entire dormitory echoed with lamentations. It was said that this examination had dealt a significant blow to the students of Jinling Agricultural High School, while the earlier subjects had been manageable. The completion of physics and mathematics left several girls from classes 1 and 2 in tears, while students from other parallel classes remained unaffected. He had not witnessed this firsthand, having exited early after submitting his paper. Yet based on the overall performance in his previous life, Shixian felt confident in categorizing the results as distinctly mediocre. However, life was often filled with frustrations and regrets. Such was the nature of existence. He had lived through it as well. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the self-study session officially commenced, and the timetable indeed featured the classic subjects of mathematics and English. The first subject was mathematics, seemingly an attempt by Zhou to capitalize on the momentum. Yet, Shixian suspected that the underlying significance of this schedule extended beyond that. As anticipated, despite the scores not yet being released, Zhou was prepared to discuss the recent mock exam. This examination had indeed posed some challenges. However, within it were straightforward questions and moderately difficult ones totaling 100 points. The similar problems have been thoroughly covered in class, and my expectation is that everyone must secure all 100 points. Without further ado, I shall commence the explanation. Please take diligent notes. First question, what is the opposite of 2? I need not elaborate on the answer, right? Those who got it wrong, please raise your hands. After a few moments of silence, not a single hand was raised in the entire class. Zhou glanced around and continued. Fortunately, no one raised their hand. Otherwise, I would have made you copy that question 100 times. Second question, in the Cartesian coordinate system, if Q is symmetric to P, 2, 3, about the origin, what are the coordinates of Q? This question should be evident, right? Those who answered incorrectly, please raise your hands. After a brief pause, suddenly 2 hands were raised across the classroom. Shixian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. One was in the last row, fair enough. But upon looking at the second person, he was taken aback to find it was his deskmate, Chun-Yi. As expected, Zhou's expression darkened, and his voice grew correspondingly louder. Wang Bin, Chun-Yi, what is going on with you two? Stand up. How could you possibly get such a simple question wrong? Even if you couldn't figure it out, couldn't you at least sketch it on the scratch paper? Wang Bin, what did you select? A tall and slender boy answered hesitantly with an A. Upon hearing this, Zhou seemed visibly irritated. How many times have I told you? Read the question carefully. The question clearly states symmetry about the origin. Why would you consider symmetry about the axis? You will copy this question 20 times and deliver it to my office tomorrow morning. Do you understand? He then directed an intense gaze toward Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, I recall that this question was on a last monthly test and was quite similar. You answered it correctly then, so how could you possibly get it wrong now? What on earth happened? At this moment, tears were welling up in Chun-Yi's eyes, yet she fought to suppress her emotions and explained, Teacher Zhou, the answers I wrote on my draft paper were correct. I don't know why I ultimately chose D. This only served to infuriate Zhou further, who suddenly slammed his hand forcefully on the desk and bellowed. It's merely a 2-point multiple-choice question. How could you possibly make such a rudimentary mistake? What will you do when it comes to the high school entrance exam? If you can't even secure these simple 2 points, where do you intend to find them? In the final problem, perhaps? At this, Chun-Yi could no longer hold back. Crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on her desk. Perhaps sensing that the moment had sufficiently passed, Zhou delivered one last reprimand before moving on to the next question. The third question was on quadratic equations. Shixian, unable to focus on Zhou's rambling, glanced over at her and noticed that her eyes were puffy and red, clearly indicating that she had been crying prior. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen a ghost, his brows furrowing tightly. How could this be Chun-Yi? This was utterly inconceivable. Even if his memory were to falter, he distinctly recalled that during the first mock exam of his previous life, Zhou had not chastised Chun-Yi, implying that she had not made a mistake on this question. What on earth was happening now? Had his memory failed him? Or had he been reborn in the wrong place? This was illogical. Despite his attempts to unravel the situation, he could not reach a conclusion. Nor could he afford to dwell on it too long, especially since the girl beside him was continuously sobbing. He had just been comforted by her last time. Now it seemed it was his turn to offer her solace. Debts must be repaid. Caught in this whirlwind of emotions, Shixian hesitated to whisper, fearing that Zhou might catch him and Chun-Yi would undoubtedly receive another reprimand. He decided instead to find a piece of paper, preparing to discreetly write something down. Who would have thought that one day he would engage in such clandestine communication with a girl? Chapter 16, You Are My Light. Slowly, Shixian inscribed on the paper his favorite poem from his previous life, one that spoke of a flower as well as an agricultural crop. As a researcher in agricultural science and technology, he could effortlessly recite its birth details, classification, and taxonomy. In the plant kingdom, it belonged to the angiosperms, dicotyledons, sympetally, campanulals, asteraceae, tubulous flowers, helianthus. His fondness for it stemmed not only from its symbolism of silent love, loyalty, vitality, and courageous strength, but also from its substantial nutritional, medicinal, economic, and purifying values. Thus, while the world has historically adored peonies, he uniquely cherished sunflowers. As the class transitioned to the major problem, Zhou-Wen's pent-up frustration had nowhere to go. Each time he asked who had failed to solve a question, a multitude of hands shot up in unison. Apart from Lu Shixian and a few others like Su Yuming, nearly the entire classroom stood up. Zhou-Wen began to grasp the gravity of the examination situation, causing his heart to sink. Yet, feeling helpless, he chose to ignore the matter and instructed everyone to sit down. Watching Chun-Yi finally take her seat, wiping away her tears while stubbornly jotting down the solution steps on the blackboard. Even as her tears dampened the pages, Lu Shixian began to understand. He realized why the once invisible girl in class could possess a brighter future than most of her peers. The bloom of success is often admired in its brilliance, yet few comprehend the struggle and sacrifice that nurtured its growth. No one achieves success without tribulation. Regrettably, in his past life, Lu Shixian was among those oblivious to this truth. He adjusted his emotions, neatly folded the note he had written, and quietly passed it to her desk. Chun-Yi noticed the small paper, glanced at Lu Shixian, momentarily taken aback, and then discreetly surveyed Zhou-Wen, who was passionately explaining the problem. Feeling slightly guilty, she carefully placed the note beneath the back of a classmate before unfolding it. Lu Shixian's clean and precise handwriting revealed itself before her. Starting tomorrow, be a beautiful sunflower. When the sunlight pours down, serene and tranquil, in a world filled with seeds, surrounded by brave branches, every leaf that falls trembles with desire. Starting tomorrow, be a proactive sunflower. Lift your head high, gazing up at the sunlight that fills the sky, never belittling yourself for being small. No matter the time, bravely rise on your toes to overcome Zhou-Wen. As Chun-Yi read, her heart began to flutter uncontrollably, a warm current flowing through her like the gentle spring breeze of March. Upon reaching the final whimsical line about overcoming Zhou-Wen, she forgot to wipe away her tear stains and couldn't help but smile. In that moment, she felt as if she was truly experiencing the existence of light for the first time, akin to a sunflower desperately lifting its head to bask in the sunlight above. Indeed, on her solitary journey of learning, she was finally graced by light illuminating her path. For the first time, she fervently opened her barren heart to embrace this warmth, a blend of care and something more profound. Yes, she hailed from the countryside. She came from a poor family. She was clumsy and timid. She had been scolded. But what of it? None of that could extinguish her indomitable spirit. Glorious places boast of princesses. Yet even without a crystal shoe, Cinderella can still lead a splendid life. Although the back of the paper remained largely blank, Chun-Yi chose not to continue her correspondence there. Instead, while Lu Shixian was preoccupied, she stealthily tucked the note into her pocket. Then, she cut a new piece of paper and gently wrote, "Thank you, esteemed deskmate. You must continue to shine brightly, for you are my light." These two short sentences encapsulated all of Chun-Yi's courage. After handing the note to Lu Shixian, her face suddenly flushed crimson, resembling the most vibrant hue on the canvas of youth. Lu Shixian, having read her reply, found himself unable to calm his racing heart. He likened Chun-Yi to a sunflower, yet she saw him as her light. Unable to contain a self-deprecating smile, he mused, "Do you truly believe that there is light in this world? If such light existed, perhaps in his previous life." The fleeting meteor in the sky never noticed the sunflower below, yearning and reaching for its glow. Stifled and speechless, he feigned indifference and simply replied, "Thank you." In the end, Lu Shixian remained oblivious to the subtle alterations in history, for a secret lay hidden within Chun-Yi's heart, one she would never disclose unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This secret being that her mistake in the exam was merely due to a fleeting thought of him. Before long, with Zhou-Wen's rapid pace of explanation, they reached the final significant question. This time, he did not inquire if anyone had answered all correctly, and Lu Shixian, too, felt no inclination or mood to boast. Thus, this mathematics evening self-study session concluded amidst the palpable tension of many and the blossoming camaraderie between two young boys and girls. Soon, their homeroom teacher, Wang Chunyan, approached with soft footsteps. A glance at her gentle visage seemed to soothe the anxious hearts of the students. Observing their downcast expressions, Wang Chunyan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she concealed her own feelings, focusing instead on comforting her students. Classmates, this mock mathematics exam was indeed more challenging than previous ones. I can see from your expressions and have heard from some of you that a few may not have performed to their potential. However, do not bear too much pressure, for the actual high school entrance examination will not be as difficult as this simulation. The real exam questions are, in fact, quite manageable, as I have had you all practice them before, haven't I? With Wang Chunyan's words, many students slowly lifted their heads, while they may not have been instantly invigorated. The despondent atmosphere had certainly lessened considerably. At this moment, Lu Shixian could not help but commend the seamless collaboration of the two. Just as he had anticipated, one played the role of the good cop while the other assumed the role of the bad cop, effectively orchestrating a performance that nearly brought the whole act to completion. Given Wang Chunyan's nature, it seemed unlikely that she would deliberately put on a show. Thus, it could only be deduced that the clever manipulation was orchestrated by the astute Wen Jiren, taking advantage of Wang's gentle disposition. Lu Shixian felt a sense of injustice. His heart heavy. It was likely that Wang Chunyan remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to being used. Perhaps even if she were to find out, she would take it in stride, for in her eyes, any reasonable and lawful means to enhance her students' academic performance was worth pursuing, even at the cost of her own principles. But what of it? The notes in Lu Shixian's mind must still be recorded. Chapter 17. Where are my grades? The remaining third period was, as expected, the unwavering Chinese language evening self-study. Though termed as self-study, it resembled a regular class in every way. Lu Shixian suddenly found himself reminiscing about the fervent efforts to alleviate academic burdens from his past life. If rural students have even the opportunity to compensate through time, the chance for the less capable to soar ahead is stripped away. What then can they rely on to compete with those privileged with abundant educational resources? Self-discipline? Yet, the majority of middle school students are still in their formative years, and achieving self-discipline is nearly impossible unless they, like him, were to reincarnate. Parental encouragement? Yet many of their parents may not be literate enough to guide them. Lost in thought, his furrowed brow relaxed. The world is inherently devoid of troubles. It is the foolish who create their own unrest. Why ponder so much? One can only consume what one can manage. Fulfilling one's responsibilities within the realm of capability is already quite a feat. It is akin to the reckless individuals from his past life who concealed their fears of trouble beneath a veneer of moral superiority. Thus, the journey of true knowledge from the pages of books to the realities of life remains a long and arduous path. We fight not to change the world, but to prevent the world from changing us. Perhaps in this second chance, he could make a modest contribution, and that would suffice. With the exam behind them, the school returned to its usual routine as if nothing had occurred. Yet, everyone was preoccupied with thoughts of the moment when results would be revealed, regardless of their performance. On Wednesday morning, the combined language math English classes continued, during which all students received specific information about their results from Wang Chunyan. The education department of Jinling City placed great importance on this mock exam, with all papers sent to the Examination Institute for uniform grading. The final results and rankings would be announced on Friday morning. The afternoon would naturally belong to several non-core subject teachers, who would thoroughly explain the exam content, while grades for biology, history, and physics would also be released simultaneously. They would not count towards the total score, so even if one performed poorly, it would not cause much distress. The teachers could only remark, in a manner neither too harsh nor too lenient, "Do pay attention next time." However, when it came to history class, Lu Shixian listened intently, for he cared deeply about his history score. If the saying holds true, he genuinely needed to file a complaint against his probability teacher at Jinling Agricultural University. Lu Shixian focused primarily on the answers to the multiple-choice questions. As he had surmised, aside from 8 questions he guessed, he had answered all the rest correctly. Yet, this did little to satisfy Lu Shixian. For him, the scores in biology, history, and physics were paramount. Soon, he received confirmation of the results. Among those 8 answers, 3 were marked as C. This meant his anticipated total score had increased by 2 points, reaching 81. At this moment, Lu Shixian fervently thanked the mathematical luminaries such as Girolamo Cardano, Bernoulli, Laplace, and Chebyshev. Thus, he attentively listened to the explanations of the few unanswered major problems. However, this was of no use for the high school entrance examination, as he had no recollection of the content, indicating that his memory reservoir lacked this knowledge. If he were to face different questions next time, he would still be utterly perplexed. Yet what could he do? Heaven only knows how the students of Jinling Agricultural School managed to endure Thursday, for they all understood that the results would be announced the next day. Why did the entire city of Jinling place such significance on the results of the mock exam? Because this examination allowed for a review of previous learning. enabling teachers to adjust their focus for the final 3 months of revision. Even if someone were to falter, it would not have a substantial impact, as there would be more opportunities ahead. And so, one can only wonder how many spent a sleepless night that evening. In any case, Lu Shixian slept soundly, even leisurely deciding on the breakfast menu for the next morning. 1 fried dough stick and 2 eggs. Perfect. Finally, Friday arrived amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, whether slowly or with rapid strides. Yet, time is the most impartial of entities. It merely reflects the whims of the heart. Lu Shixian remained neutral and rather indifferent. After the second period, an announcement suddenly echoed through the school broadcast. Announcement. The results of the first combined mock examination at Jinling Agricultural School have been posted at the entrance of the teaching building. Graduating students are requested to follow their teacher's instructions and proceed downstairs in an orderly fashion to check their results. At this, the announcement shattered the previous calm like a stone thrown into a lake. The classrooms on the second floor erupted with cheers and cries of despair. Regardless of the nature of the sounds, the pedestrians outside the school were startled, despite having experienced similar occurrences numerous times before. Yet this time, Lu Shixian found himself swept up in the atmosphere, his emotions stirred. He felt a touch of pride, reluctant to rush with the younger students, but ultimately succumbed to the undeniable allure of the moment. Forget composure. He was now a middle school student. Who would know he was a graduate student? Casting aside all sense of embarrassment, Lu Shixian ran faster than anyone else. Arriving at the first floor at breakneck speed, he beheld the enormous bulletin board plastered with a sea of white score reports. In that instant, Lu Shixian's heart began to race. Even though he had anticipated his results, he could not contain his excitement. To be candid, he had not experienced such a blend of tension and anticipation since his postgraduate entrance examination. Amidst the throngs of people, Lu Shixian gazed intently at the announcement board. To his disbelief, the first row did not bear his name. Instead, it was Su Yuming who claimed the top spot. Chinese, 109 points. Mathematics, 111 points. English, 115 points. Physics, 92 points. Biology, 89 points. History, 90 points. 2 main subjects were the grades. 1A, totaling 26 points, with a cumulative score of 271 in physics, biology, and chemistry. His overall ranking in Jinling City stood at 80. What on earth is happening? What about my scores? Even with the experiences of 2 lifetimes, Lu Shixian suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to my plan, such a scenario should never have occurred. Lu Shixian could hardly fathom that in abandoning his modesty and eagerly coming to check his results, he would be met with this nightmare. He has no scores. He stood frozen in place, as if his soul had vacated his body, engulfed in a profound sense of numbness. The passage of time thundered in his heart like a colossal wheel, drowning out the colors and sounds around him. What could have gone awry? Or had the oversight occurred? Suddenly, just before everything faded completely, he heard an exclamation from ahead. My heavens, Lu Shixian, you topped the city with your total score. Chapter 18. Knowledge Transforms Destiny. First in total score. How remarkable. Lu Shixian, you truly excelled this time. Although still reeling from the shock, the mention of being first allowed his spirits to relax slightly. Yet, he felt utterly drained, drenched in a cold sweat that had just surfaced. If not for his prior commitment to physical fitness, he might have fainted on the spot. After resting for a brief moment, Lu Shixian gradually regained his composure. He hurried forward, where he spotted a moving bulletin board emblazoned with the words good news. Against a crimson backdrop, Lu Shixian's exceptional scores were prominently displayed. In the recently concluded 2007 Jinling City first mock examination for middle school entrance, our excellent student Lu Shixian achieved an outstanding first-place score in the city. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the educators of Jinling Agricultural Middle School, who have silently toiled and dedicated themselves, and we congratulate the students on their remarkable achievements, hoping for further successes in the upcoming citywide middle school academic proficiency examination. Jinling City Education Bureau, Jinling City Examination Institute. With this, Lu Shixian felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. Looking again at the scores, Chinese, 119 points. Mathematics, 120 points. English, 120 points. Physics, 100 points. Biology, 100 points. History, 81 points. 3A grades in main subjects, totaling 27 points, with a cumulative score of 281 in physics, biology, and history. At this moment, he began to comprehend the mindset of Fan Jin's success. While Fan Jin was overwhelmed with joy, he was on the brink of being frightened to death. His emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. And today he had truly experienced this tumultuous journey. His report card spread like wildfire, igniting discussions among students from the first to third year and teachers alike. Today, the talk of the town was undeniably Lu Shixian's resplendent report card. In the past, while Lu Shixian had been formidable, it was limited to Jinling Agricultural Middle School, which had only 400 to 500 students. Even a champion in a small pond cannot make waves beyond its borders. Yet this time, the examination included all graduating classes from Jinling's middle schools, swelling the number of participants to several thousand. Additionally, several prestigious schools with concentrated educational resources from across the province, particularly the foreign language junior high school, were involved. Achieving such a feat amidst this infernal level of difficulty was nothing short of miraculous. As the class bell rang, the crowd surrounding Lu Shixian began to disperse. However, his classmates remained reluctant to leave, surrounding him like a hero as he walked toward the classroom. Among the throng, he caught sight of Chan Yi, who bestowed upon him a warm smile, as if to say, "You truly did it. I am so happy for you." Meanwhile, Su Yuming observed his scores in silence for a long moment before finally giving him a thumbs up. Lu Shixian nodded in acknowledgement. Everything was conveyed without words. Despite the class bell having rung, the classroom of Class 3 remained in a state of lively discussion. While they were not legends themselves, witnessing the birth of one filled them with exhilaration. The third period instructor happened to be their mathematics teacher, known for his stern demeanor. Yet today, even his expression seemed less grim, and he did not intervene in the students' chatter. A few minutes later, Zhou Wen gently tapped on the podium. The classroom gradually quieted down. "Classmates, I believe you all saw the report card posted outside, just now. In this mock examination, Lu Shixian's outstanding performance has created history for our school and brought immense honor to us. Honestly, not just me, but many teachers and leaders in the school were taken by surprise. Let's applaud him." Instantly, the room erupted in thunderous applause, echoing endlessly. However, Lu Shixian wore a perplexed expression. Surely, their stern teacher wouldn't merely be congratulating him. As expected, Zhou Wen's tone shifted abruptly. "However, Lu Shixian's exceptional results do not reflect the overall level of our school. I'm sure you can all see your scores. The differences from usual are not significant, right? Yet, why has there been such a drastic drop in the city rankings?" He continued, "I can clearly tell you that apart from Lu Shixian, who ranked first, and Su Yuming, who ranked 80, the remaining 90% of students are at the bottom of the city rankings. How did Lu Shixian achieve such results? I trust you all witnessed his relentless dedication and hard work, which have led to today's remarkable achievements. Students, the path to knowledge is paved with diligence, and the sea of learning is boundless. Hard work is your vessel. Do you see those towering buildings in the center of Jinling City? Now look at our generations living in that isolated little mountain village. My dear students, knowledge transforms destiny. Don't you wish to soar beyond the mountains and explore the beautiful world outside?" With that, he concluded, "Finally, I hope everyone learns from Lu Shixian and strives to improve their academic performance, leaving no regrets in your lives. Now, let's resume our lesson." Lu Shixian surveyed the room, noticing that most remained bewildered. In their current understanding, they perhaps did not grasp the significance of Zhou Wen's words. Some appeared indifferent, even skeptical, as if they had grown weary of motivational platitudes. Yet, a small minority exhibited resolute expressions, their eyes sparkling with aspirations and hopes for the future. At these words, Lu Shixian inadvertently recalled his former self and let out a soft sigh. His past self must have thought similarly, giving everything to gamble on an opportunity for the future. Regrettably, there are certain opportunities that, once missed, are difficult to reclaim. At this juncture, he harbored no lingering prejudice against his past self. The present version of himself felt as though he had unlocked a cheat code. He was unworthy of such accolades and incapable of feeling any sense of achievement. Grateful and cherishing the possibility of a second chance, he resolved to forge ahead. This time, he had emerged victorious, and he yearned to sustain that triumph. Following a few words from Zhou Wen, regardless of the tumult outside, the atmosphere within Class 1 the third year had notably calmed, with only the faintest whispers disrupting the silence. Before the conclusion of the fourth period, Wang Chunyao once again broached the subject of the recent mock examination. Since the papers were uniformly graded by the city, only the city rankings were available, and they could not retrieve the students' answer sheets. However, the exemplary papers from across Jinling had been faxed to all schools by the Education Examination Institute and will be posted on the bulletin board in the afternoon, allowing everyone to glean insights and knowledge from them. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, Wang Chunya cast a complex glance at Lu Shixian and continued, "All right. Everyone, go have your lunch. Lu Shixian, please accompany me to the office." The others assumed it was merely a routine commendation, a notion they had grown accustomed to. But Lu Shixian raised an eyebrow, as if something had dawned upon him. Could it be? Chapter 19. Wishing you a life of ordinary splendor. Are they going to discuss the wager with me? Lu Shixian felt a surge of excitement, for after such a long time, the moment of fruition had finally arrived, and he could embark on the next phase of his life as plans. However, as he walked, he sensed something was amiss. The guide had led him astray. If it weren't for Wang Chunya, he might have suspected the person ahead was a trafficker. Noticing the gloomy expression on Wang Chunya's face, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Shixian, prompting him to hastily step in front of her. "Excuse me, Teacher Wang, you're going the wrong way. The office isn't this direction. Shall we go back?" At this, Wang Chunya had no choice but to halt her steps, forcing a strained smile. "Lu Shixian, I must admit, I was genuinely surprised by your remarkable performance this time. However, more than that, I am happy for you. From the first year to the third, I have watched you progress step by step. Yet, some things you are still too young to comprehend. Just come with me." In that moment, Lu Shixian appeared to grasp something significant, and he dutifully stepped aside. He suddenly recognized the greatest flaw in his entire plan. The unavoidable dilemma of his rebirth. He was merely 15 years old. What influence could a 15-year-old child possibly wield? His thoughts became increasingly lucid, and his heart clearer still. The conditions for the wager to be valid required both parties to endure the consequences of their commitments, as well as the existence of proof that the wager had been established. Yet, it seemed Wang Chunya was not in a position to take such risks. Concurrently, he found himself bereft of any means to substantiate this agreement. Anyone could unilaterally renege. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shixian felt as though he had already stepped into the adult world, regarding Wang Chunya for the first time with a different perspective, like a sheet of solid ice. Cold and unyielding. Once a chasm had emerged, perhaps there was no returning to the way things once were. Very well, if your word holds no weight, then let another person negotiate. Having something to discuss is better than having nothing at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Chunya suddenly froze, a look of confusion washing over her features. Lu Shixian was becoming increasingly alien to her, and she was uncertain whether this development was good or bad. Her face a mask of turmoil. She was unsure if her actions were right or wrong, although she had initiated the entire affair. Its trajectory had deviated sharply from her expectations. In her not-so-lengthy teaching career, this was a first. Yet, one thing remained clear. Her unwavering concern and care for her students had never wavered. However, some matters were beyond her control. She simply wished to impart the knowledge she possessed to every student, ensuring that all children could grow healthily and happily. Yet at times, this world prevented her from achieving even that simple desire. In the ordinary and unadorned tapestry of life, there are things we know yet refrain from doing, simply because we feel utterly powerless. Suddenly, a droplet of water struck Lu Shixian's right cheek, splattering into oblivion. Had it started to rain? He looked up, only to find the sky was clear and blue. Turning back, he noticed Wang Chunya discreetly brushing her hand across her face. Had she been crying? Lu Shixian's heart was shaken profoundly, the ice that had stood firm within him melting away like snow meeting the warmth of the winter sun. Had she erred? Yet, in truth, there is no absolute dichotomy of right and wrong in this world. May you be born ordinary, yet never forget to create a better world. One cannot measure others against the standards they themselves have set. What fault lies with her? The true fault resides with this era, where he reaped the benefits of youth, yet must also bear the burdens of its shackles. As anticipated, Lu Shixian was gradually led to the third floor of the administrative building. For the first time, a meeting room that had previously welcomed only a handful of individuals was graced by a middle school student. Lu Shixian looked up to see the entire conference room filled to capacity, from top to bottom, every seat occupied. At the head of the table sat Principal Zhang Du. Beside him was Vice Principal Chen Yin. In the third seat was Director Wu Qinghai. In attendance were all the teachers from the third year, including all of Lu Shixian's subject teachers, Wang Chunya, the Chinese teacher and homeroom teacher, and Zhou Wen, the mathematics teacher and head of the third-year teaching research group. Before him, in the fourth seat, lay a name card bearing his own name, Lu Shixian. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, plans rarely survive the onset of change. The tropes of novels had led him astray. Why had his narrative devolved into this tribunal? Was his method of rebirth flawed? All he wished was to study diligently. At that moment, the principal at the head of the table spoke up. "Please take a seat. Lu Shixian, we have not summoned you here to stand." Thus, in this initial confrontation, Lu Shixian found himself at a disadvantage. He swiftly steadied his nerves, casting aside any distractions. Pulling out a chair, he sat down with aplomb. After all, it was just Zhang Du, the same person who presented him with certificates each semester. Why should he fear him? Observing Lu Shixian's relaxed demeanor among such a crowd, Zhang nodded inwardly. No wonder some had reported a significant transformation in Lu Shixian lately. It appeared there was substance to those claims. Geniuses often exhibit signs of maturation, and he found this entirely unsurprising. That a third-year student might suddenly display early maturity was not beyond the realm of acceptance. As principal, his perspective had broadened, and he was aware of the existence of specialized classes for gifted students. In contrast, Lu Shixian's situation seemed trivial. Clearing his throat, Zhang began first. Allow me to congratulate you on achieving the top score in the citywide mock examination. This honor is tremendously hard-earned. Let's extend a warm round of applause to Lu Shixian. As this was a proposal from the principal, the applause rang out enthusiastically, and once it subsided, he continued. Secondly, on behalf of the school administration, I would like to express our appreciation for the dedication of Lu Shixian's teachers over the past 3 years. The remarkable achievements of student Lu Shixian not only signify a historic breakthrough for our school, but also represent a substantial elevation in our educational standards citywide. As the applause erupted, the speaker finally turned to the crux of the matter. Addressing Lu Shixian, I am already acquainted with the general circumstances and have conferred with several members of the administration. May I inquire about the motivation behind your proposed wager? At this juncture, the vice principal interjected unexpectedly. Student Lu, I recognize that you hold your own perspectives, which is entirely understandable. However, the results of the first mock examination are merely for reference and do not accurately reflect your potential performance in the upcoming entrance examinations. Moreover, with 100 days remaining until the exams, it would be prudent to adhere closely to the study regimen. Indeed, Principal Zhang and Chun articulated their points well. Among the attendees, a chorus of agreement resonated, including many of his subject teachers, with only a handful remaining silent, one of whom was Wang Chunhua. Consequently, Zhang expertly maneuvered the discourse, shifting the collective pressure squarely onto Lu Shixian, making him feel as though he bore an immense burden. Almost every gaze converged upon that seemingly fragile yet resolute figure. A fine sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead as he contemplated how to navigate this impasse. His thoughts revolved around paving a path for his future, while the school's aim was to safeguard its honor. After all, a single mock examination was somewhat lacking in substance. If it could be avoided, he truly did not wish to reach the final threshold. Although Jinling Agricultural High School had its imperfections, it remained his alma mater, and after years of study and life there, he felt not only nostalgia, but a sense of attachment. Ultimately, he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to all present. I am profoundly grateful for the vigorous support from the school and the diligent efforts of my teachers. However, I believe that the curriculum at the junior high level poses no challenge for me, and I am prepared to take responsibility for my actions. At this moment, Director Wu Chenghai stood up, visibly agitated. Responsible? What do you intend to take responsibility for? Student Lu Shixian, as a distinguished student of the new century, should adhere to school rules and listen to the guidance of his superiors. This prompted Lu Shixian to furrow his brows slightly, his heart stirred. If memory served him right, it seemed that this Wu Chenghai had encountered legal repercussions in his former life for crossing a line. How could he now have the audacity to lecture him on adherence to school regulations? Was there an underlying context he was unaware of? Yet, he could not decipher the intricacies. At this moment, Lu Shixian felt somewhat constrained, as if he were engaged in a formidable struggle against the very fabric of the times. However, retreat was not an option. If he relinquished time would likewise abandon him. With a gentle sigh, he declared, in that case, I shall opt for a recommendation to Jinling No. 1 High School. Given my accomplishments over the past 3 years, securing a spot should pose no difficulty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Du and several school leaders furrowed their brows, realizing they could not counter such a statement. If even Lu Shixian lacked the qualifications for a recommendation to Jinling No. 1 High School, then none among them would qualify. Nonetheless, the thought of squandering Lu Shixian's exceptional achievements weighed heavily on them. The coveted honor seemed to slip further from their grasp. Jinling Agricultural High School was already undervalued, receiving fewer allocations than other institutions each year. Yet, they found themselves unable to voice this sentiment. Should they forfeit this opportunity, when might another arise? Furthermore, the school's capacity to produce educational outcomes was directly linked to their personal fortunes. Yet, this was a truth they could not articulate. Originally, the student's academic progress, the school's honor, and individual futures could align harmoniously. Yet, for reasons unknown, the situation had devolved into a complex web of entanglements. At this moment, Wu Chenghai spoke again, shattering the oppressive silence that enveloped the conference room. If you consider the junior high curriculum devoid of challenge, Then what difficulty lies in gaining admission to number 1 high school? His words detonated like a depth charge, reverberating through the minds of all attendees. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, unleashing a myriad of thoughts. There was joy, hope, indignation, and even jealousy. After all, why should Lu Shixian claim 2 portions of the proverbial cake? This rationale conveniently transformed into a potent weapon to defend the school's honor. Many fell into contemplation, including the presiding Zhang Du. Lu Shixian inhaled deeply, astonished by how the situation had escalated. Would he, too, one day enjoy the privileges bestowed upon academic elites? Reflecting on his past life, he could not help but smirk inwardly as clarity began to dawn upon him. The fog that had once shrouded his existence began to dissipate. It was evident that Wu Qinghai was not to be trusted, explaining his persistent interruptions. It was no wonder that in his former life, when he had forfeited his recommendation and opted to apply to Jinling Attached High School, only a few had urged him to reconsider. It also clarified why the enrollment quotas at number 1 high school had filled so swiftly before his application was even submitted. Having unraveled these threads, he understood everything. Regardless of any secrets that lay behind Wu Qinghai, the proposition could only be advanced by him, not demanded by others, even if he possessed the requisite capabilities. Must he conform to Wu Qinghai's directives? He was not a mere puppet. He possessed his own thoughts and principles. At this moment, he sought to gauge the sentiments of those around him, as they directly influenced his final decision. Some matters could be reconciled, yet others required adherence to unwavering principles. In certain instances, retreat did not lead to broader horizons, but rather a gradual retreat into a corner, leaving no avenue for escape. A profound silence reigned once more. What was ostensibly a meeting had transformed into a profound inquiry into human nature. On one side lay the honor of the school and the prospects of individuals, while on the other rested the interests of the students and the constraints imposed by morality. Lu Shixian remained composed, although he had not anticipated such a scenario. He was prepared for the worst possible outcome. As time ticked away, many exchanged furtive glances, while Zhang Du struggled to gather the courage to speak. Suddenly, a resolute voice broke forth from the crowd. I oppose this. Upon hearing the female voice, nearly everyone turned to identify its owner. Lu Shixian gently closed his eyes, knowing without looking who it was. Who but the naive Wang Chunhua could have spoken up? I firmly oppose the unfair treatment of Lu Shixian. To remain true to our educational mission is to foster the growth of our students. As an educator, my core mission compels me to assert that if we cannot maintain objectivity and fairness while pursuing so-called honors, how can we possibly educate the next generation? Her words instantly transformed the expressions of many, including Zhang Du, whose face now bore signs of embarrassment and chagrin. Yet, Wu Qinghai, rather than reflecting on his stance, grew even more acerbic. You're his homeroom teacher. If he can bypass examinations, you would naturally rejoice. Regardless of his circumstances, what right do you have to speak? Moreover, as a teacher who has only recently entered the profession, what qualifications do you possess to oppose the opinions of so many school leaders? The leaders have yet to express their stance. So on what grounds do you assert your views? And to oppose so vehemently? What nonsense! The core mission? That is a mere farce. Observing Wang Chunya, who appeared to be isolated within the crowd, Lu Shixian's fists began to clench quietly. It seemed that Wu Qinghai had truly encroached upon his limits. The essence of humanity lies in our moral freedom, distinguishing us from mere beasts. It appears, however, that Wu Qinghai is rather devoid of such freedom. Just as he was preparing to resort to his final measures, the door of the conference room was suddenly flung open. A voice, imbued with authority and vigor, resonated behind him. Indeed, what a commendable commitment to one's original intentions and mission. Chapter 21. This world is never indifferent. As educators, it is imperative not only to impart knowledge, but, more critically, to cultivate virtue in our students. Our original intention is to nurture talent for the nation. Our mission is to ensure that every child receives a superior education, ultimately guiding them to become useful members of society. The true unity of learning, action, and character is our calling as the guiding lights in the growth of students. As he spoke, a venerable elder entered the room, exuding a commanding presence, followed by a somewhat familiar silhouette. Clad in a deep black Zhongshan suit, his weathered face bore deep-set wrinkles. The entire assembly was momentarily taken aback. How had this esteemed figure arrived amidst their meeting? What day was it? They had received no prior notice of Director Ren Xingyuan's visit for inspection. Quickly, Zhang Du instinctively approached. Director Ren, Director Qian, we welcome you to Jinling Agricultural School for guidance. The elder, however, shook his head. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. Today, Jinling Agricultural School has indeed opened my eyes. Zhang Du understood that they had now encountered a formidable challenge. Who could have anticipated that this eminent individual would divert his attention from his usual esteemed charges to observe their humble institution? Previously, he had only heard of the man's reputation, never having encountered him in person. Nevertheless, faced with the situation, he had no choice but to muster his courage. Director Run, it is rather noisy here. Shall we move to my office for a more in-depth discussion? Ren Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. There is nothing particularly pressing. I initially intended to visit Jinling No. 1 High School, but I happened to meet young Qian along the way. He mentioned that Jinling Agricultural School had produced a remarkable talent, quick-witted and pure-hearted, who achieved first place in the recent mock examinations. Thus, I thought I'd come and take a look. Yet, upon my arrival after a 2-hour journey from the city, I was greeted by this scene. He surveyed the surroundings and suddenly spoke with grave intensity. Is this the state of education we uphold in Jinling? When the upper beam is unsteady, the lower beam is crooked. Is this the prevailing teaching ethos in Jinling? Such overwhelming authority that even those of lesser experience cannot voice their opinions? Is this the esteemed tradition of Jinling, to allow so many to bully a minor for personal gain? With a resounding thud, he placed his teacup heavily onto the conference table. I demand to know what is truly going on here. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the faces of several school leaders. This was a weighty accusation they could hardly bear. Zhang Du, aware of his missteps, prepared to express his contrition. Yet to his astonishment, Wu Qinghai interjected with an explanation. Director Run, you may not be aware, but some matters are challenging for us at the grassroots level. Indeed, student Lu Shixian has performed exceptionally well, but he seeks to use this as leverage to forego attending classes henceforth, defying school regulations. Our intentions are for his own good. Regarding the matter of the recommendation quota, I trust you understand. Our school has only one recommendation slot, while Jinling No. 1 High School has merely 20 enrollment opportunities. With his academic performance, he is more than capable of gaining admission to Jinling No. 1. It would be better to allocate this opportunity to another student, as we are all striving for the development of our students. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Shixian narrowed his eyes. Wu Qinghai's rhetoric was steeped in moral righteousness, weaving an elaborate narrative that seemingly sought to benefit him. Yet he found himself gaining nothing in return. The art of misrepresentation was executed with remarkable finesse, as Wu Qinghai endeavored to cast him as a student who wished to skip classes and defy authority. Once such a label was affixed to him, it would mar his future endeavors, an attempt to destroy him. What animosity or grievance did Wu Qinghai harbor against him? He had persistently sought to orchestrate this situation. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but should one offend me, I will certainly respond. In that moment, Lu Shixian resolved that he would reclaim this dignity, addressing grievances from both past and present. Meanwhile, Ren Qingyuan regarded Wu Qinghai with an inscrutable expression. His tone measured as he stated, Enough. I have observed the situation. I was already aware of the circumstances. He then proceeded to take a seat at the end of the table. Let's all sit. Since we are gathered here today, we must resolve these issues entirely, ensuring that our students do not suffer. With the leader's declaration, the others had no choice but to comply. However, Zhang Du, in contrast to his earlier bravado, now felt reluctant to occupy the seat directly opposite Ren Qingyuan. He lightly tapped the table before continuing. The root of the problem lies fundamentally in Lu Shixian's desire for freedom in his activities during the 100 days leading up to the high school entrance examination. He turned to Lu Shixian and gently inquired, What do you mean by freedom in activities? I can grant you permission for matters that fall within reasonable bounds, he added. The unfolding events had left even Lu Shixian somewhat bewildered. Who was this Ren Qingyuan? He had no recollection of him. Why was he advocating on his behalf? It seemed that his arrival had indeed brought about a significant shift in the situation. Whether this change was beneficial or detrimental, he could not yet discern. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities when they arise, Lu Shixian responded succinctly in line with the elder's demeanor. I believe I have fully mastered the curriculum of middle school. According to my life plan, I wish to begin previewing high school science content as early as possible. Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyuan's curiosity was piqued. Clearly, this response had not been anticipated. He nodded and then turned to Qian Zhenghua, who sat beside him. Though there are no precedents, this is a reasonable request. Young Qian, do you have anything to add? At this, Qian Zhenghua lifted his gaze to Lu Shixian, his expression filled with admiration. To be candid, I supervised Lu Shixian's mathematics examination, and later, I reviewed all his graded papers at the Examination Institute. While his overall academic performance is noteworthy, what truly struck me was his essay entitled The Spirit of Craftsmanship and the Rise of a Great Nation, which revealed his profound patriotism. For this reason alone, I believe he is more than qualified to begin studying high school content ahead of schedule. To educate is to first nurture. I, Qian Zhenghua, on behalf of Jinling No. 1 High School, promise that regardless of Lu Shixian's entrance examination results, he may attend our institution to continue his studies without occupying a slot in Jinling Agricultural School's enrollment quota. With this declaration, many present felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Among the crowd, only the unassuming Wang Chunya continued to smile warmly at him. Perhaps the journey of life is fraught with obstacles, yet remember, this world is never indifferent. There are always those who secretly care for you. Chapter 22. The storm will eventually subside. Lu Shixian was profoundly moved, in truth. The essay hardly merited such high praise from Qian Zhenghua. His writing stemmed from somewhat of a contrived motivation, while he indeed sought to extol certain virtues. A portion of his intent was merely to attain a favorable score. His patriotic aspirations were genuine, yet was his heart truly sincere? Did he not realize this himself? One must admit that every individual harbors some degree of selfishness. No one is exempt, and he is no exception. As Lu Shixian engaged in this introspective analysis, let us proceed with this arrangement. In light of the circumstances, Xiao Qian, please handle the necessary procedures. The Bureau will provide assistance. Observing Qian Zhenghua in nod and acknowledgement, he continued, Do you know why I am here today? It is to recruit children from the rural mountains for our school in Jinling City, a decision I made 5 years ago, which led to the establishment of Jinling Agricultural School. Over the years, I have been monitoring these children's performances. Yet, their results have often fallen short of those they achieved in their previous schools. At times, I reflect on whether my decision was hasty. Does exposure to the outside world diminish their thirst for knowledge? Are these rural children truly inferior to their urban counterparts? I am here today seeking an answer. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Shixian. No one is born exceptional. Even geniuses must labor tirelessly to embrace excellence. My child, I hope you can provide me with an answer. Lu Shixian, moved by his words, found himself momentarily speechless. Though the elder spoke only a few sentences, he had effectively dismantled all barriers before him. With utmost determination, he replied, I will. Ren Qingyan nodded in affirmation and then addressed those around him. The agricultural school has flourished independently over the years. It is time to prune some branches. We must depart now. Xiao Qian, I have many matters to attend to. Very well, I shall assist you. Qian Zhenghua responded, casting Lu Shixian a reassuring glance before departing the conference room alongside Ren Qingyuan, leaving behind their weary silhouettes. After escorting them out of the school gates and watching them board their vehicle, Lu Shixian exchanged a brief greeting with Wang Chunya before decisively turning away. Regardless of others, he truly wished to avoid the nauseating visage of Wu Qinghai. Meanwhile, a black Santana was navigating the winding suburban roads. Xiao Qian, it seems fortuitous that I accompanied you this time. I am uncertain whether to feel disheartened or relieved. Just a small rural junior high school, and already such issues have arisen. Look at Wu Qinghai. He bears no semblance of a true educator, but rather resembles a vulgar merchant. What will become of the educational professionals across all of Jinling? It appears that systemic reform has become an urgent necessity, especially since Wu Qinghai had previously been the subject of anonymous complaints. Indeed, a fly does not alight upon a seamless egg. Relevant authorities are already in possession of some evidence. We had initially intended to ensnare a bigger catch, but it seems we must hasten our efforts. Qian Zhenghua shook his head with a smile, offering consolation. Not entirely. This individual is merely an anomaly. I have yet to encounter such behavior at Jinling No. 1 High School. Moreover, adversity breeds transformation. Transformation leads to openness, and openness fosters longevity. Every change is accompanied by growing pains, yet once they pass, the path becomes smooth. And did you not observe that young girl who spoke up for the students? She is quite remarkable, is she not? Indeed, Ren Qingyuan mused. I shall instruct the archives to investigate her background. Just a day later, the entire educational system of Jinling commenced a sweeping disciplinary reform. On Thursday, Wu Qinghai was dismissed from his position and faced criminal charges for abuse of power and bribery, both offenses resulting in punitive measures. By Friday, nearly the entire leadership team of the school was reassigned to other positions. With this matter resolved, the storm would eventually subside, though the journey was fraught with challenges. The conclusion was ultimately gratifying. Since Wu Qinghai had faced the full weight of legal repercussions, Lu Shixian chose not to pursue the matter further. having already squandered too much time on it. Everything returned to its rightful course. In class 1 of the 3rd grade, the students regarded Lu Shixian with unchanged expressions, merely perceiving him as someone who had temporarily stepped away. However, many teachers cast him knowing glances, for he was the student who had singularly altered the educational landscape of Jinling City. Even those who had not witnessed the events firsthand were aware of his extraordinary impact. Thus, he encountered no further resistance within Jinling Agricultural School. In fact, upon the arrival of the new principal, he was immediately assured that the school would do everything possible to support him during his final 100 days of study, encouraging him to voice any needs directly to him. By afternoon, the long-anticipated break had arrived. Yet, Lu Shixian found little solace in this respite. Wang Chunyan informed him that the entire school would convene for a 100-day pledge assembly the following Monday, requiring the presence of all students' parents. Additionally, he was tasked with delivering a representative speech as an exemplary student beneath the national flag. To be frank, whether in this life or the last, he now harbored a certain trepidation towards such speeches. The reason was simple. He had delivered far too many and had grown weary of it. Nevertheless, this was Wang Chunyan's request, and he was reluctant to decline, so he acquiesced. If asked whom he feared most at school, it would undoubtedly be Wang Chunyan. Yet, this hardly constituted a problem. The real issue was that he had to return home. The anxiety of approaching home was not his primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had no living expenses. While the school indeed offered a reward for achieving first place citywide, such funds were only disbursed during the award ceremony. He felt no inclination to approach anyone saying, "I'm on the verge of starvation. May I have an advance?" Lu Shixian considered his sense of shame had not yet diminished to that extent. As the dismissal bell rang, many students surged like a gust of wind, grabbing their backpacks and rushing towards their parents. In this same moment, within the now empty classroom, only Lu Shixian and Su Yuming remained. Taking the initiative, Lu Shixian probed for information. "Why aren't you going back? Don't you need to invite your parents?" To his surprise, he received a withering glare from Su Yuming. "I have no home, nor do I have parents." End of discussion. Lu Shixian nearly burst into laughter. It seems Su Yuming possessed a modicum of humor. "Your family clearly has wealth, yet you maintain such a low profile. Are you perhaps a runaway princess?" Meanwhile, Su Yuming observed his lingering presence with mild curiosity. "Why are you still here? How long has it been since you last returned home?" Lu Shixian extended his hand to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perhaps 4 or 5 years. He continued, "I'm contemplating the route home." At this, Su Yuming could not contain her laughter. "Are you jesting with me?" "Indeed I am. Only a fool would be deceived by me." Lu Shixian, you are courting disaster. Chapter 23. The Anxiety of Returning Home. This madwoman will undoubtedly remain single forever. Lu Shixian muttered as he hastily fled the classroom. He ran his fingers through his unruly hair, swiftly attempting to tame it. The loss of his image was inconsequential, but he feared being misinterpreted, which would be a significant issue. Standing at the intersection outside the school gates, Lu Shixian appeared somewhat disoriented. The words he had just spoken were indeed not mere flattery. After moving, he had not returned to his hometown for a good 4 or 5 years. He should first take the bus to Xingfu Town. What was the number again? It seemed to be 808. Then, he would follow the main street of the town and walk straight ahead until reaching the outskirts of Xingfu Village, where vast fields of farmland awaited. Ultimately, he would find a telephone pole by the roadside, and on the opposite hillside was the location of his home. Having recalled the route, Lu Shixian hesitated no longer. Upon spotting the approaching green 808 bus, he raised his hand and boarded. He didn't have to wait long, as typically on Fridays, when students are on holiday, the transportation company increased the number of trips. Sure enough, once on the bus, he noticed that nearly half the passengers were children with small backpacks. "Hey kid, where are you headed?" came the voice of the ticket lady. "To Xingfu Town," Lu Shixian replied. 2 yuan. He pulled out the last 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Despite living in the countryside, Lu Shixian had a slight advantage over his classmates. Xingfu Town belonged to the suburbs of Jinling District, and since his home was within the town's jurisdiction, it was more convenient compared to students from other counties. However, Lu Shixian had always been quite independent. Since the 3rd year junior high, he had rarely returned home except during the summer and winter breaks, in order to extend his study time. Moreover, his family was among the major grain producers in the town, with around 50 acres dedicated to early rice each year. Although the scale was considerable, the selling price was not high, preventing them from becoming affluent. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to support his education. This brings to light that, in response to the national family planning policy at that time, he had no siblings. He was an only child, and thus was cherished. Furthermore, after moving to the city for schooling, His consistently high academic performance had earned him a notable reputation in the town. Before long, the bus came to a halt at the entrance of the town. It felt somewhat unusual to have traveled so far for just 2 yuan. As he stepped off, gazing at the familiar yet strangely distant streets, Lu Shixian felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. In his previous life, he had been secluded from the world. Yet upon returning to his hometown, it was as though he had transformed into a different person altogether. In truth, all the aloofness had merely been a facade to shield his inner self. Walking along the old street, he noticed the quietness. Not many people were around, save for a dozing lady guarding a shop. One of the advantages of small towns is that one can easily discern whether someone is an outsider by their appearance. Oh, isn't that the child of the Lu family? Weren't you supposed to be studying in the big city, only returning during the summer? Lu Shixian could not quite remember who was speaking, but the familiarity of their recognition assured him they were not ill-intentioned. Annie, our school is holding a parent-teacher meeting, so I came back to gather people. Oh, how wonderful for the Lu family. Is it that time to receive awards again? Why can't my daughter grasp these opportunities? Seeing that the aunt seemed eager to continue her chatter, Lu Shixian seized the chance to slip away. After navigating several similar conversations, he finally escaped the bustling center of the town. Although he did not suffer from social anxiety, engaging in conversations with the older generation often veered from educational topics to matters of romance and marriage. Yet he was only 15, despite his budding desires. He felt ill-equipped to handle such discussions. At last free from the conversational snare, Lu Shixian found himself on a rural road flanked by sprawling rice paddies. With each step, he could feel an increasing sense of trepidation as he approached his hometown. The shimmering water in the fields reflected golden glimmers under the sun. Lu Shixian spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Following his memories, he arrived at the telephone pole he had often climbed as a child. Graffiti from his youthful mischief still lingered on its surface. Sow a grain of millet in spring, reap a myriad of seeds in autumn. A smile crept onto Lu Shixian's face, dispelling any lingering feelings of apprehension. He followed the ridge of the field and gradually made his way to his countryside villa. Though termed a villa, it was merely a 2-story small house. And while it was labeled as a small house, it was essentially a cement structure adorned with tiles. Compared to the meticulously renovated apartments he had lived in during his previous life, it paled in comparison. Yet he held no grievances and felt immense gratitude for his parents' selfless contributions. Thanks to their toil, he was afforded such a life, and he felt deeply content. He could not fathom how he had once thought that to excel in his studies, he could go months without returning home or even contacting his family, neglecting to make a single phone call. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted a familiar youthful figure washing clothes. Shixian, a language teacher at Xingfu Primary School, was a distance learning graduate with the ultimate goal of retiring honorably from the school. She was also the one who had ignited his academic journey. Seeing his mother again brought a smile to Lu Shixian's face. "Mom, I'm back." The woman, engrossed in her laundry, suddenly looked up to see Lu Shixian standing before her. "Am I dreaming? Why is my child back at this hour? I thought you had forgotten about your father and me." Lu Shixian scratched his head, feeling an imaginary sweat. He had not forgotten, but his past self certainly had. "How could I? Where's Dad?" Shixian retorted with a hint of annoyance. "He is probably off tending to those few acres of crops, completely oblivious to your return." Lu Shixian chuckled and quickly explained, "I decided to come back on a whim. We have exams this week, and our school is holding a 100-day pledge conference next Monday, which is somewhat like a parent-teacher meeting." Hearing this, Shixian's eyes lit up. "Last time, it was your father who went. This time, it's my turn. And no one can take that away from me. I'll go tell him." Lu Shixian was momentarily speechless. He dropped his backpack and dashed towards the fields. "Mom, I'm going to see what Dad is up to." "Child, you haven't changed your shoes yet. Don't get your clothes dirty in the fields. It's rare for me to wash." But Lu Shixian was already far ahead, leaving only Shixian's cheerful laughter behind. Arriving at the only patch of green in the terrace fields, he spotted a middle-aged man wearing glasses, smoking a cigarette while observing something intently. Lu Jiangwo, the prominent grain farmer of Xingfu village, had completed high school, but later dropped out, attended agricultural school, and worked as a village technician. Now a professional farmer, he often boasted about his grain-growing skills, though in reality, he was only semi-competent. The leaves are not unfurling properly. Their color is too dull, indicating insufficient water retention. Lu Shixian quickly discerned the problem with the rice seedlings before him. "What do you know?" The man snapped as he turned abruptly. He was momentarily taken aback. "Son, why are you back?" Lu Jiangwo seemed bewildered, his small eyes filled with confusion. Lu Shixian reiterated his earlier explanation, and this time, Lu Jiangwo nodded. Taking a good look at Lu Shixian. "Not bad. You seem much livelier than when school started. You resemble your father in his youth. Back then, you were quite the handsome lad. Unable to contain himself, Lu Shixian burst into laughter. Didn't you say before that mom was like a flower among cow dung? How has that changed? Lu Jiangwo spat disdainfully. Bah, what cow dung? Those were different times. Girls were more sought after then, like flowers, while we were undervalued. Nowadays, it's all about handsome young men. The market changes, you know? Lu Shixian merely smiled, choosing not to retort. However, Lu Jiangwo recalled his son's earlier words and hastily inquired, "You just mentioned insufficient water retention. My fields are nearly flooded. What do you know, boy? Are you suggesting you understand better than your father?" When the conversation turned to crop cultivation, Lu Shixian's eyes seemed to sparkle. On sunny days, the ditches are full. On cloudy days, half full is perfectly fine. The crux lies in whether this land can retain water. Lu Jiangwo was left even more perplexed. Such knowledge seemed too advanced for a child of his son's age. How do you know all this? Quite simply, Lu Shixian began, the fields hardly have any scattered weeds, which clearly indicates overuse of glyphosate has loosened the soil. He spoke with growing confidence. Lu Jiangwo slapped his head. "I meant, where did you learn all this?" Lu Shixian shrugged. "There are treasures within books. What knowledge is absent from them? A glance is all it takes to comprehend." At this moment, Lu Jiangwo found himself quite bewildered. He knew his son excelled academically, but was the education system truly this grounded? Were such practical lessons even included? It seemed the nation's agricultural sector was poised for a renaissance. With this thought, he affectionately placed a hand on Lu Shixian's shoulder. "Come home with me. Your mother hasn't seen you in ages." Though Lu Shixian longed to observe the rice seedlings further, he was promptly pulled back by his father. There was no contest. Father always took precedence. Reluctantly, he returned to the courtyard to sit. Meanwhile, Xiaxiaomon had begun thawing the long-stored meat from the fridge. With her precious son back, it was imperative to prepare a feast. Old Lu chuckled. "Today my son is home. I'm elated. Surely, we can have a drink, right?" Xiaxiaomon shot him a disapproving glance. "Don't even think about it. Allowing you to smoke is already quite generous." She then added, "By the way, there's a parent-teacher meeting at your school on Monday, and I'll be attending. I'll ask the principal for leave, and you'll handle all the household chores that day. Is that acceptable?" Lu Jiangwo clapped his hands. "Rest assured, I'll take care of everything, guaranteed." Seeing his father's gleaming eyes, Lu Shixian realized it was going to be a day of indulgence. However, he did not forget the important matters at hand and reminded Xiaxiaomon, "Make sure to hurry. Our seedlings are nearly ready. You must come back to help me with the planting." "I believe I can manage." Lu Shixian eagerly volunteered for the labor task. Unfortunately, he was met with a joint reprimand from his parents. "Focus on your studies and strive for excellence." Lu Shixian felt utterly speechless. Others were coerced into household chores, while he merely wished to lend a hand. Yet it proved so difficult. On Saturday, at 6:30 in the morning, Lu Shixian commenced his unwavering exercise routine. Barefoot, he sprinted along the moist and fragrant country path, a sheer delight. It was not yet July, and the rice fields were not yet fully ripe. Wandering through the rice paddies, inhaling the fragrance of the ripening grains, and listening to the croaking frogs was an experience of sheer bliss. In the afternoon, as per tradition, he reported his exam results to his mother. His father, disinterested in the details, only cared to know he had come in first. Suddenly, he was met with a swift reprimand from Xiaxiaomon. Lu Shixian winced, gazing at his mother with tearful eyes. "Mother, what was that for? I've improved, you know." Xiaxiaomon's face radiated with a mixture of surprise and pride. It seemed that reality had not been a dream. Her son had truly excelled, ranking first in the entire city. Lu Shixian could only look at his exuberant mother with resignation. She was indeed a lively character. On Sunday morning, while both parents were present, Lu Shixian shared his recent plans. His parents exhibited a calm demeanor regarding his preparatory studies. After all, allowing him to stay at school for an extended period indicated their progressive mindset. Not to mention, his recent academic achievements had brought them immense joy. When it came to educational matters, Xiaxiaomon's voice held the most weight, while Lu Jiangwo typically remained a silent observer. Thus, Xiaxiaomon nodded. "You're growing up. It's wonderful to have your own ideas. We're happy for you. However, should anything happen at school, don't bottle it up. Communicate more with your teachers and us. Also, while living at school, remember to air out your bedding and wash your clothes regularly." Listening to his mother's gentle reminders, Lu Shixian felt no impatience. Instead, he attentively absorbed her words, having experienced the loneliness of being away from home, yearning for the comfort of her presence. In the afternoon, Lu Shixian and Xiaxiaomon needed to arrive early at Jinling Agricultural School to avoid being rushed. Before departing, Xiaxiaomon retrieved some cash from home and handed it to Lu Shixian. Upon feeling its thickness, Lu Shixian's eyes widened. After counting it, he exclaimed, "Mother, have you gone senile? You usually give me 500 every few months. Why is it double today?" Xiaoxiuman shot him a glare. "You child, can't you say something nice? A portion of this is a reward for your exam results, and you mentioned wanting to review high school material ahead of time. How could you do that without funds?" At her words, Lu Shixian suddenly found himself unable to smile. Parents always consider more than their children can fathom, perpetually concerned, and remain our most cherished sanctuary. Even if the world were to forsake you, only your parents would love you unconditionally. A wave of emotion surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. He fought back tears and expressed his gratitude to his parents. With bags filled to the brim, Lu Shixian and Xiaoxiuman made their way toward the town's bus station, while Lu Jiangwo stood at the doorway, watching them leave, lingering in silence. As the sun dipped low in the sky, a brilliant glow appeared on the horizon, casting a deep crimson hue across the sky, reflecting on the terrace fields, merging water and sky into one. The two figures on the road, cloaked in the sunset's glow, shared laughter and conversation, amidst a scenery that was simply breathtaking. Chapter 25. The joyous Xiaoxiuman on Sunday. Around 6 o'clock, Xiaoxiuman and Lu Shixian finally arrived at the entrance of Jinling Agricultural School. Lu Shixian intended to pull his mother toward the dormitory to quickly free himself of the burdens he carried. Yet, upon glancing beside him, he found her nowhere in sight. Where's mother? As he looked ahead, he spotted her standing not far from the announcement board. Sunday was a peak return day for students, and thus many parents had gathered around the results display. Concerned she might get lost in the crowd, Lu Shixian hurried to catch up, grabbing her arm. "Mother, I already updated you on my results. What more is there to see? Let us drop off these things first, shall we? I can barely carry all this." Xiaoxiuman retorted with displeasure. "What you say cannot compare to witnessing it firsthand. Besides, son, why are you as scatterbrained as your father? Can't you just set the things down for a moment?" Suddenly, a nearby parent exclaimed in admiration upon reading the announcement. "This child is remarkable, ranking first in the city. I can foresee a bright future for him. I should tell that little rascal to learn from him." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiuman felt as though she were being praised as well, her eyes gleaming with joy as they transformed into crescent moons. She was elated, yet she chose not to boast, nor did she wish for the world to know she was Lu Shixian's mother. In her eyes, the achievements attained by her children are primarily the result of their own diligent efforts, with her role being somewhat significant, but not overwhelmingly so. Perhaps she perceives that the health of her children holds greater importance than their academic performance. Conversely, Lu Jiangwo stands in stark contrast to her views. At this moment, exemplary papers from various schools have already been posted, laid bare for all to see. Lu Shixian has no choice but to accompany Xiaoxiuman as they peruse each paper one by one. Out of the dozen outstanding papers, Lu Shixian has contributed 5 solely on his own. As they continue to browse, Xiaoxiuman suddenly halts at one particular paper. It is inevitable. As a Chinese language teacher, her professional instincts kick in. "My son, your literary talent has improved remarkably, but your handwriting seems to have regressed a bit. It appears you still need to practice more." Suddenly, her eyes sparkle. "Your essay this time is quite commendable. The main points are well highlighted. The central theme is clear, the ideas are distinct, and the emotions are rich, resonating deeply with readers. Excellent work. I'll be sure to share it anonymously with my students for their learning." Lu Shixian is momentarily speechless, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, and hastily pulls her away towards the dormitory building. Due to an incident a year ago when he complained about a classmate's snoring that kept him awake, the school had assigned him a vacant dormitory room. Thus, Lu Shixian does not reside in a 4-person dormitory, but enjoys the solitude of his own quarters. The advantage of studying at a rural school lies in its better conditions compared to those of lesser institutions, though it still cannot compete with other middle schools in the Jinling district. After Lu Shixian's previous request for assistance yielded no results, Xiaoxiuman dedicated an hour of her labor, successfully rejuvenating Lu Shixian's dormitory. The sheets and bedding were replaced and hung out to dry, while the floor gleamed smooth enough to serve as a mirror. "Mom, what are your plans for the evening after dinner?" Lu Shixian inquired with some concern. Xiaoxiuman glanced at him and replied, "What else could I do? I'll surely go shopping for clothes and cosmetics, then find a hotel to stay at." "Why? Do you want to join?" Lu Shixian chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, just asking. Feel free to do as you wish." His previous life had been so deeply influenced by cliché novels, where parents sacrificed everything for their children or opted to sleep on benches outside to save money. Such narratives might evoke tears occasionally, but returning to such scenes now feels like a farce. While undeniably, some families face extreme hardship, the overall standard of living in society has been improving steadily. After dinner and bidding farewell to his mother, Lu Shixian did not forget about the task assigned by Wang Chunyu for his speech the following day. Although Wang Chunyu had previously provided him with a script to read verbatim, he had followed this approach for the past few years. However, he now finds that lacking authenticity renders it meaningless. If the words are not his own, he would rather not take the stage. While he is capable of improvising and speaking without a script, the occasion, representing his peers under the national flag, demands a certain solemnity and reverence. Thus, he spent an additional half-hour crafting a speech of his own. On Monday morning, he successfully reunited with his mother. After breakfast, as planned, he took the parents to the classroom. By then, a considerable number of parents had already occupied the seats, leaving the students to sit on low benches. Mothers tend to be more invested in their children's development, so most of the attendees were women. As Lu Shixian entered the room with Shixian, they immediately drew the attention of all the parents. Other parents from different classes might have heard of Lu Shixian's reputation but lacked a personal impression, as they rarely encountered him throughout the year. However, in Class 1, it was an entirely different story. Every Friday, teachers would sing praises of him, and his peers would look up to him with admiration. Upon seeing them, Chun Yi, who had already settled in, greeted them along with her mother and made way for their entry. "Ah, you must be Lu Shixian's parent. You look so young, and your child is so exceptional. Yi is truly lucky to sit next to him. I hope your child can help tutor her a bit," remarked a seemingly refined rural woman, expressing her admiration towards Shixian. Though delighted internally, Shixian maintained a composed demeanor, merely smiling slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. It's quite normal for classmates to help each other with their studies. Besides, this girl looks radiant. Just sitting next to my little rascal is fortunate for her." Hearing this, Lu Shixian, who appeared somewhat dwarfed, covered his face, speechless. Help tutor? Study together? Such audacity. What if, in the midst of tutoring, they wandered into the woods? Currently, the boys and girls are not particularly precocious, which is still manageable. However, in a year or two, it seems the history of boys and girls sitting together in Jinling might come to an end. At that moment, Wang Chunyu finally arrived. After calling the roll from the attendance sheet, she nodded. "All right, aside from Su Yoming's parents who cannot be here due to other commitments. All other students and parents are present." The purpose of gathering the parents amidst their busy schedules was to discuss last week's first citywide mock exam. However, Lu Shixian had no time to listen further. He glanced to his right and, unsurprisingly, saw only Su Yuming sitting alone in her seat. "I have no family nor parents," she had quipped before, and the topic ended there. Recalling her seemingly joking words sparked a flicker of doubt in Lu Shixian's mind, but ultimately, it bore little relevance to him, and he soon pushed it aside. Suddenly, an announcement crackled through the intercom. "Attention all graduating classes, Chapter 26, the 100-Day Pledge Ceremony." The homeroom teacher led the students and parents to gather on the playground in order of their classes. Under Wang Chunyu's guidance, they began their procession. March 26, 2007. It seemed they had checked the weather forecast in advance, as the day dawned exceptionally bright, with clear skies stretching endlessly. The positions for classes 1 through 8 had already been marked with white chalk on the playground. The number of attendees was manageable, allowing all 8 classes to quickly take their places. At the podium, the female teacher serving as the host commenced the announcement for the 100-Day Pledge Ceremony for the Jinling Agricultural School's entrance exams. Unlike the college entrance examination, although this too was a 100-day pledge, the scale was far less grand. In essence, it resembled an open-air parents' meeting. Respected leaders, esteemed parents, and dear students, greetings. Today we are gathered here for this momentous occasion. Shortly after the host concluded her opening remarks, she introduced the first agenda item. Now, let us welcome Principal Liang to share his insights regarding the entrance examinations. A round of polite applause erupted, and thanks to Lu Shixian, the newly appointed principal, dressed impeccably in a suit, approached the podium. Respected teachers, esteemed parents, and dear students, in just 100 days, we will face the 2007 entrance examinations, the culmination of 3 years of hard work for each student. First, on behalf of the school, I wish to express my respect and gratitude to all teachers, graduating students, and parents for your support of our educational endeavors in the past. In the remaining 100 days, we kindly ask for your continued support of the school's efforts. We will strive to assist every child in achieving their best in the entrance examinations. Lastly, I would like to commend the students who excelled in the recently held first citywide mock examination. In our school's class, one of the 3rd year, the diligent student Lu Shixian has excelled in his studies and demonstrated exceptional research skills, achieving the highest score in the entire city. Following a thorough deliberation by the school, it was decided to award him a scholarship of 1,000 yuan, with hopes that he will continue to maintain such remarkable results. Shortly thereafter, prompted by Wang Chunyu. Lu Shixian eagerly took his mother by the hand and made his way towards the podium. The two of them held a placard inscribed with the amount of 1,000 yuan, posing for a photograph with the principal, and thus this segment concluded. Although merely a supporting character, Lu Shixian, motivated by the prospect of financial reward, wished for additional photographs. After sending his mother off, he remained on the sidelines, for it would soon be his turn to take the stage. Indeed, the host announced, "We extend our gratitude to Principal Liang for his inspiring words. We shall now proceed with the flag-raising ceremony, followed by a speech from an outstanding student representative." As the resounding and fervent national anthem echoed, all attendees instinctively rose to witness the flag ascend gracefully. Simultaneously, the entire assembly united in song. Following the solemn ceremony, the host teacher cast an encouraging glance towards Lu Shixian. Taking a deep breath, he approached the podium. Despite having experienced this many times before, the multitude of gazes from below stirred a sense of excitement within him, rendering him unable to remain perfectly composed. The speech had long been prepared, and as he appended himself, he could recall each phrase without needing to glance down. Esteemed leaders, teachers, parents, and dear classmates, greetings to you all. It is a profound honor to stand here and address you. My name is Lu Shixian, and from the first year to the third year, many of you have likely heard my name. However, your understanding of me may be limited to that of a prodigy, consistently achieving the highest marks and excelling in nearly every subject. Yet, I am acutely aware of my limitations, my ignorance, and my shadows. I merely thrive in borrowed time. I am accustomed to setting goals and plans for everything I undertake, but recent events have disrupted my plans, leaving me somewhat bewildered and reflective. However, we cannot dwell in the illusion of well-laid plans, as many significant moments in life often arrive unannounced. Therefore, the only certainty in life is the uncertainty of existence. In English, today signifies a gift, and in Chinese, the character for today bears a striking resemblance to that for order. Thus, I regard today as both a gift and an imperative. By cherishing each day and fulfilling every command, we can receive the gifts that today offers, enabling us to face tomorrow with equanimity. Utilizing borrowed time to achieve this success fills me with increasing trepidation, even a fear of being unworthy of it, for luck is not equivalent to accomplishment. The vessel of time has transported me to dimensions previously unimagined, and the hand of destiny has elevated me to heights I once dared not dream of, leaving me in a state of elation, dizziness, and profound humility. I fear that the time I possess is but fragmented echoes, compelling me to strive even harder in my studies, not to squander a single moment. Upon attaining this first place, it has already become a relic of the past. The next phase of this long journey has commenced, and the clarion call for action has sounded. Therefore, having chosen the path ahead, I shall press on through wind and rain. Thank you all. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted. Yet, amidst the cacophony of cheers, Lu Shixian felt a sense of solitude, for he knew that no one truly comprehended his message. Those with lesser understanding could only sense the weight of his words superficially. After subsequent speeches from parent representatives and faculty, the grand ceremony drew to a close. After lunch, Lu Shixian escorted his mother to the bus stop at the school entrance. Watching Xia Shiman depart on the shuttle, the echoes of his mother's parting reminders gradually dissipated the loneliness he had just experienced. Regardless of circumstances, he felt content to have those who love him and whom he loves by his side. Due to special circumstances, there was no afternoon break that day. However, Lu Shixian did not retreat to the dormitory for rest. Now in possession of a substantial sum of 3,000 yuan, he was no longer the impoverished student whose campus card had dwindled to a mere fraction. His first order of business was to recharge his dining card. For a true devotee of food knows that sustenance is essential for the vigor needed to study. His second task involved a significant shopping spree at a nearby bookstore to procure textbooks related to high school. Previously, Wang Chunyu had promised to assist him in obtaining a set from her recently graduated nephew. Thus, certain essential supplementary materials were imperative to purchase. Under the astonished gaze of the store clerk, Lu Shixian filled a large plastic bag with an array of items. 5 years of high school, 3 years of simulated exams. Essential High School Mathematics Volume 1, High School Physics Elective 3, Golden Finger 45 sets, Tianguoli 38 sets, and classic materials for college entrance exam essays. He also wished to acquire some specialized competition books. Regrettably, the store had none of those in stock. "Excuse me, I'm ready to check out." Lu Shixian called to the young clerk, waving his hand. The cashier, somewhat numbed by the repetitive task, began ringing up the purchases. Finally, the register chimed, revealing a total of 502 yuan. In 2007, This amount still held considerable purchasing power, and the clerk's surprise at such a large haul was quite understandable. This will be a total of 502 yuan. You must be a student from Jinling Agricultural School, right? Why do you need so many high school materials? Are your parents aware of this? The cashier's tone was tinged with caution, fearing that Lu Shixian had pilfered from his family's funds, which could lead to complications. Yet, the act of spending money on textbooks baffled him. Ultimately, he accepted the 5 crisp bills handed to him by Lu Shixian, albeit with a bewildered expression. No need for change. The other 5 are genuine. A Chinese person does not deceive another Chinese person. Lu Shixian remarked as he hefted the heavy bag of textbooks and slowly returned to the classroom. Simultaneously, just before the first afternoon class, Wang Xunyu also delivered the textbooks to him in the office. However, she imposed a condition. Lu Shixian could forego attending classes and submitting assignments, but he must participate in the upcoming mock exams so that she could keep track of his progress. What else could Lu Shixian do? Given Wang Chunyu's good intentions, he could only comply. His unusual behavior did not go unnoticed by his classmates in class 1 of the 3rd year. Curious, they approached and exclaimed, "Wow! High School Mathematics Volume 1, High School Physics Elective 3, and Tian Guoli 38 sets. This guy is someone we can't mess with. Let us skedaddle." Soon, the class bell rang, and no one dared to disturb Lu Shixian any longer. He began contemplating his plan for the next 100 days. After analyzing his current situation, he identified 4 possible developmental paths. First, studying abroad. However, if he were to consider this, all the efforts he had previously invested would seem futile, as his family could not afford such extravagance. Thus, this option was dismissed. Second, joining a gifted youth class. Unfortunately, at 15, he found himself in a rather awkward age bracket. The most prestigious schools for such classes required high school entrance exam scores and only accepted students under 16. As he had yet to turn 15, he would have to wait until the following year when he entered high school to apply. Although the opportunity may be slim, it is nonetheless the sole remaining chance in his lifetime, and it would be a pity not to participate. Thirdly, there is the avenue of competition for guaranteed admission. This path is highly feasible for him, given that there are 5 subjects in the competitions: mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and informatics. Setting aside the others, biology is the primary event he has resolved to enter, and it is the focal point of his plans. However, there is one awkward predicament. Many prestigious institutions, including Yinxing University and Shuyuan University, do not offer agricultural studies. If he were to gain admission, what would he pursue? Would he study botany in the biology department? Yet, this is not a concern for the present stage. The crux of the matter is that he currently lacks the resources. Many specialized books and research materials are simply unavailable in the suburban area of Jinling Agricultural School. He can only devise plans once he reaches the city. Fourthly, there is the option of taking the Gaokao, National College Entrance Examination. This path does not conflict with the second option. It merely pertains to the timing of the examination. Thus, his current objective becomes clear: to prepare for the Gaokao content over the next 100 days and assess the situation to determine whether he needs to pursue the third option. Finally, he will evaluate the circumstances surrounding the third option to see if he must resort to the fourth, with a clear, overarching direction in mind. Lu Shixian swiftly established a preliminary study plan. As the saying goes, exams are the teacher's treasure, and scores are the lifeblood of students. Testing is the quickest means to gauge one's mastery of knowledge, allowing for the rapid identification of one's weaknesses. Therefore, the immediate goal is to review past Gaokao papers to ascertain how much he retains from his previous experience. Following the order of subjects for the Gaokao, Lu Shixian diligently worked through the 2006 Gaokao exam questions of Su Province, initially assessing his situation. In the afternoon, during 4 class periods, he spent 2.5 hours completing a Chinese language paper. After a brief respite to regain his energy, he continued with a mathematics paper during evening study hours. The following morning, he dedicated another 2.5 hours to finishing the comprehensive science paper. In the afternoon, he began the correction process, comparing his answers to the provided solutions. For Chinese, the results were passable, though he lost points primarily on the must-memorize classical literature and poetry, areas he had little recollection of. His transcription of famous passages was utterly lacking. Furthermore, questions related to the textbook content proved challenging, despite employing guessing strategies. His accuracy was dismal. Other areas performed well. In mathematics, the situation was less than encouraging. Honestly, when merely looking at the answers, he had no issues, as he was largely correct. The problem lay in his tendency to apply advanced calculus knowledge to solve Gaokao problems, while multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were manageable. The open-ended questions presented a conundrum. although there was no explicit rule against using higher mathematics in the Gaokao. He couldn't guarantee that the graders would award points for such approaches. In fact, he could theoretically employ them. For instance, he could utilize the squeeze theorem to derive the limit of a specific expression. However, he would first need to present the proof of the theorem, meaning that to use advanced mathematical principles, he must prove them on the exam paper itself. It would be quite foolish to state that based on a certain theorem. The answer is thus and such without justifying it. Given the time required for such proofs, the mathematics exam would have long concluded. Thus, mastering the formulas and knowledge of high school mathematics became his primary focus. As for the comprehensive science exam, he had to assess his performance separately. He could answer nearly all biology-related questions correctly, yet physics and chemistry were rather dismal. He managed to tackle questions related to first-year content. But when it came to second-year material, it was akin to a disaster. Questions left him utterly blank, and Lu Shixian felt acutely aware that his understanding of chemistry and physics had nearly been entirely relinquished to his teachers. With his weaknesses now identified, formulating a corresponding review plan became straightforward. After a midday nap, Lu Shixian crafted a scientific and systematic schedule for the near future. Rising at 6:30 a.m., he would wash up, then engage in warming up exercises and long-distance running as a foundational plan to be maintained over time. From 7:30 to 8 o'clock a.m., he would have breakfast in solitude. Between 8 o'clock and 8:30 a.m., he would attend to personal necessities, followed by a peer tutoring session to ensure his orientation remained normal, a plan to be sustained long-term. From 8:30 to 10:30 a.m., he would focus on memorizing key classical poetry and prose for Chinese, and from 10:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m., he would read important texts, familiarizing himself with their central themes. As for the afternoon, he was still contemplating Chapter 28 with the countdown to the midterm exam. From 12 to 12:40 p.m., it was naturally time for lunch. From 12:40 to 1:30 p.m., he would revisit the content of physics or chemistry textbooks. Following a customary afternoon break from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m., he would study mathematics, progressing from required to elective materials, ensuring mastery and application of mathematical formulas and theorems. From 3:30 to 5:30 p.m., he would undertake a simulation training session for one subject, followed by correction work. Dinner would be enjoyed from 5:30 to 6:10 p.m., and from 6:10 to 7:30 p.m., he would rotate through another subject's simulation training and correction. From 7:30 to 9:30 p.m., he would compile a collection of errors, summarizing and reflecting on them. Finally, from 9:30 to 10:30 p.m., he would wash up and prepare for bed, reviewing key classical poetry and prose or mathematical formulas before sleep. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and after adhering to this routine for nearly a month without distraction, Lu Shixian suddenly received a message from Wang Chunying. On April 22, 2007, the second joint simulation examination for the Jinling City midterm would take place. Lu Shixian felt a twinge of surprise. After all, in his previous life, Jinling Agricultural School did not participate in a second joint simulation, conducting independent assessments instead. It seemed history was once again altered by his presence. However, considering that even the school leadership had changed, the significance of whether or not to hold a joint examination appeared trivial. On Monday, the meticulously organized yet tense second midterm simulation examination officially commenced. However, the atmosphere was far less grand than the first. The proctors were all faculty from the school, and the anti-cheating measures had been lifted. There were no separate examination rooms. They simply rearranged seats in the same classroom for the exam. The first subject was once again Chinese. After days of reciting classic poetry and prose, Lu Shixian felt his linguistic intuition significantly strengthened. He found the process of answering questions increasingly smooth, culminating in a seamless composition filled with extensive references and allusions. Upon completing the Chinese exam, he reviewed the principles of chemical equilibrium for a moment before taking a break to prepare for the second biology exam. Now, the biology exam felt akin to practicing calligraphy for Lu Shixian. He meticulously penned his answers, no longer prioritizing speed. Nevertheless, he still managed to finish the paper 30 minutes ahead of time. Given the proximity of the history exam to the previous one, Lu Shixian made no additional arrangements. In truth, he had largely given up on this subject. It has been quite some time since he found himself in a state devoid of both reading and practicing, as though he had relinquished all hope. Predictably, one reaps what one sows. His attempt at the history exam served as a perfect counterexample. Upon reviewing the questions, he discovered that the value of the easier questions had plummeted to a mere 70 points, and the score he could muster through sheer guesswork remained a paltry 4 or 5 points. Lu Shixian shook his head, contemplating that this time, he would likely not secure the top position in the city. However, he was indifferent, for that goal did not align with his plans. The following day heralded a long-awaited English examination. English, alongside biology, was one of his most proficient subjects, with the ability to fully comprehend and interpret the entire text. He excelled magnificently, from listening exercises to multiple-choice questions, closed tests, reading comprehension, vocabulary application, and ultimately, the essay. Shixian was on a roll. In the afternoon, he tackled the physics and mathematics exams. As he methodically resolved each problem, the knowledge he had recently revisited from high school naturally seeped into his answers. Ultimately, for the sake of aesthetics, he chose not to make any corrections. It mattered little whether points were deducted. As long as he remained above 110 points, it would not affect his overall score. Thus concluded the second mock examination. Shixian felt that his performance was slightly inferior to the last time, as it merely served to fill in the gaps from the previous test. With the impending high school entrance examination approaching, it seemed that the authorities were reluctant to place undue pressure on these unfortunate students, allowing them to build their confidence. 2 days later, the results of the second mock exam were freshly released. Since the grading took place within his own school, and the scores were then collated at the Education Examination Institute, everyone received their test papers and answer sheets. As Shixian had anticipated, he ranked second in the city this time. Chinese, 118. Mathematics, 112. English, 120. Physics, 95. Biology, 100. History, 72. It was evident that his history score had dragged him down, ultimately placing him behind Cheng Yishuan in terms of the combined scores of physics, biology, and history, thus securing the second position in the district. This result did not stir much commotion, as the disparity in performance among students at Jinling Agricultural School was simply too vast. The same few individuals remained at the forefront, with minimal fluctuations. However, Shixian noticed that Chunyi's performance had been steadily improving. If memory served him right, her score had previously placed her in the 20s. Now she had ascended to the teens. If this trend continued, gaining admission to Jinling No. 1 High School should pose no significant challenge for her, which put Shixian's mind at ease. He recalled that in his past life, she had similarly advanced step by step, solidly striving for progress. As the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense, the countdown to the high school entrance examination on the blackboard dwindled down to just over 20 days. A week later, May arrived, ushering in the third mock exam at Jinling Agricultural School. This examination was organized and conducted by the school itself, essentially marking the final large-scale test before the actual entrance examinations. While it was termed an exam, it was more akin to a morale booster for the graduating students. Shixian was baffled by the absurdity of the questions. For the first time, he found history to be inexplicably simple. Such an examination offered him no assistance, barely serving as a warm-up. Had he known, he might have considered informing Wang Chunyin to forego this test altogether. When the results were finally announced, they were predominantly perfect scores. Yet, some of these perfect marks were not a reflection of Shixian's capability, but rather due to the limited scoring potential of the exam. His performance in recent tests had sufficiently reassured Wang Chunyin, leading her to adopt a more relaxed approach towards him. Thus, May quietly slipped away, with June arriving as anticipated. The countdown in the classroom dwindled to a mere flicker. On June 12, 2007, the Jinling City Junior High School Academic Physical Fitness Examination officially commenced. On the playground, the timing equipment was primed and ready. All students donned vests equipped with tracking chips, perspiring as they raced down the track. Bang! At the sound of the starter's signal, Shixian, along with his fellow competitors, surged forward. 100 days of diligent training erupted into extraordinary vigor at that moment. Shixian gave his all, sprinting like an arrow released from its bow. Upon crossing the finish line, he astonishingly outpaced the second-place runner by a significant margin. The physical education teacher, recording the results, could only marvel at his performance. Although the official results were not yet available, his level of achievement was comparable to that of the city's elite youth training prospects. Chapter 29. A surprise for his parents. 10 minutes later, the results for Shixian's group were announced. Shixian's 1000 endurance test score was a remarkable 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Unless there were objections, candidates were to proceed to the registration desk in 5 minutes to sign the score confirmation sheet. Among the crowd, the team leader, Linda Peo, looked at the display board and gently applauded. He was not at all surprised by Shixian's achievement. The diligent morning workouts he had observed day after day had finally borne fruit. After signing the confirmation sheet, Shixian exchanged pleasantries with Linda Peo and then encouraged his classmates who had yet to take their tests. On June 13, 2007, Only 2 days remained until the high school entrance examination. At this juncture, the pace seemed to slow significantly. Students enjoyed a largely free schedule. As teachers ceased to explain problems, the once vibrant sounds of recitation and review had vanished, rendered meaningless at this stage. Most delightfully for Shixian, the cafeteria's food appeared to have improved considerably. The morning buns were thin-skinned and generously filled, and the lunch and dinner offerings included an abundance of meat dishes, albeit with a slightly milder flavor than before. Throughout the campus, various motivational slogans adorned the walls. Broaden your horizons and accumulate knowledge. Success is within reach. Smile as you face the examination. Success is assured. Have confidence and perform beyond your abilities. A place on the honor roll is destined for you. After 10 years of hard work, the sword is sharpened. In June, the battlefield awaits your brilliance. 100 days of striving leads to the realization of dreams. Good news will spread as names are etched in glory. On June 14th, only 1 day remained until the entrance examination. By this time, teachers from various subjects merely strolled through the classroom before vanishing without a trace. Of course, Wang Chunyan remained quite busy as the homeroom teacher. She needed to impart valuable advice on pre-examination strategies. What should one do if the need to use the restroom arises during the exam? How should one manage anxiety if it occurs during the test? Furthermore, she was tasked with safeguarding students' admission tickets and ensuring the completeness of their stationery supplies. At the tender age of 14 or 15, students were not entirely mature, and it would be a grave misfortune if an issue, such as a lost admission ticket, impacted their performance on the entrance exam. Thus, the pressure on Wang Chunyan was considerable. When the bell rang for the 4th period in the afternoon, it would signify the conclusion of Shixian's final class as a junior high student, barring any unforeseen circumstances. With no evening study session scheduled, the entire graduating class was released into the wild. Wang Chunyan reluctantly bid farewell to each student. Classmates, return home, rest well, and adjust your mindset to strive for excellence in the entrance examination. As Shixian finished packing his belongings and stepped outside, Wang Chunyan suddenly addressed him, saying, "Although you possess the promise of Jinling No. 1 high school, which allows you to enter without taking the high school entrance examination, I sincerely hope you will approach this exam with the seriousness it deserves. Some pivotal moments of growth in life, once missed, can never be reclaimed." Shixian nodded in agreement. "I will. I intend to conclude these 3 years with a perfect mark." Upon hearing his commitment, Wang Chunyan smiled gently. After finishing their meal, Shixian contemplated and ultimately decided to place a call home to provide them with an update. They had the right to be informed about the circumstances surrounding the entrance examination. Arriving at the phone booth, he dialed his family's number. Beep, beep, beep. Once the call connected, his mother's puzzled voice, accompanied by some background noise, came through. "Oh, isn't this our busy bee? You actually took the time to call us? What's the matter? Running low on living expenses?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Shixian realized that amidst his study commitments, he had indeed been remiss in keeping in touch with his family. "No, I'm not a spendthrift. I couldn't possibly exhaust my funds so quickly. Mom, where are you? It's quite noisy. I'm in the middle of class. If you have something to say, make it quick." Shixian promptly shared the details of his admission to Jinling No. 1 regardless of his exam scores, reassuring them not to worry. "All right, just be careful at school. Goodbye." The sound of the beeping tone indicated that his mother had already hung up. Puzzled, Shixian walked back to the dormitory, wondering at his mother's unusual demeanor. He recalled that she never answered calls while teaching. However, upon returning to his dorm, he discovered 2 familiar figures standing at his door. A wave of overwhelming joy and happiness surged within him, enveloping his heart like a warm current. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Shixian's nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation as he fought back tears. "Of course, we're here to accompany you for the exam. Even if you have guaranteed admission, it wouldn't be proper for us adults not to support you during your entrance examination, would it? You think we're like you, disappearing for months without a word? If it weren't for asking Teacher Wang about your situation, we would have thought you were missing." With that, Xiaoxiaomon shot him a glare. Lu Jiangwo, however, simply placed a hand on his shoulder. "Forget her. Focus on your exam." Shixian nodded, speechless. That night, many were restless, yet Shixian, brimming with confidence, quietly drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, at 6 in the morning, it was time for another round of morning exercises. At the entrance of the agricultural middle school, a massive banner announcing the Jinling Agricultural Junior High School examination hung prominently. Parents had gathered at the gate, enjoying breakfast while engaging in conversation. The arrangements for this entrance exam were not vastly different from the previous mock exams. The only distinction was that this time it was very much real. During the examination period, signs prohibiting honking were posted along the roads near the school, with traffic police patrolling the area. As time passed, the number of students congregating outside the examination hall steadily increased. At 8:20, the barriers outside the examination site were lifted, and all candidates began to make their way to their respective rooms. Having visited the examination venue the day before, the students moved in an orderly fashion. Shixian, holding his freshly issued admission ticket, headed straight toward the 6th examination room. He took a seat at the desk marked with the number 28 in the last row. To be honest, he had never experienced such a position before, and sitting there gave him a sense of a panoramic view over the mountains. Before the official start of the exam, the invigilator began to announce the examination rules and various points of caution. After demonstrating the sealed examination paper bags, the papers were distributed to each student. Shixian swiftly filled in his personal information and checked the completeness of his examination paper and answer sheet. This sequence of actions had become second nature to him. At exactly 9 o'clock, the examination bell resounded thunderously, marking the official commencement of the 2007 entrance examination. Chapter 30. The Examination in Progress. He continued to employ his previous method of answering from front to back. As one delves deeper into knowledge, any answering technique ultimately returns to simplicity. The great sound is often silent. The great form is formless. Great wisdom appears foolish, and great skill seems clumsy. All for these reasons. From the multiple choice questions to the fill-in-the-blank poetry, Shixian proceeded methodically, albeit with a slightly slower pace than before, yet with a heightened sense of diligence. Before long, he completed the poetry section and moved on to the reading comprehension questions. The material selected was from the record of learning. To be mindful of the beginning and the end in learning. If one desires to cultivate the people into customs, one must first engage in learning. A jade that is not polished will not become a vessel. A person who does not learn will remain ignorant. Shixian scanned the text, mentally encapsulating the central idea before beginning to answer the questions. Understanding the gist. The ancient text questions suddenly sprang forth with a flair reminiscent of a jester showcasing his talents. Next, Shixian tackled the reading comprehension, which was notably more intricate than the multiple choice questions, requiring careful attention to writing accuracy, thus consuming a bit more of his time. Finally, he arrived at the essay question. Shixian felt a tinge of curiosity, eager to discover what kind of prompt the examiners had concocted. To his surprise, it was a half-titled essay. Companionship. What is companionship? Companionship is, I am willing to give you my time, and you are willing to give me yours. On your journey of growth, there will undoubtedly be many people or things accompanying you. Please complete an essay of around 600 words on the theme. Companionship is excluding poetry. Any other genre is acceptable. Goodness. The examiners must have longed for the teacher who inspired this prompt to accompany them. The topic was broad enough to write about anyone, in any form. However, Shixian mused that writing an argumentative essay on such a subject would be somewhat contrived. The prompt had limited him to a singular approach, rather than allowing for multiple interpretations, which made it challenging to delineate subpoints. Thus, he was left with the choices of narrative or prose. Yet, it was likely that the entire city would produce narrative essays, with 99% focusing on their parents. This line of reasoning led Shixian to envision the examiner's exasperation upon encountering a sea of repetitive phrases. A lack of originality in essays is a cardinal sin. This indicated that to achieve a high score, he would have to carve out a unique path. Sighing inwardly, Shixian began to write on his answer sheet. Companionship is a form of strength. Have you ever noticed that beautiful flowers appear more vibrant with the companionship of green leaves? Pure white clouds become more colorful with the presence of the setting sun. It is your companionship that enables me to craft a remarkable blueprint for my life. Often, I find myself pondering, will you gradually drift away from me? You must also be concerned about whether I will still remember you. Is it your cruelty that drives you away? No. Am I too fickle? Neither. You are like a steadfast candle. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I understood that one day you would leave me. You resemble a silent fruit tree. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew there would come a day when I would part from you. When the candle burns low and the peach and plum trees remain silent, as I bid you farewell, I shall not feel lonely, even in your absence. The tacit companionship you bestowed upon me is a form of love, an enduring confession, indeed, a formidable strength. With a swift stroke of the pen, Shixian involuntarily recalled Wang Chunyu, pondering that in this lifetime, she ought to fare better than ever before. After a cursory check for any errors, Shixian found himself leaving the examination hall 25 minutes early. Upon exiting, it was apparent that others had also submitted their papers ahead of time. Lu Shixian couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of talent emerging from Jinling Agricultural School. Arriving at the school gate, he found his parents waiting, as expected. Free from worries and buoyed by his consistently stable grades, Xia Xiaofan inquired about the exam with unrestrained curiosity, particularly interested in the first subject due to her role as a Chinese teacher. How'd it go? Did you fare well? What was the essay topic? Lu Shixian feigned a serious demeanor. It should be acceptable. The essay prompt was about what companionship signifies. Since it went well, why the grimace? It's just that you've been here supporting me for so long, and I feel quite uneasy and regretful for not having included you in my essay to express my gratitude. Do you think praising us would garner a high score? Perhaps, but it would be a challenge. In that case, let us forego it. I, your mother, am already quite beautiful without your endorsement. At 2 o'clock sharp, the biology exam commenced. As he reviewed the test paper, Lu Shixian suddenly felt a spark of interest. This biology exam appeared to be quite engaging, at least for him, though it would likely present a hellish challenge for others. It seemed that the straightforward rote questions had diminished, replaced by several that required calculations. Molecular weight of proteins? Gene frequency of gene A? Probability of genetic disorders? Well done. As Lu Shixian tackled the questions, he silently expressed his gratitude to this year's biology question setter. When the history exam began, Lu Shixian felt assured that he would encounter no significant issues, having discovered that his estimated score could reach an impressive 82, a record high. Feeling confident, he exited the classroom, humming a tune. I journey northward, leaving behind the season with you. Later that evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he noticed that the discussions about answers had significantly diminished, suggesting that Wang Chunyu's pre-exam strategies had proven effective. The final day of torment was even more arduous than the first. Many could not sleep, staring wide-eyed at one another. However, someone, for reasons unknown, had the audacity to thump their head against the wall in the middle of the night, jolting Lu Shixian from his dreams. Had it not been for the dormitory supervisor's intervention, he would have been compelled to knock on doors in the dead of night. This unfortunate disturbance left Lu Shixian feeling somewhat lethargic the following day. With the stars and circumstances aligned, yet someone dared to disrupt his peace. After splashing cold water on his face, he steeled himself to face the next day's examinations. At 9 o'clock, the English exam officially began. Fortunately, this was his second strongest subject, following biology. Despite feeling sluggish, even a half-hearted effort would suffice to complete the exam. The essay prompt was the usual introduce a friend. Wasn't it merely acting as a networking intermediary? Lu Shixian had grown weary of this formula. I have a beautiful, cheerful, and adorable friend. I believe you will get along splendidly with her. Struggling against drowsiness, he finally reached the last 30 minutes. With a final glance at the signature, Lu Shixian submitted his paper and departed. Chapter 31. The Merit of Tutoring. Given the nature of this essay prompt and his current state, achieving a perfect score seemed somewhat elusive. However, it mattered little. Doing his best was sufficient. After lunch, Lu Shixian indulged in a refreshing nap, rejuvenating his spirits significantly. At 2 o'clock, the physics exam commenced punctually. After recently revisiting high school physics, Lu Shixian realized the close connections between middle school physics and what lay ahead, essentially an expansion and deepening of concepts related to sound, light, heat, electricity, and force. It was akin to the relationship between a foundation and a skyscraper. A solid base must be established to reach greater heights and venture further. After a break until 4 o'clock, the final moment of the entrance examination arrived, the mathematics test. Despite it being the last exam, few dared to relax. For the intimidation posed by mathematics was formidable, necessitating utmost concentration. As Lu Shixian received the test paper, he glanced at the major problems. This time, the questions had shifted from points to parabolas. With little time to dwell, he began tackling the earlier multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, which allowed him to apply advanced laws and principles directly to achieve solutions. As long as the answers were correct, no one cared how he arrived at them. Consequently, Lu Shixian moved swiftly through the questions, his process a seamless assembly line, reading the question, calculating on scratch paper, and finally filling in the answer. Soon, he arrived at the final hurdle. Given the parabola, y-ax 2bxc, passing through the vertices of triangle ABC, where BC is parallel to the x-axis. Point A lies on the x-axis and C on the y-axis, with AC equal to BC. Without examining the diagram, Lu Shixian immediately addressed the first question, determine the axis of symmetry of the parabola. As expected, the initial question remained a straightforward bonus. He shook his head. Wasn't this merely a matter of memorizing formulas? He quickly sought the answer using the equation for the axis of symmetry, substituting values to arrive at the solution, severing the enemy's head. Before he could finish writing, Time was called. His combat power was too weak. On to the next. Identify the coordinates of points A, B, and C, and derive the equation of the parabola. Wasn't that just a matter of having hands? He swiftly pinpointed the locations of suspects A, B, and C using the coordinate axes. Through the testimony of suspect A30, he immediately inferred the recent whereabouts of the suspect. Could it be that there was truly no difficulty? With anticipation, Shixian turned to the third question, feeling relieved. Investigate whether there exists a scenario where point P, located below the axis of symmetry of the parabola, forms an isosceles triangle with points A and B. If such points exist, provide their coordinates. If not, please explain why. Shixian lightly slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked something. There were remnants of the previous dynasty lingering, entangled with today's rebels. He drew forth his tool, known as the auxiliary line, to cut through potential hiding spots. Alas, the cunning adversary had 3 layers, leaving him no choice but to dismantle each one, ultimately concluding that all 3 locations were indeed hideouts. Shixian meticulously documented the process of vanquishing the enemy, recording it on the answer sheet, awaiting presentation to the grading teacher. Surprisingly, the final question consumed a considerable amount of his effort. The concept is quite straightforward. The challenge lies in meticulously detailing the steps. By the time he completed his final review for any missing information or errors, an hour had already elapsed. With no other option, Shixian found himself lost in thought, waiting for another half hour before placing his answer sheet on the examination desk. He then stood up, signaled to the invigilator, and exited the examination hall. Thus concluded his high school entrance examination, marking the impending end of his junior high school journey. The moment he stepped out of the examination room, Shixian felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had shed a heavy burden. If he were to attend Jinling No. 1 high school, the results of this examination would not significantly impact him. However, he still carried within him the weight of his promise to Wang Chunhua, his gratitude towards his parents, and the culmination of 3 years of diligent study during his junior high school years. Upon reaching the school gate, he engaged in a casual conversation with his parents. Half an hour later, the final bell rang. Within mere minutes, the jubilant cheers of students echoed throughout the entirety of Jinling Agricultural School. Soon after, the entire teaching building appeared to be showered with confetti, as many students began joyfully tearing apart the examination papers and textbooks that had tormented them for 3 years. Shixian shook his head in a mixture of amusement and nostalgia. Indeed, life is a youthful journey, yet he felt he could no longer partake in it. Realizing he couldn't return home immediately, as Wang Chunhua likely had something to discuss, he instructed his parents to wait for him in the dormitory. As anticipated, the school broadcast soon announced the return to their original classrooms. Stepping into class 3-1, the classroom, still in its examination setup, felt eerily empty without textbooks or materials. Once everyone gathered, Wang Chunhua began to relay her final instructions. Classmates, it's getting rather late today. If your parents are not accompanying you, or if your home is far from school, please remain in the dormitory for the night and return home tomorrow. Before you leave, kindly gather your personal belongings. If your campus card has a balance, you may visit the finance office to claim a refund. In 2 weeks, remember to come to school to collect your report cards and graduation certificates, and to fill out your preferences. Please do not forget. Wang Chunhua remained as diligent as ever. But Shixian, observing the fervent discussions and restless atmosphere around him, knew her efforts would be in vain. Soon, they would all be asking when the report cards would be released. He understood this so well because he had done the same in the past. Finally, when Wang Chunhua announced the dismissal, nearly everyone raced out with the urgency of a sprint, even more enthusiastic than when heading to the cafeteria. Glancing at Chen, who was still leisurely gathering her things, Shixian casually inquired, "Hey, what are your plans for the break?" Yet it seemed she had no notion of leisure. Momentarily bewildered before responding, "What to do? Help my family with farm work and house chores, of course." All right then. Shixian chose to surrender to the situation. However, Chen's subsequent statement left him utterly speechless. "Earlier, Teacher Wang mentioned to my parents that my grades have been improving lately, and my mother said it's thanks to your tutoring. She wants you to come over to my house to play as a token of gratitude." What? What is going on? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Is Chen's academic progress truly due to my tutoring? Coughing slightly, Shixian felt a twinge of guilt. "You could mention to your mother that I'll consider it." Chapter 32. Beautiful and Pleasant. After bidding farewell to Chen, Shixian prepared to return to the dormitory. Of course, he would ponder the invitation, but the ultimate decision would likely be to decline. Upon returning to the dorm, he reunited with his parents. Aside from the bed, everything had been thoroughly tidied up. Not a single strand of hair remained. As it was already quite late, returning home was not an option. After a family dinner, they discussed their plans for the following days. His parents decided to find accommodation nearby and would return home together the next day. Once his parents departed, Shixian found himself feeling rather bored. According to the schedule, he should be engaging in a mock exam for one of his subjects. However, due to the entrance examination, he had already lost 2 days of study. Why not put in some extra work now and exhaust the junior high graduates? Shixian mused that this idea was indeed feasible. Students passing by, caught up in their revelry, were left to agape. This level of ambition was beyond their comprehension. The next day, due to his mother's urgency to return to teaching, having only taken 2 days off, she needed to arrive at school before 8:30 a.m. for her first class. Thus, Shixian's streak of over 100 days of uninterrupted morning exercises came to an abrupt end. Gazing out at the dimly lit sky beyond the car window, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. At 8 a.m., the bus arrived punctually at Jinling District, Happy Town. Watching his mother hurriedly rush towards the school, Shixian had no choice but to accompany his father back home. At precisely 8 a.m., the bustling activity of Happy Long Street was at its peak. Consequently, Shixian found himself greeted by every vendor and market-goer in the vicinity. Eventually, he left his father to handle the crowd and push his way through. It was terrifying. Returning home was far more challenging than the entrance examination. Following the long street, he soon arrived at his destination. It was now mid-June, a critical period for rice plants as they began to sprout and tiller. Experienced farmers could estimate the yield per acre based on the number of effective tillers. Standing atop a high ridge, he felt as though he were on a vast green prairie. Upon reaching his family's fields, he found them primarily planted with the most common variety, early rich No. 9. The leaves were dense and of vibrant green, the stalks sturdy and robust, and the tips of the ears full of grains. It appeared that his father had not been idle during these past few days. After admiring the rice paddies he had longed to see, Shixian joyfully returned home. At that moment, his father had already returned, carrying a rooster weighing about 3 or 4 pounds. "Your mother asked me to buy a chicken in town last night to supplement your diet. The school's meals can't compare to home-cooked food." With nothing else to do, Shixian eagerly asked, "Should I help with the butchering?" Instantly, his father's eyes radiated disbelief. "You can't? Dad, you underestimate me too much. How could a good student of the new era not know how to butcher a chicken?" Shixian protested. "All right then." His father handed the rooster over to him. "It's just about bleeding it, then dipping it in hot water to make plucking easier, and finally gutting it, right? I've seen pigs being slaughtered before." With that, Shixian began to fill a large basin with water. He felt somewhat confident, having done this before in his past life. However, what he did not anticipate was that as he pressed the rooster down against the stone slab and made the first cut, it squawked loudly and soared out of his grasp, escaping his hold. A fine line of blood sprayed through the air, leaving Shixian covered in it. His father, nearby, laughed like a fool and hurried after the escaping bird. Had it not been for the rope still tied around its leg, it might have truly gotten away. "Ha ha ha! How is that? Didn't you say you could do it?" His father entered full mockery mode. Shixian felt utterly speechless. Realizing that it was his lack of strength that had caused the mishap, his so-called training had merely increased his endurance, while his arm strength was only sufficient to hold a pen. Yet he insisted with unwavering conviction, "My theory is flawless. It is merely the sample target that is unsuitable." With that, he retreated indoors to change his attire. Upon his emergence, the once magnificent rooster had already departed this world. What a pity! The thought of chicken legs for dinner had already caused Shixian to salivate. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed when he spotted the chicken entrails in his father's hand. He couldn't kill the chicken, but surely he could catch lobsters. In 2007, the aquaculture model of cohabiting rice fields with lobsters and fish had yet to gain traction. No one had realized that there was a market for lobsters cultivated in rice paddies. At present, all lobsters were wild, and this particular month was just the right time for their emergence. With these thoughts in mind, Shixian procured a bamboo pole, tied a discarded white string from a fertilizer bag to one end, and secured fresh chicken entrails to the other. He gathered a net and a long bucket, and set off with great enthusiasm. Indeed, as he had anticipated, when he placed the chicken entrails into the water, the string began to sink within mere seconds. A catch! Shixian swiftly lifted the pole, and a deep red lobster with formidable pincers clamped down on the bait. It seemed he wouldn't even need the net. He waited for it to surface, then vigorously yanked it onto dry land. Pressing down on the lobster's dark crimson back, it was utterly powerless against him. He placed it in the bucket and began to fish for the next one. Remarkably, within half an hour, he had amassed a bucket half full of scrambling lobsters. In truth, if he truly wanted to, he could simply set a trap with bait and return later to collect his catch. However, that would rob him of the joy of the experience. This was a childhood pastime he wished to relive. As noon approached, the sun grew increasingly scorching. Reluctantly, he decided to wrap things up early to preserve his complexion. On his way back, he found himself struggling to lift the bucket filled with lobsters. Upon returning to the cool shade of the eaves, his mother appeared, sporting a sun hat. Typically, she would dine at the school cafeteria at noon, but it was evident she had returned for his sake. "Oh, son, even in this heat, you're out here catching these creatures? It seems dinner will be a treat tonight." Mrs. Shixian expressed her delight. After enjoying a hearty lunch and savoring a delicious chicken soup, Shixian engaged in a fierce struggle for survival with a half-bucket of lobsters that afternoon. Clearly, he emerged victorious, as all the lobsters were thoroughly cleaned and placed into the net. By evening, Shixian and his father collaborated to set the table. The setting sun painted the clouds in dappled hues of color, drifting across the sky. As Shixian admired the breathtaking twilight, he reveled in the cool evening breeze. The fragrant aroma of rice grains wafted from all directions, intoxicating his senses. Paying no heed to decorum, he grasped the stir-fried crimson lobsters and indulged in them voraciously. The shells he discarded carelessly in his yard, followed by a refreshing gulp of chilled soda. Such a life could tempt even the deities to trade places. This was the idyllic and gratifying life of a rural household, a joy he had not experienced in a long while. Chapter 33. Mother, have you received a raise? During his previous academic pursuits, he was surrounded by the concrete jungle, shuttling between laboratories with little leisure to savor life. After enjoying this tranquil existence for several days, he began to feel restless. While relaxation was delightful, aspirations must still be pursued. As a diligent student of the new century, how could he remain idle? He needed to strive for the rise of his homeland through education. Shixian motivated himself internally. Thus, the following morning, he jogged several laps along the rural paths, compensating for his earlier idleness. Seizing the breakfast opportunity, Shixian shared his thoughts with his parents. To his surprise, he received enthusiastic support from his mother. "Absolutely. Life is a journey. We must strive tirelessly. I wholeheartedly support your desire to study in the city. Conveniently, your uncle and cousin work there, so you can stay with them. We'll be at ease knowing you're in good hands. That girl is quite adept in the kitchen, though she still can't compare to me." Shixian's eyes sparkled as he recalled a familiar face. With the most significant hurdle now cleared, he began to pack for his next journey. In truth, there wasn't much to gather. Just a few sets of clothes and essential study materials would suffice. Before departing, Shixian received 500 yuan from his mother. "Mother, have you recently received a raise? You're being exceedingly generous. I haven't even finished the last allowance you gave me," he remarked sincerely, gazing at Mrs. Shixian. Yet he was met with a disapproving glare. "Our household expenses have increased. You keep buying this and that. So it's better for you to leave sooner to ease my burden. And if you're going to your cousin's, you can't show up empty-handed, can you?" Shixian was taken aback to discover that his mother's willingness stemmed from this very concern. At that moment, his father emerged, urging him to hurry. "Why are you still here? Your mother comes home every noon, and it's driving me mad." Clearly, his presence was a significant disruption to their marital bliss. So he resignedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and bid his parents farewell with a touch of melancholy. Once again, he set out towards the city. But this time it was not to the suburbs, and there was no need to take the 808 bus. Fortunately, modern buses not only had schedules, but also displayed their routes. Happiness Town to Jinling City Center, that's the one. Shixian eagerly waved at the bus he had never boarded before, the 405. The bus responded to his enthusiasm, coming to a leisurely halt before him. "Where are you off to, kid? It seems like both middle and high schools are on summer break now," the ticket lady inquired curiously as she observed his backpack. "I'm heading to the city for extra lessons. There's no summer break for me," Shixian replied, wide-eyed as he concocted a fib. He immediately received a sympathetic look from the ticket lady. Upon reaching the bus station, he paid 5 yuan. Shixian retrieved the leftover change from his backpack. As for the larger bills, he dared not produce them. The 5 yuan ticket subjected him to a 3-hour journey, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Such is the drawback of public transportation, the constant stops and jarring bumps made for a tumultuous ride. Arriving at the bus station, it was already noon. Although he felt a bit queasy, he still needed to eat. Thanks to his previous schooling in Jinling City, he was quite familiar with the area, confident he could navigate it even with his eyes closed. However, a decade had passed, and now the city bore only the Jinling building as its landmark. Yet, being in the city center, the development had not been overly drastic. While some areas had subtle differences, the overall landscape remained largely unchanged. The restaurant adjacent to the bus station was both expensive and unappetizing. He recalled an old, renowned roast duck shop on Chongqing Avenue. The owner was famed for his duck. and Lu Shixian was eager to relive that culinary delight. Indeed, his memory served him well. Within 20 minutes, he located his destination. Good things are worth seeking, even if the alley is narrow, he mused, observing that despite the sparse foot traffic, patrons were still queuing at the roast duck shop. As the aromatic scent wafted from the oven, Lu Shixian found that feelings of nausea were inconsequential. Having invested a mere 15 yuan, he indulged in a sumptuous roast duck feast, which, unsurprisingly, retained its original flavor. As the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Without requiring the address provided by his mother, Lu Shixian could easily recite the detailed residence of his cousin, Xia Yubing. Such was the familiarity he had from his previous life. Whether during his undergraduate days or his time in graduate school, he often frequented her home for meals. Xia Yubing hailed from the same county as his mother in Jinling. Yet she had inherited the Xia family's academic prowess and returned to Jinling after graduating from a prestigious 985 university to pursue a career in public service. On one fortunate occasion, she successfully secured a position during the provincial examination. Given the current timeline, she was likely laboring as a beleaguered news clerk in the city's public relations department. Therefore, he made his way towards the government offices in the city center. It was still before 2 in the afternoon, and it seemed likely that Xia Yubing was currently on break. As for what gifts to bring, Lu Shixian deemed it unnecessary. Having met during numerous festive occasions throughout their lives, they were already quite familiar. A selection of vegetables and fruits would suffice, especially as he intended to partake in them himself. After perusing the nearby market, he procured some fresh vegetables and marinated meat. Of course, these were mere embellishments. The most important item was the lychees, Xia Yubing's favorite. With bags in hand, Lu Shixian finally arrived at the dormitory building. If memory served him right, her room should be on the 3rd floor of Unit 2, Room 201. Logically, as a recent hire, she would not typically be assigned such a favorable floor in the dormitory. However, her father, Lu Shixian's uncle, held a leadership position in a different department nearby. Such is the nature of a society built on connections. Unfortunately, Lu Shixian was halted at the entrance, unable to gain entry. If anyone could simply stroll into the government dormitory in downtown Jinling, it would surely lead to chaos. Old Chun, can I not just register? My sister truly works here, Lu Shixian said, somewhat exasperated. In his previous life, this very gatekeeper had eventually recognized him, allowing unrestricted access. The old man took a puff from his pipe, visibly surprised. Kid, how do you know my surname is Chun? Lu Shixian, caught off guard, hastily deflected. Oh, my sister must have told me. Now, can I go in? The old man, suspicious yet principled, replied, No, unless someone comes to escort you. Tell me which building and which unit, and I will make contact. Reluctantly, Lu Shixian had to reveal Xia Yubing's name. Ah, so it's that new girl. No wonder I haven't seen you before. Let me check, he said, rifling through the registration book before making a call. After a brief conversation, he ultimately allowed Lu Shixian entry, though he added a rather stinging remark before Lu Shixian stepped inside. Is your relationship not too good? Your sister said it was too hot to come out, so you should just go all by yourself. Chapter 34. This is so Xia Yubing. Indeed, this was quintessentially her. Though he understood, it did not imply that Lu Shixian could readily accept it. He stormed up to the 3rd floor, repeatedly knocking on the door of room 201. The door soon swung open. Lu Shixian looked up to see a woman clad in a light yellow dress, her hair voluminous. Observing his breathless state, she quickly fetched a glass of water from the coffee table and handed it to him, teasingly remarking, I say, little brother, how old are you? Is that all you can manage? Your constitution seems a bit lacking. How will you find a girlfriend like this? Lu Shixian gulped down the water, feeling exceedingly vexed and full of complaints. I nearly collapsed after walking for several hours without a break. That's quite an achievement. And why are you even questioning me? Besides, what does physical fitness have to do with finding girlfriend? Sister, could you please hold your tongue for a moment and let me catch my breath? Lu Shixian set his belongings down and hurried to the couch in the living room. Only then did he take the opportunity to survey the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to those of his previous life. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen, a standard layout. However, the color palette was somewhat subdued, lacking the warm pastel tones of his past. The kitchen was also rather ordinary, far from luxurious. It seemed that he had arrived too early in this life, as the renovations were still in progress. Little brother, why didn't you visit my father while in Jinling? His place is considerably larger than mine, Xia Yubing inquired. Lu Shixian waved his hand dismissively. I would much rather see a delightful young lady than that grumpy old man. At this remark, Xia Yubing's eyes lit up, and she nodded approvingly. Your taste has certainly improved, little brother. She then glanced at the plastic bag containing the lychees, her eyes sparkling. Wow, my favorite lychees. Your awareness has elevated. Have you perhaps met a little girlfriend at school? Lu Shixian found himself at a loss for words. What connection could there possibly be between the two? Women only hinder my problem-solving abilities. My focus is solely on my studies. Xia Yubing shot him a disdainful look of. Wait until you reach high school, and you'll understand the harshness of competition. If you don't seize the opportunity to date now, you'll find yourself with no time later. By the way, how did you fare in your recent entrance exams? Lu Tian Ligarjikli replied, so. I came in first in the city. Came her incredulous response. Come on now, I know the level of your agricultural school. Coming in first, there is equivalent to being around 50th in the city. If you truly came in first, I might as well jump out of this window. Lu Shixian could no longer be bothered to argue. She had already formed a bias against Jinling Agricultural School and would not believe anything he said, rendering his efforts futile. Moreover, it was crucial to note that they were on the second floor, so jumping down would not result in any severe injury. Noticing Lu Shixian's silence, Xia Yubing became increasingly convinced of her assessment. How long do you plan to stay? Keep in mind that your sister is now a working woman and has no time for leisure. Lu Shixian was well aware of her character and waved dismissively. All I need is a key to the door and a place to sleep. Everything else is up to you. I want to intrude on your dates. At this declaration, Xia Yubing exploded with indignation. What date? I'm currently buried in newspapers, searching for highlights to report, busy as a dog, with no time to seek out men. However, are you secretly meeting your little girlfriend without informing my aunt? Speak honestly. Lu Shixian chose to remain silent. His cousin, Xia Yubing, was remarkable in every aspect. Her figure was graceful, her family background admirable, her education exceptional, and her abilities outstanding. What a wonderful person she was. Yet she possessed a mouth that could not be quelled. As expected, seeing that no one was responding to her, Xia Yubing quickly relented. I have to go to work this afternoon, so entertain yourself for a bit. I'll make arrangements when I return. Stay put and don't wander off. Lu Shixian nodded, realizing that it was futile to alter her perception of his youthful physique. He had resigned himself to his fate. When the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Xia Yubing indeed left for work on time. The door was predictably locked. Lu Shixian could only meander around the apartment in boredom. However, after a few laps, he discovered there was little to explore. He was far too familiar with this place. Initially intending to ascend the balcony to gaze far and wide, he inadvertently caught sight of an array of colorful trinkets hanging nearby, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance. Never approaching them again, he was acutely aware that even a single drop of his essence was too precious to squander. As the saying goes, youth is unaware of its worth, only to shed tears in old age. With bated breath, he awaited the arrival of Summer Yubing, who finally returned around 6 in the evening, presenting him with a newly cut key. Here it is, just freshly made. Do take care not to lose it. As night fell, it was time for the culinary prowess of Summer Yubing to shine, aided by the ingredients that Lu Shixian had provided. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, comprising 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Lu Shixian picked up his chopsticks to savor the meal, reminiscing that although it lacked the finesse of his previous life, it surpassed his mother's cooking by leaps and bounds. He pondered where she had acquired such culinary skills. As bedtime approached, he found himself with the choice of 2 guest rooms aside from the master bedroom, each equipped with private bathrooms, akin to a hotel. Lu Shixian could not help but remark on the lavishness of it all. He informed Summer Yubing that he would be rising early for morning exercises and advised her to eat breakfast without concern for him, for at that hour, she would hardly stir from her slumber. A night passed in silence. When Lu Shixian awoke to the rhythm of his biological clock, the sky had already begun to lighten. Being summer, dawn broke early. Each morning, he would motivate himself with an encouraging mantra. The foundation of a day lies in its morning. Keep pushing forward. After organizing a small backpack, he stepped outside. Jogging along the streets served as a form of exercise, and he stopped to purchase a steamer basket of dumplings and a bowl of congee. Once satisfied, he made his way directly to his destination, the Jinling City Library. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred the familiar libraries of Jinling Agricultural University or Jinling University, but these institutions were not open to the public, leaving him with no alternatives. At this stage, the resources available at the Jinling Library should suffice. Fortunately, the city had its advantages. Distances were manageable, and travel was convenient. There was no need for transportation. A 10-minute stroll across pedestrian bridges would suffice. As he approached the imposing structure of the provincial capital's library, one might ponder how this building had later been voted by Jinling netizens as the most ostentatious yet impractical place. With such a meager collection of books, one might assume it to be a provincial library. In response to public outcry, the municipal authorities hastily procured a substantial number of books to quell the criticism. He wondered if they now possessed what he sought. Chapter 35. Breaking Through the Chains of Derision. Currently, The first floor of the Jinling City Library remained eerily vacant. According to future plans, it was intended to serve as an exhibition hall for various cultural activities and would be available for public rental. To access the reading materials, one had to take the elevator to the second floor. Despite being only 3 stories tall, the library had opted for an elevator without any staircases, leaving one to speculate whether this was a cost-saving measure or a pursuit of grandeur. Regardless, Shixian conceded that as long as it was free, the library had done well. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by an intoxicating aroma of books. However, without a reader's card from the front desk, entry was impossible. Peering towards the reception, he noticed a woman in her 30s seated at a desk. Though she appeared rather youthful, enhanced by makeup, her expression bore a certain numbness, exuding an aura that made one hesitant to approach, as if one owed her a debt. On the path ahead, another weary soul had seemingly lost all hope. Realizing he needed to engage her to gain entry, Shixian sighed softly and cautiously approached. "Hello, miss. May I inquire if I can apply for a reader's card?" Upon hearing the word miss, he witnessed a fleeting glimmer of joy on her face. "Oh, what brings such a young child to the library all alone? Is no one accompanying you?" Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Shixian replied, "My family is busy working in the government building and seldom has time to entertain me. So I came to the library to read and pass the time." Upon hearing this, the woman became even more amiable. Shixian felt as if he had entered a bustling marketplace. "Why, you're indeed a good child. Here it's rare for even adults to visit for reading, let alone children. Which type of card would you like? I'll guide you." He glanced at the brochure she presented. Type A, deposit of 20, allows borrowing of 5 books for a month. Type B, deposit of 35, allows borrowing of 10 books for a month. Type C, deposit of 50, allows borrowing of 15 books for a month. Students receive a discount of 5 yuan. Shixian nodded. The fees were reasonable, especially compared to the exorbitant prices of his previous life. He quickly used his student ID to acquire a Type B card, although his student status was somewhat contentious. As graduation loomed, he found his earlier social maneuvering quite effective, and he suspected that his appearance had played a pivotal role. Consequently, he even saved the nominal processing fee. With his newly minted reader's card in hand, Shixian approached the censor. Beep. Student card Type B. He felt a humorous sense of accomplishment, akin to boarding a train with a ticket. Shaking off any distractions, he walked purposefully in one direction, when suddenly, the woman called out with a kind reminder, "Young lad, you're going the wrong way. The children's reading area is to the left." Startled, Shixian nearly stumbled, but managed to turn back with a forced smile, explaining, "I was just curious and wanted to take a look. Please continue with your work. No need to mind me." Entering the reading area, he effortlessly located the shelves designated for natural sciences. With his seasoned experience, a mere glance directed him to his intended destination. The field of biological sciences awaited him. Each book appeared as a captivating beauty, causing his eyes to sparkle. Titles such as General Biology, Comprehensive Botany, Principles of Biochemistry, Plant Physiology, General Zoology, Fundamental Ecology, Cell Biology, and Biological Evolution filled him with satisfaction. Although the collection was not exhaustive, lacking internationally recognized textbooks and specialized competition guides, it mattered little. The foundation of biology was constructed upon these very texts. Mastering them would be a formidable challenge in itself. Some titles he had previously perused, such as General Biology, an essential introductory textbook, serve as a pivotal resource in the study of life sciences. Another, Cell Biology, was regarded as the Bible for cellular studies in the country. Its significance encapsulated in the phrase, "With this book in hand, cells hold no fear." Then there was Botany, which he had devoured with fervor for a month. Drawn by its exquisite presentation, this book ranked among the top 3 in terms of aesthetic appeal among all related texts. Yet, there were also volumes he had little acquaintance with. General Zoology is one of them. He couldn't even grasp the study of plants, let alone have the time to delve into the realm of animals. Thus, the biological aspects encompassed in agricultural studies are rather rudimentary, for one focuses on application while the other pursues theory. Having spent several years navigating this domain, Shixian has come to understand the existence of certain hierarchy of disdain within the academic community. Those engaged in structural modeling look down upon those who conduct regression analyses, while those involved in regression analyses scorn those who perform case studies. Those who explore causality regard correlation studies with contempt, and experimental researchers disdain observational studies. Theoretical scholars often dismiss practical applications. Of course, this is merely the most superficial layer of disdain. It extends beyond schools, faculties, and disciplines. Even within biology, different research directions exhibit similar hierarchies. with biophysicists looking down on biochemists and biochemists disparaging biotechnologists, among other variations, including the status of research achievements and the size of research projects. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a social hierarchy, and the research community is no exception. The perceived simplicity and purity of academic life, as propagated by outsiders, is merely a spectacle for the uninformed. However, one thing he is resolute about is his vow to harmonize theory and application in this lifetime, to attend the finest and most prestigious institution, to strive earnestly to become a leader, to publish in the most esteemed journals, and to completely extricate himself from the disdainful hierarchy. It seems he has digressed. Liu Shixian's current plans do not extend to such lofty aspirations. For now, he must first thoroughly comprehend this volume of general zoology. With a vast array of knowledge to be acquired and without a detailed study plan, his efficiency is rather low. He retrieves a pen and begins to meticulously outline his subsequent study sequence in a pristine notebook. While the biology competition is undeniably significant, the content for the college entrance examination is also indispensable. After all, he aspires to enter the elite youth class, and even if he has only a year's opportunity, he does not wish to squander it. Pursuing both paths will allow him to tread more securely, as his previous considerations were somewhat precarious. The college entrance examination for this year has concluded well before the middle school entrance examination, and the youth class requires a score of 70 on the college entrance examination. Thus, he must endeavor to achieve the best possible results in next year's examination. However, the biology competition's league coincides with mid-May, and only those who secure a gold medal within the top 50 at the national competition will have a chance at guaranteed admission. His achievements will only bear significance through this league. The two critical timelines are alarmingly close, creating a rather awkward situation that compels him to engage in a dual campaign. Yet he has been reborn. If he cannot overcome such a challenge and lacks the courage to even participate, he might as well end it all. Chapter 36 is indeed merciless. The study schedule he devised during his 100 days at school has become somewhat outdated. Given the current complexities, he must formulate a more refined and scientific study plan. Therefore, he decides to first tackle a complete set of past examination papers. Liu Shixian pulls out a set of 2005 past papers, feeling a pang of regret. Not without reason, as past papers are exceptionally precious. Each set completed diminishes their availability. One cannot equate simulated papers to actual past papers. If simulated papers could serve as substitutes, the cutoff scores across all provinces would soar beyond 600. He glances at the electronic display in the library, which reads 9:20 in the morning. He intends to work until 11:50, then return for lunch. Setting aside the newly acquired book, Liu Shixian immerses himself in the college entrance examination past papers at a library table, oblivious to his surroundings. This time, his pace is remarkably fluid. After months of targeted training, he has become quite familiar with the key classical poems and notable texts from the college entrance examination. Encountering such questions now triggers a reflexive recollection of the original texts, their respective textbooks, chapters, and passages. As he progresses to the essays section, Liu Shixian feels as though the 2006 papers are significantly simpler. However, in terms of actual difficulty, the variance between the 2 years' papers is minimal, with the 2005 papers arguably presenting greater challenges. The very fact that he perceives such progress reflects Liu Shixian's continuous improvement. A cursory glance at the essay prompt reveals a freshly penned 800-word argumentative essay. Some may argue that spending so much time on an essay is a waste, often opting to complete only the earlier questions and neglecting the essay altogether. Yet this view is misguided. The essence of composition lies in the act of writing itself. Without engaging in writing, one can never enhance their prose or style. He glances up at the display, noting that it has just passed 11. He proceeds to review the language exam, contrasting his answers with the key points from the reference. This process of comparison and summarization often proves more crucial than the initial answering phase. Merely answering without reviewing is akin to engaging in futile labor. After the review, Liu Shixian concludes that, with respect to the college entrance examination, he can momentarily set aside his language studies and later reinforce his understanding. Upon exiting the library, Liu Shixian casually takes a copy of botany with him. If one were to insist on an order, he would naturally begin with the microscopic aspects of biochemistry, cellular biology, biomolecules, microbiology, bioinformatics, and biostatistics. Botany belongs to the macroscopic realm, focusing on plant anatomy and classification, which constitutes a key area of study. However, this book is one he has previously mastered to a considerable degree, making it a reasonable choice to tackle before advancing to more challenging content. Soon, Liu Shixian arrives at the front desk. "Excuse me, could you help me check this out?" At this moment, the elderly attendant, having hardly any patrons to converse with. Finds her spirits lifted by the presence of someone to engage with. She takes the book from Shixian, glancing at it, nearly dropping her glasses in astonishment. Although she has not seen it firsthand, she understands through the borrowing situation. Nowadays, children predominantly prefer reading Jean Mankey, Longman, and Comic Party. Particularly popular among the youth this May are titles such as Stealing the Moon, 9 Stars in the Sky, and The Spirit List. But what on earth is this botany? Although she cannot comprehend it, the book must still be lent out, as her goodwill remains intact. After scanning the book's code, the display indeed reveals a line of information. The library possesses 1 copy, 1 is currently borrowed, and none are available. For other popular titles, she would at least retain 1 copy, but this book is essentially a mere filler for the collection, seldom read by anyone. As long as it is neither lost nor damaged, lending it out poses no concern. Before long, Shixian returns home joyfully, having made a worthwhile trip. By the time he arrives at his cousin's house, it is already past 12:10. At that moment, Xia Yubing has just returned too, but the dishes are already sizzling on the stove, and the rice cooker is puffing steam. Seeing Shixian enter, Xia Yubing is somewhat curious. Who goes out to play while carrying a backpack? Could he really have gone to study? But now, school is not in session, and his brother has not enrolled in any tutoring classes. What could he possibly be learning? True to her straightforward nature, she inquires, "Hey, what did you do this morning?" "I heard the door around 6. Where did you go?" As Shixian sets his heavy backpack down on the table, he replies, "What else? Studying, of course. Learning brings me joy." Xia Yubing chuckles, teasing, "It seems your middle school entrance exam results aren't out yet. How can you be in the mood to study? You might as well enjoy your childhood while you can." Shixian immediately exhibited a look of disappointment, exclaiming, "Shallow. Far too shallow." Luo Bin Wang composed his famous ode to the goose at the tender age of 6. Gan Luo was appointed as an official at the age of 12. And Ningbo had already enrolled in university by the age of 13. Yet here I am, approaching 15 with nothing to show for it. How embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Xia Yubing burst into laughter, playfully placing her hands on her hips. "Brother, how is it that in just a few months, you've become so amusing? Look at you. A prodigy. At your age, I feel I shall never attain the status of a genius myself. Why not save your aspirations for adulthood and make them a reality then?" Xia Yubing, however, merely took his comments as a jest and urged him to eat. After a hearty lunch and a brief respite, Shixian rose to peruse some books. As the clock approached 2, he donned his cherished little backpack and set off once more. In the main bedroom, Xia Yubing lay in a rather unrefined manner, engrossed in her phone while shaking her head disapprovingly. In the afternoon, free from the need to engage in forced pleasantries with the elderly lady, Shixian swiped his student card with indifference. Indeed, he was devoid of sentiment. The afternoon was dedicated solely to a single exam, and Shixian promptly retrieved a past mathematics paper to tackle. An hour later, he furrowed his brow and set down his pen, staring silently at a question he had encircled on the paper. Upon checking the answer, he discovered he had erred only on that one question. At that moment, his solving methods appeared so sophisticated that they obscured any reliance on advanced mathematics, relying solely on high school formulas. However, this did not imply he lacked proficiency in higher mathematics. Rather, he found it a useful technique to swiftly calculate answers for verification or to backtrack through the process using the provided answers. Despite missing just one multiple-choice question, it indicated that he had fundamentally grasped the essential content of the college entrance examination. Yet, there were certain peripheral topics mentioned only briefly in the textbooks that he had yet to master. Such questions were few in number, but they consistently appeared in each year's examination, oscillating between key points and advanced content, serving as a cunning tool for exam setters. When questioned, the response was that these were indeed topics found in the textbooks, and thus not considered beyond the syllabus. One must wonder, are such questions not rather devious? Chapter 37. The Elderly Lady Misguided Me. Shixian had inadvertently fallen into a trap with a seemingly straightforward knowledge-checking multiple-choice question, of which he possessed no recollection. While his inability to answer stemmed from objective factors, his insufficient grasp of the textbook material was a subjective shortcoming. He could not deflect blame. He could only choose to accept it. He had yet to thoroughly digest the material and resolved to continue studying for a few more days. Incorporating a review of the textbook into his plan, Shixian glanced up at the time. It was still a bit early for dinner, and he had completed his study schedule for the day. He then took out his botany textbook to delve deeper. His notes from the previous day remained untouched in the introduction. Most individuals might skip the introduction and dive straight into the main chapters, but Shixian perceived hidden treasures within. He had already reviewed the overview of plants, biological demarcations, and the content and subdivisions of botany multiple times. so there was little need to reiterate that. The crux lay in the brief history and trends of botany, as well as the methodologies for studying it. As the saying goes, one can discern gains and losses by reflecting on oneself, and understand rise and fall through historical reflection. He did not harbor a dislike for history. He merely had not encountered historical topics that piqued his interest. Should one inquire about the birth date, surname, or posthumous title of King Yu of Zhou, how many would truly know? Yet, if one were to ask how King Yu perished, nearly everyone would recall the tale of the beacon fires and the lords. The essence of history is not merely to recognize past events, but to illuminate the path forward for contemporary individuals, providing a program of action and methodologies for work. A deeper significance lies in re-evaluating the commonplace methodologies of today, reflecting on the current historical context, and determining what goals can be pursued and to what extent, along with the means to achieve them. As for the methods of studying botany discussed in the introduction, there is no need for elaboration. The author has essentially placed the knowledge at your fingertips, and if one insists on finding their own path, that is a matter of personal interpretation. When he once again encountered the subdivisions of botany, he could not help but marvel at the endless pursuit of knowledge and truth. There are 11 subdivisions within botany alone, including molecular botany, metabolic botany, and cellular and structural botany. Moreover, botany is merely a branch of biology, underscoring the arduous journey of inquiry. Upon finishing the introduction, Shixian recorded not a single knowledge point, but lightly noted a few keywords: interest, imagination, and levels of life, morphological structure, functions, and the various processes of growth and development, systematic evolution, and the fundamental theories of natural classification, basic methods of plant identification, and the main features and identification points of common families of seed plants. The above constitutes the methods of learning, while the latter encompasses the key points of study. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, is a principle Shixian consistently adheres to in his studies. As the clock inched towards 6, Shixian tidied his backpack in preparation for his return. He rose, stretched widely, and could not help but lament the swift passage of time. He had yet to satiate his thirst for knowledge, yet one must inevitably live within the confines of the three-dimensional world. Upon returning, he found Xia Yubing donning an apron while cooking. Spotting Shixian, she teasingly remarked, "My little master has finally returned. Do you truly consider me your maid? You never play with me. What use are you?" Shixian, well aware of her nature, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, took her jests lightly. "With your attitude, you're hardly qualified to be my maid." This retort elicited a laugh from Xia Yubing. "Then tell me, what would qualify me?" Shixian set down his backpack and demonstrated. "At the very least, you need a maid outfit," and then speak in a cute voice. "Master, please feel free to issue your commands." Xia Yubing was instantly taken aback, brandishing a spatula and aiming for Shixian's head. "I see you're getting a bit too full of yourself. Prepare to face the consequences." Shixian could only duck and cover his head while shouting, "Ah, I was wrong. Sister, grant me one more chance." "Not a chance. You dare to defy me. Today, I will teach you a lesson and put you in your place." The two siblings began to tussle and playfully wrestle, seemingly forgetting everything else. However, Shixian's keen senses soon picked up on an unpleasant odor that should not have been there. "What is that terrible smell? What are you looking at me for?" "Ah, I forgot to turn off the heat. The food has burned." Ultimately, this playful skirmish came to an end, adhering to the principle that waste is disgraceful. The two of them sat down to eat the charred remnants of their culinary mishaps, bitterly savoring the fruits of their own labor. After a sweat-inducing day, Shixian took a refreshing shower in the evening and settled on his bed to begin reading the second chapter, Plant Cells and Tissues. The following day, Shixian rose early once more, finishing his breakfast. He deliberately took a longer route, jogging leisurely around the city for a bit of exercise. Upon arriving at the library, he coincidentally timed his arrival with its opening hours. The elderly lady from the previous day noticed Shixian in the entrance records, but he did not afford her an opportunity to speak, leaving her with a sense of longing. As soon as the library opened, he spotted Shixian, still wearing his familiar little backpack, strolling in at a leisurely pace. "Young lad, you're quite early today. It's rare to find someone your age so disciplined and eager to learn." Shixian realized that he could not evade the situation any longer, and thus reluctantly offered her a smile. "Good morning, sister. You seem even more graceful today than yesterday," he said without hesitation. In his view, the only individuals who would never lie were children and those intoxicated. The elderly lady immediately brightened up, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Is that so? Does that mean I'm not beautiful?" Shixian inwardly lamented the difficulty of the situation, thinking he should have simply stated that she was beautiful. Yet now, he was compelled to explain himself. "Of course you're beautiful, but beauty is fleeting, while grace is eternal. Thanks to Lu Shixian, the elderly lady enjoyed a delightful morning, while he had long since made his escape. Indeed, the elderly lady proved to be quite a handful for him. Where could he find a young girl as amusing, who would blush at just a few words? The area near his previous seat remained desolate, and Lu Shixian settled down, opening his backpack. His plan for the morning was to complete the 2005 comprehensive science examination paper to gain a clear understanding of his overall standing. Glancing at the display, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. Lu Shixian clenched his teeth in frustration. He had squandered half an hour. That elderly lady had misled him. In tackling the comprehensive science exam, Lu Shixian adopted a strategy of addressing the easier questions first. He decided to start with biology, leaving the remaining chemistry and physics questions for later, skipping any he found too challenging. After 100 days of review, he found that he had made significant progress with the fundamental and intermediate chemistry and physics problems. However, when it came to the more complex questions, while chemistry posed some challenges, at least there were minor questions to salvage points. Physics, on the other hand, was a different story altogether if he couldn't solve it. He simply couldn't. For instance, the final physics question from the 2005 exam featured a uniformly strong magnetic field directed vertically downward. What kind of illustration was that? Wasn't it just like gazing at the stars from outside a window? Chapter 38, the sudden midterm exam results. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to say so. He understood the concept of a uniformly strong magnetic field and recognized the U-shaped metal frame. But when it came to the interaction between the two, he was utterly perplexed. It wasn't that he wasn't trying. It was just that the problem was too cunning. He couldn't help but reminisce about how delightful physics had been in middle school and how it had become so troublesome as he grew older. With 10 minutes left until the exam concluded at 11:30, Lu Shixian decided to give up. Sitting idle was not productive. It was better to save time for grading. With over half an hour remaining for lunch, he aimed to complete the work before eating. After spending a few minutes checking his answers, he dedicated the rest of the time to reflection and summarization. Biology remained his beloved subject, offering him the warmest response and entrusting everything to him. Chemistry, however, was like a pipa, half concealed, its enthusiasm always separated by a barrier, making it hard to approach. Physics, indifferent, was as elusive as mist obscuring water or water reflecting the moon, desirable yet unattainable. History, of course, was inconsequential now, having been relegated to obscurity. Yet Lu Shixian could not shake off his bad habit, falling prey to the universal folly of men. The more unattainable something was, the more he yearned for it. Thus, he resolved to intensify his efforts in conquering physics and chemistry, striving to make rapid progress. At noon, he returned home for a meal. By the afternoon, Lu Shixian officially entered the mode of morning college entrance examination and afternoon competition. When one diligently engages in an endeavor, time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed unnoticed. At 7 in the evening, after dining with Xia Yubing, she suddenly mentioned how many of her older colleagues were boasting about their children's midterm exam results. Lu Shixian abruptly looked up, beginning to piece things together. The relentless battle over these past days, immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, had caused him to forget that he was still a middle school graduate. Midterm exam results? They were out. What date was it today? Lu Shixian inquired, somewhat bewildered. Xia Yubing looked at him with amusement, unsure of how to respond. While others were eagerly counting the days, he had completely forgotten. We'll check your results shortly. If you fare worse than the lowest scoring student among my colleagues, you could just return home, eating my food, using my things, and now making me embarrassed. Naturally, this was said in jest. She was aware of Lu Shixian's capabilities. Perhaps he couldn't compete with the prodigies from foreign language middle schools, but scoring in the top 50 should not be too much of a challenge. As they spoke, Lu Shixian finally realized that tomorrow was the day to collect his graduation certificate, and the day before was the time to check results online. Surely, there wouldn't be any mishaps like the first mock exam, he reassured himself. Finally, he shot her a knowing glance, crossing his arms, and declared, "Today, Lu Shixian shall make you, this superficial woman, aware of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." What are you waiting for? Hurry and grab the computer. Xia Yubing couldn't help but grind her teeth. Although she was tempted to smack his head, she restrained herself, recognizing the importance of checking the scores, and went inside to fetch her cherished pink notebook. Clearly experienced, Xia Yubing effortlessly accessed the website of the Jinling City Education Examination Institute. Finally, she opened the webpage for midterm score inquiries. "Come on, hurry and enter your examination number," she urged, giving him a knowing look. He had forgotten the date, so naturally, he would forget his examination number too. Lu Shixian retrieved the examination number he had abandoned in his backpack for the past 2 weeks, inputting the digits onto the website. He clicked the Check Now button. Whether it was due to the high volume of inquiries or Xia Yubing's poor internet connection, the entire web page began to refresh and spin. As seconds ticked by, Lu Shixian found himself growing increasingly anxious. What is going on? Noticing Lu Shixian's restlessness, Xia Yubing understood his feelings but refrained from voicing her thoughts, offering rare comfort. Don't worry, it's probably just that too many people are checking their scores, causing the server to crash. It will be fine soon. Lu Shixian nodded, comprehending the situation. It was akin to a crowded bus, becoming congested with too many passengers. Finally, after 3 minutes, the green progress bar at the bottom of the page filled completely. The score inquiry page finally appeared. The most conspicuous feature was Lu Shixian's photo, adorned with a forced smile. Scanning down, he was met with his midterm exam results. Chinese, 120A 9 points. Mathematics, 120A 9 points. English, 116A 9 points. Physical education, 100 points, A 3 points. Biology, 100. History, 83. Physics, 100. Main subject score, 27 points. Physical education score, 3 points, totaling 30 points. The total score for secondary subjects was 283 points, with the final ranking, first in Jinling City. Upon seeing this result, Lu Shixian exhaled softly, calming himself. He had been quite anxious just moments ago. It seemed it was all a false alarm. It appeared that he had indeed not performed well in English, losing quite a few points, and, out of all the subjects, only 4 had scored full marks. Meanwhile, Xia Yubing stood there, utterly stunned, her lips slightly parted, frozen in place. First in Jinling City? Am I seeing this correctly? Yet after numerous glances, she ultimately came to believe the astonishing reality before her. An overwhelming wave of joy surged within her as she vigorously shook Lu Shixian's shoulders. My younger brother topped the city in the high school entrance exam. I, Xia Yubing, can also savor such a day. Ha ha ha. Lu Shixian felt as if he might be shaken senseless, but seeing her elation, he indulged her exuberance. Although he had his own voice, Xia Yubing's affection for him had withstood the test of time from their previous life. Eventually, once Xia Yubing calmed down, her gaze towards Lu Shixian transformed into one of incredulity. Dear brother, I've never achieved such a score myself. Speak honestly. Have you taken some sort of enhancement? You seemed less capable before. How have you become so formidable now? Jinling Agricultural School must be overjoyed to have produced such an unexpected top scholar. Lu Shixian, with a furrowed brow, expressed his disinterest in conversing further. What a ridiculous notion. Upon hearing her next remark, he suddenly recalled the former leadership of Jinling Agricultural School and hoped they would not catch wind of this news, for it truly could be detrimental to their health. Xia Yubing's thoughts were quite erratic as she continued. Brother, do not be swayed tomorrow. You must resist. The admissions offices of several high schools in Jinling will surely seek you out. In Jinling, your options are essentially limited to Jinling Affiliated High School, or Jinling No. 1 High School. Have you decided which institution you wish to attend? Chapter 39. Forge Your Own Path. Lu Shixian shook his head. I do not know. When the topic of school selection arose, his emotions became rather complex. Xia Yubing was correct. If he wished to attend high school in Jinling, he was left with merely 2 choices. The advantages and disadvantages of both schools were glaringly evident. Jinling Affiliated High School leaned more towards competitions and studying abroad, with around 10% of its students annually being recommended to the nation's top 10 universities through competitions. They even boasted a renowned international class dedicated to teaching students how to excel in TOEFL and IELTS, resulting in a significant number of applications for studying abroad each year. Naturally, the classes preparing for the college entrance examination were also indispensable, as most of the city's top scorers emerged from Jinling Affiliated High School. Supported by Jinling University, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 10 nationally and renowned worldwide, their educational resources were unparalleled within the province. It could be said that this place was a paradise for prodigies and a hell for overachievers. Countless geniuses walked its halls, and top students were as common as dogs. To gain admission to Jinling Affiliated High School, one would undoubtedly be a standout in their previous middle school. However, once admitted, they could easily blend into the crowd. Excellence requires comparison. When surrounded by peers equally gifted, one may gradually find it challenging to adjust to being exceptional, ultimately being surpassed by others. Conversely, Jinling No. 1 High School primarily admitted students through the college entrance examination. While they did have a competition class, it was not a fixed cohort, but rather selected students from various grades for scientific competitions, with those who underperformed promptly returning to their original classes to prepare for the entrance exam. Jinling No. 1 High School produced a fair number of recommended students. Yet in recent years, none had received recommendations to prestigious institutions such as Yinjing and Shuimu universities. Historically, Jinling No. 1 High School had enjoyed a period of brilliance, attracting exceptional students from across the province due to favorable policies, dominating the top scorers in both science and arts for 3 consecutive years, thus creating a legacy. Regrettably, this golden age was fleeting. As living standards improved, there was an increasing pursuit of superior educational quality. Even without scholarships, families sought to place their children in institutions that offered the best education. Due to systemic constraints, Jinling No. 1 High School struggled to adapt and reform, thereby losing its competitive edge. Gradually, it fell behind the newly established Jinling affiliated high school. Yet, even in decline, Jinling No. 1 High School's admission rate remained unmatched by other high schools, with over a dozen students gaining entry to Yinjing and Shuimu universities each year. If Lu Shixian were entirely rational, the choice of Jinling affiliated high school would be unequivocal. Not to mention, it represented an unresolved longing from his previous life. Entering Jinling affiliated high school in this lifetime would serve as a form of closure for his past self. However, the crux of the matter lay in Lu Shixian's inability to remain completely rational. He was also swayed by emotion. Setting aside the considerable tuition and fees associated with Jinling affiliated high school, he pondered how much his parents would have to toil for this. Particularly, due to Qianjinggua's unintentional assistance, Ren Qingyuan had helped him eliminate barriers to learning at the agricultural school. Furthermore, Qianjinggua had promised that, regardless of his scores, he could enter Jinling No. 1 High School. Regardless of the purity of his motives, he felt he owed a debt of gratitude. Torn between rational thought and emotional hesitation, Lu Shixian felt as though he were on the brink of disintegration. He raised his head, hoping Xia Yubing could offer him some guidance. Xia Yubing shrugged and said, "If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose the best, Jinling affiliated high school. However, this is your decision alone. You must choose for yourself. If you remain uncertain, I suggest consulting your aunt and uncle." Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian's eyes brightened as he looked at her. "Hand it over, hand it over." Xia Yubing retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and handed it to him. Lu Shixian accepted the trendy flip phone and deftly opened its slim cover. He swiftly dialed Ms. Xia Xiuman's number. At this hour, she should be quite free. "Hello, is this Yubing?" came his mother's voice through the phone. "Mom, it's me. I need to discuss something with you." A moment of confusion echoed from the other end. "Oh, it's you, you little rascal. Have you been enjoying your time at Yubing's? Just speak your mind. Your dad and I are all ears." Lu Shixian recounted the day's results and the reasons for his indecision in full detail. It was the first time Xia Yubing had heard him speak of the events at school, unaware of the convoluted story behind his academic achievements. She now understood why Lu Shixian had not decisively chosen Jinling affiliated high school. Silence enveloped the phone line. After a brief pause, Lu's father's voice suddenly broke through. "Shixian, you have always been remarkably opinionated throughout your life, and your mother and I have consistently supported you. This time is no different. Your decision is a significant one in your life, and we trust that you possess the discernment to arrive at a sound conclusion. As long as you don't have regrets, we will accept any choice you make." Hearing his father's voice, Lu Shixian realized that this matter had escalated to a family affair. Yet, they still chose to place their faith in him, allowing him the autonomy to make his decision. A surge of determination welled up within him, prompting him to lift his head, newfound resolve coursing through him as if he had already reached a conclusion. Without a hint of hesitation, he declared firmly into the phone, "I've made up my mind. I'll choose Jinling No. 1 High School. Life is not afraid of twists and turns. What truly determines the future is not the environment, but the direction of the heart. Stars illuminate the night sky, and gratitude measures our worth. When one invests kindness, I shall reciprocate with utmost sincerity. If I can achieve first in the city at Jinling Agricultural School, why cannot I stand out at Jinling No. 1 High School? While Jinling affiliated high school may indeed be superior, my absence would scarcely be missed, for Jinling No. 1 High School is likely to place greater emphasis on my future, and I am more inclined to forge history there." Upon hearing these words, Xia Yubing beside me appeared somewhat taken aback. Such a level of thoughtfulness at this age could be likened to that of a prodigy. Nevertheless, her gaze towards Lu Shixian softened considerably. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jiangwo's hearty laughter resonated. "Ha, well said. The Lu family believes in repaying kindness, and since you've made your decision, your mother and I shall not attend tomorrow." Suddenly, his mother's voice chimed in, suggesting, "It seems you've grown up. From now on, the path ahead is yours to traverse. Your father and I shall merely be spectators." At her words, he responded softly. Ending the call, Lu Shixian's face radiated with joy, a warm feeling blossoming within him. To have such parents, One might well imagine he had saved the galaxy in a previous life. Chapter 40. Temporary Guardian? Indeed, Xia Yubing displayed an expression of envy mixed with admiration. Your aunt and uncle are exceedingly kind to you. You've become so independent already. My father, on the other hand, insists I pursue a career in civil service, leaving me utterly helpless. Lu Shixian shook his head in disbelief. Haven't you heard that the end of the universe is defined by bureaucratic positions? Don't be oblivious to your own fortune. If I had such privileges, I would be overjoyed. Xia Yubing simply smiled, acknowledging that some matters are best approached with moderation, as everyone has their own fate to navigate. The following day at 7:30, Lu Shixian shouldered his backpack, preparing to return to school, when unexpectedly, a graceful figure appeared beside him. She had already applied light makeup, carrying a slightly bulging handbag, dressed in a flowing pale yellow gown, smiling radiantly at him. At this, Lu Shixian paused, hand poised to open the door, turning to glance at her. What a surprise to see you up so early. What is the occasion? Xia Yubing beamed. What are you staring at? I am now your temporary guardian, accompanying you to collect your report card. Lu Shixian was increasingly perplexed. But today isn't a weekend. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Did you take a leave? At this, Xia Yubing's excitement was palpable. Ha, little brother, you truly are my lucky star. Last night, I shared a screenshot of your grades in the publicity department group. All those who had been boasting fell silent, and upon seeing your results, the director granted me a day off to ensure I accompany you to school. At last, Lu Shixian comprehended. Xia Yubing had cleverly capitalized on his success. She sought to highlight her own achievements, only to discover that the true spotlight was shining on him. Casting her sidelong glance, he remarked, So, you've sold out your brother for your own gain? You truly are a spy living next door. Xia Yubing laughed heartily. How could I sell you out? I rely on you to escape the drudgery of reading newspapers every day. Ultimately, the two siblings laughed and chatted as they hurried to catch the bus to Jinling Agricultural High School. As for Xia Yubing's earlier remarks, Lu Shixian had tacitly accepted them. He bore no aversion to the idea of interviews and felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to assist her. Every situation possesses dual facets. One can lead a clear and profound life by discerning the essence behind appearances. While fame may bring about certain inconveniences, it can also yield significant social influence and potential opportunities, contingent upon how one chooses to wield it. Of course, at this juncture, such considerations were premature for him. The impact of the midterm examinations was still relatively minor, and even if he were to gain notoriety, it would likely be fleeting. In due course, he would be forgotten. He understood this all too well. The journey from downtown Jinling to the outskirts was indeed considerable, and after over 2 hours, they finally arrived at Jinling Agricultural High School. However, as they approached the school gate, Xia Yubing nudged him in the arm. What is it? He inquired. Look up, she instructed. Feeling an instinctive pull, Lu Shixian glanced skyward to see a massive helium balloon slowly ascending, accompanied by a striking red banner that boldly proclaimed, Warm congratulations to our esteemed graduate Lu Shixian for achieving the top score in the city on the midterm examinations. Instantly, Lu Shixian covered his face, suddenly overwhelmed by embarrassment. This was far too ostentatious. Even the top scorers in the college entrance examinations merely paraded on horseback, while a discreet sign sufficed. What kind of spectacle was this at Jinling Agricultural High School, with helium balloons on display? Yet, he could comprehend the school's motives. After years of waiting for a moment of glory, they seized the opportunity to attract quality students. Reluctantly, he hastened towards his classroom, with Xia Yubing jogging behind him. Following the recent 100-day pledge ceremony, many had already taken note of this somewhat handsome youth. Upon his arrival, several paused in their tracks to gaze at him. This attention was somewhat unfamiliar to Lu Shixian, yet he found it rather intriguing. Upon reaching the familiar classroom of Class 1, Year 3, he found it already filled with students and parents, with Wang Chunyu addressing them. However, at his entrance, the room seemed to freeze momentarily. Then, an eruption of applause and cheers broke out, echoing throughout the school. Many boys who were familiar with him began to shout, Lu Shixian, you're incredible. On the podium, Wang Chunyu spotted him and flashed a pair of charming dimples, giving him a thumbs up. Lu Shixian met her gaze, clearly seeing the pride and joy reflected in her eyes. In that moment, he felt that the regret of his past life had been wonderfully rectified in this existence, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Xia Yubing caught up. Following Lu Shixian to his seat, observing the scene around her, she intuitively took the initiative to sit in his place. There was no way she would be relegated to a small bench. Lu Shixian could only shake his head in exasperation. He was already accustomed to Xia Yubing's whimsical nature. Considering the lovely dress she was wearing today, he chose to overlook her antics. Beside him, Chen Yi had not diverted her gaze from Lu Shixian since his arrival. accompanied by her mother. Her face radiated with uncontainable joy, leading Lu Shixian to surmise that she likely performed quite well on her exams. Looking to his left, he noticed Su Yuming sitting alone, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that what she had claimed was true? But if that were the case, how had she managed to attend Jinling-affiliated high school in his previous life? However, Lu Shixian felt no inclination to probe further. He had no desire to disrupt anyone's normal life. Once the classroom settled down, Wang Chunyu announced, "The results of the midterm examinations have been released. We will now distribute the report cards." As she handed out the neatly cut report cards to several students in the front row, she continued, "I believe everyone has already checked their scores online, so I won't elaborate much. Based on prior performances, it seems everyone has done reasonably well." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Shixian, especially our classmate Lu Shixian, who, amidst a total of 22 students achieving a perfect score of 30, ranked first in the city with an impressive total of 283 points in physics, biology, and history. Let's applaud his outstanding achievements. As soon as these words were uttered, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Although he had previously received such accolades, achieving this level of success at Jinling Agricultural School was indeed a formidable feat. For Jinling Agricultural School, the significance and impact of this accomplishment were profoundly substantial. Thus, they spared no effort in their applause. Once the clapping subsided, Wang Chunyan finally addressed the agenda for the day. This was, after all, the most critical process following the graduation examination, which, in a sense, could be likened to a secondary examination after the high school entrance exam. Chapter 41. The Dispute at the Admissions Office. This involved filling out application forms for further studies. However, such a characterization was somewhat exaggerated in the context of the high school entrance exam, as the choices were rather straightforward compared to the complexity of the college entrance examination. Therefore, the schedule for today at school was as follows. In the morning, students would fill out their application forms in the computer lab, followed by a graduation ceremony in the afternoon at the auditorium, and finally, a group photograph on campus. Once these activities were completed today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would no longer need to set foot in Jinling Agricultural School. After outlining the day's arrangements, Wang Chunyan departed. Some parents and students immediately followed in her footsteps, presumably to seek her counsel regarding their applications. Others, accompanied by their children, headed directly to the computer lab, suggesting they had already made their decisions, or perhaps felt they had no alternative. However, Chunyi's mother remained steadfast, refusing to leave, leaving Lu Shixian perplexed. Yet suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him as a realization struck. Sure enough, when she began to speak, she went straight to the point. "Lu Shixian, the last time I asked Yi to invite you over to our home, why didn't you come?" she inquired. This time, Yi ranked 15th in the school and 567th in the city. According to teacher Wang, this achievement is sufficient for her to gain admission to Jinling No. 1 high school. "We are truly grateful for the tutoring you provided her. It must have been quite a burden for you." Lu Shixian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, for he could assure her that Chunyi's admission to Jinling No. 1 high school had absolutely nothing to do with him. Yet, he could not voice such sentiments aloud. Thus, he could only deflect, saying, "This is entirely the result of her own hard work. I truly feel undeserving of such praise." However, her next words sent a shiver down Lu Shixian's spine. "But our Yi says you have been of great help to her." Gazing into Chun Yi's grateful yet hopeful eyes, Lu Shixian found himself at a loss for words. "I hope you can continue to shine brightly, for you are my light." The words of Yi echoed persistently in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He found it exceedingly difficult to summon the resolve to decline. Thus, first blood, he thought. "Do you think our Yi is too shy and unlikable?" Double kill. "I understand that we live in the countryside, and the journey is long. Should you choose not to come, we would completely understand." Triple kill. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian, already feeling the prickling anxiety, hastily interrupted Chun Yi's mother. He forced a smile and said, "Please, do not say any more. I will go, all right?" Indeed, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Nothing that was meant to happen could be evaded. Once he acquiesced, Chen's mother promptly provided him with their address before bidding him farewell to fill out her application. Turning around, Lu Shixian caught the scrutinizing gaze of Xia Yubing, who appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. "What are you staring at? I'm nearly exasperated," Lu Shixian lamented, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Xia Yubing, with a hint of amusement, continued, "Isn't it only natural for a mother to invite you over when you've helped her daughter gain admission to Jinling No. 1 high school? If your assistance was genuine, that's one thing, but this truly has nothing to do with me." However, upon hearing this, Xia Yubing seemed even more intrigued. "If it has nothing to do with you, then that's even more unusual. It implies that the young lady harbors some feelings for you. Young man, you ought to seize the opportunity. At this remark, Shixian felt even more speechless. He was well aware of this matter, yet mere interest did not equate to affection, let alone love. The crux of the situation was that the timing was not right. It was far too early, and complications would undoubtedly arise in the future. Shixian's thoughts were far removed from such matters. As the two siblings conversed, the commotion at the entrance suddenly drew their attention, and they turned in unison. Director Wang, please, do not contest with me this time. What competitive edge do you possess? The top scores of the past few years have all come from our affiliated school. Even if we cannot win, we must contend. How else could we discern the outcome? Replied the other, a middle-aged teacher, as they approached the classroom. Hearing their exchange, Shixian quickly grasped the situation. The two, appearing quite familiar, brought chairs and seated themselves before Shixian. Shixian, what a challenge it has been to find you. You are the last one remaining who has yet to sign. We previously visited your home, but could not locate you. After conferring with your parents, they sent us to find you again. Shixian nodded, realizing his parents had long been aware of his results and had already made decisions at that time. Although he had an inkling of the answers, he still wished to hear their terms. After all, he did not want to miss out on any benefits he was entitled to. Even if he was indifferent, alleviating his parents' burdens would be ideal. At that moment, one of the slightly rotund teachers interjected, "Since your parents have left the decision to you, let's be concise. I am Teacher Dong from the admissions office of Jinling Affiliated School, and we sincerely invite you to join our institution for your high school education. With your results, you have a substantial chance of gaining entry into prestigious universities such as Yanjing and Shuimu. You may verify that last year, 52 students from Jinling Affiliated School were admitted into these top-tier institutions, with 32 securing spots through national examinations in 5 major competitions, and 20 excelling in the college entrance examination, ultimately gaining admission. The top scorers in both arts and sciences in 2005 emerged from our school. Should you choose our institution, whether you intend to study abroad or domestically, you will receive the finest educational resources, a privilege not offered by any other school. We hope you will consider this carefully." With that, Teacher Dong confidently lifted his teacup and took a sip. Shixian nodded, finding the information consistent with what he had previously learned. In terms of educational resources and opportunities, Jinling Affiliated School, indeed, reigned supreme in Su Province. He then turned his gaze to the other admissions officer, a bespectacled teacher. This teacher glanced at Teacher Dong beside him and smiled wryly. "I am Teacher Sun from the admissions office of Jinling No. 1 High School. First and foremost, congratulations on achieving the top score in this high school entrance examination. Our institution boasts a rich history, nearing a century, and has produced consecutive top scorers in both arts and sciences." At this juncture, Teacher Dong seemed unable to contain himself, fearing that Shixian would be swayed by his words. Wait. Old son, that is ancient history. Back then, our affiliated school hadn't even been established yet, so your argument is entirely irrelevant." Hearing this, Teacher Sun remained unperturbed, evidently accustomed to such interruptions. "Well, what of it? Those are facts, after all. Am I not allowed to speak?" Teacher Dong, having achieved his goal, refrained from engaging further, calmly enjoying the view outside the window. Teacher Sun had no choice but to continue his pitch. Chapter 42, A New Approach to the Graduation Ceremony. I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, as an exceptional student like yourself considers enrolling in our esteemed first high school, we are prepared to grant you a generous scholarship of 50,000 yuan upon your admission, alongside a waiver of all tuition and fees for 3 years. Should you achieve significant accolades or honors, our institution shall augment the original scholarship amount by an additional 20%, 1,000 yuan for municipal awards, 5,000 yuan for provincial accolades, and 10,000 yuan for national recognitions. Furthermore, if you have family members accompanying you for your studies, we shall provide them with suitable employment opportunities. Should you prefer solitude in your accommodations, we will assist you in securing a complimentary apartment or even vacate a dormitory room for you. All of these provisions can be included in the agreement. Upon hearing this, Teacher Dong was left utterly astounded, exclaiming in disbelief, "Have you lost your minds at the first high school? Your annual enrollment budget is already limited. How can you afford to offer him such a sum? Will you not be able to recruit other outstanding students?" Yet, Teacher Sun remained unfazed, stating, "This is the school's final decision, and I am merely conveying it. However, Director Qian has assured me that he is deserving of such generosity." At this juncture, Shixian knew he must continue to play his part without being overly presumptuous. For Jinling First High School had extended their utmost sincerity. He extended his right hand towards Teacher Sun, saying in comparison to Jinling Affiliated High School, I hold a greater appreciation for the historical depth of your esteemed institution. Teacher Sun reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Welcome to our family at First High School. May you shine brightly during your time here." Observing this exchange, the admissions officer from Jinling affiliated high school recognized that the situation was irretrievable. Their recent efforts had seemingly been in vain, leaving them increasingly discontented. Before departing, they could only utter a final remark in frustration. "Even if you manage to recruit this year's top scholar, our position remains unassailable." With that, they directed their ire towards Lu Shixian, asserting, "You will surely come to regret not joining our affiliated high school, Lu Shixian." Lu Shixian shrugged nonchalantly, indicating indifference. In his previous life, his regret lay with Jinling affiliated high school, but in this lifetime, the outcome remained uncertain. "Old Dong, take care, no need to see me off." Teacher Sun smiled as he watched them depart. He then retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his briefcase. "Lu Shixian, this is the agreement concerning the scholarship and other matters. Please review it, and if all is satisfactory, you may sign and provide your fingerprint. Your guardian has already completed the authorization form. Should you default, your parents will assume responsibility. Thus your signature holds equal weight." Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian fell silent, taking a deep breath as he meticulously examined the contract. After thoroughly reviewing it 3 times, he ultimately inscribed his name at the designated spot, sealing it with a vivid red fingerprint. Teacher Sun glanced at the triplicate of the contract, handing Lu Shixian his copy before standing to address him. "Lu, should you wish for solitude during your rest, I hope you can arrive at school a few days in advance, and I will assist you with your accommodation arrangements." Lu Shixian nodded in acknowledgement as he bid him farewell. As he turned around, he noticed Xia Yubing's gaze filled with envy and resentment. "Brother, Jinling First High School has truly invested heavily in you. A one-time scholarship of 50,000 yuan. This is equivalent to several years of my salary. And you've earned it in just 1 exam. Not to mention, they waived tuition fees and even increased the prize money by 20%. What divine treatment is this?" Xia Yubing exclaimed, equally astonished, yet Lu Shixian bore a weight of responsibility as well. After all, anyone carrying such a heavy wager would naturally feel the gravity of it. Nevertheless, Lu Shixian quickly adjusted his mindset. Ultimately, it was a matter of reciprocity. Having been treated as a national treasure, he would reciprocate in kind. Yet the underlying reason was his own confidence. The two soon ventured to the computer lab, where they filled out the singular application for Jinling First High School. After their meal, they rested briefly before hearing an announcement regarding the graduation ceremony. Consequently, everyone hurriedly made their way to the auditorium. By now, the venue had been meticulously arranged, exuding an air of solemnity and significance. With the presence of parents, the auditorium felt somewhat congested. During this ceremony, diplomas would be conferred upon all graduates, marking it as the final assembly of their junior high journey. The proceedings were largely familiar. Principal Liang delivered a speech, followed by addresses from outstanding graduates, and finally, remarks from parents. Wang Chunyan had already informed Lu Shixian of these arrangements that morning. He had initially intended to decline, but given that his achievements had soared to unprecedented heights this year, setting a historical benchmark for Jinling Agricultural High School, it would diminish the ceremony's significance if he were absent from a stage. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, due to the absence of a segment for speeches under the national flag. Lu Shixian hadn't prepared diligently, opting instead to speak extemporaneously. Soon, he found himself on stage, greeted by the applause of faculty, students, and parents. "I quietly departed, just as I came softly. 3 years have quietly elapsed. Our gathering feels like yesterday, yet separation is now at hand. However, there is no banquet that does not conclude. Our departure is not an end, but the commencement of a new journey. As the cicadas sing, the graduation season arrives once more. Through the storms of life, we are reluctant to part, yet time inexorably marches on. Longing remains unbroken. May blessings accompany you on your journey ahead." Initially, Lu Shixian believed that once all speeches had concluded, the ceremony would draw to a close. However, to his surprise, this year's graduation ceremony seemed distinct from its predecessors. Introducing an additional segment, Principal Yang stepped onto the stage again, stating, "Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Your 3 years of junior high have culminated today. You are about to embark on a new chapter in life. As our school motto proclaims, persevere and strive diligently. Success springs from persistence. Dedication begets brilliance. After deliberation, we have decided to establish an outstanding graduate scholarship, which will only be awarded if there are deserving candidates. This scholarship aims to recognize graduates who have exhibited unwavering perseverance and bold ambition, ultimately achieving remarkable success. Today, we shall confer the inaugural Outstanding Graduate Scholarship to Liu Shixian. This novel element of the graduation ceremony was something Liu Shixian had never encountered in his previous life, yet he accepted it with composure. Very well. History has indeed transformed beyond recognition. Liu Shixian calmly ascended the stage to receive a scholarship of 2,000 yuan. He couldn't help but marvel at the truth behind the saying that education can be lucrative. In just a few short days, he had accumulated quite a sum. The graduation ceremony concluded amidst thunderous applause and cheers. As they exited the auditorium, Xia Yubing glanced at his phone and suddenly turned to Liu Shixian, saying, "They have finally arrived." Chapter 43. What should I contribute to this era? As anticipated, Wang Chunyan hurried into the classroom, addressing Liu Shixian. The municipal publicity department is here for interviews. The principal requests you bring your scholarship and report card to the conference room in the administration building. With this remark, Liu Shixian grasped the implication behind Xia Yubing's words and, exchanging glances with him, the three made their way to the administrative office. Upon entering the conference room, Liu Shixian felt a whirlwind of emotions. To his astonishment, the entire school leadership was present, accompanied by numerous staff members wielding cameras. As he walked in, Principal Yang approached him, saying, "Liu, these are the leaders from the municipal publicity department and Jinling Daily. This promotion is crucial for enhancing our school's image. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Is that agreeable?" Without delving into his original intention to assist Xia Yubing, the recent financial support from the school naturally prompted him to agree eagerly. At this juncture, a leader from the publicity department interjected. "Let me clarify. Our department's interview theme this time revolves around the issues of rural education, with the primary interviewees being the school. Xia, please lead your brother and the school leaders for a group photograph. Following that, the reporters from Jinling Daily will conduct their interview with student Liu. We can proceed simultaneously to save time and expedite publication. What do you all think?" When the leader spoke, it was undeniably impactful, coupled with the school's sense of urgency. Liu Shixian also wished to conclude matters swiftly. This synergy resulted in an extraordinary efficiency. Principal Kai promptly summoned several school leaders and Liu Shixian's teachers, with Liu Shixian holding the red Outstanding Graduate Certificate, naturally taking center stage. After the photographic session concluded, Principal Liang, with a beaming smile, addressed Liu Shixian. "Next, please cooperate fully with the exclusive interview. The leaders and I will retreat to the office for discussions." In truth, he understood that although termed an exclusive interview, it was merely a euphemism. His classmates and teachers would also be interviewed. A city-level examination top scorer was hardly a rarity. It was primarily his rural background that sparked this interview, stemming from the collision between rural and urban education. Of course, no matter how favorable the winds might be, one must possess solid academic achievements. Before long, the interview commenced. Reporter Huang. "Hello, student Liu." Liu Shixian. "Hello, Reporter Huang." "Huang, may I ask where your hometown is? Is it convenient for you to reach the school?" This question required no contemplation. The answer was obviously inconvenient, as otherwise, the reporter would find it troublesome. Liu Shixian. "My home is in Xingfu Village, Xingfu Town, Jinling District, over 100 kilometers from the school. Generally, I take the bus, which takes about 3 hours for a round trip." "Huang, that is quite distant." Liu Shixian. "Indeed. Hence, I usually board at school and only return home during the winter and summer vacations." Finally, the reporter arrived at the crux of the matter. "Huang, it is said you achieved the top score in this year's citywide exam. Such an accomplishment is truly remarkable. Could you share your study methods or any tips with the junior high students across the city?" Liu Shixian pondered briefly, organizing his thoughts. "In my opinion, success in studying requires 10% intelligence, 20% luck, and 70% effort." Unlike the commonly circulated version, Huang's curiosity was piqued. "Huang, oh, how do you explain that? Isn't it widely accepted that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration?" At that moment, Liu Shixian wanted to retort, "Because 3 parts are determined by fate, while 7 parts rely on hard work, my friend." However, he ultimately replied honestly, "To excel beyond others, one must possess at least an average level of intelligence, along with a touch of luck. For instance, this year, the history exam was relatively easier, which helped raise my scores in that weaker subject, making me the top scorer. Coupled with unwavering perseverance and continuous efforts, success is attainable. I have been diligently studying for the past 3 years, with hardly any breaks. While others played during recess, I studied. While others enjoyed their weekends, I was still striving to learn." The reporter was somewhat moved by his experiences and pressed on with another question. "Didn't you find it tedious? Have you ever considered giving up along the way?" Liu Shixian. "Never. My goal is to become a researcher. What is there to find tedious or to abandon on the path toward pursuing one's ideals?" "Huang, You aspire to be a researcher? In a time when many dream of being celebrities or entrepreneurs, your ambition is quite rare. I've heard this profession is arduous. Why do you choose this path? This question momentarily left Lu Shixian at a loss for words, as he had never pondered why he wanted to pursue this career. Like many others, he could easily envision a life of wealth, driving luxurious cars, and dating beautiful women. Wouldn't that be appealing? Having been given a second chance at life, wasn't it reasonable to indulge himself a little? With 2 lifetimes combined, he had lived for nearly half a lifetime. Couldn't he enjoy it? Wang Chunyan had her aspirations and missions as a teacher. What about him? Should he merely drift through life aimlessly? Returning to life anew was his only purpose to alter his own fate? What should he contribute to this era? He continuously questioned himself in his mind. The helplessness of his past life and the bewilderment of this life gradually converged, and a spark of realization blossomed within his heart. Slowly, he turned towards the camera and spoke. Our nation has become increasingly prosperous, with the economy growing rapidly. Compared to the past, each of us enjoys a better standard of living. Thus, everyone has the opportunity to shine in life. However, each person's youth is singular. In the context of our country's burgeoning prosperity, as students, we ought to firmly uphold our ideals, aligning our aspirations with the nation's future and the destiny of our people. We should utilize our intelligence to serve the country and contribute to society with our pioneering spirit. This is why I aspire to become a researcher. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the conference room exchanged glances, taken aback by the insights of a mere 15-year-old. In an instant, respect filled the room. In 2007, the primary social contradiction lay between the growing material and cultural needs and the lagging production capabilities. This predicament had persisted for an extended period, with many individuals leading lives of confusion, swept along by the currents of time, ultimately passing through life in mediocrity. Yet, Lu Shixian's words shone like a beacon, illuminating the path for many. Chapter 44. Farewell, my middle school years. Originally, Lu Shixian's interview time was set for only 5 minutes. However, it had now far exceeded that duration, yet not a single person brought it up. Previously, Lu Shixian had been merely a vessel carried along by the tide of educational reform, an initiator but still merely a supporting character. Yet now, his words had allowed him to become a wave, capable of rising and falling with the winds. Perhaps one day, he could become a pioneer of his era. That day might not be far off. At 4 in the afternoon, as the interview concluded, all graduates were summoned to the entrance of Jinling Agricultural School. 400 to 500 students lined up in order of class and height. Class 3 to 1 was perfectly positioned in the center, and Lu Shixian was pushed to the front row by his classmates. Thus, he experienced yet another moment in the spotlight. After the photographer captured a serious group photo, he began to take another. Everyone, say cheese. However, this time, Lu Shixian refrained from faking a smile, reflecting on the past 3 years. A wave of sentiment washed over him. After the group photo, returning to the classroom, this gathering was likely the most complete reunion of his middle school classmates in his lifetime. Many sought his signature in their yearbooks, already filled with heartfelt messages and contact information from others. Faced with a stack of papers resembling a small mountain, Lu Shixian had no choice but to write. Wishing you boundless success, may your dreams carry you forth. Wishing you peace and joy, may all your endeavors flourish. The journey through the world is long. May fate allow us to meet again. Soon, he inscribed a message in Chun-Yi's yearbook, reflecting on her life journey, and gently penned, may you commence from modest beginnings and conclude with greatness. Subsequently, in Su Yoming's yearbook, Lu Shixian wrote, may there be futures to pursue and memories to cherish. By the end, Lu Shixian felt as though his lexicon had been utterly depleted. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor garnered unanimous admiration from all his classmates. After all, reciprocity is essential, and many began to inquire about his yearbook. Initially, Lu Shixian had no intention of engaging in this endeavor, having previously created one in his past life, only to find it utterly useless, gathering dust at home until it was lost during a move. Yet, for reasons unknown, he decided to purchase the simplest one available. Upon his return, nearly all his classmates eagerly clamored to grab pages from him, hastily beginning to write. Ultimately, when he collected it back, he found himself both amused and bewildered. To his astonishment, the most frequent inscription was, may we not forget each other in wealth and prosperity. What on earth? Well, if it must be about wealth, so be it. At least it's slightly preferable to the usual platitudes about diligent studying. Then, Chun-Yi left him a note. You shine like a star in orbit, illuminating my world. Meanwhile, Su Yuming wrote, how strong must a top student be? How many hurdles must be overcome? Lu Shixian was left utterly dumbfounded. The tone had suddenly shifted, and while he recognized the lyrics, Could they not be more subtle? Finally, Lu Shixian was taken aback to find Wang Chuanhua's message. May there be enough clouds to create a beautiful sunset in your life. Truly, this was classic Wang Chuanhua, suggesting that only through a rich tapestry of experiences can one truly appreciate the beauty of life. Lu Shixian found it hard to articulate his feelings at that moment. They were undeniably complex. What was even happening? He closed the yearbook, tossed it into his small backpack, and waved farewell to his departing classmates. In the end, the school grew increasingly desolate, and Lu Shixian walked a complete circle around the towering walls, returning to his starting point. He then approached the school gate, waved goodbye, turned around, and boarded the bus, never to return. Time will reveal the essence of growth, and growth will illuminate dreams. He felt as if he had leapt into a vast sea, becoming a surging wave, quietly awaiting the river's response. Farewell, my middle school years. Due to personnel from the organization arriving, Xia Yubing left with them, reportedly for coverage of the event. This left Lu Shixian alone, though he was not surprised. Xia Yubing's spirited nature was well known. He did not return to the city, but headed directly home. Upon his arrival, he coincided with dinner. The family enjoyed a cheerful meal, during which Lu Shixian detailed the day's events to his parents. Although they were already aware of the possibility of him receiving a scholarship, they were still taken aback by the figure of 50,000, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that their annual income barely reached 20,000. Yet Lu Shixian had earned an amount equivalent to over 2 years of their earnings with just a few strokes of a pen. This solidified their resolve to support Lu Shixian's continued education. After spending a few days at home, Lu Shixian finally expressed his farewells. Xia Xiaoman and Lu Jiangwo could only watch him depart. They understood that their child was far more mature and insightful than others. Some matters were beyond their control, and the outside world was something he must navigate on his own. A warm harbor is delightful, yet fledglings must learn to soar, and eagles must rise high. As for the scars along the way, they're merely the cost of growth. With the rising sun illuminating his path, Lu Shixian embarked on his new journey. However, this time, he felt a touch of trepidation, for he had to fulfill a promise and visit Chen Yi's home. Since he had already agreed, he must see it through, especially considering the goodwill behind it. According to Chen Yi's mother's address, it was said to be in the most remote county of Jinling City. After inquiring with numerous individuals, he finally arrived at the county's bus station. By this time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and Lu Shixian had spent 5 hours on the road. The critical issue was that when he asked how much longer to the final destination, the answer was still 2 hours. Lu Shixian felt a wave of despondency. It seemed he was indeed an inexperienced rural dweller, realizing that the journey to school was trivial compared to Chen Yi's circumstances. In the county, he could still catch glimpses of modern architecture. However, as the bus to the town struggled along the winding mountain roads, Lu Shixian could only see the towering mountains through the window, an unfamiliar sight for him. This was true mountainous terrain, while his hometown, Happiness Town, also had hills. It was mostly flatlands, with countless lakes and rivers. Yet here, it was desolate, with mountains as far as the eye could see. Unease crept over Lu Shixian. What if he couldn't find Chen Yi's home? Would he have to start a wilderness survival adventure? After half an hour, as he entered the foothills, signs of human habitation began to appear, although they were sparse. Unfortunately, this was still not his destination. After another half hour, he learned they were nearly there. At this point, they had entered the high mountain region, able to meet the clouds at the mountain peaks eye to eye. Minutes later, the bus came to a steady halt in a small town's parking lot, marking the end of the line, with no further buses to take. Reluctantly paying 8 yuan, Lu Shixian alighted and surveyed the surrounding buildings. The town's level of prosperity was comparable to that of his village. He shook his head. It seemed that not only was there a disparity in educational standards, but also a significant gap in regional wealth. Not wanting to dwell on it, Lu Shixian, having been on the road all day, was eager to reach his final destination, Huangping Village. However, after asking around, he discovered there were no vehicles going down to the village. Walking would take nearly an hour. While Lu Shixian had a desire to exercise, his safety took precedence. So in the end, he opted to take a motorcycle. The driver was a 50-year-old man heading back to Huangping Village. It must be noted that it was mid-June, the hottest time of the year. Yet here, even under the sun, the breeze on the motorcycle felt refreshingly cool. Bored, he struck up a conversation with the old man. Your accent doesn't sound local. What brings you to our area? Sir, my classmate lives in your village. I'm visiting her during this summer vacation. The old man, piqued with interest, inquired further. Whose child are you? If you tell me the name, I'll surely know and can take you directly to her home. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian's eyes lit up. How convenient. He could save himself some effort. Her name is Chen Yi. She is about 15 years old and a little short. Before Lu Shixian could finish his description, the old man had already interrupted him. Ah, that girl is indeed the treasure of our village. It is said that her academic performance is exceptionally outstanding, and she is soon to attend the finest high school in all of Jinling. Lu Shixian had no intention of correcting him, but continued, yes, that is her. Her mother invited me to visit whenever I have time. As Lu Shixian chatted, he took in the surrounding scenery, finding the place quite agreeable, peaceful and prosperous, with a simple, honest folk culture. Before long, as the motorcycle traversed the increasingly broad rural roads, Lu Shixian had crossed through the mountains and reached a small basin surrounded by hills. Gazing at the expansive fields, with houses nestled on the slopes in a picturesque arrangement, Lu Shixian understood that he had arrived at his destination. Habitually observing the farmland, he was surprised to find that the contiguous fields were planted with an uncommon crop, tobacco. In his previous life, he had primarily studied edible vegetables and grains, and had only heard about tobacco in lectures. Never had he seen it in the field. This realization ignited a fervent curiosity within him, urging him to rush over for a closer examination. However, still seated on the motorcycle, he dismissed the idea for the moment. Let us head to Chunyi's house first. They must have some as well. Soon, the old man guided Lu Shixian to a modest single-story house accompanied by several auxiliary structures. Lu Shixian intended to offer some money, but the old man persistently declined. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Lu Shixian, with his small backpack in tow, finally ascended the earthen steps and reached his destination. Upon entering, he chanced upon Chunyi, clad in a coarse cotton jacket, busily sorting dried radish slices. Observing her nimble movements as she placed the radishes into the bamboo basket, Lu Shixian felt a surprising contrast. She typically appeared delicate and frail, always in her unchanging school uniform, yet now she exuded a different energy. I'll help you, Lu Shixian offered, stepping forward to assist her in filling the basket with radish slices. Thank you, Chunyi replied without turning, her attention fixed on her task. Suddenly, her hand froze mid-air, as an unsettling familiarity washed over her. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Slowly, she turned her head and was taken aback to find Lu Shixian standing beside her. Lu Shixian had anticipated a warm, welcoming smile, but reality dealt a harsh blow to his expectations. Chunyi stumbled back a few steps, staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Are you a person or a spirit? Lu Shixian, feeling a bit disheartened, thought to himself. After a day's journey, this is the reception I receive? He could surmise her thoughts, as she subconsciously believed he would not venture to her remote village. A reflection of her own insecurities. Regaining his composure, Lu Shixian smiled and inquired, do you harbor some guilty secret? Why else would you fear a ghost appearing at midday? Realization dawned on Chunyi. This was indeed the real Lu Shixian, not a figment of her imagination. She now feared she had overreacted. Would this upset him? Her heart raced, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, and she averted her gaze. Why did you suddenly come to my house? Lu Shixian found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence. It was clear that Chunyi's question was not meant for an answer, but rather to alleviate her own nervousness. Without missing a beat, she set down the bamboo basket and dashed into the house, leaving behind a hasty promise. I'll call my mom right away. Watching her flustered retreat, Lu Shixian couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the elderly lady he had encountered in the library. That old woman had certainly been quite intimidating. At least Chunyi was more amenable. Before long, Chunyi's mother appeared, wearing an apron, presumably having just been preparing a meal. Upon seeing Lu Shixian, she beamed with delight, urging Chunyi to fetch a chair while she busied herself making tea and gathering snacks and fruits. After a considerable time of attending to him, it was only when Lu Shixian gently suggested it was enough that Chunyi's mother paused. Lu, why didn't you call ahead? I wasn't prepared at all, she remarked. This prompted Lu Shixian to recall that Chunyi had indeed written her phone number in his class record, though he had overlooked it. However, perhaps it was for the best, sparing them from unnecessary fuss. It's already quite a hassle for you to host me. Please don't treat me like a guest. He laughed, swiftly changing the subject. Annie, how many acres do you cultivate this year? What have you planted? How is the harvest? Chunyi's mother glanced at him in surprise, not expecting someone so young to take an interest in such matters. However, she had nothing to conceal and readily replied. We have over 10 acres of farmland, with about 7 to 8 acres dedicated to tobacco. The rest we lease to others. After he started school, I was left to manage the tobacco alone, which was quite overwhelming, so I let some of it be farmed by others. Given our climate, we can't grow grains. We can only cultivate tobacco, which we send to the tobacco station in town. The harvest depends entirely on market prices, and these past few years have been terrible. We've been relying on my husband working in the city. Chun-Yi's mother spoke candidly, sharing everything she knew without concern for whether Lu Shixian understood. Yet, noticing his growing seriousness as he listened, she became even more animated in her storytelling. They conversed for quite some time, and only when the sun began to set did she realize it was time to prepare dinner, calling for Chun-Yi to entertain Lu Shixian while she went to cook. Nodding in agreement, Lu Shixian turned to Chun-Yi and asked, "Shall we take a stroll?" She nodded eagerly. "Where's your field?" she inquired, leading the way. "I'll take you there." Soon, they arrived at a sizable plot of land nestled against the mountainside. It appeared to be entirely planted with summer tobacco, sown in mid-April. And now, in June, the leaves were still modest in size, only as large as cabbages. Lu Shixian knelt to touch the soil. As an agricultural researcher, he had an intimate understanding of soil composition. With just a glance and a touch, he could ascertain the soil quality. It was a slightly acidic brown soil, likely formed from acidic rock. No wonder it was suitable for tobacco cultivation. Acidic rock soils are among the best for tobacco, second only to those developed from limestone. After examining the field, Lu Shixian, brimming with enthusiasm, climbed up the hillside behind Chun-Yi's house. True to his expectations, he discovered many grapevines already planted there. To call it planting was somewhat misleading. The grapevines all bore similar orientations and sizes, clearly derived from the same parent plant. From a distance, Lu Shixian could tell these vines were propagated through cuttings, a form of asexual reproduction. The blossoms on the vines were nearly wilted, and it would be another 2 or 3 months before they bore fruit. As dusk approached, Lu Shixian reluctantly returned to the house with Chun-Yi. "Do not speak, for the night has indeed turned quite chilly," with the temperature suddenly plummeting, causing Lu Shixian to involuntarily wrap his arms around himself and shiver. No wonder Chun-Yi had donned her padded coat during the day. She truly possesses foresight. Fortunately, once inside, the warmth enveloped him again, sparing Lu Shixian from the fate of freezing like a stray dog. Chen's mother had also prepared an array of dishes, steaming atop the wooden table. A glance revealed at least 8 or 9 dishes, leaving him quite astonished. "Auntie, you've prepared so many dishes, and it's not even the new year yet," he exclaimed. Chen's mother cheerfully replied, "Oh, Lu, I had invited you over play before, but you didn't come. Now that you've finally arrived, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. This is also to express my gratitude for your tutoring assistance to E in middle school. Otherwise, how could she have gained admission to the prestigious #1 high school?" I mentioned this to her father over the phone, and he was so pleased that he insisted I prepare extra dishes for you. What could Lu Shixian say to that? The matter of tutoring was already a settled issue. After a long day of travel, he was famished, and dinner took precedence. Following the meal, Lu Shixian intended to lend a hand in clearing up, but was promptly shooed out of the kitchen by the mother-daughter duo. He could only sigh. Have I truly distanced myself from the essence of the working class, deprived even of the right to labor? That evening, after enjoying a comforting hot shower under the water heater, Chen's mother had already transformed Chun-Yi's room into a cozy space. Naturally, Chun-Yi would share the bed with her mother, given that there were only 2 bedrooms. Chen's mother thought little of it, considering the children were still young. Yet, Chun-Yi was mortified, covering her face as she hurried off to bathe. Lu Shixian, feeling exceedingly awkward, was acutely aware that his mental age was in his 20s. In his previous life, he had already reached the age of romance and marriage. Lying on the soft palm leaf bed, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered despite the fresh sheets, he found it difficult to sleep. Glancing down at himself, he cursed his own lack of experience, feeling as though he were a neophyte in matters of intimacy. Of course, the reality was indeed as such, though Lu Shixian would never admit it. He tried counting sheep, chickens, and stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fortunately, with his wealth of experience, he quickly discovered a method to refocus his attention and successfully drifted into slumber. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Lu Shixian was roused by his biological clock, springing up like a carp flipping over, ready to dress. To his surprise, upon stepping outside, he spotted Chen's mother toiling in the fields. He silently admired the diligence of the working class. After jogging a few laps by the field, he approached Chen's mother to bid farewell. Despite her numerous attempts to persuade him to stay, Lu Shixian cleverly invoked his mother's request for him to return home to visit relatives as an excuse. Skillfully employing his maternal shield, he successfully extricated himself, boarding the vehicle to town that Chen's mother had kindly arranged. With a graceful silhouette, Lu Shixian left behind the idyllic village, not out of disdain for its rusticity. After all, he hailed from rural origins, but simply unprepared for an extended stay, having not brought a change of clothes, which made things rather inconvenient. Most importantly, given that the 2 women lived together, it felt inappropriate for a young man to linger too long. After a lengthy journey, Lu Shixian returned to Jinling's urban center by evening. Upon re-entering the dormitory for officials, the gatekeeper, Uncle Chun, regarded him for a moment before allowing him entry. He gently knocked on Xia Yubing's door, which she promptly opened, revealing her intense gaze fixed upon him, her demeanor rather agitated, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Sister, what is going on? Are you having a fit, or is it menopause?" Xia Yubing continued to shake her head with fervor. "Get out of here. You're the one who is causing the stir." "Stir? I was indeed a bit irritable yesterday," Lu Shixian replied, still somewhat confused by her words. Finally, Xia Yubing thrust a newspaper into his hands. At this point, Lu Shixian began to piece things together. It seemed he had made the news. However, why were there two copies? Chapter 47. The Guilt-Inducing Illness. There was no need to inquire further. Glancing at the first paper, he confirmed it was the Jinling Daily, featuring a front-page headline about him. To his delight, a substantial photograph of his handsome visage dominated the page. The headline read, "Unity of Knowledge and Action. The top scorer in the high school entrance exam ignites opportunities with a patriotic heart." The article provided an introduction to Lu Shixian's situation and nearly quoted verbatim his statement from the interview, even emphasizing certain phrases in bold. Below the article were comments from various dignitaries, one of whom was a familiar name, Ren Qingyuan. Lu Shixian read it attentively. The hope of the motherland lies in its youth. The future of the nation rests upon the shoulders of the young. Educators must earnestly guide students to integrate their personal aspirations into the nation's endeavors, allowing their youth to blossom brilliantly through unrelenting effort. Goodness, this seems to be quite the affair. Lu Shixian turned to the second newspaper, which was the official media outlet, the Jinling Government Gazette. However, this piece was not as prominent as the Jinling Daily, appearing only on the second page. It was clear that Lu Shixian was being somewhat greedy. After all, news published in state media typically bore significant importance. As educational issues had recently emerged as a hot topic in public discourse, it was no surprise that his story had found its way to print. Flipping through the newspaper, he noted the title, "Empowering the Dream Path. Rural students also have a springtime. A strong youth means a strong nation. The youth carry the future of the country." This year, for the first time in a decade, the top scorer in Jinling's high school entrance exam has emerged from a rural school, representing a significant advancement in our city's fundamental education efforts. This indicates that the gap between rural and urban education is gradually narrowing. Education is the cornerstone of public welfare. In the future, we will continue to enhance our investment in education, nurturing more outstanding students like Lu Shixian. Upon reading this, Lu Shixian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive, this is quite an argument. To think his first-place achievement could be articulated in such a manner. He wondered who had penned it, vowing to learn from them. However, when he looked at the author, he discovered that both articles credited Xia Yubing as the correspondent. Immediately, he turned to her, teasingly asking, "Sister, when did you reach such a level?" "No way," Xia Yubing, somewhat bashful, replied. "The first article was indeed my work, though my father provided some guidance. The second piece was drafted by someone at the Daily. I merely had my name attached as a contributor." So was her uncle's influence at play. Nevertheless, Lu Shixian was still puzzled. "Sister, you say I'm on fire? What do these two articles prove? I haven't debuted as a star or anything. How could I be hot?" At this, Xia Yubing grew animated. "You have no idea. The Jinling Daily's article made it into the internal reference materials. Apparently, many leaders at the provincial and municipal levels are quite interested in you." After listening, Lu Shixian felt a sense of disappointment, for there was no tangible benefit to be gleaned from the situation. As a mere high school student, he had no intention of pursuing a career in politics. However, endowed with formidable psychological resilience, he quickly consoled himself, recognizing that merely having his name associated with local leadership was a modest achievement. Its future utility remained uncertain. After a night devoid of conversation, Lu Shixian took the opportunity to rest well, preparing to resume his academic pursuits the following day. Since the day he collected his report card, he had already lost several precious days, which had instilled in him a persistent sense of guilt. He believed that only by diligently attending classes could he alleviate this burden. It was said that those who battled such afflictions often emerged as academic titans. The next morning, Lu Shixian indeed rose early. Cloaked in the dim morning light, with his cherished little backpack slung over his shoulder, he regrouped and set forth once more. Today, the elderly lady, having not seen him for several days, finally encountered Lu Shixian again. Yet this time, she was already well aware of his identity, given that his photograph had graced the local newspaper. Her demeanor had notably transformed, exuding warmth and concern as she engaged him in conversation. Reluctantly, Lu Shixian found himself delayed for an additional 20 minutes, navigating this social interaction. At long last seated in a vacant spot, he sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the library appeared more crowded than before, predominantly filled with young individuals. A twinge of unease washed over him as he lowered his head. Could it be that the catalyst for this situation was indeed himself? Yet he soon regained his composure. This was a positive development. After all, immersing oneself in books was far superior to indulging in video games. After all, as Gorky once stated, books are the ladder of human progress, a sentiment that held no personal weight for him. He opened his backpack and retrieved his study materials. Based on the results of his last test, the primary focus for his college entrance examination preparation should be the physics and chemistry sections of the comprehensive science curriculum, demanding considerable effort for improvement, an endeavor that could not be accomplished overnight. Secondary to this was the need to familiarize himself thoroughly with the mathematics textbook, a gradual process akin to boiling a frog, given the vast amount of content contained within. Reflecting on the lack of a systematic approach thus far, he couldn't help but harbor resentment. Why could they not provide a complete service? Only offering half measures, leaving him to resolve the rest himself, felt utterly unjust. What could be resolved with a mere ding now required him to expend countless efforts and suffer immensely. Surely, anyone would feel a sense of imbalance in such a situation. Nevertheless, Shixian merely vented his frustrations, for he firmly believed that what one acquires through a systematic approach is not truly earned. The path forged through his own diligent steps would grant him a sense of stability and enable him to go further. In the afternoon, the botany class concluded. Despite the days of idleness, he had not squandered his time. According to his plan, the next book to delve into was the microscopic section of Principles of Biochemistry. To encapsulate the significance of this book in a single statement, biochemistry is one of the critical microscopic disciplines that explore the essence of life. He meticulously noted the environmental conditions of biochemical systems, the chemical substances of life, material and energy metabolism, information transfer and regulation, as well as new technologies and disciplines in biochemistry in his second notebook. Truth be told, this book posed a considerable challenge for him. It was nearly impossible to grasp it within a few days as he had with botany. As a research direction intersecting biology and chemistry, it resembled the shortboard effect. His current proficiency in biology far surpassed that in chemistry, leading to a significant imbalance. However, there were advantages. Utilizing biochemistry to guide his studies in high school chemistry and strengthening his foundation in biochemistry through high school chemistry created a mutually beneficial scenario. Taking a sip of warm water infused with goji berries purchased from the store, Shixian commenced the arduous process of study. He breezed through the preface, but the following chapters felt as though he had donned a mask of anguish. The first chapter on the environmental conditions of biochemical systems began with water, pH, and buffers. The introductory section even emphasized the importance of water within living organisms. It felt like a torturous nesting doll, a relentless torment. Shixian could only muster a weary complaint. Finally, dinner time arrived. Before departing, he returned the botany book and heavily borrowed the one he was currently reading. What daunting task lay ahead? He pondered how long it might take to truly grasp the material. Alas, this was a plan he had devised for himself, and he was determined to see it through, even if it meant shedding tears along the way. Chapter 48, reporting to Jinling, number 1 middle school. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Shixian returned to the dormitory building punctually. After all that had transpired, Xia Yubing had come to believe that he was genuinely dedicated to his studies. Furthermore, having benefited from Shixian's recent commendation from the leaders, she felt quite pleased. Consequently, Shixian noticed an improvement in the quality of meals, which lifted his spirits considerably. That evening, he resumed his study of the properties of water, which encompass polarity, solubility, specific heat capacity, and heat of vaporization. Water, the source of life, warranted such extensive coverage, but he wondered why it also involved physical concepts. The combination of physics and chemistry created a dual torment, doubling his troubles. The cumulative effect of this challenge nearly brought him to the brink of despair. Yet, a true warrior bravely confronts the harsh realities of life. At that moment, Shixian resembled a cavalry captain, fiercely charging at the enemy, gradually overcoming each obstacle. In the blink of an eye, amidst a fulfilling routine of exercise and study, time slipped away rapidly. Glancing at his calendar, he realized that only 5 days remained until the registration deadline for Jinling number 1 middle school. It seemed it was time to report to the school. The previous teacher, Mr. Sun, had advised him to seek him out early. That evening, Shixian bid farewell to Xia Yubing, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for her support over the past few days. However, before he could fully articulate his thanks, Xia Yubing playfully knocked him on the head. The next day, Shixian set out for Jinling number 1 middle school. carrying all his belongings. Although Xia Yubing had intended to see him off, an unexpected work obligation prevented her from doing so, leaving him to navigate the journey alone. Lu Shixian welcomed the peace, relieved to be free from her sharp tongue. This time, he opted not to run or walk, as the distance was too great. Although both schools were located in the city center, the walk would take half an hour, and he carried numerous items, including some valuable possessions, so he decided against it. Standing at the roadside, he hailed a taxi. After providing the destination and paying 4 coins, Lu Shixian successfully arrived at the entrance of Jinling No. 1 Middle School. Upon raising his gaze, he could only marvel at the school's impressive facade, which far surpassed that of Jinling Agricultural Middle School. After clarifying his purpose with the security personnel, Lu Shixian dialed Mr. Sun's number from the security office. "Hello, Mr. Sun, this is Lu Shixian. Yes, I have arrived at the school early. What should I do next?" Mr. Sun's voice came through the line. "Stay put in the security office. I will come to find you shortly." Before long, Lu Shixian was greeted by a breathless Mr. Sun, who exclaimed, "Lu, I've been busy sorting out your accommodation these past few days. Would you prefer to stay in the external student dormitory or a single room within the school?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shixian ultimately opted for the single room. Not only would it offer convenience, but it would also ensure a higher level of safety. Thus, even before all the students had registered, Lu Shixian had already taken up residence in the student dormitory, his room number a fortuitous 100, reminiscent of the prestigious room 1 of the Heavenly Division. With the holidays still in effect, Mr. Sun had completed his duties and departed. In these days, Lu Shixian busied himself with targeted practice while delving into the macro aspects of plant physiology. As there was no provision for meals, given the absence of any soul in the school, he was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. After several days, time finally ushered in the golden autumn of September. The first day of September coincided perfectly with the commencement of the welcoming festivities for all students at Jinling No. 1 High School. In front of the administrative building stood a public notice board, surrounded by a throng of parents and students, circling in eager anticipation. Lu Shixian deliberately slowed his pace, curious to discern what the display at the entrance entailed. Approaching closer, he discovered it was indeed pertinent to all students, the class assignment list of Jinling No. 1 High School. He hastened over to inspect the board, and, as the top-ranked student, it was only natural that he found himself placed in class 1 of the first year. Upon recognizing several familiar names, a realization dawned upon him. Zhao Lei, Han Fong, and Li Qiui seemed to have bypassed the rigors of the entrance examination, having been directly recommended to the school. Could it be that Class 1 was a designated class for recommended students, while Class 2 comprised those admitted solely based on their academic performance? Of course, he could have easily entered either class, but since he had been assigned to Class 1, he felt indifferent. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Lu Shixian gradually located the classroom for Class 1 of the first year. Inside, students were already trickling in, and it appeared these would be his future classmates. He casually chose a seat. Even at the back row, many students' attention was drawn to him. This was inevitable, as Lu Shixian's reputation had soared to unprecedented heights. Anyone who had perused the newspapers would recognize him. Soon, a bespectacled, balding, middle-aged man entered the room. His receding hairline was somewhat concerning. He leaned against the lectern and continued, "Welcome to Jinling No. 1 High School, where you shall soon become a member of our esteemed student body." With that, he picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed his name on the blackboard. Jiang Yunkuan. "Greetings. I am your mathematics teacher for the coming year and also your homeroom teacher. I hope we can cooperate harmoniously throughout this year of study." He continued, "As you all hail from different schools and may not be well acquainted with one another, I propose that each of you takes a moment to introduce yourselves briefly at the podium, following the order on the roll call. Number 1, Lu Shixian." At this, the gaze of the entire class converged upon him. After all, the top scorer of this year's entrance examinations bore this very name, and most had only heard of him without ever having seen him. Logically, Lu Shixian, being the top student, would have been placed in Class 2, yet the reasons for his current assignment were unclear to them. In truth, Lu Shixian could indeed be classified as a recommended student, though his remarkable score rendered this detail irrelevant to Jinling No. 1 High School. As Jiang Yunkuan concluded his introduction, he turned his attention to the boy, now making his way to the podium. Due to Qianjing's influence, he was quite intrigued by this student. Knowing he was the first in the entrance examinations, yet unaware of what made him particularly exceptional. At this moment, Lu Shixian stood upright at the podium, addressing everyone. "Good morning, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Lu Shixian, a 14-and-a-half-year-old who has practiced in this world, named so as to evoke admiration from time itself. I enjoy reading and am passionate about sports. I hope to cultivate a pleasant rapport with you all in the time ahead. Thank you." Jiang Yunkuan nodded, forming a preliminary impression of Lu Shixian. Though his words were few, they were succinct and clear, delivered with calm confidence and courtesy. Truly a promising talent. Following this, the second student took the stage to introduce herself. Though Lu Shixian did not retain all the details, he learned that she was Cheng Yishua, a recommended student from the foreign language middle school, adorned with numerous accolades and having participated in various city and provincial competitions, achieving remarkable results. Truth be told, if one were to assess her solely by her resume, Cheng Yishua appeared to surpass Lu Shixian. He pondered why such a student had not attended Jinling affiliated high school. Could it be that the recruitment budget for Jinling No. 1 high school had increased this year? Lu Shixian mused silently. Due to the elite small class training system, the entire recommended class comprised only around 20 students. Thus, the self-introduction process proceeded swiftly. After hearing everyone, even Lu Shixian felt a twinge of pressure. Indeed, Jinling No. 1 high school was a breeding ground for exceptional talent. What kind of spectacle awaited at Jinling affiliated high school? Once all introductions were completed, Jiang Yunquin initiated the next segment, the selection of the class committee. Having just heard everyone's introductions, I trust you have gained some familiarity with your classmates. Traditionally, we must elect members for the class committee, but given the small class size, electing numerous subject representatives is unnecessary and may waste everyone's energy. Therefore, we shall only select a class monitor and a learning committee member, one to oversee daily affairs and the other to manage academic matters. Anyone interested may self-nominate. Yet, after Jiang Yunquin's announcement, several seconds passed, and the atmosphere seemed to stagnate. As the saying goes, nothing is more disconcerting than a sudden silence in the air, especially when the homeroom teacher unexpectedly shows concern. Thus, Jiang Yunquin scanned the classroom before stating, "Since no one is stepping forward, I will call on someone." This position would last for a semester. Should one wish to change, it could only occur in the next semester. Is there anyone who wishes to self-nominate? Alas, at this stage of high school, particularly among outstanding students, the desire to take on the role of class officer had waned. They had likely experienced such roles in middle school. Academic performance was the ultimate truth. Could one truly rely on having served as a class officer to gain extra points in the college entrance examination? After all, this was not about being a model student. Back then, being recognized as a provincial model student was highly advantageous, potentially granting additional points in the entrance exams. At this point, Jiang Yunquin, at a loss, finally said, "Then I shall nominate someone." Lu Shixian, as the top scorer of the entrance examination and a male student, could certainly assist with any physical tasks. I believe no one will oppose your taking on the role of class monitor. Absolutely. We all agree that the top student should be the class monitor. Mr. Jiang, let us settle on this. The other students chimed in, as if shedding a hot potato. In Lu Shixian's mind, thoughts raced. Who am I? Where am I? Did I truly say anything? How did I suddenly become the class monitor? This felt eerily reminiscent of a scene where one is unexpectedly adorned with a yellow robe. At this juncture, Jiang Yunquin, smiling at the bewildered Lu Shixian, remarked, "Lu Shixian, the unanimous agreement of your classmates signifies the clarity of the people's judgment. A secret ballot is unnecessary. You must now diligently serve your fellow students. If you have anything to say, now is the time." Lu Shixian thought to himself, what can I do? A pot has suddenly dropped from the sky. Since resistance is futile, I might as well relish it. Thus, he stood before his classmates and proclaimed, "I am honored to be elected as the class monitor for class 1 of the first year. I must admit, I feel somewhat apprehensive, as I recognize that many of you excel in various aspects far beyond me. Should I falter in any regard, I encourage you to provide constructive criticism, and I shall endeavor to improve." Instantly, applause erupted in the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yunquin appointed Cheng Yishua as the learning committee member. Due to her recent self-introduction, not a single soul in the classroom dared to guarantee that their accomplishments rivaled hers. Consequently, her appointment garnered widespread acclaim. After Cheng Yishua delivered her remarks, the matter was dramatically settled. "All right, Lu Shixian, you must collaborate closely with Cheng Yishua in the future, striving to transform our class 1 of the first year into the most outstanding group, ensuring no one falls behind." "Certainly, Teacher Jiang, I will do my utmost." Lu Shixian quickly embraced his role. Following this, Jiang Yunquin announced the imminent commencement of military training, instantly eliciting a chorus of lamentations. Although they had not experienced it in middle school, the tales recounted by older students had long instilled a shadow of dread in their hearts. Soon, Lu Shixian, holding the class sign for Class 1, led his squad of over 20 to the expansive playground of Jinling No. 1 High School, without even mentioning the current academic achievements. The educational facilities of Jinling No. 1 High School were undeniably luxurious. Years of accumulation, coupled with generous donations from successful alumni, had rendered the school's teaching amenities unparalleled. One could confidently assert that none in the province could claim superiority, not even its affiliated institutions. Before long, all 18 classes of the first year had assembled. Such is the scale. The number of students in a single grade at Jinling No. 1 High School dwarfs the total enrollment of an entire middle school. As they stood under the blazing sun awaiting orders, their training instructors approached briskly, with each class assigned an instructor. Attention! At ease! Forward march go! Run forward go! From this moment, maintain military posture for 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes are up, take a 5-minute break. Upon hearing this, the previously orderly formation of Class 1 promptly disintegrated. They were now askew, gasping for breath. Despite the fundamental nature of these military training exercises, they had not undergone such rigorous training in middle school. In comparison, their so-called 1,000-meter middle distance run was merely child's play. The sudden intensity of this training was understandably overwhelming for them. At that moment, Cheng Yixue, with her neatly trimmed short hair, approached Lu Shixian and remarked, "Class leader, I've heard that Class 2 has been performing exceptionally well, receiving praise from instructors multiple times. Shouldn't we devise a strategy to change our circumstances?" Lu Shixian glanced at her, surprised by her evident sense of responsibility and class pride. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Ultimately, this matter hinges on the efforts of the students themselves. We must ignite their intrinsic motivation. Worrying excessively is futile. How about this? You take the class funds to the school store and buy 25 popsicles. I'll say a few words later to gauge the effect. But with just you and me, we only have 23 people. Why do you need so many?" Observing Cheng Yixue's incredulous expression, Lu Shixian nearly thought he had committed a transgression. He realized she suspected he intended to indulge himself, perhaps planning to devour 3 popsicles alone. He was momentarily at a loss for words. What folly it would be to covet something so trivial. Besides, who would be so brazen as to embezzle openly? What are you thinking? If we eat here, shouldn't we offer some to the instructors and the class teacher in the distance? Even if they decline, at least the gesture is made. If they refuse, you can bring them back for me, understood? At last, Cheng Yixue grasped his intentions and began to trust him, promptly heading to the store for the purchase. Cheng Yixue had yet to exit the school gate, which was understandable. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Shixian was no genius. But he certainly understood the nuances of social interaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been thriving. Before long, the students of Class 1 were relishing their refreshing popsicles, eliciting envy from nearby classes. Chapter 50. The Grueling Life of the First Year. Seizing a few moments before the next training session, Lu Shixian suddenly stood and addressed his classmates. "Fellow students, judging by our recent performance, many believe that Class 2 has outshone us. As students of Class 1, we must rise to the occasion. As students destined for special admission, we cannot allow them to look down upon us. When donned in our uniforms, we must commit to our studies. When clad in military attire, we must stand guard over our territory, embodying our roles. Just look at our current disheveled state. If our nation were truly in need, could we rise to the challenge? Reflect on those soldiers stationed at our borders in islands, deserts, and plateaus, dedicating their lives day and night to defend our homeland. Compared to their sacrifices, is our training truly that arduous?" As he spoke, the laughter and chatter within Class 1 dissipated, and the popsicles in their hands suddenly seemed unappetizing. Energized, they resolved to train tirelessly, determined to surpass Class 2. On the other side, Class 2, taking a break, was bewildered by the fervor emanating from Class 1, entirely unaware that they had been designated as the imagined adversary. The motivational effect was immediately evident during the afternoon training. The team spirit and execution improved dramatically, making them the most striking group on the field. Not far away, Jiang Yunquan, observing the training, nodded in satisfaction, increasingly impressed by Lu Shixian. This lad displayed commendable organizational skills. It remained to be seen if he could adapt to the pace of high school academics. Before long, the nearly half-month military training was drawing to a close. Throughout this period, as their understanding of one another deepened, Lu Shixian established commendable friendships with the 16 boys and 6 girls in his class. The students of Jinling No. 1 High School's first year were on the cusp of embarking on their formal academic journey. On the Monday following the conclusion of military training, they commenced their inaugural high school lesson. "Students, it is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Ouyang Qingyue, Ouyang as in Ouyang Xiao. And Qingyue as in the breeze is clear and the moon is bright. If all goes well, I shall accompany you for the next 3 years. Should you encounter any questions regarding the Chinese language, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Together we shall find solutions." The speaker was to be their future Chinese teacher. A relatively young woman, likely not yet 30, yet already with 2 graduating classes to her credit. She was undoubtedly talented, possessing a graceful figure and captivating beauty, instantly endearing herself to the students, who eagerly proclaimed their intent to excel in her subject. Before long, the teachers present introduced themselves, and initial impressions were formed. The mathematics teacher, their homeroom instructor Jiang Yunquan, was familiar to them, maintaining an air of feigned profundity yet devoid of any pretentiousness. Their English teacher, a woman in her 40s, was less noteworthy in appearance, but Lu Shixian found her to be quite passionate, her body language rich and expressive. Given that first-year students were required to attend 9 different subjects simultaneously, encompassing the sciences of physics, biology, and chemistry, alongside the humanities of geography, history, and politics, the first day did not feature a full schedule. He encountered only their biology, chemistry, and politics teachers. Among them, their biology teacher, Wen Xiaoying, was nearing 50 and was rumored to be retiring after teaching this cohort, in pursuit of a life devoid of regrets. It is said that this time the standards will be more stringent than ever before, causing many students to feel a twinge of trepidation at the sight of his stern visage. As the first day of classes concluded splendidly, the academic life gradually fell into a steady rhythm. Despite merely being in the first year of high school, the pressure was palpable even in a class brimming with top scholars. Just as they were beginning to grasp the intricacies of physics, they were ushered into geography class once more. In class 1, a male student named Chen Yaming donned a mask of anguish. His lamentations immediately resonated with the peers who were diligently engrossed in their note-taking. Indeed, with 9 subjects to navigate in a single semester, merely glancing at the timetable induced a headache. Why did it feel as though the first year was more arduous than the second? I seem to suffer from indecision. I feel inadequate in both the sciences and the humanities, voiced a girl named Wang Min, her brow furrowed in distress. Hearing their discourse, Lu Shixian couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was the epitome of elitist banter. Had it not been for the understanding he gained during this time, he would have struggled to comprehend their lofty grievances. Chen Yaming's distress stemmed from the burdens of choice, as he aspired to achieve perfect scores. And while Wang Min claimed her prowess in both sciences and humanities was lacking, her lively participation in class discussions clearly indicated her dual mastery. Only a week into the new term, news broke of the impending Jinling City Mathematics competition. This announcement detonated like a bombshell amidst the previously tranquil atmosphere of the school, sparking considerable interest among the students. The classroom of Class 1 was soon abuzz with discussions about the competition, with nearly everyone expressing a desire to register. Observing their enthusiasm, Lu Shixian found no reason for surprise. The environment had transformed from the dullness he once experienced at Jinling No. 3 High School. He recalled that shortly after the commencement of classes, he had not even encountered any information regarding competitions. The school showed little interest, the teachers were indifferent, and the students lacked confidence. Such was the reality for most average high schools. Before long, following the afternoon mathematics class, Jiang Yunquan delivered the most accurate information to the students. This Saturday, the preliminary round of the 2007 Jinling City Mathematics Competition would be held at Jinling University of Science and Technology. Those interested in academic competitions could approach him for registration. Only those who passed the preliminaries would qualify for the subsequent league. This competition primarily targeted second-year students, but if anyone possessed the interest and capability, they could join the school's math competition team for specialized training. Jiang Yunquan advised the students not to harbor excessive expectations. Upon concluding his remarks, a chorus of jest erupted from the crowd. "Teacher Jiang, why bother with registration? Just send our entire class to take the exam. There are hardly any of us." Indeed, even those who had no intention of participating in the mathematics competition could join for a bit of fun, to experience the examination atmosphere and gain valuable experience. Jiang Yunquan found himself slightly swayed by this sentiment. In that case, if anyone does not wish to go, please raise your hand. Naturally, no hand were lifted. Lu Shixian silently shook his head. This was the disparity in education. Initially, he had not felt a strong desire to participate in the math competition, as he was acutely aware of his own mathematical abilities, merely average, perhaps even regressing. While he was open to the idea of participating for the experience, the prospect of advancing to the national competition felt exceedingly elusive. Achieving a notable rank at the national level was something he never even dared to envision. With so many peers opting to participate, his absence would surely mark him as an outsider. Although it was not part of his life as planned, he figured it would be beneficial to familiarize himself with the competition process, an opportunity he had missed in his previous life. Chapter 51. The Jinling City Mathematics Competition. What Jiang Yunquan did not disclose was that such city-level mathematics competitions, if one were to join the math teams of prestigious schools, often required no participation in the preliminaries. They could directly enter the league, akin to being exempt from examinations, given that they were in the first year of high school. Unless one possessed exceptional talent in this domain, the experience would likely be more punishing than rewarding, since these ambitious students seemed to relish the challenge. Jiang Yunkuan was more than willing to indulge their desires, hoping they would return with a newfound respect for his lectures. On Saturday, September 15th, Liu Shixian meticulously gathered his competition certificate, student ID, identification card, and various tools for answering questions, packing them into a small backpack as he exited his dormitory. It appeared that the upcoming mathematics competition had ignited considerable enthusiasm among the students, aside from the third-year students. The majority remaining at school on Saturday were there to participate in the examination. He proceeded to the designated area specified by Jiang Yunkuan, quickly joined by classmates returning from home, culminating in a collective assembly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Liu Shixian counted the attendees and reported to Jiang Yunkuan. Report. Teacher Jiang, Class 1 has 23 students expected, and all 23 are present. Jiang Yunkuan nodded, glancing at his watch. The driver should be arriving shortly. Please wait a moment. The examination begins at 9 o'clock, and we should arrive by 8:30. During the waiting period, the class could hardly remain idle. Rumor had it that this competition would be more challenging than in the past, with question types and difficulty levels aligning more closely with the league standards. Han Fong, how do you know this? I have my sources. The questions are being formulated by the Municipal Mathematics Society, and they mentioned that as a provincial capital association, their standards must be elevated compared to other regions. Oh dear, is that not disheartening? Last time, our entire school had only 2 students qualify for the provincial level, and they didn't even make it to the provincial team. What about our province's quota? It was seized by the affiliated school. They monopolized 90 of the provincial team spots. It seems our school has truly fallen from grace. At that moment, Jiang Yunkuan interjected, unable to tolerate the students' murmurs any longer. The bus has arrived. Everyone, please board. The second class of students will join us shortly, but their numbers are fewer. Given their extensive experience with examinations, Jiang Yunkuan did not feel the need to reiterate certain points. Soon, a brand new school bus pulled up at the roadside. Students from Class 1 and Class 2 lined up to board in an orderly fashion. Once settled, the bus set off toward the examination venue, Jinling University of Science and Technology. Liu Shixian glanced back at the participant from Class 2, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the students from Nongzhong who had qualified for Jinling No. 1 High School did not meet the standards of the top classes. Chun Yi was an exception. Having already inquired, her ranking of over 500 citywide ensured her admission to Class 6, although she fell short of Class 2. As for Su Yuming, he had not encountered her presence at Jinling No. 1 High School. It appeared that, as in his previous life, she had likely enrolled in Jinling affiliated high school. Lost in thought, Liu Shixian was suddenly jolted by the sound of disembarking. Glancing outside, he confirmed they had indeed arrived at their destination. Following the group into the venue for the mathematics competition at Jinling University of Science and Technology, he realized that this was hardly even a preliminary round. It was more akin to a qualification contest. The league would be hosted at Jinling University, boasting a far grander scale. However, Liu Shixian's motivation for attending was merely to experience the ambience of an academic competition in advance. His primary focus lay not in mathematics, but in biology. Thus, he maintained a positive outlook. All right, everyone, please locate your designated areas for the competition. Afterward, we will reconvene at the main entrance of Jinling University of Science and Technology. Any questions? Jiang Yunkuan concluded with final arrangements. Soon, in accordance with the designated competition zones assigned by the contestant badge, participants from Jinling No. 1 High School began to disperse, fragmenting into smaller groups. Liu Shixian arrived at the 3rd floor of Building C, Zone B, awaiting registration. Shortly thereafter, the staff meticulously examined his student ID and registration certificate, employing a scanning device to conduct a thorough scan of Liu Shixian's entire person, ensuring he was not in possession of a mobile phone or any other electronic devices that could facilitate cheating. In terms of rigor, the scrutiny surpassed that of the recent entrance examination he had just undertaken, which is a testament to the prestigious nature of this competition among the 5 subjects. At long last, Liu Shixian was granted access to the examination hall. There were a total of 30 seats. He located seat number 22, settled into it, and began arranging his answering tools. Fortunately, he had prepared well. Aside from the essential tools, he was even prohibited from bringing draft paper, let alone correction fluid or tape. As the exam commencement approached, it became evident that not all seats were filled, indicating a significant number of candidates had opted to withdraw after registration. One should not be daunted by the seemingly large number of participants. At this juncture, The invigilators commenced distributing draft paper. Shixian accepted the paper, took a deep breath, and adjusted his mindset to prepare for the competition. Finally, the examination papers were distributed. Shixian received exam A, implying that those seated to his left and right held exam B. The absence of a candidate behind him meant he had no one to share answers with. With the examination paper in hand, he was ready to begin. The allotted time for the exam was from 9 to 10:30, which was not as strictly aligned with the league's schedule. The league's first exam commenced earlier, at 8 o'clock, concluding at 9:20. Without further ado, Shixian swiftly skimmed through the entire paper. There were only 2 types of questions, 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 8 points, totaling 64 points, and 3 proof questions worth 56 points, culminating in a total score of 120 points. However, if one assumes that these 11 questions could be resolved in a mere 20 minutes, one would be gravely mistaken. The rationale behind a 1.5-hour answering period is quite evident. Shixian made a quick assessment and noted a predominance of algebra questions. Among the 11 questions, 8 pertain to algebra, accompanied by 2 geometry questions and 1 probability distribution question. For Shixian, the fill-in-the-blank questions were akin to meat served on a platter. Whether he utilized the mean value theorem or Euler's equation, all he needed to do was inscribe the correct answers. He glanced at the first question. For the arithmetic sequence say, if the nth term satisfies that the 2007th term equals the sum of the 20th and 7th terms. Was the first term of A? Was this not a gift of a question? Shixian merely needed to establish 2 equations based on a common difference, and then solve them simultaneously. Solving the system of linear equations would yield the answer, wouldn't it? The next question, if real numbers x and y satisfy, what is the limit of this expression? Shixian smiled, promptly writing on his draft paper. By L'Hopital's rule, this expression simplifies to 2, 3. This 2 was trivial, resolved in 3 seconds. He filled in the answer and proceeded to the next question. At last, he arrived at the proof questions. At this moment, upon reviewing the problems, Shixian's expression began to grow serious. Chapter 52 Shixian, my blade remains sharp. The first question was an algebraic one. If an is a sum of polynomials, prove that for positive integer, inject 2. Initially, the question left Shixian momentarily adrift, as pure algebraic problems demand rigorous logical reasoning. Could he truly be stumped by the very first proof question? This was supposed to be the simplest one. Anxiety began to creep in. Failing to solve the first question would undoubtedly be a significant blow to his confidence for the subsequent questions. He exhaled softly, gradually forcing himself to regain composure. The more anxious one becomes, the more one should resist haste. Shixian re-examined the question, suddenly realizing he had fallen into a trap. For proving inequalities, why bother substituting values before comparing? He merely needed to shift his perspective. Comparing A and B could also be approached by examining their difference or ratio. If the result of A and B was greater than 0, or if the result was greater than 1, it would indicate that A is greater than B. With this revelation, Shixian's eyes gleamed with clarity. He swiftly calculated on his draft paper, utilizing the distributive property to isolate n1 from n. He arrived at the simplified forms of a n and a n for any positive integer, inject 2. Ultimately, he proved that the simplified form was greater than 0. Hence, an 1a n. With this question resolved, Shixian heaved a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the next problem. The second question was one of plain analytic geometry. The essence of the problem was to find the trajectory of the intersection points of a sine function in a straight line, as well as the intersection of the tangents at these points. One must admit, if one's logical reasoning skills were insufficient, merely reading the question could induce confusion. However, this was Shixian's forte. He excelled at converting geometric representations into algebraic forms. It was simply a matter of determining the coordinates of the intersection points. By establishing a system of equations based on the given conditions, it was known that the equation had 2 distinct real roots, x1 and x2, on the interval 0, k1, and thus 1, 14, k10. The sum of the 2 real roots, 2, and their product, 3, were both positive. From this, he deduced the range of values for the slope k, ultimately deriving the equations of the lines, L1 and L2, through differentiation of the sine function. Simplifying led him to the function expression for xp. Substituting equations 2 and 3 into the expression for xp yielded xp2. The function expression for yp was derived in the same manner, leading to the conclusion that the trajectory of point P was the line segment between the points 2 and 25, excluding the endpoints. Having completed this problem, Lu Shixian noted that only 40 minutes remained for the exam. The second major problem was indeed not difficult. The thought process was straightforward, but the calculations were somewhat intricate and time-consuming, consuming several minutes. Without time for complaints, Lu Shixian quickly glanced at the third major problem. Let the function fx satisfy fx to fx. Prove that there exist four functions fix for I1, 2, 3, 4 such that 1, 4, I1, 2, 3, 4 fix is an even function and for any real number x fix. 2. For any real number x fx, f1x, f2x, cosine x f3, x, sine x f4 x, sine 2x. The problem appeared deceptively simple. Yet Lu Shixian was acutely aware that the solution process would be exponentially more complex. Time was of the essence, and Lu Shixian resolved to tackle the first question first. He deduced that anything involving pi was essentially linked to periodic functions. He swiftly subverted the opposing functions gx and hx of fx, where gx was an even function and hx was an odd function, satisfying for any x in R, gx to gx, and hx to hx. Subsequently, by substituting the four functions fix, I1, 2, 3, and 4, we derive the expression for the four functions f1, x, f2x, f3, x, and f4x. It is evident that fix, I1, 2, 3, and 4 are even functions, and for any x in R, fix equals fix. This task is rather straightforward. A limited number of verifications suffices, simply requiring substitution, rendering it an effortless endeavor. Lu Shixian believes that as long as the number of attempts is below 10, he can manage, as it merely entails using a bit of pencil lead. After all, it is far preferable to staring at a problem aimlessly. However, this question seems to afford competitors some leeway, as Lu Shixian notices a significant connection between the second question and the first. By substituting the algebraic expressions obtained from the first question into f, x, f1, x, f2, x, cosine, x, f3, x, sine, x, f4x, sine, 2x, he can proceed. Next, a case-by-case discussion is warranted as f1x, f2x, f3x, and f4x yield 6 distinct scenarios based on the range of x. Among these, 2 cases are already resolved, having been derived directly from the problem. The remaining 4 cases continue to resist resolution, compelling Lu Shixian to employ hypothetical reasoning. Ultimately, they yield to his persuasion, thereby demonstrating the validity of all 6 cases. In conclusion, this expression is confirmed to hold true. Lu Shixian exhales deeply, and as he glances around, he is astonished to find the vast classroom now devoid of any other students. A sudden panic grips him. Surely, the time has not yet elapsed? Could it be that the effort he expended in proving this problem has been swiftly surpassed by others? Am I merely growing old and incapable, or are the younger students exceptionally gifted? Upon raising his gaze, he finds the proctor intently observing him. What does this mean? Have I disappointed you? My sincerest apologies. I concede that I am indeed a mathematical novice. With a melancholic demeanor, he rises to submit his paper, gathering his belongings as he prepares to leave this sorrowful place. Unexpectedly, as he departs, he hears the proctor's voice of admiration behind him. Oh, well done. Everyone else in this examination hall has long since given up and left. Yet you have persevered silently. Lu Shixian, regardless of success or failure, your completion of the exam is commendable, considering I have focused solely on you for an hour. Lu Shixian, his previously dispirited spirits begin to lift once more. This seems to imply that I am still somewhat capable. My prowess has not diminished. Chapter 53. This student lacks inspiration. Upon reaching the entrance of Jinling University of Science and Technology, he discovers that all the competitors from classes 1 and 2 are waiting for him alone. What misdeed? My solitary presence has inadvertently caused the valuable time of 30 to 40 individuals to be squandered. Lu Shixian hastens to the front of Jiang Yunkuan. Jiang Yunkuan gazes at him in puzzlement and inquires, "Why have you only just emerged? Did you perhaps fall asleep inside?" Lu Shixian, filled with contrition, replies, "I apologize. I encountered a few challenging problems and needed to ponder them a bit longer." Jiang Yunkuan understands that it is common for individuals to become ensnared in their thoughts while solving problems. Once they hit a bottleneck, it must be resolved before they can progress. It seems Lu Shixian has faced such a situation as well. He remains unperturbed, smiling at the visibly disheartened classmates. "How'd it go, everyone? How are you feeling? The problems were too difficult. I couldn't finish it all." This elicits a chorus of lamentations from the group. I only managed to complete 2 fill-in-the-blank questions and 1 problem-solving question. The rest were mere guesses. You completed another problem-solving question? I was utterly bewildered, engaged in a battle of wits with that geometry fill-in-the-blank question, and ultimately, we both fell short, leading me to exit the examination room. Shixian, blending into the crowd, refrains from speaking. He is uncertain what would transpire if he were to claim he completed everything. Perhaps he would be met with hostility. As the citywide mathematics competition concluded that morning, the grading process commenced shortly after lunch at the Municipal Association located beneath the Provincial Mathematics Society. Jiangsu Province is not considered a powerhouse in competitions, with only informatics being a relatively strong subject, and in recent years, their results have been lacking. Jinling City serves as the province's mainstay. Thus, they have been striving to alter this status quo in recent years. The reason for increasing the difficulty of the competition questions stems from this very aim. In truth, other regions within the province had already conducted qualification selection contests. Only Jinling City, having enhanced its educational outreach in this regard, sought to achieve a more pronounced effect, thus delaying the timing of the selection contest. At this moment, the second floor of the Mathematics Society building is bustling with activity, due to their prior postponement. They now face the urgent task of grading the papers by the following morning. This means that they must complete the grading this very afternoon. It is worth noting that, although only the papers from Jinling City are being evaluated, the limited time frame makes the workload considerable. Currently, several bespectacled young statisticians are diligently sifting through the papers. Those with blank answers must be tallied and recorded. Papers with written responses are to be sorted separately, and once they complete grading the fill-in-the-blank questions, these papers will be transferred to a panel of experienced mathematics experts, temporarily assigned to assess the scores for the larger questions. This grading process extends until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Ultimately, through the collective effort of the Municipal Mathematics Society, the results of this selection contest finally emerge. These results are then compiled and sent to the office of Vice President Mao Jinxin, who oversees the competition. At this time, Mao Jinxin's office is overflowing with individuals, all keenly interested in the results. Observing their eager expressions, Mao Jinxin feels compelled to issue a word of caution. Now, do not harbor overly high expectations. The main contenders for the national competition are training within their respective schools' math competition teams and did not participate in this selection contest. Moreover, the difficulty level of this competition is hardly less than that of the league. Do not anticipate many high scores. At that moment, a young man seated at the computer suddenly stands, presenting a printed score sheet to Mao Jinxin. Upon seeing the name at the top, he spews the tea he had yet to swallow. Jinling number 1 High School, Shixian, 120 points? Just moments ago, he had advised against expecting many high scores. How is it possible that there's a perfect score? Does this not imply that this individual possesses the caliber to join the mathematics competition team? Why then participate in the qualification contest? Where's this Shixian from? Mao Jinxin inquires of a girl responsible for the contestants' records. The girl swiftly retrieves Shixian's information from the computer. Vice President Mao. According to the records, this student is a freshman from Class 1 at Jinling No. 1 High School, and it appears their entire class registered for the qualification contest. While he is not particularly intrigued by the fact that an entire class participated in the competition, many students simply wish to experience the competitive atmosphere, and as long as they pay the registration fee, he remains indifferent. This new student achieving a perfect score on such challenging problems indeed suggests a commendable level of skill. Let me see this student's answer sheet. Mao Jinxin suddenly expresses interest. Before long, someone retrieves one of the high-scoring answer sheets from a small stack and hands it to Mao Jinxin. Adjusting his glasses, he quickly scans Shixian's solution steps. The more he examines it, the more his brow furrows, nearly forming a frown. A curious middle-aged man beside him inquires, "Old Mao, what is the matter? Is there an issue with the grading? Isn't it a perfect score?" Mao Jinxin sets down the answer sheet with a sigh. Indeed, it is a perfect score. Yet this student lacks any flair. His approach is entirely methodical and formulaic. The most rudimentary method shall suffice, but for the final question, with so many scenarios that could have been effortlessly resolved through induction, he stubbornly opted for exhaustive enumeration, meticulously writing out each case, just as he did for the first and second questions. Forget it. Let's just publish the results tomorrow morning as they stand. Having a perfect score, however meager, is certainly better than having none at all. If Shixian were to hear the vice president of the Mathematics Society's appraisal of him, he would undoubtedly shout in indignation. After all, simply getting it right is no small feat, is it? Do you think I possess a system to aid me? On Sunday morning, Shixian was alone in the classroom, diligently tackling simulated problems in physics and chemistry. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Jiang Yunquin peeked in, promptly spotting Lu Shixian's figure. Lu Shixian, you truly are a creature of habit, always found in either the dormitory, the cafeteria, or the classroom. Naturally, Lu Shixian was not swayed by such flattery and retorted, Teacher Jiang, you too must have a purpose for visiting. Please do not hesitate to state your business. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunquin chuckled and playfully rebuked, Oh, spare me. You are the one who is old. I'm here to share some good news. Today, the Municipal Mathematics Society announced the results of yesterday's competition. You have secured the first prize in the city, and with a perfect score of 120. At this revelation, Lu Shixian abruptly set down his pen, his eyes sparkling. This must be quite a significant award then. Does that mean their essay prize of 200 yuan to be claimed? This left Jiang Yunquin momentarily taken aback. If memory served him correctly, hadn't he awarded Lu Shixian a scholarship of 50,000 yuan shortly after the start of the school year? How curious that the boy's immediate thought was not of honor, but of money. Such an obsession with financial reward was not a good sign. Jiang Yunquin inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that you are in need of money again? What about your scholarship? Lu Shixian waved his hand dismissively. Of course, I've turned it over. I need to help my parents a bit more, so they can work a little less and perhaps renovate the house a bit. Jiang Yunquin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He realized he might have misjudged the boy's intentions. One should never question the pure motives of a child. Chapter 54. Oh no, I'm doomed. You might as well participate in the league. Securing a provincial first prize would net you 6,000, Jiang Yunquin suggested, attempting to entice him. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian's eyes lit up. So, can the prizes be stacked? Jiang Yunquin gently tapped his head and replied, Don't get ahead of yourself. One can only receive the highest prize from a given category. In other words, if you win the provincial first prize in the mathematics competition, but have already collected the municipal first prize, you forfeit the latter. Lu Shixian grasped the situation. There were no loopholes waiting to be exploited. Otherwise, why wouldn't those on the competition teams participate in the preliminary rounds? The allure of the prize faded from his mind. A mere 1,000 yuan seemed rather trivial now. Thus it became evident that he must participate in the league. The next day marked the beginning of another week. After his routine exercise, Lu Shixian sauntered towards the teaching building. The facilities at Jinling No. 1 High School were exceptional. It felt like a waste not to utilize them daily. Although it was still early and the morning reading session had yet to commence, many classmates who arrived early were already engrossed in their studies. As he stepped into the classroom, the sound of recitation abruptly ceased. Lu Shixian looked up, only to find all eyes fixed upon him. What was this? Had he neglected to comb his hair this morning? Instinctively, he touched his bangs. Cheng Yishue, who had been on friendly terms with him lately, congratulated him. Old Lu, you've been keeping your talents under wraps, quietly securing a first prize. Impressive. Our class leader is about to take off. Quite remarkable, my brother. Lu Shixian quickly interjected, Please, let us not exaggerate. This is merely a qualifying round. You can congratulate me again if I achieve similar results in the league. Class leader is still awesome. He is even participating in the league. Too bad we can't even qualify for the preliminary round, came a voice of agreement from the crowd. Thankfully, Jiang Yunquin, who entered shortly thereafter, came to Lu Shixian's aid. All right, let us briefly discuss the results of the recent mathematics competition. The results were announced yesterday. Our class has 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, and 10 third prizes. First, congratulations to those who have earned honors, and second, congratulations to Lu Shixian for qualifying for the upcoming league. Lastly, I want to emphasize that you are all still in your first year. Achieving this level of success is commendable. If you wish to pursue competitions, you must invest more effort in your studies to aim for the league next year or to join our school's mathematics competition team directly. Now, let us continue with our morning reading. Thus, amidst the tension and fulfillment of academic life, Friday afternoon's final class arrived swiftly. School life was rather monotonous, and news spread quickly. Consequently, students from several first-year classes had heard about Lu Shixian's accomplishment. He was the sole student in his grade to qualify for the Municipal Mathematics League, and before dismissal, many gathered outside Class 1 to witness the excitement. Class leader, good luck in the league, came a chorus from his classmates. Others from different classes also joined in to cheer him on. Go, Lu God. Strike the municipal affiliated school with your fists and kick the mathematics competition team. May your glory forever shine upon our first year. Suddenly, someone shouted an overly dramatic line, and even the term Lu God appeared several years too early. Yet, this proclamation garnered enthusiastic agreement, and soon everyone joined in chanting. Strike the municipal affiliated school with your fists and kick the mathematics competition team. This left Lu Shixian feeling somewhat intimidated. If the competition team caught wind of this, He would be socially doomed. Oh no, I'm in trouble. The thought of the upcoming competition filled him with dread. After all, he was merely a pretender in mathematics. He feared that his true abilities would be exposed during the league. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Lu Shixian quickly shot her a covert glance and made a hasty retreat. In 2007, bubble tea began to gain immense popularity, with choo-choo bubble tea advertisements appearing all over Jinling City. At Jinling No. 1 High School, in the choo-choo chain store on Snack Street, Lu Shixian sat across from Chun-Yi. Remarkably, this was their first meeting since their last encounter at Chun-Yi's home. Among the acquaintances from middle school, she was truly the only one present in high school. Since starting high school, Chun-Yi seemed to have shed some of her naivety. She had grown taller and appeared slightly more mature. Yet, for some reason, upon seeing Lu Shixian, she still could not shake off her shyness. After ordering a signature pearl milk tea for her, Lu Shixian took the initiative to speak up. Otherwise, he feared they might sit in silence until dawn without exchanging a word. How have you been, E? I am doing well. It's just that since entering high school, I've been less able to help my mom. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian realized that Chun-Yi was likely living at school just like him. It made sense. Returning to her hometown was probably more troublesome for her than for him, so residing at school was more convenient. And how is your studying? Are you managing to keep up? At first it was a bit uncomfortable, but after a week I got used to it. There are quite a few classes, and I felt overwhelmed at first, but now I just listen carefully to the main points and then catch up on the details during breaks. Lu Shixian nodded slightly, harboring no doubts regarding the matter. After all, how else could Chun-Yi have gained admission to Jinling University in her past life? One could surmise that she was currently devoting all her leisure time to her studies. He pondered whether summoning her over might hinder her academic progress. Just then, the bubble tea arrived. He decided to offer her a cup as a small gesture of compensation. Quickly, he adjusted the straw in one of the cups and placed it before her. However, Chun-Yi stared at the drink with her large eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered. What kind of tea was this? Why was it brown, and what were those things floating within? Was it spoiled? Could it even be consumed? Lu Shixian felt a pang of frustration. He covered his face with his hand, carefully organizing his thoughts before explaining. Bubble tea, in its literal sense, refers to a concoction of milk and black tea, which accounts for its color. It is indeed drinkable, though if you happen to gain weight, do not blame me. That won't happen. With enough activity, I won't gain weight, Chun-Yi reassured herself, finally feeling at ease. Since he claimed it was safe to drink, she had no cause for concern. As expected, after taking a gentle sip, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. It's delicious, quite sweet. How much does it cost? 5 yuan per cup, Lu Shixian replied. At this, Chun-Yi was so startled that she nearly spat out the bubble tea she had just tasted. So expensive? Perhaps I should forego it. I could buy many bottles of water for that amount. Lu Shixian felt somewhat exasperated. He understood Chun-Yi's frugality, but he had already paid for it. No, I've already covered the cost. It would be a shame to waste it if you don't drink. With that, Chun-Yi finally ceased her hesitation. Before long, they finished their bubble tea, and the two returned to their respective dormitories. Time was precious to both of them at this juncture. As they parted ways, it was rather unusual for Chun-Yi to offer Lu Shixian a word of encouragement. Good luck. Though merely 2 words, it held significant weight for her. Hearing her supportive words, Lu Shixian could only manage a wry smile. Perhaps she believed him to be omnipotent. Yet, he was far from the math prodigy she imagined. With a heavy sigh, Lu Shixian returned to his dormitory to resume his studies. It was futile to cram for mathematics at this stage. Even if he were to study through the night, he could not expect to achieve any groundbreaking progress in merely a day or two. Such endeavors would require an intellect far beyond the ordinary. As for principles of biochemistry, he had thoroughly studied it. While he couldn't claim to grasp it as deeply as an expert, he had certainly mastered the essential knowledge points. Consequently, he had already returned it to the library and borrowed another book, Cell Biology. Having established a reading routine, Lu Shixian began with the introduction. After reviewing the historical development of the discipline, he noted the key concepts to master, the fundamental commonalities of cells and their characteristics as basic units of life, the structural features of mycoplasma and the essential apparatus for cellular survival and proliferation, and the basic structural system of eukaryotic cells. He also needed to familiarize himself with fundamental knowledge about viruses, structure, classification, viral proliferation, and the relationship between viruses and cells in terms of origin and evolution. Additional concepts to comprehend included the distinctions between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, as well as between plant and animal cells. On Sunday, adhering to his usual routine, Lu Shixian exercised before having breakfast. Next, following Jiang Yunquin's guidance, he set out to locate the mathematics competition team and join them for the upcoming competition. Naturally, Jiang Yunquin could not accompany him every day, He had his own responsibilities to attend to. The last time was a unique circumstance where the entire class was required to participate. Although he had never been there, he believed he could simply head to the comprehensive building. It was said to house all the competition teams from Jinling No. 1 High School, so he was confident he would eventually find them. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, he wandered through the offices on both sides, only to discover they were not the right places. They were either computer labs or storage rooms for teaching tools. After climbing another flight of stairs, he found the floor empty. Clearly, it was not the correct location. Finally, upon reaching the third floor, he could hear the sounds of discussion from afar. I believe this problem can be solved using Descartes' method for the papoose problem, establishing a baseline with a straight line on the plane and selecting an intersecting line, which would correspond to the x-axis and the origin O, while the other would form the y-axis, thus creating a sloped coordinate system. Your reasoning is sound. Thus, any point on the plane can be uniquely determined by its coordinates, x, y. The previous problem has transformed into a polynomial of two unknowns, which I find feasible. Shixian suddenly began to understand the sentiments of his classmates. This was indeed the realm of math prodigies. He felt somewhat out of place. Yet, having come this far, he could not turn back. Steeling himself, he advanced, observing as they seemed to reach a collective conclusion, their discussions winding down. Seizing an opportune moment, Shixian pulled out 2 bottles of AD calcium from his small backpack and offered, "Thank you for your hard work, seniors. Have some AD calcium to replenish yourselves. I'm just a little freshman hitching a ride." The 2 boys seemed momentarily taken aback by the term seniors, exchanging glances before a realization dawned upon them. The AD calcium had served its purpose. One of the boys responded politely, "We don't deserve such a title. We are both from Class 2, Year 2. He is Huang Zhongxing, and I'm Li Ruhai. We are merely novices on this path of mathematics competitions, having joined the team for less than a year." Another boy named Huang Zhongxing appeared to recall something and said, "It seems you're the only freshman in our school eligible to participate in the competition. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, with the Yangtze River pushing the waves forward." Shixian suppressed the urge to critique that seemingly mismatched sentiment and returned the courtesy. "Not at all. The results I have achieved merely represent your starting point." As they engaged in lively conversation outside, a sudden authoritative cough emanated from within. "Ahem, you 3. Gumin." Shixian turned around only to find the 2 seniors had sheepishly entered, casting him a helpless glance. He followed suit, cautiously stepping inside to find 4 or 5 individuals packing up their belongings. Seated at a desk was a middle-aged man of average stature, appearing somewhat older, yet possessing piercing eyes. Could this be the coach of the Jinling No. 1 High School mathematics competition team? Just moments ago, Huang Zhongxing and Li Ruhai had been animatedly discussing outside, but now, upon entering, they transformed into 2 docile lambs. In unison, they greeted the middle-aged man, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." At this point, Shixian's suspicions were further confirmed, and he echoed their greeting. The middle-aged man's discerning gaze scrutinized Shixian. "So, you are this year's top scorer from the high school entrance examination? A student of Shaojiang?" The man exuded a formidable presence, creating a certain pressure on Shixian. However, years of hard work had steeled him. This individual was not as intimidating as the professors wielding absolute authority in university laboratories. "Teacher Zhang, I'm flattered. I merely passed the preliminary round by sheer luck and wish to accompany you to experience the competition." The middle-aged man offered no pleasantries, speaking directly. "Luck? If luck could yield perfect scores, then I wouldn't have to go over the problems at all. I've reviewed your exam paper. It bears the marks of excessive formatting. I doubt you possess much talent. Are you merely here to ride on the coattails of others?" As soon as the words were spoken, the office fell into a profound silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. Yet, the faces of the students in the mathematics competition team remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to the blunt manner of communication characteristic of middle-aged individuals. Shixian found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this was his first encounter with this particular individual, and he had not offended him in any way. The harshness of his speech was undeniable. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the middle-aged man had not erred in his observations. He possessed little aptitude for mathematics. His current standing was solely attributable to his solid foundation in advanced mathematics, in a discipline as fundamental as mathematics. Achieving depth and excellence without innate talent or inspiration renders a lifetime of diligent study often fruitless. Chapter 56. The Emotionless Mathematical Slacker. Others had spoken frankly, and Shixian was not incensed. Calmly, he responded, "Indeed, I harbor little interest in mathematics, and my efforts are directed elsewhere. My presence today is merely to seize an opportunity for accolades, after which I shall take my leave." The middle-aged man, taken aback by Lu Shixian's honesty, regarded him with newfound respect and nodded, "That is commendable. It spares you the waste of youthful time. Come along with us shortly." With that, he exited, and the office was once again filled with vitality. Lu Shixian pointed towards the door and inquired, "Greetings, senior students. Who might that be?" Quite intimidating. At this moment, a bespectacled senior, seemingly taken by his handsome features, comforted him. "That is our mathematics competition coach, Mr. Zhang Wuqiang. His nature is simply forthright. He speaks his mind without reservation. Do not take it to heart. Many of my peers have left the team after facing his admonishments. In fact, achieving full marks in this preliminary round is quite an accomplishment, given the significant difficulty. It is nearing the level of the national competition." Lu Shixian nodded, indicating that he was unfazed by the comments. After years of navigating through challenges, if a few harsh words could sway his resolve, he would not be deserving of his place in this world. Suddenly, another male senior lamented with a hint of sorrow, "You are fortunate. At least you have another year of opportunity. For those of us in our third year of high school, caught in a limbo of inadequacy, a poor performance in this competition could mean returning to prepare for the college entrance examination." Though Lu Shixian had not experienced this plight, he understood the harsh realities of the competition landscape and empathized. Across the nation, countless high schools participated, with tens of thousands vying for a few coveted spots on provincial teams. The competition was fierce, as they first contended for provincial qualifications and then sought to secure a place among the 15 selected for the national training team from a pool of 60. Ultimately, only 6 would represent the nation in the International Mathematics Olympiad, IMO, a journey fraught with the struggles and sacrifices of many students and their families. Even securing a recommendation from a prestigious university was no simple feat. Strangely, an air of melancholy enveloped the office. Fortunately, the voice of Mr. Zhang Wuqiang could be heard from outside, announcing it was time to board the bus. Soon, the group settled into a vehicle bound for Jinling University. During the ride, Lu Shixian engaged in light conversation, gleaning a wealth of insider knowledge. Jinling No. 1 High School currently excelled in physics, with its competition team having reached the national level in 2006, where one member earned a gold medal and entered the national training team, now enjoying a direct admission to the physics department at Shuyuan University. Additionally, 3 students received silver medals at the national level, securing recommendations from other prestigious institutions. As for the national third-tier and top-tier schools, opportunities remain scarce, leading them to opt for summer and winter camps and the college entrance examination. In terms of informatics, it was a strong subject for Jiangsu province, with a steady influx of top students entering the national training team. While Jinling No. 1 High School may not rival its affiliated school, it still performed respectably, having some national second-tier accolades. The mathematics competition, despite its high prestige, faced challenges in Jiangsu. Although recent years had seen a surge of talent emerging in national competitions, primarily attributed to the achievements of the affiliated school, which had no connection to Jinling No. 1. In this context, it was unsurprising that Mr. Zhang Wuqiang held little regard for students lacking in talent. Similarly, Jinling No. 1's chemistry competition team was deemed mediocre. At times, they might achieve notable results, yet other times they would falter entirely. The biology team, however, was the least regarded. It had long been disbanded, lacking even the qualification to compete, as all provincial slots were monopolized by the affiliated school. It was rumored that a decades-old alumnus from the affiliated school, now an esteemed academician in the field of biological sciences, had contributed significantly to his alma mater's biology program, further entrenching its dominance. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian was taken aback, his expression darkening. What a predicament! Despite the affiliated school's strength in biology and its academician support, he held no regrets about choosing Jinling No. 1. However, could they not muster some spirit? Must they concede defeat so readily? The lack of even a semblance of competition implied he would be left to fight alone. Was this not a disservice? Were he able to file a complaint, he would undoubtedly reach out to the principal's hotline. Thus, with a mind full of thoughts, Lu Shixian was escorted to Jinling University, the venue for the 2007 Provincial High School Mathematics Competition. This competition was elevated in rank, co-hosted by the Provincial Mathematics Society and the Provincial Department of Education. All qualified participants were required to partake in the first round, with final scores determining the provincial 3-tier, 2-tier, 1-tier, and provincial team lines. Those surpassing the provincial team line would then compete for the final provincial team spots alongside students who qualified through other means. The specifics of what followed were inconsequential to Lu Shixian, for his singular aim was to secure accolades. The second round and the CMO held no relevance for him. He was merely an emotionless mathematical slacker, If he could achieve provincial second-tier status, he would not settle for third. If he could attain provincial first-tier, he would not be content with second. Though provincial first-tier was challenging, it did not signify a complete lack of opportunity. After all, the competition purportedly encompassed elementary and intermediate mathematics, although that was merely a claim. As the clock approached 8 in the morning, signaling the start of the examination, Shixian quickly dispersed among his fellow students from Jinling No. 1 High School. Drawing from his prior experience, he swiftly found a seat in a classroom on the 4th floor of a teaching building at Jinling University. Once the papers were distributed, the competition commenced. Shixian immediately entered the mode of scrutinizing the questions. A cursory glance revealed a distinct difference. The formal mathematics competition now bore a total of 150 points. With the introduction of 6 multiple-choice questions and a reduction of 2 fill-in-the-blank questions, perhaps reforms were imminent. Shixian mused that in 2 years, the competition's question format would undergo significant changes, eliminating multiple-choice questions and increasing the weight of fill-in-the-blank questions. Clearly, Jinling City was preparing in advance. The style of this round's questions was, unsurprisingly, entirely different from the preliminary round, which had primarily focused on algebra. This time, 80% of the questions pertained to geometry. Time was of the essence. Regardless of the question type, the imperative was to forge ahead. Shixian swiftly completed the initial 6 multiple-choice questions. It must be noted that the rationale behind removing multiple-choice questions was sound, irrespective of one's ability to solve them. There was a 1 in 4 chance of selecting the correct answer, not to mention the various elimination strategies that could bolster accuracy. Next came the fill-in-the-blank questions. Fortunately, apart from solitary geometry problem, the remainder were entirely algebraic in nature. Shixian swiftly substituted values using the principles of advanced algebra, and the answers emerged with remarkable ease. Subsequently, he confronted the proof questions. Chapter 57 revealed the results of the mathematics competition. The first problem required him to prove the existence of an inequality within a specified range of x values. Shixian adeptly applied the theorem of the arithmetic mean to transform the inequality into an expression under a square root. Ultimately, this expression was monotonically increasing within the designated range of x, thereby validating the inequality. Feeling somewhat steadied, Shixian proceeded to the next question. This one pertained to analytic geometry, where 3 points in a Cartesian coordinate system were given. The distance from point P to one of the line segments was the geometric mean of the distances to the other 2 segments, and he was tasked with deriving the trajectory equation for P. The third problem involved proving that for an obtuse triangle inscribed in a circumcircle, the condition for the 3 segments to be the triangle's altitudes was expressed by a certain formula. Shixian quickly formulated a line of reasoning and soon scribbled down the proof for the last 2 questions on his draft paper. Could it be? Was it truly this simple? Yet he could not discern where his reasoning might have faltered. Was this the essence of a joint examination? He pondered extensively, but ultimately transcribed his workings from the draft onto the answer sheet. Unable to resist, Shixian glanced around at his fellow competitors, who were still fervently writing, none having finished early. What could this signify? Could it be that I am exceptionally talented? By the time the exam concluded, Shixian remained engulfed in confusion. As he walked along the assembly path, he continued to reflect on where the misstep might have occurred. The smoothness of his progress felt decidedly unnatural. In other subjects, he would not have harbored such doubts. But this was mathematics. He dared not entertain even the slightest sense of complacency. After reuniting with the math competition team from Jinling No. 1 High School, Shixian keenly observed the grim expressions of 3 individuals. He refrained from voicing his thoughts or inquiring about the morning's exam. Instead, carrying a heart full of uncertainty to lunch, quietly awaiting the afternoon results. Immediately following the morning exam, the Sioux Province Mathematics Society commenced the intricate grading process. By afternoon, they aimed to establish the cutoff scores and determine the candidates for the second round of the competition. There was no time even for a meal, as the entire Mathematics Society busily operated. While city-level competitions could involve assistance from others in grading for the joint examination, all grading work must be uniformly executed by the evaluators. Despite the substantial volume of grading, the large number of evaluators made the task manageable. By 1:30 in the afternoon, all scores had been substantially compiled. At this moment, all the evaluators gathered together, having toiled throughout the afternoon, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the results. The other problems were of standard difficulty, which I shall not dwell upon, but I suspect many will falter on the final question. The trap is rather insidious. If one were to consider solely planar geometry, they could only earn 1/3 of the total points, as the spatial geometry aspect also demanded consideration. This year's questions certainly leaned heavily towards geometry, a trend that the IMO seems to favor, prompting the higher authorities to consciously gravitate towards this domain. I estimate that the number of perfect scores will be fewer than in previous years. The evaluators engaged in lively discussion, exchanging their thoughts. At 2:30 in the afternoon, all participants convened on a spacious outdoor playground at Jinling University. The staff from the Provincial Mathematics Society had already prepared the venue. Given that the Mathematics Society primarily comprises technical personnel, there was little room for superfluous dialogue. They promptly delved into the agenda. The team from Jinling No. 1 High School stood together, anxiously awaiting the announcement of results. I know I have likely faltered. With so many geometry questions, all my previous efforts in tackling algebraic problems may have been in vain, mused Li Rahai, feeling a sense of resignation. Who could disagree? Regardless of whether I advance to the next round, I merely hoped to secure a provincial first-class award, which would bolster my chances of being directly admitted to Jinling University. One of the senior students in the third year expressed with hopeful anticipation. The other members of the competition team remained silent, yet their anxious expressions betrayed their inner turmoil. Just as the students below were whispering amongst themselves, the vice president of the society took the microphone to announce the scores. Based on the aggregated results from this preliminary round of the joint examination, we shall delineate the cutoff scores for the first, second, and third prizes, as well as the threshold for advancing to the next round. The cutoff for the third prize is set at a score of no less than 60 and less than 75, due to the high number of recipients. Those awarded the third prize should proceed to the front desk to consult the display screen. Any disputes may be directed to the competition committee. The cutoff for the second prize is established at a score of no less than 75 and less than 100. The winners of the 2007 Sioux Province Mathematics Competition second prize include Zhang Li from a municipal affiliated school with a score of 99, Li Yibin from the same school with 96, Cheng Ruan from Jinling No. 1 High School with 92, and Huang Zhongxing from Jinling No. 1 High School with 78. The announcement of the second prize ignited a flurry of discussion, resulting in mixed feelings among the Jinling No. 1 team. Naturally, Huang Zhongxing was elated. Having just joined the math competition team and already securing a provincial silver medal, an immense source of motivation for him. Conversely, for the already third-year student Cheng Ruan, it was a setback. He needed to achieve a provincial first-class score alongside other accolades to ensure his admission to Jinling University. His spirits were now somewhat shattered, and the sight of an adult male student crying like a child was quite poignant. The members of the competition team rushed to console him. To be honest, Lu Shixian also felt a twinge of anxiety. With so many scores clustered in the 80s and 90s, it indicated widespread loss of points. Was he not vulnerable to the same fate? Based on his own assessments during the exam, he believed he had secured a score in the 70s at least. Now that the second prize winners did not include him, it suggested he was most likely destined for a third prize. It was unclear whether he felt disappointment or something else. His initial expectation had simply been to earn a medal. Merely completing the process would yield a provincial award, which he rationalized as a personal gain. Before long, the vice president commenced reading the cutoff for the first prize, the topic that held everyone's attention. At this moment, the entire playground fell silent, save for the whispering of the wind. The cutoff for the first prize is set at no less than 100 points, with the recipients being Zhou Yiming from the municipal affiliated school with 120 points, Chun Fengze from the same school with 120 points, Wu Shuang also from the municipal affiliated school with 118 points, Shen Ran with 116 points, and Wang Qian from Jinling No. 1 High School with 115 points. As these names were announced, a student from Jinling No. 1 leaped in joy. For Wang Qian was the very senior who had consoled Lu Shixian earlier, and also the captain of the Jinling No. 1 math competition team. Captain, with this score, you are undoubtedly advancing to the next round. It's extraordinary, Huang Zhongxing exclaimed with delight. To spare the feelings of others, Wang Qian remained silent. Yet the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Lu Shixian had little time to concern himself with their conversations. The names being read by the vice president echoed in his ears, although he had a strong premonition that he was likely to receive a provincial third prize. Until the final moment, who could predict the outcome? Chapter 58, An Unexpected Small Surprise. As the scores for the provincial first prize grew increasingly lower, Lu Shixian realized they were nearing the end of the announcements. Until the very end, with a score of 101, his name was absent from the list. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, the voice of Lu Shixian from Shi High School suddenly reached his ears. 100 points. His hands clenched tightly. He had barely made it. A surge of unexpected joy flooded his heart. Life may not always flow smoothly, but we must still believe that amidst the less than delightful moments, there will always be some serendipitous surprises. Beside him, Members of the math competition team cast him incredulous and envious glances, particularly those who had only managed to achieve second place in the province. They felt like sour lemons. Could this possibly be enjoyable? Scoring exactly 100 points to just scrape through the provincial threshold, how could that be? Someone who hadn't even undergone specialized training in their first year had already secured a provincial first while they were still playing in the mud in their second year. Shixian scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, this was truly a stroke of luck. His earlier expectations had plummeted, and he genuinely hadn't anticipated this outcome. The cutoff score for the semifinals was set at 112 or above. The contestants qualifying for the semifinals included Zhou Yiming from Municipal Affiliated High School with 120 points, Chun Fengze from the same school with 120, Wu Shuang with 118, Shun Ran with 116, Wang Qian from Shi High School with 115, and Zheng Shangyun from Shire High School with 112. After hearing the semi-final cutoff scores, it seemed he wasn't the only one fortunate enough to barely make it through. It also confirmed the results for Jinling Yizhang's math competition, including his fortunate first prize. There were a total of 2 provincial firsts, 2 provincial seconds, and 4 provincial thirds, among which one student had also qualified for the semifinals. Soon, the awards ceremony commenced. Although the semifinals had yet to take place, it did not affect the determination of the awards. This particular accolade was said to be quite significant, as the head of the provincial education department, rather than a subordinate, would be delivering a speech. Consequently, the president of Jinling University also had to attend as a courtesy, which elevated the event's stature. The publicity and attention surrounding this mathematics competition were rapidly on the rise. Today, it is a pleasure to meet all of you outstanding students here. The National High School Mathematics Competition has been a recurring event in our country since its establishment in 1981, and I will briefly touch upon 3 points. Indeed, those in administration possess a unique ability. A simple discourse could easily stretch for 20 minutes, while the participants in the audience struggled to absorb the content. They maintained an outward appearance of utmost seriousness. Once the head of the department concluded his speech, it was finally time to distribute medals and take photographs. The students who were called to the stage were primarily representatives from the provincial team, and due to the high number of participants, the rest had to wait until the ceremony concluded to collect their certificates from the competition committee. After the awards ceremony, Shixian quickly received his first medal of high school, the first prize certificate from the provincial division of the National Middle School Subject Olympiad. Upon opening it, he saw inscribed, Student Shixian has been awarded the first prize in the 2007 National High School Mathematics Joint Competition, and this certificate is issued for encouragement. There was neither a rank nor score mentioned. Shixian couldn't help but feel satisfied with this certificate. Who would bother to check how many points he scored or what place he came in? As long as he didn't disclose it, who would know he barely scraped through? With this, Shixian's purpose for this trip was entirely fulfilled. Everything related to the math competition from this point on was no longer his concern. Returning triumphantly, the group quickly made their way back to Shi High School. Upon arriving at the entrance of the comprehensive building, at that moment, Zhang Guoqiang, who was as elusive as a dragon, appeared from nowhere and nodded approvingly at Wang Qian. Then he paused to look at Shixian and simply remarked, not bad. Shixian was momentarily taken aback. Receiving praise from someone like him felt quite an honor, especially since he had just seen Wang Qian without exchanging a word. As for whether the compliment was for his performance or mere luck, that remained ambiguous. Shixian could have simply left after this, but for some reason, he followed them up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the math competition team's office, Zhang Guoqiang chuckled inwardly as he observed Shixian tiptoeing in, though his face remained impassive. So, you're considering pursuing a competitive path? Shixian nodded before shaking his head, saying, I want to pursue competition, but not in mathematics. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office turned their curious gazes toward him. They were perplexed by Shixian's thoughts, having secured a provincial first in mathematics so early in his first year. If he received further training, it wouldn't be impossible to enter the semifinals or even be selected for the provincial team. Why would he not pursue such a promising opportunity? Expanding his strengths and avoiding weaknesses was surely the right direction. Zhang Guoqiang, too, felt puzzled. You shouldn't belittle yourself. Although I mentioned earlier that you lack talent, achieving a provincial first still reflects your capability. If you wish to join the math competition team now, I would not oppose it. Shixian smiled and shook his head. Mathematics is excellent, but I prefer to enter a field where I excel. Given my current level, I've already reached my limit. No amount of additional time investment will yield significant results. Zhang Guoqiang nodded. Having seen too many students like Shixian, those who rise like a comet only to quickly fade away, often due to a lack of self-awareness, choosing paths that are fundamentally unattainable. He expressed understanding and appreciation for Lu Shixian's choice. So, which of the 5 subject competitions do you wish to pursue? Given your performance today, I can introduce you to a team. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian's expression became somewhat peculiar, and he nonchalantly replied, biology. At this, everyone lost their composure. Huang Zhongxing and Wang Qian were utterly astonished. Even Zhang Guiqiang, who had maintained his calm demeanor, couldn't help but cough. Cough with that choice. I truly cannot assist you. There is currently no biology competition team at our school. It disbanded 2 years ago. Why bother? Our school's biology competition has never produced results, and its status among the 5 major subject competitions is on par with informatics, at the very bottom. Even if you don't study mathematics, pursuing physics or chemistry would be quite suitable. Lu Shixian was well aware of the situation Zhang Guiqiang described. But the crux of the matter was that he had no other options. His physics and chemistry skills were even inferior to his mathematics, and his informatics abilities were far worse. Lu Shixian understood himself well. He had never been one to give up lightly. Now, the only solution was to create conditions even without them. Even without a competition team, he would walk his own path. He had come to Shi High School with the purpose of making history. Chapter 59, Why Are You So Exceptional? After bidding farewell to the members of the math competition team, Lu Shixian visited the training rooms of other competition teams on the 3rd floor. Except for biology, all other subjects were vigorously training even on the weekend. Lu Shixian remained silent, brushing his hand against the training room door, leaving a layer of dust on his right hand. Was it yet another hellish challenge? But he relished it. The comprehensive building echoed with his dreamy murmurs. The next day, Monday, arrived once more. Lu Shixian woke up and began his daily running training around the expansive playground. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, he discovered a large crowd gathered in the corridor on the 1st floor of the teaching building. This corridor was a necessary passage for students attending school, and students of all grades could be seen passing through. As Lu Shixian approached, he noticed a portable announcement board displaying a vibrant red congratulatory notice. It celebrated the remarkable achievements of our school students in the 2007 Jiangsu Province High School Mathematics Competition. Beneath, it was a list of award recipients, with Wang Qian naturally taking the top spot. However, what drew the most attention was Lu Shixian, positioned 2nd, particularly because he was only a freshman. While accolades for senior Wang Qian were expected, the emergence of this dark horse, Lu Shixian, was quite astonishing. Indeed, it was remarkable for a freshman to secure a provincial first prize, whether through direct admission or score reduction. Such achievements typically guaranteed entrance to prestigious universities in the country. Unbeknownst to many, he was the top scorer of the recent middle school entrance examinations. So is it truly surprising for him to claim a provincial first prize? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lu Shixian hastily departed. Should they discover that his success was merely a stroke of luck, it would certainly not be taken lightly. Upon returning to his classroom, Lu Shixian was met with the adoration of his peers, while they struggled to even pass the preliminary rounds. He excelled in a competition at a significantly higher level. As fellow freshmen, they cast envious glances, admiring his prowess. Our class monitor is truly exceptional. Please accept my humble admiration. How can you be so outstanding? You hardly ever step out, yet when you do, it's always a first prize. Of course, with such talent, you'll undoubtedly dominate at the national level. Lu Shixian found the initial compliments acceptable, but the last remark prompted him to intervene. Everyone, allow me to say a few words. Through this competition, I have gained some insights and have thus decided to withdraw from this year's mathematics competitions. The remaining honors should be contested by you all, as I no longer care for them, he stated, feigning calmness. Is this the lofty mindset of the math prodigy? Indeed, it was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Not all classmates were naive. Some were well-versed in competition-related matters. However, those who had grown close to Lu Shixian would not undermine him. After all, even the top students must navigate the complexities of social dynamics. Consequently, the moniker Lu Shun had already begun to circulate, gradually becoming well-known. One could only wonder when the term YYDS would be coined by some genius. In the afternoon, after mathematics class, Lu Shixian was indeed summoned to the office by Jiang Yunkuan. As Jiang paced beside him, he regarded Lu Shixian as if they were meeting for the first time. Impressive, Lu Shixian. No wonder you Haven team mentioned the over 1,000 yuan recently. You were planning to raise the stakes, weren't you? Lu Shixian feigned righteous indignation, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Someone must be slandering me. I intend to sue for defamation. In truth, I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time and won by sheer luck. This has nothing to do with me." Old Jiang, you must see it clearly. Jiang Yunkuan appeared somewhat speechless. If a provincial first prize were that easy to attain, I'd suggest you visit the cafeteria more often. After saying this, he sat down in the office chair and opened a drawer. Take this. I still don't quite understand you. You deliberate over everything, waiting for results before acting. Shixian received an A4 sheet, which bore the title application form for provincial major awards at Jinling No. 1 High School. His face immediately lit up with joy as he tucked the application form away. How can I accept this? Upon returning to the classroom, he enthusiastically began to fill out the form, exhibiting more fervor than he had during the competition itself. Name: Shixian. Class: First Year, Class 1. Award level: Provincial. Organizing institution: Jiangsu Provincial Mathematics Society, Jiangsu Provincial Mathematics Competition Committee. Award received: First prize in the Jiangsu Provincial High School Mathematics Olympiad. In the section for the class teacher's opinion, Jiang Yunkuan had already signed. Shixian glanced at it and noted he still required the signatures of the director of education and the supervising school leader. Wow, this money is indeed not easy to obtain. It's quite complicated. Despite his words, Shixian moved swiftly. After lunch, just before the first class of the afternoon, he predicted that this would be the best time to find Qian Zhenghua. To be fair, aside from the military training at the start of the school year, Shixian had not seen Qian Zhenghua much. This individual was truly his lucky star, having assisted him in numerous matters, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude in person. Although he had never visited Qian Zhenghua's office, he knew heading towards the administrative building would be the right direction. He could always check the directory or inquire for assistance once he arrived. Ultimately, he successfully located the office bearing the sign of the first-year director on the second floor. Judging by the light seeping through the door crack, Shixian deduced that someone was likely inside. Knock, knock, knock. Shixian gently tapped on the door. A familiar voice called from within, "Please come in." He turned the doorknob and entered the office, only to find Qian Zhenghua engaged in writing a report. Upon seeing him, Qian Zhenghua, evidently impressed by Shixian, quickly recognized his name, for the top scorer of the middle school entrance examination was indeed noteworthy. Shixian greeted him and expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "Good day, Director Qian. I am truly grateful for your support during my time in middle school." With sincerity, he bowed slightly. Qian Zhenhua's impression of Shixian only improved, and he couldn't help but smile. "Shixian, this is largely due to Director Rin's high regard for you, granting you this opportunity. It seems that even without our intervention, you would gradually emerge as a prominent figure." He added, "Who knows, in the future, we may be the ones expressing gratitude to you." Shixian, however, was not inclined to simply agree with him. Thinking of the materials Qian had just been writing, he quickly countered, "While I specifically came to Jinling No. 1 High School to express my gratitude to you." At this point, they had sufficiently understood each other. Qian Zhenghua took a sip of tea and, shaking his head while smiling, remarked, "You don't quite resemble a typical freshman. So, what brings you here today?" A smile spread across Shixian's face as he retrieved a document from his pocket to show him. Upon glancing at it, Qian Zhenghua's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Shixian several times. "Provincial first prize in the mathematics competition? Impressive. To attain such a prestigious award shortly after your arrival, it seems my judgment was spot on." His expression was a mix of pride and satisfaction. Shixian feigned a bashful smile, saying, "Hee, this was purely luck. I stumbled upon the provincial first prize." Qian Zhenghua nodded. "That is still quite an achievement. If you can't secure a prize of this caliber, then what awards can one hope to attain? I can certainly sign off on this." He then looked up at Shixian and asked, "But are you certain you want to apply for the prize now? Once you submit your application, even if you earn a national award in your second year, you won't be able to change it. Typically, this would be a reasonable consideration." However, Shixian had long since mapped out his path and was not about to acquiesce. He smiled and shook his head. "While I aspire to enter the national competition and secure a CMO gold medal, or even an IMO gold medal, I'm aware of my capabilities. In the realm of mathematics, this may very well be my pinnacle. The quest for knowledge is boundless. Although mathematics is magnificent, it is not my true calling. Finding a path that resonates with oneself and committing to it with unwavering determination is the essence of my current thoughts." As he finished speaking, the admiration in Qian Zhenghua's eyes deepened. Indeed, one of life's greatest challenges is to attain self-awareness. No matter how swiftly one runs, if the direction is misguided, one will still lag behind others. Many toil for decades without grasping this truth, yet you articulate it so succinctly. It is no wonder you are poised to rise within Jinling Agricultural School. After speaking, Qian Zhenghua gestured towards the sofa before him. "Please take a seat. Now, could you enlighten me on your current direction? The school, or perhaps I, might be able to assist you." Shixian naturally settled onto the sofa and began to eloquently share his recent thoughts and plans. Qian Zhenghua leaned in with increasing interest, and by the end, he was somewhat taken aback. Such a meticulous and feasible life plan without the guidance of a mentor, seemed implausible. Yet, he was well aware of Lu Shixian's family circumstances, merely a rural household sufficient for basic sustenance. Thus, it was highly probable that this understanding was cultivated through his own efforts. This young man was indeed exceptional. You mentioned wanting to pursue both the college entrance examination and competitions. I do not oppose this, as many now aspire to do the same. However, is it not a tad premature to accomplish it all in the first year of high school, especially considering your desire to prepare for both avenues simultaneously? Such haste may lead to a lack of success. Lu Shixian understood that to implement his plan, he must convince Qian Zhenghua, the director of education. If he could not gain his approval, all would be in vain. Numerous procedures must be navigated through the school, such as completing half a year in the first year and half a year in the third year, thereby advancing directly to the third year to participate in the college entrance examination. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "As you are aware, I have been self-studying high school material at Jinling Agricultural School for several months. Based on my grasp of the knowledge, achieving a score above 680 may be somewhat challenging. However, maintaining a stable score between 600 and 650 poses no significant problem. Given this, continuing my studies in high school would yield diminishing returns. Therefore, I have chosen to participate in the college entrance examination during my first year. Even if I do not meet the cutoff, I can still enter a top-tier university through the youth class examination. As for the biology competition, my ambition is to aim for the prestigious T2 institutions. For a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. As a student, I must confess I have never considered applying to Yanjing. Students from Shuimu are not exemplary students." Upon hearing his rationale, Qian Zhenghua offered no objections, instead inquiring, "Let us set aside the matter of early participation in the college entrance examination for now. You stated your desire to choose the biology competition. However, our school lacks precedents for gaining admission into T2 institutions through biology competitions, and our biology competition team has long been disbanded due to a decade of poor performance. The primary reason being that the disadvantages of biology competitions compared to others are substantial. Many universities do not require a provincial first in biology, which means the threshold is the national aggregate. Furthermore, after the competition, returning to the college entrance examination, biology competitions offer no tangible benefit for the biology portion of the exam. In recent years, very few have opted for biology, hence our school's support for it has waned. If you choose to pursue this path, you will find yourself largely without guidance. Have you contemplated the difficulties that may arise?" Lu Shixian nodded. "I have indeed heard of this situation before. However, are precedents not meant to be broken? Since no one from Yizhong has achieved this, let me, Lu Shixian, be the first." At that moment, Lu Shixian shed his initial humility, exuding immense confidence and pride, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Qian Zhenghua found himself somewhat moved by this aura. It seemed that those who achieve great things in history often possess such qualities. His thoughts began to tilt in a particular direction. Nevertheless, his expression remained inscrutable as he addressed Lu Shixian. "Very well. Return home for now. I have noted your information. I will seek an opportunity to discuss this with the principal and request the leadership team to deliberate on it, aiming to provide you with a response within a week. Leave your application form with me, and I will ensure it is forwarded." Lu Shixian understood that the final decision did not rest with him. Yet, this answer brought him a sense of reassurance. Had Qian Zhenghua outright promised there would be no issues, he would have felt a surge of anxiety instead. Thus, he had accomplished the purpose of his visit. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Shixian exited the administrative building with ease, the sunlight feeling particularly radiant. Regardless of the outcome, he had done all that he could. 3 days later, the leadership team of Jinling Yizhong convened as scheduled. In the conference room on the top floor of the administrative building, all members of the leadership team were seated around a round table as the meeting commenced. Facing the entrance was an elderly gentleman nearing his 60s, the principal of Jinling Yizhong, a nationally recognized master educator, Kai Mingyuan. Kai Mingyuan glanced at his watch and announced, "It is time. Let us begin. I shall say a few words. Today is Thursday, and due to the retirement of the previous principal Song due to illness, following the appointment document from the Municipal Education Bureau yesterday, Xiao Qian has been added to the leadership team as vice principal. Consequently, Principal Qian will take over the responsibilities of the former Principal Song, overseeing our school's educational work. Strengthening the faculty and enhancing their professional and cultural competencies is paramount. The head of the Academic Affairs Office must ensure the effective implementation of curriculum plans and teaching outlines, as well as organize extracurricular, cultural, and technological activities tailored to develop student strengths. Are there any questions regarding these responsibilities?" With the Education Bureau's appointments formalized and documents issued, no one raised any objections. Principal Kai then addressed Qian Zhenghua. Xiao Qian, you have gradually risen through the ranks at Jinling Yizhong. Everyone knows you well. And we are all focused on the development of our students, so let's skip the formalities. You previously served as the head of the Academic Affairs Office, and also as the relatively light-duty head of the first-year department. Now that you are responsible for the teaching work of the first year, a sudden change in leadership could impact the existing teaching plans. Moreover, there is currently no suitable candidate to take over. I suggest that for this academic year, the duties of the first-year department remain with you, Principal Qian. Upon hearing this, the members around the table nodded in agreement. Kai Mingyuan turned to Qian Zhenghua and remarked, Old Yang has a point. What do you think, Xiao Qian? Qian Zhenghua nodded. This is indeed within my purview, so I have no objections. Is there anything else to discuss? Kai Mingyuan surveyed the room once more before continuing. If there are no further matters, this meeting will conclude. Just a moment, I have something to address. At that moment, the newly appointed Qian Zhenghua unexpectedly spoke up. Principal Kai, I have an application form I would like you to review. This declaration piqued the curiosity of all present. It is uncommon for a newly appointed member to voice an opinion. Thus, his remark sparked a newfound interest among the attendees. Kai Mingyuan retrieved his glasses from the case on his right and, after donning them, accepted the application form from Qian Zhenhua's hands. Casting a cursory glance at the document, Kai found himself rather perplexed about the intentions concealed within Qian's proposition. Xiao Qian, couldn't you simply have asked the students to come to me for signature? What significance do you intend to convey by presenting this at the meeting? Beside him, Yang Yijin also turned his head to glance at the application, amusement flickering in his eyes. This student, having secured first place in the provincial mathematics competition during his freshman year, was indeed commendable. Yet merely commendable. Did it warrant such a grand display? You have a penchant for keeping half your cards close to your chest. Why the secrecy? Speak up. Consequently, Qian Zhenghua spent 5 minutes elaborating on the circumstances surrounding Lu Shixian. By the time he concluded, the room was abuzz with intrigue. If memory serves, Lu Shixian appears to be this year's top scorer in the high school entrance examination, clearly possessing some ambitions. Being merely a freshman, he aspires to excel both in competitions and in the college entrance examination, showcasing not only capability but also remarkable audacity in his quest for distinction. Haha, it has been years since I've encountered such an intriguing student at Yizhong. I believe he deserved a chance. Upon hearing the collective discussion, even Kai Mingyuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, today as students seem to regard us with an overwhelming sense of trepidation, unlike our generation, who would freely engage in conversations with teachers. The current graduating class, having just entered their third year, appeared morose and disengaged, their eyes devoid of vitality, lacking the exuberance typical of youth. If this lad were to enter the third year, he might just invigorate them. Though, I wonder if he's a catfish or a goldfish. Despite the principal's previous remarks, Yang Yijin voiced his concerns. I too hope a talent like this emerges at Yizhong. Through this child's initiative, we can gauge his maturity. However, if his academic abilities do not align with the standards of third-year students, I fear it may backfire, potentially hindering his development. At that moment, Qian Zhenghua suddenly proposed a suggestion. In that case, let us have the third-year teaching research group prepare a test paper for him to attempt. Should he falter, he shall return to where he started. Conversely, if he truly possesses the capabilities he claims, it would be commendable to support him, as our principal has emphasized the importance of nurturing student strengths. His suggestion elicited laughter throughout the room. Kai Mingyuan pointedly gestured towards Qian Zhenghua, exclaiming with mirth, Ah, you clever fellow, Qian Zhenghua. It seems you have been awaiting my agreement all along. No one in Yizhong can rival your strategic foresight. Qian Zhenghua, however, held up his hands in mock resignation. How was I know you would acquiesce so quickly? Kai Mingyuan, with a knowing smile, remarked. Not everyone has the ability to grace the newspapers and ensure that each member of the provincial office receives a copy. Let this matter be settled. It shall be finalized by next week. Should he prove his worth, he will be welcomed into the advanced class next semester. Additionally, I recall that among the newly appointed teachers is a biology instructor currently undergoing pre-service training. Let her mentor this student, for if he thrives, it might just present her with a golden opportunity. Before long, indeed within a week, Lu Shixian received 2 pieces of good news from Qian Zhenghua. The first was that the process for the disbursement of his award was nearing completion and would soon be finalized. The second was that his academic plan had garnered unanimous approval at the leadership meeting, contingent upon passing a competency test the following Monday. Upon hearing this news, Lu Shixian was nearly elated enough to take flight. While the monetary reward was gratifying, it paled in comparison to the second piece of news. He could not help but grow increasingly fond of the educational environment at Jinling Yizhong, feeling increasingly grateful for his initial choice. Thus, for the first time, Lu Shixian altered his study habits, temporarily abandoning his unwavering afternoon routine of competitive study. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, he transformed into something of a recluse, leaving his room only for meals. He adhered to a principle of never engaging in unprepared endeavors. To avoid distractions from the class noise, he even took a day off to isolate himself in his dormitory, focusing intently on revisiting subjects like Chinese and mathematics. The concepts he had previously set aside now required a thorough review. At this juncture, he found it unnecessary to tackle entire sets of past exam papers. A few targeted exercises would suffice to maintain his proficiency. By Sunday evening, Lu Shixian ceased any further study, opting instead for a refreshing wash and an early night's rest, recognizing that maintaining his mental acuity was paramount. For him, the significance of this upcoming test rivaled that of the high school entrance examination, perhaps even surpassing it, warranting his utmost focus and best attitude. Chapter 62. Fortunate Encounter with a Wise Mentor. On Monday, Lu Shixian sat in a state of ennui, listening to the earnest recitations of his classmates during morning study. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yunquan's voice from outside the classroom. Lu Shixian, please step outside. He looked up to see Jiang beckoning him. A flicker of apprehension crossed Lu's mind as he swiftly made his way outside. What is it, teacher? Jiang Yunquan regarded him with a bemused expression. What? Are you unaware of your own actions? It seems this little temple of mine cannot hold you any longer. Lu Shixian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had indeed neglected to consider the implications of his decision. To be honest, Jiang Yunquan had been quite kind to him, even if their conversations were sparse. He was still his homeroom teacher and should have been consulted first. Little did he know that his meeting with Qian Zhenghua would lead to such swift developments. Returning from that meeting, he had completely forgotten to inform Jiang. Lu Shixian sheepishly explained, Teacher Jiang, I merely mentioned it casually to Director Qian, never expecting it would come to fruition. Yet, Jiang Yunquan simply patted him on the shoulder, saying, you should now refer to him as Principal Qian. Your situation has been brought up for special discussion at the leadership meeting, and all the teachers at Jinling Yizhong are aware and quite intrigued. Focus on your exam. When they say you are from the first class of high school, it reflects well on me too. The path is walked by those who tread it, and success is crafted by one's own efforts. I hope you carve out a unique path for yourself. Remember, as long as you have the ability, pursue it without hesitation and leave no regrets behind. The essence of life lies not in the position one occupies, but in the direction one chooses to pursue. Lu Shixian felt a surge of gratitude, while Qian Zhenghua's assistance appeared to carry ulterior motives. Jiang Yunquan had known him for a relatively short time, yet the trust and understanding he extended were invaluable. What a fortunate encounter with a wise mentor, he mused. To cherish the jade and embrace the brilliance. To illuminate one's path through diligence and integrity. Perhaps this is the essence of it all. Before long, Jiang Yunquan guided Lu Shixian to the designated floor for the third-year students. Typically, to minimize external distractions for graduating classes, their studies and living arrangements were situated on higher floors. During mealtimes, the school would stagger schedules by approximately 15 minutes to prioritize the dining needs of the graduating class. The classroom resonated with the fervent voices of teachers. Glancing around, Lu Shixian observed that nearly all the students were engrossed in their studies, oblivious to the world outside. Even as he passed by the windows, not a single head turned to acknowledge him. The situation was indeed quite satisfactory, yet there appeared to be an elusive element that was lacking. Though Lu Shixian found himself at a loss to articulate precisely what it was. After all, it is only natural for students to engage in their studies, is it not? That will be all for now, Lu Shixian. You may proceed inside, as I must return to my class, he said. Although Jiang Yunquan wished to observe the entirety of this assessment, he was bound by the constraints of his own schedule. Weighing the two options, the imperative of imparting knowledge to students clearly took precedence. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yunquan, Lu Shixian took a deep breath and entered the senior year teaching research office. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Qian Zhenghua within, while the remaining teachers were unfamiliar faces, presumably instructors from the senior year. Good day, Principal Qian, and greetings to all esteemed teachers. Lu Shixian initiated the salutations, while Qian Zhenghua remained momentarily silent. The other teachers in the office were meeting Lu Shixian for the first time. After all, it was quite unusual for a teaching research group of over a dozen individuals to convene on a weekend solely for one student. To claim disinterest in him would be a falsehood. Now that they were finally in the presence of the real person, a middle-aged teacher with a receding hairline, whose shiny scalp gleamed under the light, stood up and scrutinized Lu Shixian with keen interest. The transformation was stark. The Lu Shixian of today bore little resemblance to the one from middle school. Previously, his rigorous academic pursuits had often led to missed meals, resulting in a slender and somewhat frail physique that, while refined, lacked robustness at his height of 175 meters. Now, however, after dedicated training, he appeared considerably more solid, if not boasting an impressive six-pack, at least noticeably firmer. Coupled with his distinctly chiseled features, he exuded a youthful vigor that significantly enhanced the first impressions of the teachers in the office. "You must be Lu Shixian, the student previously introduced by Principal Qian. Indeed. You are quite a remarkable talent," the middle-aged teacher remarked. "Since Principal Kai has endorsed your application, I, Gu Qingji, on behalf of the elite Jinlin class, welcome you to our group, provided you can pass our competency assessment." At that moment, Lu Shixian realized that this individual was the homeroom teacher for the distinguished class. "I will do my utmost," he replied earnestly. Just then, Qian Zhenghua interjected. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence without delay. Principal Kai is eagerly awaiting the results." "Is it acceptable to proceed here?" Qian Zhenghua inquired, directing his question toward Lu Shixian. He shook his head, understanding that this was to minimize the possibility of any mishaps. While it might unnerve some under the gaze of so many observers, Lu Shixian thrived under such circumstances, his genuine academic prowess giving him the confidence of a seasoned competitor. "I have no objections. I am ready to begin at any time." Thus, a desk specifically prepared for Lu Shixian was positioned at the center of the office. Shortly thereafter, a pristine language examination was placed before him. The time was now 9:20 a.m., with the answering period set to conclude at 11:50 a.m. "The examination commences now." With that, Gu Qingji set a small alarm clock on the upper left corner of Lu Shixian's desk. Immediately, he began to tackle the questions. A swift glance at the test revealed a somewhat hastily assembled set of questions devoid of point allocations, an apparent result of the urgent need to create a new set without using the original test items. Despite its subpar quality, it proved to be more challenging than actual examination questions, which typically included easier items to ensure students could earn some points. However, Lu Shixian had already conducted thorough reviews in his language studies, allowing him to navigate the questions with relative ease. Soon, he arrived at the essay prompt, which presented a scenario. Once, after delivering a lecture, Confucius returned to his study, where his student Gong Shihua offered him a cup of water. At that moment, Zilu rushed in, asking loudly, "Sir, if I hear a correct viewpoint, can I act upon it immediately?" Confucius regarded Zilu and replied calmly, "One must always consult with one's father and elder brothers. How can one act without consideration?" Just as Zilu exited, another student, Ranyu, approached Confucius respectfully and inquired, "Sir, if I hear a correct viewpoint, should I act on it immediately?" Confucius answered promptly, "Yes, you should implement it without delay." After Ranyu departed, Gong Shihua curiously asked, "Sir, why did you provide opposing answers to the same question?" Confucius smiled and explained, "Ranyu is modest and indecisive in action, so I encourage him to be resolute. Whereas Zilu is overly competitive and impulsive, hence I advise him to seek counsel and think carefully before acting." What is your perspective on this material? Chapter 63. The Competency Assessment Before Acceleration. Upon reading the prompt, Lu Shixian was struck by the teacher's adeptness at applying practical knowledge. Having just submitted his application for acceleration, they had promptly devised an essay topic tailored to his circumstances. Suppressing the urge to further critique, Lu Shixian contemplated for a moment before swiftly putting pen to paper. Individuals are inherently diverse, and the trajectories of their lives yield results that vary immensely. Some ascend to the peaks, surveying the world below, while others find themselves in the depths, leading unremarkable lives, indistinguishable from the masses. Such individuals may not be inherently inferior to their more accomplished peers. Part of the disparity often stems from divergent educational methodologies. I posit that suitable educational approaches yield lifelong benefits. At this juncture, the surrounding teachers, sipping their tea, stepped closer to observe Lu Shixian's progress, marveling at his fluidity in answering the questions. For them, the experience was akin to appreciating a breathtaking vista, captivating and unforgettable. Meanwhile, Lu Shixian was in the midst of penning his concluding remarks. There are no foolish individuals in this world, only geniuses whose potentials have been stifled. Just as leaves are graced by nature with unique patterns, each student bears the distinct imprints of nature's touch. Educators ought to relinquish their personal biases and allow students to flourish in their individuality, serving as guides in their learning and facilitators of their potential. Under your guidance, there lies a Watt, within your discerning gaze, a Newton, and amidst your mockery, an Edison. Do not hastily cast them aside, lest you only recognize their worth when they're illuminating the dark or mastering calculus, having once been regarded as the underperforming students in your eyes. As Lu Shixian concluded his writing, Li Daizhong, the head of the senior language research group, erupted into applause. Very well, Lu Shixian. You may proceed to dine and then take a brief respite. We aim to complete today's tasks, Qian Zhenghui said with a smile. Nodding, Lu Shixian stretched languidly before exiting. Meanwhile, within the office, Lu Shixian's exam paper had drawn the attention of many onlookers. Oli, what do you think? How many points do you anticipate he will score? Qian Zhenghui inquired with curiosity. Li Dezhong shook his head, saying, I have not yet scrutinized the earlier content in detail, but judging by the essay, it exudes a sense of sophistication, rich in citations and eloquently expressed. All right, everyone, let's disperse for now. We will resume the assessment in the afternoon. Old Li, after your meal, I would greatly appreciate it if you could promptly grade the papers. I entrust this matter to you, Qian Zhenghui said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. The language assessment appeared promising, and there was no cause for concern regarding the mathematics section. Given the prowess of a single-digit gold medalist, the focus would shift to the afternoon's English assessment and the evening's comprehensive science examination. According to the testing schedule, Lu Shixian arrived at the office promptly at 1:30 p.m., knowing that time would be of the essence to complete the 3 subjects. At 1:40 p.m., he formally began working on the mathematics problems. For Lu Shixian, while mathematics may not allow for the most intimate gestures typical between lovers, it nevertheless exudes a warmth akin to a simple embrace during high school. Following a merciless rejection in the final mathematics competition, this encounter seemed to ignite within him a fervor of sufficient magnitude. He lingered amidst the enchanting curves of sets, monotonic functions, sequences, derivatives, trigonometric functions, and planar vectors. He reveled in the parabolas, solid geometry, analytic geometry, and the mysterious shadows cast by ellipses and hyperbolas. Despite her employing all the tricks of the trade upon him during this high school phase, Lu Shixian had long transcended the realm of romantic entanglements, entering a state of divine clarity in his writing, remaining steadfast amidst any allure, whether it be the celestial invitation of the Arhat or the tranquil presence of Guanyin upon the lotus. At precisely 3 o'clock, Lu Shixian briefly skimmed his paper before setting down his pen. The head of the senior mathematics teaching group immediately began to grade the papers. After a brief respite, he sipped some water. At 3:20, he commenced the English assessment. It was only during his high school English class that he finally experienced the joy of reading novels. During middle school, it had merely been the drudgery of insipid narratives, leaving him utterly speechless in his critique. After savoring dinner at 7:20, he embarked on the final comprehensive science test. He remained true to his usual preferences, for is it not inherent to human nature to indulge in what one holds dear? First, he ventured into the realm of biology, perhaps sensing Lu Shixian's formidable prowess. The day's biological challenges were considerably more daunting than before. Those aged examiners truly had a mischievous streak. Upon meeting the test, Lu Shixian immediately sensed something amiss. Today's biology felt as if it had been enhanced with some potent concoction, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. From meiosis to mitosis, from the stages of fruit peel to the polar body, every process was tested in a multitude of forms. From base pairing to DNA replication, from the central dogma to the calculation of gene frequencies, Lu Shixian's mind bore an immense burden. Fortunately, his recent dedicated practice in competitive mathematics had elevated his perspective considerably, rendering these trivial tricks beneath his notice mere commonplace tactics. If this was the extent of their stratagems, then I am sorry to say, I shall claim a triumphant victory in biology without hesitation. Lu Shixian then turned his gaze toward the awaiting domains of physics and chemistry. However, these 2 subjects bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus he decided to employ a method of selection. He silently chanted, 1 point, 2 points, 3 for points. Whoever it lands upon shall be the chosen one. Ultimately, it was physics that first received the favor. Although he had previously neglected physics, the warmth of their recent encounters had rekindled his affection, making this an opportune moment for a delightful reunion. Coulomb's law, conservation of energy, electrostatic induction, and uniform electric fields, these once daunting obstacles were no longer his adversaries. Lu Shixian had crossed the threshold, advancing resolutely into the heart of the matter. Following physics, chemistry too could not evade its impending fate, falling one by one to his prowess. Although at the conclusion, a subtle dispute arose due to the imbalance of cations and anions in a major problem, Lu Shixian graciously chose to overlook this minor discord, reminiscing instead about their previous reactions involving oxidation, substitution, reduction, addition, and elimination. How could he easily forget the splendid moments they had shared? Thus, he opted to selectively forget the recent unpleasantness, naturally culminating in a sense of belonging and a gratifying conclusion, having arrived with enthusiasm and departing with fulfillment. Alas, the greatest blemish was the presence of several aged examiners shamelessly fixated upon him. Subsequently, Shixian left his mark on this triumphant canvas, inscribing his name before departing with an air of nonchalance. He had traversed through a myriad of blossoms without so much as a leaf touching him, taking nothing but a fleeting cloud. At this moment, he chose not to rejoin the evening's self-study session in the classroom, returning instead to his dormitory, indulging in a warm shower before collapsing into slumber. Today's endeavors had drained him significantly, both mentally and physically, leaving him feeling thoroughly spent. While not entirely flawless, this was the best Shixian could achieve. The seamlessness of this testing experience had amply validated the effectiveness of his recent efforts. Transitioning from a clumsy approach to a fluid execution necessitated both time and effort. He had accomplished all that he could and eagerly anticipated what surprises tomorrow's results would hold. Chapter 64, Kindred Spirits, Treasured and Cherished Companions. On Tuesday, Shixian adhered to his routine of exercise, dining, and attending morning self-study, appearing as if nothing were amiss. Upon his return to the classroom, his classmates were filled with curiosity, considering the previous Friday he had taken off and the absence of his presence on Monday. It had been 4 consecutive days since Shixian had graced their sight. Despite the brevity of a month, the rapport between him and his classmates had grown remarkably harmonious, particularly with Cheng Yishue, who often sought his assistance with queries. "Old Lu, what have you been busy with these past days? If it weren't for the homeroom teacher mentioning your absence, we would have thought you vanished," she remarked. "Indeed, without you, I truly felt quite lonely," chimed in the significant figure Han Fong, feigning sorrow. Upon hearing this, Shixian felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he ultimately replied, "I have recently gained enlightenment. Choosing to ascend to the realm of immortality soon, I entrust my domain to you all." Instantly, the class erupted in a chorus of jeers, mocking Shixian for having indulged too much in novels, transforming into a rather juvenile persona. Shixian chuckled inwardly, remaining silent. In truth, he had not been entirely wrong. High school students were indeed engaged in their own pursuits of transcendence daily. After inattentively listening through 2 classes, he finally received a summons from Jiang Yunquan during the break. Shixian sprang from his seat like a coiled spring, rushing outside. "Teacher Jiang, what was the outcome?" Jiang Yunquan smiled at him. "I'm not privy to the specifics, but I've heard whispers of your commendable performance. It should be quite close to what we anticipated. Rumor has it they even increased the test difficulty. It seemed you truly possess some skill." Hearing this good news, Shixian grinned as well. Having confidence in oneself was one thing, yet some matters were not swayed by personal will. "All right, let us head to the 5th floor conference room in the administration building. Principal Kai is already waiting there to make some decisions." Shixian readily agreed. The two made their way to the destination, where, due to the larger number of attendees, a more spacious conference room was prepared. Upon entering the conference hall, Shixian heard a sprightly elder at the podium announce, "All right, the main character has arrived. Everyone, please take your seats for the 2007 Jinling No. 1 High School Second Collective Meeting of all faculty." The teachers in the know understood the purpose of the gathering. Yet many second-year teachers remained bewildered, uncertain of the significance, especially with a month still remaining before the midterm exams. The last collective meeting had been convened by the Education Bureau to announce Qian Jingguo's appointment. Could another major event have transpired? Moreover, why was a student present at a faculty meeting? This left them scratching their heads in confusion. At this moment, no one paid attention to their bewilderment, as Kai Mingyuan had already begun to explain. "Today we have gathered to announce 2 decisions and a personnel duty change. Our Jinling No. 1 High School was founded in 1911, boasting nearly a century of history. From its inception as Jinling University Hall to Jinling Academy, and then to Jinling Higher School, culminating in the present-day Jinling First High School. Our school has undergone 8 name changes and 5 relocations, weathering the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life. Through trials and tribulations, we have advanced, and in our journey of development, we have elevated ourselves. Yet, amidst a century of history, one thing has remained unchanged, our school motto, to be erudite and prudent, embracing all. Due to his exemplary character and academic prowess, Shixian has successfully passed the graduation competency test. After thorough deliberation by the school leadership and subsequent approval from the Municipal Education Bureau, it has been decided that he will officially transition to the senior class of the Jinlin program next semester. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian clenched his hands tightly, his heart brimming with joy that was unmistakably evident. However, this was not the end of the announcement, for Kaiming Yuan's voice had not yet faded. Furthermore, to comprehensively enhance our school's teaching quality, we will persist in our theme of promoting education through competition, fostering learning through contests, and inspiring creativity via challenges. Consequently, after careful consideration, the decision has been made to reinstate the biology competition team of Jinling No. 1 High School, with our own teacher, Mei Ting, appointed as the coach. As these words were spoken, nearly every teacher's gaze converged upon the students seated in the back row, struggling to fathom how such an important decision was linked to someone so seemingly ordinary. What enchantment does this student possess that warrants the school to brave the dual pressures of public opinion and internal scrutiny on his behalf? Amidst the crowd, a young woman exuding an air of unapproachability slightly furrowed her brows. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced back. Yet, Lu Shixian remained unfazed by the multitude of scrutinizing eyes. Rather, he was filled with astonishment, excitement, and gratitude. The subsequent decision was beyond his expectations, and the school's commitment to him deeply moved him. In that moment, he resolved that should he achieve success in the future, he would repay the school 1,000-fold. Today, I take pride in my school. In the future, may my school take pride in me. Though this sentiment may have been uttered countless times, it truly reflected his innermost thoughts. What does it matter if the affiliated institutions have academicians to assist them? Lu Shixian vowed within himself that one day, he too would stand among them. What they possess, why should Jinling No. 1 High School not also have? Perhaps some occurrences are not the result of fate's design, but rather the natural progression of events. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, and the once bustling conference room was left with only a silent promise. A school's embrace of diversity, a boy's profound contemplation. The causes of today will yield the fruits of tomorrow. In the future, Jinling No. 1 High School will fervently rejoice in the decisions made today. Yet, who among us can truly comprehend the intricacies of these reasons? Accompanied by Jiang Yunkuan, Lu Shixian slowly made his way toward the classrooms of No. 1 High School. Although 3 to 4 months remained until the final exams, there was no longer any need for him to remain here. The school had strived to provide him with the best environment and resources, and it was hoped that he would not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. There was no need for excessive words. He should instead contemplate how to bid farewell to his classmates. Life is fleeting. Some people or experiences ought to be cherished. For the initial encounters and eventual farewells within the vast sea of humanity hold profound significance. Lu Shixian nodded silently. Despite only having spent a little over a month together, he had remembered each and every classmate through his experience as class monitor. To those fated to be strangers, let go without chase, memory, or longing. To those with whom one shares fate, cherish, safeguard, and accompany. Encounters are the result of 500 lifetimes of glances exchanged, culminating in this life's fleeting brush with one another. I meet you, you meet him. Whether the bonds be deep or shallow, they fill the passage of time, enriching the blank spaces of life. Months later, they would meet again, only to part once more. He would set forth anew. But where would this great vessel of the future navigate to next? Chapter 65. Where did this beauty come from? Lu Shixian chose not to head directly to the classroom, but instead indulged in a comforting hot shower in the dormitory. It was only during the evening study session that he donned his attire and proceeded to Class 1's classroom. As he approached, he noticed Cheng Yixue overseeing the self-study session from the podium. Each student below was engaged in battle with the mountains of problems laid out before them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shixian walked up to the podium and addressed Cheng Yixue. I have 5 minutes of your time? Cheng Yixue, uncertain of his intent, nonetheless recognized the seriousness of his demeanor and allowed him the floor, setting aside her exercise book. Standing at the center of the podium, Lu Shixian gently tapped the desk. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your precious study time. Below, all the students instinctively placed their pens down, curiosity lighting their faces as they turned to look at him. As much as I would like to stay, I must inform you that, due to certain circumstances, I will be transitioning to the senior class tomorrow. I feel fortunate to have met each of you during this month. Thank you all for your trust and support. I am truly grateful. Lu Shixian bowed slightly to them. During this past month, I have been preoccupied with my own affairs and have not fulfilled my responsibilities as class monitor. I feel quite ashamed. However, every gathering must eventually come to an end. I am merely embarking on a journey into the unknown ahead of you. This path may be fraught with thorns and challenges, but it is precisely this pursuit of our dreams that makes it worthwhile. I hope our future endeavors will not be in vain. May we sail through countless trials and return as youthful as ever. After Lu Shixian finished speaking, He turned and left without looking back, for he could not bear to see their expressions. He found himself unaccustomed to such emotions, yet everyone continued their journey through life, with farewells paving the way for future reunions. As he reached the doorway, he was met with the encouraging shouts of his classmates from within the classroom. "Class monitor, you can do it. Go ahead. We'll be right behind you. When you're in senior year, you'll be the brightest star. Don't forget to visit us." Lu Shixian nearly stumbled in surprise. The following day, he packed his belongings and, introduced by Gu Chengji from the senior Jinlin class, successfully claimed a spot in the middle of the last row. Though it was labeled the last row, with only 15 students in the Jinlin class, it was essentially the center of the classroom. His arrival was rather uneventful, barely attracting anyone's notice. Lu Shixian could not discern whether this indifference stemmed from their accustomed rotation of seating arrangements, their deliberate isolation of him as a newcomer, or simply their lack of interest in anything beyond academics. No one initiated conversation, nor did anyone inquire about him, as if his existence bore no significance. The classroom was suffused with a palpable tension. With a bitter smile inwardly, Lu Shixian mused, "Is this the atmosphere of the elite class?" Perhaps this was for the best, as such an environment allowed him to concentrate fully on executing his plans. Entering senior year, particularly for students in the Jinlin class, the timetable had lost its significance. Everyone was revising according to their individual paces and strategies. The role of teachers had diminished considerably, and few sought them out for discussion. For at least at this high school stage, the students understood as much as the teachers did. Thus, Lu Shixian quickly acclimated to this environment, adhering to his established routine of attending classes and studying. However, he seemed to have forgotten one critical matter, the consequences of which would forever linger in his memory. Once again, it was Friday. As dusk descended, Lu Shixian returned to his dormitory, having just finished a shower. Dressed only in shorts, he was engrossed in a book, allowing the droplets of water on his skin to gradually evaporate. Suddenly, a crisp knocking echoed from outside the door, disrupting his thoughts. Frowning slightly, he set down his book, feeling a twinge of irritation. Typically, at this hour, he was never disturbed. Room 1 had earned a reputation for being a sanctuary, especially during his unwavering reading time at 7 in the evening. Though he initially wished to ignore the commotion, the rhythmic knocking compelled him to rise and open the door. As he approached, he pondered whether it was Han Fong or Huang Zhongsheng, as they were the only ones who had been visiting lately. Yet, the pattern of the knocking fell off, the force behind it too unusual. Curiosity piqued, Lu Shixian pulled the door open, only to be momentarily paralyzed as his heart seemed to skip a beat. "Why you?" he stammered, retreating instinctively and hastily covering himself with his hands. His expression was a mix of terror and confusion, for the visitor was a strikingly beautiful woman. She was clad in a tailored black suit, with a knee-length pencil skirt that clung to her legs, accentuated by gossamer black stockings. Her feet were adorned with exquisite black stiletto heels that elevated her arch, rendering her legs even more elongated and elegant. However, her brows were furrowed, and her cold, piercing eyes radiated an unmistakable chill. As she advanced toward him, an involuntary tremor coursed through Lu Shixian's body. No way. Could it be? They always said boys should take care of themselves outside. I've even forsaken my apartment to reside on campus. How could I possibly escape this predicament? Who are you? What do you want? This is a boys' dormitory. How did you get in here? He blurted out, his voice laced with urgency. The woman merely chuckled coldly. Have you forgotten me so soon? It's only been a few days. Lu Shixian's heart raced. In the limited recollections of his life, he could not recall any interaction with this striking beauty. Cornered now, he found himself with no escape. Are you afraid? Only the weak hide in shadows, she remarked, her words dismantling his defenses. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, signifying his innocence. The woman cast a fleeting glance at him. I wouldn't have guessed you had any courage. Too bad, you're merely a spineless wretch in my eyes, no different from the smooth muscle and connective tissue of a lemur. Seemingly bored with his demeanor, she continued. You have 3 minutes to gather your belongings. I'll be waiting outside. Don't keep me. With that, she strode away in her heels. Lu Shixian felt utterly despondent, on the verge of tears. When the world was happening, where did this captivating yet intimidating woman come from? This was nothing short of a nightmare. As he attempted to calm his shaken spirit, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Despite his fear, he knew he had to act quickly. The consequences of tardiness were unfathomable, and he had no desire to contemplate them. In just 2 minutes, Lu Shixian transformed from his previous disheveled state into a polished young man, embodying elegance, donning what he believed to be his most charming smile. He stepped outside to face his fate. The woman glanced at her wristwatch, nodding approvingly. Not bad. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Follow me. With that, she began walking ahead. "Excuse me, it's quite late now. Where are we going?" he asked, bewildered. "Stop talking so much. Just follow me," she replied curtly, left without a choice. Shixian fell silent and trailed behind her. However, as they walked, he soon realized they were moving further away from the light of the teaching building. What was going on? A small dark room? A wicked woman? His imagination painted a grim picture of an innocent boy ensnared by a malevolent woman in a shadowy chamber, causing his expression to grow increasingly bitter. Yet, as they continued, he noted that the building they approached seemed oddly familiar. They ascended to the first floor, then the second, and finally the third. The woman abruptly halted in the dimly lit corridor, retrieving a rusted key from her pocket. With a couple of twists, the door creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust. She stepped inside and pressed a button on the wall. The sudden glare of light forced Shixian to shut his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, a delicate hand adorned with black and white manicured nails extended toward him. "Let us introduce ourselves, I'm Mei Ting." In that moment, realization dawned upon Shixian. This woman was none other than the guidance counselor he had forgotten. How petty and vindictive to launch such a surprise attack. The simplicity of the encounter was almost infuriating. Suppressing the urge to voice his grievances, he gently took her hand. It felt as soft as silk, smooth as jade. But he quickly withdrew his hand. "You have 20 minutes to clean this place," Mei Ting stated, her demeanor still icy. Shixian nearly laughed in exasperation. Was this teacher truly so adept at delegating tasks? Didn't she care for the well-being of the nation's blooming youth? Yet what could he do? It was entirely reasonable for a student to follow a teacher's instructions for a thorough cleaning. Though uncertain of the woman's true nature, he was confident that even if she were merely a decorative vase, his efficiency in learning would significantly improve. Reluctantly accepting this seemingly subservient role, he resolved that if he were to undertake this task, he would do so with utmost diligence. Following his principles, he utilized the self-reliance cultivated from a young age and completed the cleaning in a mere 15 minutes, leaving the modest classroom spotless. Seated at her desk, Mei Ting observed him with interest as he slumped down, visibly exhausted. Was her previous action instinctive or deliberate? What distinguishes sensation from movement? She inquired, crossing her arms, which only accentuated her commanding presence. Shixian, however, found himself too fatigued to engage. Was this how it began? A prelude to guidance that required testing his intellect? He felt a flicker of defiance and quickly began to recall his studies. Since the topic pertained to human physiology, he knew it was not strictly medical, but leaned more towards biology. Although this content was not part of the biology competition material, and he had not recently reviewed it, it remained mere undergraduate knowledge to him. After a brief mental review, he recalled the answer. Sensation precedes movement, as sensory information is transformed into recognizable neural signals by the nervous system, thus generating sensation. Movement is the process by which the body transforms the motor concepts generated by the brain into tangible muscular contractions, thereby converting an idea of motion into a concrete manifestation of life. Sensation constitutes a neural activity that ascends from the peripheral to the central nervous system, while movement represents a neural activity that descends from the central to the peripheral. With every utterance from Shixian, Mei Ting's expression bore an increasing semblance of astonishment. Observing her countenance, Shixian reciprocated in kind. "Teacher Mei, I too have a question. What, precisely, is the distinction between the true coelom and the primitive coelom?" Shixian refrained from posing overly complex inquiries, at the very least granting her a semblance of respect by referencing a topic he had recently perused in an invertebrate zoology text concerning the phylum of coelomate animals. His lack of familiarity with the subject necessitated multiple readings before he could grasp even the rudimentary concepts. Yet, even this seemingly simple question might appear as incomprehensible as a foreign tongue to those unacquainted with the subject. However, to his surprise, Mei Ting provided an answer almost instantaneously, as if she had not even paused to contemplate. The emergence of the true coelom began with the annelids among invertebrates, where the mesoderm splits, with one part becoming the body wall mesoderm formed by the ectoderm, and another part adhering to the endoderm to constitute the intestinal wall mesoderm. The true coelom exists between the body wall mesoderm and the intestinal wall mesoderm, while the primitive coelom, also known as the pseudocoelom or the primary body cavity, is a remnant of the blastocele during embryonic development, situated between the body wall mesoderm and the intestinal wall endoderm, typically lacking a muscular layer on the intestinal wall. Animals such as nematodes, like roundworms and rotifers, fall under this category, possessing only a body wall mesoderm without a visceral wall mesoderm. The primary distinction between the two lies in the muscular layer and the body cavity membrane. The former lacks a body cavity membrane and is devoid of a muscular layer, whereas the latter encompasses both. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian was rendered speechless. What sort of sorcery is this? It seems even more detailed than what the textbooks convey. His thoughts racing, he hurriedly approached her with a grin, feigning a disciple's demeanor. Fairy teacher, please allow me to pay my respects. Mei Ting regarded him with a bemused expression, her heart inexplicably lightened by his antics. Yet her usual demeanor remained composed and aloof. Do not count on me. There are no opportunities. Lu Shixian, unwilling to relinquish such a robust support, pressed closer and inquired, Teacher Mei, may I ask where you previously held your position? Mei Ting, well aware of his intent, replied slowly, Yin University, with a master's in cell biology from the College of Life Sciences, and a doctorate in paleontology and stratigraphy from the School of Earth and Space Sciences. At that moment, Lu Shixian's jaw dropped as if he could swallow an egg whole. How exaggerated! Is it truly this competitive now? A doctorate from Yin University reduced to teaching at a marginal high school. What lies behind this? A distortion of humanity or a decline in morals? Curiosity piqued, Lu Shixian stepped forward and asked, Teacher Mei, do you feel lonely? This left Mei Ting momentarily taken aback. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she continued, Do not love me. It will lead to no conclusion. Realizing her thoughts had veered astray, Lu Shixian promptly clarified. I have heard that the ancient tomb sect at Yin University passes down knowledge to only one disciple each generation. Is that true? If so, does that not make you the little dragon girl? Chapter 67. Continue speaking, do not mind me. Mei Ting found herself increasingly perplexed. Ancient tomb sect? Little dragon girl? Do you know what I'm thinking right now? What are you thinking? I am contemplating prying open your skull to discern what, if anything, differentiates it from the cranium of an ancient ape. Lu Shixian instantly recoiled, astonished by her formidable intellect. A woman studying paleobiology indeed proved terrifying. Yet in the end, Mei Ting assuaged his concerns. You are overthinking it. When class is in session, the number of students remains constant. The teacher does not instruct only you. I do not know where you heard that, but during graduation photos, I was indeed the sole individual. Then, glancing at the time, Mei Ting informed him, all right, let's conclude for today. You are to come here every day from 6:30 in the evening until 10:30. Is there any issue with this? Of course. You may choose not to attend. However, should you skip without my permission, you would not wish to know the consequences. Finally, with a friendly warning, she added, Do not seek me out at other times, especially on weekends. With that, she departed, leaving behind the diminishing sound of her heels echoing against the floor. Lu Shixian found himself momentarily at a loss, having never encountered a teacher with such a character. She was undeniably beautiful, striking, and capable, and now offering dedicated one-on-one tutoring. Who could possibly resist such an instructor? After calming his heart, he acknowledged the day had reached its conclusion. The following day, Lu Shixian had never anticipated such eagerness for the conclusion of the last class in the afternoon, despite the freedom afforded in the Jinlin class, where one could exit the campus at any time as long as they did not intentionally disrupt other studies or rest. The learning environment here was arguably the best in the entire school. Why seek a distant alternative when he could study in such an ideal setting? Based on the feedback from the last academic performance assessment, he had also inquired about his final scores. Chinese, 138, Mathematics, 150, English, 148, Comprehensive Science, 230. The total was an auspicious number, 666, surpassing his previous estimations of 600 or 650. Lu Shixian refrained from collecting the test paper, suspecting that the majority of his deductions in Chinese stemmed from reading comprehension. After all, he felt quite confident in his essay and multiple-choice answers. As for mathematics and English, there was little to say. Although his score in comprehensive science was somewhat disappointing, it remained within his expectations. Previously, his comprehensive science scores had languished around 210 due to the shortcomings in chemistry and physics. Now, with the increased difficulty of the questions, a 20-point improvement indicated that his previous study plan had been quite effective, showing a notable advancement. With this in mind, he resolved to focus his upcoming studies on comprehensive science for the crucial college entrance examination. Frankly, he was well aware that with such solid scores in Chinese, mathematics, and English, merely attaining a score of around 280 in comprehensive science would afford him a strong chance at vying for the top spot in the examination. Yet, he found himself incapable of achieving such heights. He was merely an unremarkable student with a penchant for selective subjects. If only chemistry and physics could comply as readily as biology, he would not be so burdened by the need for extensive review. A score of 660 would only secure a place in the C9 universities, such as Shanghai, Jiaotong University, Fudan University, and Huazhong University of Science and Technology. To gain admission to Yen University or Shui Wood, one would need to exceed 680 points, and crucially, one could not whimsically choose their major. To have the opportunity to select the best programs, one must achieve a score of 690 or higher. For someone like him, who aspired to secure a place in the first year of high school, raising his score by approximately 30 points in a short span was simply out of the question. After all, why traverse a narrow, winding path when a broad, ample road was within reach? Many meticulous plans are the result of careful contemplation rather than impulsive decisions made in the heat of the moment. Lu Shixian had witnessed far too many tragedies. The cost of trial and error could, at best, amount to a few years wasted, or at worst, a lifetime of regret. For instance, he might have spent 5 or 6 years at Jinling Agricultural University, eventually becoming a lecturer through mere experience. But if he positioned himself on a higher platform with superior credentials, he could potentially ascend to associate professor within 5 years by publishing in core SCI journals. While Lu Shixian did not subscribe to the notion of meritocracy based solely on position, from a certain perspective, he realized that if he wished to achieve results, he truly needed to strive in that direction. As he pondered over various thoughts, the clock swiftly struck 5:30 in the afternoon. In accordance with Mei Ting's stipulation, he had but an hour to spare. Lu Shixian hurriedly made his way to dinner and then proceeded to his dormitory for a shower. By 6:20, with still damp strands of hair, he arrived at the comprehensive building. Entering the classroom, now adorned with the sign for the biology competition team, Lu Shixian found himself at a loss for words. Just a student and a teacher, how difficult it was to maintain a facade of indifference. At that moment, the classroom remained utterly vacant. It was not until 6:30 that he caught sight of Mei Ting's graceful silhouette as she punctually arrived. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Lu Shixian engrossed in his reading. Quite commendable. He was evidently diligent. No wonder he had the audacity to skip a grade. Lu Shixian, indifferent to her presence, chose to remain silent in protest. Mei Ting, however, was unfazed, speaking to herself. While I did not gain admission to Yen University through the biology competition, my graduate school roommate was the gold medalist of the CNSBO, simultaneously entering the national training team and ultimately representing the country in the IBO. Are you truly disinterested in my words? At this moment, Lu Shixian could no longer uphold his pride and surrendered to her discourse. Ms. Mei, please continue. You need mind me. A subtle smile played at the corners of Mei Ting's lips before she elaborated. Firstly, are you aware of the entire process of the biology competition? If you are oblivious to even this most fundamental information, there is no need to proceed with further training. I am aware of a few key points, but the rest eludes me, Lu Shixian admitted, shaking his head. Mei Ting seemed to anticipate this response and refrained from unnecessary elaboration. Firstly, in mid-April each year, preliminary rounds of the biology competition are held independently across various regions. You are fortunate, as not every region conducts these preliminaries. Only those who pass the preliminaries can advance to the league in mid-May. It is crucial to note that only students in their first and second years of high school may participate in the league. This last statement sent a chill down Lu Shixian's spine. Surely not? What was the point of skipping a grade then? This would be sheer folly. Just as he contemplated giving himself a reprimanding slap, he heard her voice again. Although you are currently studying in the Jinling class, your enrollment status remains unchanged. You are still a first-year student. Only then did Lu Shixian feel a sense of relief, albeit begrudgingly voicing his irritation. Ms. Mei, could you not make your point more succinctly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Mei Ting, upon hearing this, chuckled coldly. Are you blaming me for your lack of attention to detail? He had no retort. Indeed, even the wisest can overlook minute particulars, and he had failed to notice this subtle regulation. Thankfully, his enrollment status had not changed, or he would genuinely have been at a loss for tears, lamenting that all his prior efforts might go to waste. Chapter 68. The Cruel Blow from Mei Ting. Mei Ting, unperturbed by his emotional state, continued her exposition. The league selects 8 provincial team spots. If you can secure a position within the top 50 in the national competition in mid-August, congratulations. You will earn a recommendation to Yen University, Shuimu. Ultimately, if you perform well in the winter training camp, finishing in the top 4, you will represent the nation at the IBO International Biology Olympiad. If your sole aim is admission to Yen University or Shuimu, this is not critically significant. Your primary goal is to reach the top 50. Without achieving this, all your efforts will be in vain. Lu Shixian nodded, indicating his understanding, and quietly inquired, what if I participate in the college entrance examination next year? Mei Ting, having heard of his circumstances, replied somewhat incredulously, you are being rather ambitious, wishing to juggle both paths while still in your first year. If your exam results allow for direct admission, consider today as conversation null and void. Lu Shixian forced a smile, sighing internally. If only he had 2 or 3 more years with his current foundation. Gaining admission based on merit would not be an insurmountable challenge. The crux of the matter was that he now had a shortcut to take. So why risk attending an examination 3 years hence? Even considering the worst-case scenario, if he ultimately had to participate in the decisive battle 3 years later. Acquiring additional insurance will be prudent. Alright, today marks the official commencement of our first training session. Mei Ting was decisive, eager to delve into the subject matter. Lu Shixian, brimming with enthusiasm, signaled his readiness. Based on your performance yesterday, how much have you self-studied? It appeared that she intended to gauge his knowledge. Lu Shixian, considering the content he had mastered in his previous life alongside the fruits of his recent diligent study, took a moment before responding. In terms of microscopic aspects, I have reviewed principles of biochemistry, cell biology, principles of molecular biology, microbiology, foundations of bioinformatics, and basics of biostatistics. On the macroscopic side, I have studied botany, plant physiology, and general zoology, and I am currently delving into invertebrate zoology. The rest remains unexplored due to time constraints. As soon as Lu Shixian completed his statement, he noticed a look of disbelief and skepticism cross Mei Ting's face. It has only been a short time since the semester began, and you have managed to read so many books? Observing her change in expression, Lu Shixian smiled and replied, I began reading related materials back in my 3rd year of junior high. However, Mei Ting's astonishment quickly dissipated, replaced by an air of suspicion. Very well. If you claim to have completed cell biology, let me ask you, what is the primary effect of the CAMP signaling pathway? Lu Shixian was taken aback, unable to muster a smile, as he realized with astonishment that he possessed no accumulated knowledge on the subject. How could this be? He looked up at Mei Ting, only to find her expression had returned to its usual cool demeanor. You needn't look at me. This is indeed a fundamental concept in cell biology, not something I concocted from graduate-level coursework to ensnare you. At this point, Lu Shixian was genuinely at a loss, perplexedly asking, if you were to inquire about what the CAMP signaling pathway is, I could certainly explain that it involves the binding of extracellular signals to corresponding receptors, triggering a response by modulating the levels of the intracellular second messenger camp. However, I have never heard of its primary effects. Mei Ting, having grasped the truth, delivered a harsh reality check. It appears the materials you have been reading are merely introductory texts. Based on your current knowledge level, you are likely at the threshold of provincial team status, with a considerable distance still to traverse before reaching the national competition. Lu Shixian felt utterly disoriented. It seemed he had been lost in self-deception. Nonetheless, he could comprehend the root of this predicament. His previous sources of information had all come from the Jinling City Library. Naturally, the books available there primarily catered to introductory and popular science topics, and it would indeed be peculiar to find more advanced knowledge. Thus, had he not come to Jinling, under the conditions of 2007 when online resources were not as developed, he might have remained oblivious to the high-level materials necessary for competition. Sometimes, it truly is challenging to break the cycle of privilege, often due to the monopolization of educational resources and information. Consequently, he turned to the charming, beautiful, and kind Mei Ting with a beseeching look. Mei Ting, having achieved her objective, ceased her critique and approached the blackboard, picking up a piece of chalk to write as she explained. Biochemistry is relatively fundamental. The book should suffice. What is your standard of English? Mei Ting inquired, suddenly switching to English. Upon hearing her impeccably articulated pronunciation, Lu Shixian seemed to discern her intent and responded in kind. I think it's acceptable, but my spoken English leaves much to be desired. Mei Ting nodded and remarked, since your English appears to be quite adequate, I would recommend you delve into some universally acknowledged literature to broaden your horizons. For general biology, consider Campbell Biology and Raven and Johnson's Biology. To study botany, I suggest Raven's Biology of Plants and Stern's Introductory Plant Biology. To grasp plant physiology, you should refer to Plant Physiology and Development. And for zoology, Integrated Principles of Zoology will suffice. By the time Mei Ting finished, the blackboard was densely filled with notes. Lu Shixian was utterly astonished. Who could bear such an onslaught? The reason, I shall not elaborate upon, but I have made my recommendations. Whether you heed them is your prerogative. According to the confidential insights from my close friend, during their examination, there were 4 principal modules, the weightings of which may differ from the present. Although the syllabus for next year has yet to be released, it can serve as a reference. The first module encompasses the principles of biochemistry, microbiology, bioinformatics, and cell biology, roughly accounting for 25. The second module includes zoology, botany, plant physiology, and animal physiology, approximately 30. The third module covers ecology and animal behavior, around 15. Finally, The fourth module consists of genetics, evolutionary biology, and biological systematics, which constitutes about 30. Shixian promptly retrieved his notebook to take notes. Despite her somewhat brusque demeanor, Mei Ting's insights were undeniably invaluable. After jotting down the information, he suddenly remembered a question. Teacher Mei, I wholeheartedly agree with your suggestions, but where am I to procure these books? Chapter 69. Shixian's Red-Eyed Effect. Mei Ting seemed to have anticipated his inquiry, suddenly producing a card from her pocket and tossing it onto the table. It was an anonymous borrowing card for the Jinling University Library, valid for 1 year. Do not lose it during this period. Shixian accepted the card. At a loss for words, this was quite extraordinary. What exactly was Mei Ting's status? He jested, Teacher Mei, how can I accept this? Is there still a chance for me to repay you in kind? Although he spoke humorously, his swift action in accepting the card belied any semblance of embarrassment. Mei Ting recognized this trait in him. Shixian was the type who thrived on the edge of recklessness. However, she could not be bothered to engage in a debate with him and continued, Once you have mastered the theory, I will guide you through practical experiments. Without a solid theoretical foundation, no amount of practical application will suffice. It's 10 o'clock. Let us conclude for today. Organize your notes well, and I shall take my leave. With that, Mei Ting departed as abruptly as she had arrived the previous day. Shixian gazed at the densely packed notes on the blackboard, feeling overwhelmed. This was tantamount to an attempt to drive him to distraction. To be candid, the volume of work was enough for him to revisit the high school physics and chemistry curriculum a dozen times over. By this logic, it would seem more expedient for him to concentrate solely on physics and chemistry. However, the crux of the matter was that the college entrance examination was merely a process. Acquiring genuinely useful theoretical knowledge was the ultimate goal. With this opportunity to learn directly, why should he seek distant alternatives? His thoughts remained lucid. Early the next morning, Shixian sprang into action. In such a renowned location, one could find a one-stop service. He presented a leave request form, approved by Gu Qingji, to the gatekeeper and boarded a vehicle at the entrance of the first high school, disembarking at Jinling University Station. Jinling University is also a famed tourist destination, replete with historical artifacts and architecturally significant buildings, most of which are open to the public. Yet, Shixian had no intention of lingering. He made a beeline for the Jinling University Library. Without pausing to explore the library's extensive catalog, Shixian swiped the card and ascended to the 11th floor. Dedicated to biological sciences, the university library's informatization was already quite advanced. At the computer terminal near the entrance, he entered the titles of the books he sought. Indeed, as one would expect of a university, everything he required was readily available. Uncertain of how many books he could borrow with his card, he shrugged it off, at worst. He would have to make several trips. Clutching 10 foreign language texts, he proceeded to the library management office, leaving with an air of nonchalance amidst the astonished gaze of the librarian. Shixian couldn't help but marvel at how advantageous it was to have connections. He had just seen that the borrowing system allowed a maximum of 25 books, a privilege reserved solely for full professors of the institution. Astonishing. Shixian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. In under 2 hours, Shixian returned to the first high school. The days that followed were rather mundane. He spent his days revising for the college entrance examination while fervently absorbing fundamental knowledge for the forefront of biological science during the evenings. Naturally, he occasionally glanced at competition books during class, drawing no attention or concern from anyone. At this stage, apart from her initial visits to check on him, Mei Ting largely allowed him to pursue his studies independently. She was pleased with his self-directed learning ability, relishing having a student who didn't create unnecessary problems for her. Consequently, their teacher-student relationship flourished harmoniously. As Shixian's first semester at the first high school drew to a close, it was likely to be his last. During this period, he also had to carve out time to address 2 rather significant matters. First, he logged into the application system for the Huazhong University of Science and Technology's youth program to submit his application materials. Second, he was compelled by Gu Qingji to participate in the midterm examination for the senior year. Classes could be optional, but the examination was unavoidable. Shixian had no choice but to comply. When the results were released, he could not help but express his astonishment at the competitiveness of the accelerated class. His total score was 668, placing him at the bottom of the Jinling class. It was utterly exasperating, further solidifying his resolve to seek a shortcut. Clearly, he was not cut out for the college entrance examination. However, when the results were announced, his performance sparked astonishment among the faculty and student body alike. Despite his low ranking within the class, he secured the 16th position overall in the school. Thus, he was honored to find himself on the prestigious honor roll. prominently displayed along the route to the cafeteria. As expected, Lu Shixian's bashful, smiling photograph was affixed there, accompanied by his motto, "Everyone is so strong. I feel immense pressure." Every passerby, glancing at his youthful face and then at his motto, struggled to suppress an urge to laugh. More importantly, the surrounding role models were all scruffy and unkempt, resembling a collection of misfit fruits. Only Lu Shixian surprisingly found the time to manage his image. Everyone else was short and unimposing. Why should he stand out as tall, dominant, and handsome? Thus, one fateful night, under the cloak of darkness, the photograph of Lu Shixian affixed to the wall was discovered to be devoid of eyes. The red glass background that had been obscured was now clearly visible, resulting in a rather whimsical phenomenon. Every evening, when light illuminated it, Lu Shixian would inexplicably emit a red-eye effect, which became a source of amusement. This led to frequent requests from old classmates for live demonstrations of this peculiar effect during mealtimes. The situation became a source of considerable vexation for him, and had he known who was responsible for this mischief, he would undoubtedly have sought revenge. As the final exams came to a close, winter break was on the horizon, with grades to be released only after the holiday, perhaps to allow everyone to enjoy the festivities. On the last evening before the holiday, Lu Shixian was immersed in solitary study on the third floor of the comprehensive building, adhering to his routine. However, this time Mei Ting, who had mysteriously vanished for an unknown period, appeared silently before him. "Oh, I see the lights have been on almost every night lately." Her voice suddenly startled him, causing him to shiver. He had grown accustomed to the desolate ambience of the building at night, and the sudden emergence of a pale, emotionless voice was utterly terrifying. "I say, Mei teacher, is it not enough that you neglect to check on me? Must you also come to frighten me? That seems rather unkind," he retorted. Mei Ting, devoid of any semblance of consideration, replied, "Only cowards startle so easily. You will never comprehend the exquisite feeling of unearthing beautiful biological skeletons from the graves." Lu Shixian, in accordance with past customs, Mei Ting circled around him, but upon observing Lu Shixian diligently taking notes, she suddenly remarked, "Next semester, we can assess your grasp of theoretical knowledge. If you meet the national competition standards, I will take you to conduct experiments." Lu Shixian paused, nodded in acknowledgement, and as he watched her prepare to drift away, he suddenly recalled the date, December 31st, 2007. Tomorrow heralded the arrival of a new year, 2008. He stood, using his hand as a makeshift microphone, and called out to her retreating figure, "Teacher Mei, Happy New Year." Mei Ting continued her stride, seemingly unfazed. Yet in the darkness, the rarely seen curve of her lips hinted at a smile. Soon enough, January was drawing to a close. Lu Shixian's transition to the third year of high school presented a new dilemma. He was left with no winter break. The unfortunate third-year students had a mere 7 days off from February 1st to February 7th, 2008. Meanwhile, the first and second-year students had already returned home joyously on January 18th to bask in the warmth of family and the joy of the new year. The entire graduating class of the third year continued to study at school for an additional 13 days. Yet Lu Shixian found that in this tranquil environment, his study efficiency actually increased. On January 31st, the entire Jinling No. 1 high school commenced their holiday. Even if Lu Shixian wished to continue studying, it was no longer feasible. By this time, most of the school staff had returned home for the celebrations, and remaining at school would surely lead to starvation. Moreover, since his return home 2 months prior, he had not visited again. He found himself missing his parents. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Shixian packed his belongings, secured his dormitory door, and departed from school. He took the number 405 bus and then transferred to the number 808 bus. After more than 3 hours, he finally returned to Xingfu Town. Upon reaching Changjie Street, he noticed the town was adorned with festive decorations. Everywhere he looked, vibrant red lanterns hung from eaves, and every household had posted couplets to welcome the spring festival. The atmosphere of the new year was unmistakable, the most jubilant and celebratory time of the year. Continuing onward, he observed the rice paddies, somewhat parched due to the evaporation of moisture following the harvest, presenting a different sight altogether. Still on the lookout for the iconic utility pole, Lu Shixian followed its guiding direction, his steps becoming increasingly buoyant. With his small backpack slung over his shoulder, he arrived at his doorstep. Inside, he found his father, old Lu, and mother, Xia Xiaomon, busily cleaning together. Standing on the edge of the field, Lu Shixian could no longer contain his emotions and shouted, "Dad! Mom! I'm back!" The two at the door looked down in unison, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. "Well, who do we have here? A rare guest," his mother exclaimed, rushing to take his backpack. "The child of old Wang from next door has long returned. You're the only one still lagging behind at school." As they walked, Xiaoxiuman began chiding him. Mom, ISNT at the third year now? Everyone leaves school around this time. I can't just slip away early. Can I? Old Lu nodded in agreement, adding, exactly. Our son is in his third year. And yet you, my dear, keep nagging like a broken record. Giving me a headache. This remark caused Xiaoxiuman to bristle, hands on her hips, as she retorted, what is wrong with me nagging? You, heartless one, never show any reaction. Our son sprang from my womb. Shouldn't I be concerned? Old Lu took a drag of his cigarette, said nothing, and retreated into the house. Lu Shixian was left speechless. When he first returned, everything seemed perfectly normal, yet now they were bickering. Was he truly the fabled engine of discord? Nevertheless, he felt no concern over the matter. Rather, he found it endearing. After all, these two had been married for decades. It would be odd if they didn't exchange a few playful jabs now and then. As the new year approached, families began to visit relatives and friends. Seizing the moment, Lu Shixian shamelessly collected quite a few red envelopes. However, during his visit to his mother's family for the new year, he once again encountered Xia Yubing. Without hesitation, Lu Shixian publicly extended his hand, demanding a red envelope, which irritated her greatly. Yet she had no choice but to begrudgingly comply. Before long, he also received a red envelope from his uncle, Xia Hongguang, who was the head of a certain department within the city government. This was the first time he had seen him this year. As he felt the thickness of the envelope, a thought struck him. It must contain a 4-digit sum. Uncle Xiao looked at him with satisfaction and remarked, Since you've arrived in Jinling, I've been following your progress closely. I've been too busy with work to visit you at school. However, according to the school's feedback, it is said that you are studying diligently and putting in great effort. I hope you continue to strive relentlessly, and should opportunities arise in the future, you may give back to Jinling. Before Lu Shixian could respond, his grandfather, who was seated at the head of the table, Xia Chengjun, suddenly expressed his displeasure. It's New Year's, so why all this fuss? Everyone, come and enjoy the reunion dinner. Once the elder spoke, no one dared to defy him. The gathering swiftly transformed into a lively exchange of toasts. The brief 7 days were nearing their end. Joyous moments are often fleeting, and it was time to bid farewell. With no time to celebrate the Lantern Festival, on the afternoon of the 7th, Lu Shixian would embark on his journey back to school. His mother, Xiaoxiuman, and father, Lu Jiangwo, once again stood at the door, watching their son depart. Old Lu, what do you think is going through our son's mind? He is starting his senior year so soon, and it seems like his winter break is reduced to just 7 days of staying at home. Other children are still having fun, Xiaoxiuman remarked, somewhat perplexed. Lu Jiangwo, crossing his arms, proudly replied, It's a man's business. You should concern yourself less. Our son is capable of entering his senior year at 16. That speaks to his abilities. Who knows, perhaps our Lu family will produce a distinguished university student. Xiaoxiuman shot him an annoyed glance and said, That is all you care about. School isn't like harvesting rice. Why the rush? You have no idea how much joy he is sacrificing in his childhood. I don't understand why he is acting this way, as if he has suddenly matured. Old Lu took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke after a long pause. Men must grow up, whether you like it or not. For some, it takes a long time. For others, it happens in an instant. Chapter 71, the first practice of a new year. That afternoon, he returned to Jinling No. 1 High School. Although the holiday had concluded, the atmosphere outside the school was still imbued with the joy of the spring festival. Within the school, however, the senior students returned with heavy steps, and the air was thick with busyness and anxiety. Beneath the thin walls, it felt as though two entirely different worlds were separated. Despite the brevity of the 7-day break, Lu Shixian felt none of its essence. With the seniors returning early, it necessitated that cafeteria staff, dormitory personnel, and teachers also cut their holidays short to serve them. Therefore, one should not feel overly burdened. There are always unseen individuals making silent sacrifices. In contrast, studying in a bright and spacious classroom was indeed a privilege. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Shixian changed his bedsheets. By nightfall, the 3rd floor of the teaching building was ablaze with light, while only a solitary lamp flickered on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building across several pathways. There, Lu Shixian was alone in the biology competition training room, engrossed in the last book recommended by Mei Ting, Fundamentals of Biostatistics. This classic introductory textbook in biostatistics was authored by Professor Bernard Rossner of Harvard University. Although a Chinese version was published in April 2004, Lu Shixian had recently developed a penchant for reading English monographs. This is not meant to demean. Once you can truly comprehend the text, you will realize that translated versions often possess subtle differences from the original. This phenomenon is known as the attenuation effect in information transmission, where regardless of the medium or media used, some degree of loss invariably occurs. Hence, This is why contemporary university educators recommend international monographs, advocating for reading original text to grasp underlying principles. Shixian opened the simple blue-green cover and began studying. In essence, biostatistics is the application of mathematical statistics within biological research. It employs the principles of mathematical statistics to comprehend, analyze, infer, and interpret various phenomena and experimental data related to life processes, thus belonging to the interdisciplinary realm of biology and mathematics. His statistical skills were inherently weak. Statistics primarily involves employing probabilistic methods to establish mathematical models, collecting information from observed samples, conducting quantitative analysis and summarization, and subsequently making inferences and predictions. Its applications span from natural sciences to social sciences to humanities, and it finds relevance across nearly all disciplines. This book covers a wide array of descriptive statistics, including normal distribution, Poisson distribution, binomial distribution, statistical inference, one-sample inference, two-sample inference, parametric tests, non-parametric tests, as well as tests for categorical data and time series, such as the Fisher test and the log-rank test. The statistical methods pertinent to biostatistics are thoroughly addressed within this book, and the knowledge contained herein is nearly all that is utilized in SCI papers, which fortuitously helps him remediate his deficiencies in statistics. As tomorrow marked the day for Mei Ting's final assessment of his understanding, Shixian unusually opted to put in extra hours. By 11 o'clock, all the lights in the classroom had been extinguished. Through the window, he gazed at the enveloping darkness. Stretching, he noticed he had about a quarter of the content left. There was no turning back. Diligence transforms iron pillars into needles. Gritting his teeth, Shixian resolved that whether he emerged as a pillar or a needle would be determined tonight. It was only at 1:30 in the morning that he, massaging his painfully swollen eyes, switched off the light and departed. With an apologetic heart, he roused the nearly slumbering dormitory supervisor, and in the dormitory corridor, he could see numerous lights shining through the cracks of doors. It seemed the deep night was not solely his domain. Many others were burning the midnight oil in their studies. Yet, Shixian could endure no longer. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. February 8th, 2008, Friday. His biological clock malfunctioned for the first time. Upon awakening and glancing at the time, he was astonished to find it was already 8 o'clock. If only he had a few more minutes, he might have been anxious. However, now that he was late, he felt oddly unperturbed. He leisurely made his way to the cafeteria to see if there were any remaining buns or steamed buns to fill his stomach. After a simple warm-up on the playground to stretch his body, he arrived at the classroom, entering through the back door and taking a seat, all in one fluid motion. The teacher at the front merely glanced at him before continuing to observe the scenery. No one paid attention to or scrutinized his tardiness. Throughout the day, he did not engage in listening to the teacher's lectures or reviewing high school material. Instead, he summarized and restructured the knowledge he had previously acquired, establishing a detailed framework for his understanding. This would facilitate a swift recollection and application when needed. The biology competition was indeed distinct from other academic competitions. Unlike mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which require extensive memorization, it did not heavily test the content of logical thinking. Many erroneously perceived disciplines, such as biology and economics, as liberal arts for this very reason. Soon, it was time for dinner. Shixian only ate until he was about 9/10 full, mindful not to affect his performance later. Upon returning to the comprehensive building, he was somewhat surprised to see Mei Ting already seated in her pristine white down jacket. This was the earliest she had ever appeared. With a smile, Shixian approached her. "Mei teacher, Happy New Year. Any red envelopes?" Mei Ting shot him a cold glance, aware that he was being mischievous again. Continuing, she tossed a stack of paper from her bag to him. "Take this red envelope. I hope you find it to your liking." Shixian accepted it and, upon inspection, discovered that it was indeed a printed mock exam. "So, is this the first practice of the new year? Can we begin?" 2 hours later, at 6:30. "I shall return at 8:30. Mei Ting gave him a knowing glance. "This is internal material, so keep it confidential." The exam paper is comprised of last year's theoretical questions from the League, curated by my dear friend at Yen University. Although we cannot currently compute the T-score, historically, those who have qualified for the provincial team rarely scored below 120. You can assess your own capabilities. Shixian nodded, indicating his understanding. Once Mei Ting departed, he took a deep breath, not diving straight into the questions, but instead perusing the paper. Unlike mathematics, the biology exam was astonishingly extensive, encompassing a total of 120 questions with a maximum score of 150. The sheer number was daunting, especially since all questions were either single or multiple choice. Calming the slight turbulence in his heart, Lu Shixian focused on the first section, biochemistry, microbiology, and bioinformatics, which contained 30 questions worth a total of 35 points. The first question helped ease his tension. Chapter 72. Persevere, persevere, and persevere again. 1. In the description of plant cells. Which of the following structures is correctly associated with either a single-layer membrane or a double-layer membrane? A. Spindle, vacuole, Golgi apparatus, chloroplast. B. Ribosome, chloroplast, mitochondrion. C. Ribosome, endoplasmique réticulum, Golgi apparatus, chloroplast des spindles, endoplasmique réticulum, vacuole, mitochondrion. Isn't this merely high school biology? As long as the knowledge is firmly grasped, I would wager that even a first-year student could answer this correctly. A flurry of knowledge points surged through Lu Shixian's mind. Single-layer membranes, vacuoles, lysosomes, endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus. Double-layer membranes, chloroplasts and mitochondria. Non-membranous, centrioles and ribosomes. Without much contemplation, he swiftly marked a capital C on the exam paper. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. At this pace, Lu Shixian soon moved on to the second section, zoology, botany, plant physiology, and animal physiology, comprising 35 questions worth 45 points. 31. The primary vascular bundles in the stems of angiosperms originate from A. Vascular cambium. B. Cork cambium. C. Protoderm. D. Ground meristem. At this juncture, the benefits of mastering the knowledge points and forming a cohesive framework became evident, akin to directly searching for answers within a knowledge repository. From botany to vascular plants to angiosperms and then to primary meristem. Since protoderm is part of the primary meristem, it forms the primary vascular bundles. With a swift motion, Lu Shixian again filled in C. This section was his forte, and he completed it even faster than the first part. Next came the third section, ecology and animal behavior, consisting of 22 questions worth 29 points. Finally, the fourth section, genetics, evolutionary biology, and systematics, comprising 33 questions worth a total of 41 points. For questions he was less familiar with, any that required more than a minute of contemplation were promptly skipped. Thus, his answering process was remarkably fluid. Upon completing the last question, he glanced back and noted only 8 unanswered questions remained. All were from the third and fourth sections, either requiring calculations to arrive at the answers or recalling something he had seen in a book that now eluded him. Ultimately, Lu Shixian decided to finish the calculation questions before concluding the exam. The remaining 4 unanswered questions were left blank, as he had no inclination to guess, planning instead to reinforce those knowledge points later. After all, this was not a formal examination, and there was no need for unnecessary pressure. When he looked up at the clock in the training room, it had only just passed 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Shixian stretched and stood up to move about. Reflecting on the recent answering process, he found himself unexpectedly exhilarated. The seamless transition from knowledge input to output was truly captivating. The phrase, thick accumulation leads to thin eruption, aptly described his current state. At 8:30, Mei Ting appeared punctually before Lu Shixian, handing him an A4 sheet filled with answers. Eagerly, Lu Shixian compared them. Back. How did I get this question wrong? That shouldn't be. He mumbled to himself as he checked his answers. Once he had finished, Mei Ting did not inquire about where he had erred but directly asked, "What was your score?" "It should be 121. I lost points on 6 knowledge points I failed to remember, which cost me 15 points, and 5 multiple choice questions led me astray. Additionally, I don't know why I got 2 calculation questions wrong, totaling 16 points." Mei Ting nodded, saying, "With this theoretical score, after calculating the t-value, you should be able to enter the experimental semifinals. However, this score does not guarantee a spot on the provincial team. Luckily, there is still over 2 months until the competition begins, providing you with ample opportunity for improvement. The subsequent review of knowledge points will rely on your own efforts. I will now focus on the experimental section." Upon hearing her words, Lu Shixian couldn't help but internally scoff. He had always self-studied the knowledge points. It seemed that she was quite the hands-off instructor. After his moment of disdain, Lu Shixian promptly paid close attention to her explanations. The experimental content could be divided into macro and micro experiments. Macro experiments included animal, ecology, plant, and plant physiology. The latter rarely featured in experimental questions, but was always included in the syllabus, so it was prudent to study it nonetheless. The micro experiments primarily involved biochemistry, molecular biology, and genetics. Biochemical experiments typically assessed enzyme activity determination, Michaelis constant measurement, and substance content determination. These were straightforward questions. Just follow the experimental instructions at a leisurely pace. But you should familiarize yourself with certain instruments, such as spectrophotometers, centrifuges, and mortars. Molecular biology experiments would generally test your ability to extract DNA and conduct a series of DNA-related experiments, such as polymerase chain reaction and DNA electrophoresis. Cell genetics experiments, animal dissection experiments, ecology experiments, plant experiments, and plant physiology experiments were also included. Liu Shixian felt an overwhelming urge to slam the table. It seemed Mei Ting was treating him like a pig being fed, completely disregarding whether he could digest it all. Moreover, her words were delivered at such a rapid pace that he could hardly keep up. Liu Shixian was now uncertain whether having such a mentor was a stroke of luck or a nightmare. Thankfully, he was somewhat familiar with some of the experiments, allowing him to initially disregard this portion and focus on others. Do you have time tomorrow morning? Mei Ting suddenly inquired after finishing her explanation of the experiments. Liu Shixian quickly nodded, affirming that he was free. There was no way around it. Mei Ting's time was far more precious than his, and he had to seize this opportunity. Upon hearing his affirmation, Mei Ting laid out her plan for the following day. Tomorrow, we'll head to the school's laboratory building to review everything we just discussed. You'll first watch me perform the experiments, then practice on your own. I will only demonstrate once. If you have further questions afterward, you'll need to consult the laboratory instructors. Do you understand? If so, I will take my leave. Liu Shixian let out a bitter laugh, feeling unworthy to claim ignorance as he watched her leave for the day alone. Meanwhile, he was left to sift through his incorrect answers. Cursing the wicked woman in his heart, Liu Shixian diligently sought out the errors he had just encountered in his textbook, determined to reinforce his memory. Although he held a modicum of interest in biology, the process was undeniably tedious. It was a relentless cycle of memorization, repeating, and recalling. Unlike subjects such as mathematics or physics, where tackling challenging problems yielded immediate positive feedback, he found himself at a juncture with no path of retreat. His only recourse was to persist, and then persist some more. Chapter 73. Participation in the preliminary competition. Early the next morning, adhering to his duties as a student, he sought out Gu Qingji to request a half-day leave. Ultimately, he received the teacher's approval, permitting him to go wherever he wished within the school grounds without needing to formally request permission. With this newfound freedom, Liu Shixian felt no pressure regarding tardiness or early departures. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the laboratory building. After approximately 10 minutes, Mei Ting indeed arrived punctually to meet him as the workday commenced. Let us go. I've secured the rights to use the small lab for the past half month. Today I'll take you there, and the lab administrator will let you in directly, she explained as they walked. Liu Shixian, slightly perplexed, inquired, does Jinling know? One high school really have such provisions? Can we conduct biology experiments? Mei Ting was momentarily taken aback by his question and glanced at him. Do you underestimate Jinling No? One high school so much? It is, after all, the premier high school in a provincial capital, once the best in the entire province. Its history far exceeds your age. And while the current students may not be particularly ambitious, the laboratory equipment is still quite comprehensive. Some apparatus may be somewhat outdated, yet they are more than adequate for fundamental biological experiments. As she spoke, Mei Ting led him through the corridor into a relatively small laboratory. She donned a lab coat and approached the experiment table to prepare the instruments, casually remarking to Liu Shixian, the experiments for the biology competition may seem to assess your practical skills, but fundamentally, they evaluate the solidity of your theoretical knowledge, which is why I emphasize the importance of mastering theory first. Recently, the hot topics for the competition experiments have been plant and animal studies, with biochemistry and experimental apparatus receiving less focus. Therefore, I surmise that this year's questions will likely concentrate on pure biology. Moreover, this year is particularly special. One can infer the emphasis on plants or animals from the year itself. At this point, Liu Shixian found himself somewhat bewildered. What's so special about it? Mei Ting, while washing a beaker, replied, just a trivial rumor. 2008 is an even year. Thus this year, it should be the Botany Society and Yin University responsible for the questions, while odd years belong to the Zoology Society and Yin Normal University. Liu Shixian instantly grasped the implication, astonished by such reasoning. As the saying goes, the posterior determines the mind. Position dictates thought. If this assertion holds any validity, then this information could be worth at least 20 points. Of course, this pertains to the national competition. The league competition allows each province to devise its own questions, which can be wildly varied. All right, enough of this banter. If you're unsure, just watch me first. And then you can try, she stated, unexpectedly pulling out a bouquet of peach blossoms from her pocket. It's currently the flowering season for peaches. Do you know how to dissect them? Liu Shixian pondered for a moment before nodding. I know a bit. While he was not adept at animal dissection, dissecting plants posed no challenge for him, given his foundational knowledge. Then, go ahead, Mei Ting encouraged with a hint of skepticism. Lu Shixian, without hesitation, took action to address her doubts, having performed this procedure numerous times in his previous life. Taking the tweezers from her, he carefully plucked the freshest peach blossom, pausing to observe its shape and attachment points. After a moment, he pinched the flower stalk and, in an orderly manner, used the tweezers to sequentially remove the petals and sepals from the outside in. He then proceeded to extract the corolla, stamens, and pistil, arranging them methodically on the experimental paper. Seeing his adept movements, Mei Ting was taken aback. Your technique is quite standardized. Have you done this before? Lu Shixian chuckled. I have a keen interest in plants, but animals are another story. Without dwelling on the particulars of his experience, Mei Ting insisted, based on your dissection results, continue to write the floral formula. In truth, for such a common flower species, he could easily write the formula without needing a microscope. However, since this was an experiment, he had to meticulously observe the petals and stamens in sequence, ultimately removing the ovary and dissecting it to observe the ovule and placenta. He then wrote down the floral formula for the peach blossom, K5, C5, A, G11. He was acutely aware that every experimental step must be executed flawlessly. Even a singular misstep could lead to point deductions, regardless of the correctness of his answers. Mei Ting, witnessing this, was pleasantly surprised and rarely praised him. Not bad. It seems you possess quite a talent for experiments. However, she could hardly anticipate that Lu Shixian's forthcoming performance would leave her utterly exasperated. Wait, why is this earthworm still moving after being cut open? How you dissect this? You must anesthetize animals before proceeding. Don't touch the dorsal blood vessel. My heavens! How could you have severed the cerebral ganglion? The animal experiment concluded with the earthworm being dismembered, resulting in a spectacular failure. Weren't you watching me just now? How did it turn out like this? Furthermore, didn't you do well with the plant experiment? Mei Ting scolded him while taking a break, her frustration palpable. Lu Shixian could only offer an awkward smile. I got a bit nervous with a live specimen. Yet, deep down, he knew he had never performed such an experiment before. This was a perfectly normal first-time experience. It was just that after successfully conducting the plant experiment, he had inadvertently raised Mei Ting's expectations far too high, leading to her current frustration. Hearing Lu Shixian's explanation, Mei Ting, somewhat irritated, instructed, first, jot down the key points in order, and practice on your own later. I won't be overseeing you anymore. We'll continue with biochemistry experiments tomorrow. Left alone, Lu Shixian could only smile wryly. It seemed that performing too well also had its drawbacks. On Tuesday, during the biochemistry experiment, Mei Ting assigned him the task of determining the protein content of broccoli using at least 3 methods. On Wednesday, the molecular biology experiment would involve extracting and measuring plasmid DNA, as well as conducting PCR amplification, with a particular emphasis on mastering the electrophoresis determination method. Thus, amidst a fulfilling learning journey, the preliminary round of the Jinling City Biology competition in April approached swiftly. Lu Shixian found himself seated alone on the bus, heading to Jinling Affiliated High School, feeling rather solitary. It was unavoidable. At Jinling No. 1 High School, he was the sole participant in the biology competition, lacking any companions. Meanwhile, Mei Ting had made it abundantly clear that she would not partake in the meaningless endeavor of accompanying him until the national competition stage. Fortunately, he was accustomed to solitude. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Jinling Affiliated High School, alerted by the conductor's announcement. If all went as anticipated, he would be spending the upcoming period here until the provincial selections for the league competition. After all, Jinling Affiliated High School had an impressive reputation. It was the weekend, yet the venue for the preliminary competition was teeming with individuals, a veritable sea of humanity. Wasn't it said that participation in this competition was sparse? What could explain this phenomenon? Chapter 74. I truly do not wish to show off and slap faces. With the influx of competitors, the intensity of the competition heightened, causing him to feel an undeniable sense of pressure. Guided by the directional sign hanging from the street trees, Lu Shixian swiftly located his designated seat. Through the casual chatter of nearby participants, Lu Shixian soon found solace. Many of them hailed from different counties and districts. By this logic, it seemed that all the students from Su province who participated in the 2008 preliminaries were gathered here. Now, Lu Shixian felt a mixture of joy and regret. The joy stemmed from the diminished competitive pressure, while the regret lingered in the realization that, unlike mathematics, where almost every municipal city had examination sites, biology was regrettably underappreciated and overlooked. Yet, he could only sigh, acknowledging that at this moment, he was powerless to effect any change. His attention was soon captured by the invigilator announcing the examination regulations. Finally, the biology competition paper was placed in his hands. Lu Shixian began to focus intently on the questions before him. However, upon merely glancing at the paper, he instantly assessed its level of difficulty. It appeared rather elementary. The first question asked about the characteristics of facultative heterochromatin. Was there any need for contemplation? Surely. High school students were well aware of this. It was evident that the answer was B, indicating that chromatin can be transcribed when it is loosely packed. Quickly, he moved to the second section, where the first question pertained to the type of placentation in the ovary of a capsule fruit. Although he felt somewhat bewildered by the placentation, anyone familiar with botany would recognize the terms central placentation, parietal placentation, and axial placentation. Surely, no one would struggle with this. Shixian found himself oscillating between self-doubt and skepticism about the question setter, pondering if this was truly the level of the preliminary competition. Could it be that this year's exam was unusually lenient? Upon completing the paper, Shixian couldn't resist glancing around. Others were still engrossed in their work. He couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between biology and mathematics, while the latter could leave one utterly stumped, resulting in a decisive surrender. Biology consisted entirely of multiple-choice questions. Wasn't it merely a matter of selecting a B, C, or D? Even blind guesses had a chance of being correct. After all, who would willingly concede in such a scenario? Shaking his head, Shixian noted that the time was nearly up and signaled to the invigilator that he wished to submit his paper early. He gathered his examination tools and retrieved his backpack from the designated area. With his small bag slung over his shoulder, he departed amidst the envious gazes of his peers. He arrived alone and would leave alone a solitary representative of the entire competitive biology force from Jinling No. 1 High School. On the return journey, the bus was filled predominantly with students who had participated in the biology competition. The atmosphere was fervent, resembling a lively discussion forum. Suddenly, a girl seated directly in front of Shixian inquired, regarding the second section, in the life cycle of algae, isn't the answer for the dominant sporophyte in heteromorphic alternation of generations multicellular algae? The other three options don't even mention algae. It must be multicellular algae, right? Do they really include such questions? Isn't that a waste of time? Upon hearing this, Shixian covered his face, speechless. It seemed as if they were underestimating the intelligence of the question setters. To his surprise, a multitude of voices began to echo her sentiments. This was absurd. However, Shixian felt a sense of relief, knowing that there were individuals willing to question the validity of the questions. You are mistaken. Do you truly believe the examiners would craft such straightforward questions? Have you ever heard the saying that the most dangerous places are often the safest? I once read a popular science book on biology, which stated that water, cloud, and stone algae are both classified as algae. Hence, the answer must either be A, water cloud, or D, stone algae. At this revelation, the boy who initially spoke received a look of admiration from the girl. Observing this exchange, Shixian felt utterly at a loss for words. Goodness, were these individuals the gatekeepers of the correct answer? Initially, Shixian had no intention of intervening. But motivated by a desire to enlighten the bewildered girl and thwart the misguided notions of the boy, he felt compelled to step in. In the life cycle of most brown algae, there is a prominent phenomenon of alternation of generations, which includes both heteromorphic and isomorphic alternation. Isomorphic alternation means that the sporophyte and gametophyte resemble each other in shape and size, as seen in the genus water cloud. Conversely, heteromorphic alternation indicates significant differences in shape and size between the sporophyte and gametophyte, with the sporophyte typically being more developed, exemplified by option C, kelp. The multicellular algae you mentioned belong to the red algae category, while stone algae is classified as green algae. Both exhibit isomorphic alternation. Upon hearing this, the previous boy's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, while the girl gazed at Shixian with awe. You're incredible. I feel like I answered so many questions by guessing. If only I were as knowledgeable as you. Immediately, a chorus of lamentations regarding incorrect answers arose within the bus. Although Shixian felt a twinge of embarrassment, he assured himself that he had no intention of deliberately disrupting the boy's moment of pretentiousness. However, their process of arriving at answers was so absurd that, driven by a desire to spread the truth, Shixian felt he could not allow them to remain ensnared in a web of falsehoods. Unexpectedly, the boy who had initially spoken seemed somewhat unconvinced. It appears you've read a bit. If you can provide the correct answer to this question, I, Chunshin from No. 2 High School, will concede to you. Shixian forced a bitter smile, genuinely uninterested in instigating a showdown of superiority. Given his stature, engaging in such trivial disputes during a preliminary round felt rather undignified. Yet before he could decline, the boy had already articulated the question aloud. The total variance of a random mating strain is 146. 1, while the variance of a homozygous selfing strain is 0. 867, and the narrow sense heritability H2 is 38. Do you know the answer to this question? It must be said that the boy displayed a certain level of discernment. This question was undoubtedly the capstone of the preliminary exam paper. Not only did it appear in the most challenging fourth section, testing knowledge of genetics, but it was also a multiple-choice question. The combination of these factors rendered the difficulty quite considerable. Unfortunately, for Shixian, this question was merely an introductory concept in genetics. Should he slap away the outstretched face or not? Should he embrace this relatively trivial display of arrogance? After contemplating, Shixian ultimately succumbed to reality. After all, why not engage? If memory served him correctly, the total variance P was 146. 1. The variance of the homozygous selfing strain was Q, and the narrow sense heritability H2 was 38. The environmental variance E was 0. 867. The dominance genetic variance D, the additive genetic variance A, and the broad sense heritability H2 was 38, while the total genetic variance G remained. Therefore, the percentage of environmental variance relative to phenotypic variance was Q, P0. 867. 146, 1, yielding exactly 59. 3. The percentage of dominance genetic variance relative to phenotypic variance was H2D, and solving the equation revealed that the answer was not option B, 38. Thus, the final answer was A, C, and D. In truth, by the time Shixian articulated the error in selecting answer B, the boy's brashness had already been subdued. Students capable of participating in the biology competition were not entirely naive. Under Shixian's thorough explanation, they naturally grasped the accuracy of his assertions. They even felt that his explanatory process was more detailed than that of their own instructor. Chapter 75. The Biological League commences. At this moment, the team leader, who had been resting with eyes closed in the vehicle, began to focus on Shixian. After all, an expert's prowess reveals itself immediately upon engagement. To articulate the final problem with such incisive clarity undoubtedly indicates a profound mastery of the subject matter. Surely, he could not be merely a student from the affiliated school. Could he? A few teachers exchanged glances and inquired, "Dear student, might you be from the affiliated school?" Shixian, aware of their thoughts, responded candidly, "No. I hail from the first high school." Upon hearing this, they began to question their own perceptions. It seemed that, in their recollection, the competitive prowess of the first high school might not even surpass their own. Rumor had it that they didn't even have a competition team, while they themselves were at least still putting in some effort, just as they were about to probe further into his preparation for the competition. Shixian had already reached his destination, leaving them with nothing but a stylish silhouette. Shixian's return to school was unremarkable, inciting no waves and attracting no attention. In fact, apart from a handful of individuals, no one was aware of his whereabouts. Shixian was quite content with this state of affairs. Days passed, and he received two pieces of splendid news. Firstly, he had performed admirably in the recent preliminary round, securing a first-class award at the municipal level. As the preliminary round did not assess experimental proficiency, he proudly achieved an outstanding score of 148, surpassing the second place by a staggering 22 points and claiming the top position. Secondly, Huazhong University of Science and Technology had successfully approved his application for the youth class and had sent him his college entrance examination registration certificate. In truth, if given the choice, he would have preferred to enroll in the innovation class, as it offered competitive advantages. With a solid foundation in provincial competitions, he would have undoubtedly opted for the most beneficial path. Unfortunately, the innovation class would not be available for another 2 years, leaving Shixian unable to pursue something unattainable at present. As May arrived, Shixian could sense the entire senior class entering a state of intense pressure, one that was almost suffocating. However, this pressure did not stem from the teachers. On the contrary, the students' workload was the lightest it had been throughout their 3 years of high school. The burden was self-imposed, driven by a stubborn unwillingness to fall behind, the expectations of their parents, and their own aspirations for self-improvement. Each individual was essentially pushing themselves to the limits. By the end of April, Shixian had successfully gained Mei Ting's recognition, gradually overcoming his weaknesses and making significant strides in his experimental skills. Consequently, Mei Ting ceased to provide him with any guidance, leaving him to navigate his studies independently, as if she had allowed him to grow on his own. He was unfazed, continuing to follow his recent study rhythm. As the college entrance examination approached and his grasp of the competition material deepened, Shixian had graduated from the frantic stage of relentless reading. He began to focus on targeted problem solving, dismissing the mountain of aimless exercises. Time pressed on, and Shixian encountered an awkward situation. His third mock exam was scheduled just before the biological competition, uncomfortably close, and participating in both could affect his performance. Fortunately, he had performed steadily in the first and second mock exams, maintaining his scores within the range of 15 to 20 across the grade, neither rising nor falling. Thus, the significance of the third mock exam was not as substantial as anticipated. Therefore, Liu Shixian chose to forego it, turning a blind eye under the school's indifferent gaze. On May 11, 2008, Liu Shixian returned to Jinling Affiliated High School, this time not alone. He was accompanied by Jiang Yunquan, who had come to support him for the biological competition. Seated in the class bus, Liu Shixian carried no study materials, appearing entirely at ease, which in turn relaxed Jiang Yunquan, sitting beside him. You seem to be in good spirits. What is your expected medal count this time? Liu Shixian shifted his long-held lounging position and replied, I have modest expectations. My baseline is 8th place. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunquan was momentarily taken aback. He discerned the underlying implication of Liu Shixian's words, that he was aiming to secure a spot on the provincial team. To be honest, Jiang Yunquan had not held high expectations for Liu Shixian's debut. He was uncertain about the extent of Liu Shixian's preparation over the past few months. The only one who knew the situation was Mei Ting, but alas, even he could not reach her, let alone others. Since taking on a role of Liu Shixian's mentor and relinquishing her teaching duties, Mei Ting seemed to have liberated herself entirely. Confidence is a good thing, and as the moment approached, Jiang Yunquan ceased his inquiries. Teacher Jiang, I'll head in first. Upon returning to Jinling Affiliated High School, Liu Shixian appeared quite familiar with the surroundings. Best of luck. Jiang Yunquan waved goodbye. As a provincial-level competition, the standards were significantly higher than those of the previous preliminary round. The school had adorned its ground with a red banner welcoming students to the 2008 National High School Biology Provincial League, CHSBO. Liu Shixian swiftly located the assembly area for participants, where numerous students from across the province congregated in the squares of several teaching buildings. Compared to the preliminary round, this time the number of participants was markedly reduced, with only about 2,000 in attendance. Amidst such a large gathering, the atmosphere felt surprisingly subdued. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that everyone else was diligently poring over their study materials, while he alone, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, gazed skyward, basking in the warm sunlight, which made him appear rather conspicuous. The nearby students glanced at him, instinctively avoiding his vicinity. The natural radiance he exuded was almost blinding, creating a clear space around him. At 9:40 a.m., the registration process officially commenced. Liu Shixian joined the throng and made his way to the examination room. After undergoing a thorough check by the proctor at the entrance, he entered the classroom. He had already experienced this routine at Jinling University. Although it had only been a preliminary round, he had nonetheless gained some valuable experience and pocketed 6,000 yuan in the process. Unlike the preliminary round, the league was comprised of serious contenders who valued this examination. Barring unforeseen circumstances, there would be no instances of students opting out. The scattered examination rooms held few familiar faces, and the participants around him were all focused on their own preparation, leaving little room for social interaction. At 10 o'clock sharp, the theoretical examination commenced. Liu Shixian took the exam paper and first skimmed through it. The volume and format of the questions were largely similar to those of the preliminary round, though the difficulty appeared to have escalated. Liu Shixian gradually discerned a pattern. In biology, the length of a question often indicated its complexity. The first question of the first section read, Contemporary biological research often takes a holistic approach, investigating the overall gene expression patterns within cells, also known as omics. Based on the levels of study, these can be further categorized into different omics. The correct sequence according to the gene expression process is A. Genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics. Métabolomique, B. Génomique, transcriptomique, protéomique, métabolomique, C. Métabolomique, protéomique, transcriptomique, génomique, D. Métabolomique, génomique, protéomique, transcriptomique. Goodness, I concede. This question seems to be testing one's ability to connect the dots. Chapter 76, I believe I should know the answer. Merely glancing at the options left him somewhat bewildered. Accustomed to succinct formats, he found himself slightly disoriented by the first question of this league. At that moment, the advantages of experience and a solid foundation became apparent. When faced with lengthy questions, it was essential to identify the key information and disregard the extraneous details, simplifying complexity. So, what was the pivotal information in this question? Liu Shixian swiftly circled the phrase gene expression on his exam paper. Instantly, relevant knowledge about gene expression surfaced in his mind. The process of gene expression. Genes are transcribed to form mRNA, which is then translated into proteins. and proteins participate in metabolism. Thus, the order of omics is as follows: genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. Although Lu Shixian understood this well, for the purpose of this question, if someone was unfamiliar with the concept of omics and could not ascertain the position of genomics, it would not impede the answer being B. However, if one lacked a solid grasp of the fundamental concept of gene expression, no amount of skill or experience would suffice. Hence, this is the nature of multiple choice questions. This is the essence of biological competitions. While obstacles are set before you, a window of opportunity is simultaneously opened. Indeed, the difficulty level of the league's questions had significantly escalated compared to the preliminary rounds. Even Lu Shixian found himself struggling somewhat as he progressed through the questions. It wasn't that he was incapable of answering them. Rather, it was the sheer volume of questions that posed a challenge. Completing 120 moderately difficult questions within 2 hours, including time for reading, answering, and filling out the answer sheet, made it nearly impossible to do so without a moment's pause. This process was, in fact, a dual test of both mental acuity and physical endurance. Lu Shixian chose to tackle the questions selectively, swiftly answering those that were straightforward and could be resolved at a glance. He then turned his attention to those requiring calculation. By 11:30, with approximately half an hour remaining before the exam's conclusion, he found himself uncertain about 6 multiple-choice questions. Some of these questions truly played a game of semantics. Even if one was clear on the knowledge points, there were always 1 or 2 options that remained ambiguous. Such questions were not in short supply, and Lu Shixian felt that if his command of the language were poor, the number of dubious questions would extend far beyond these 6. Based on past experiences, for a theoretical exam, scoring 150 points, achieving 120 points could secure a place in the provincial team. To ensure a spot on the provincial team, assuming normal performance in the practical section, a score of at least 130 was considered a safeguard. However, in the context of the biology league, such statements were not entirely accurate, since the final rankings were determined by the weighted t-value. Even if one's total score surpassed others, there remained the potential for reversal. At that moment, some participants had already begun submitting their papers. Lu Shixian remained calm, jotting down backup answers for the 6 questions on his scratch paper and meticulously checking his answer sheet for any omissions or errors. In the final 20 minutes, after careful contemplation, he identified a flaw in one of the multiple-choice questions and corrected his answer. With 10 minutes remaining, he chose to prioritize propriety, opting to fill in the backup answers on his answer sheet. Having reached this point, Lu Shixian felt no further need for struggle. He set aside the questions that had troubled him and sensed that he should be in a relatively stable position. Contemplating revisiting the content of those questions after returning home, Lu Shixian collected his belongings and calmly departed from the affiliated school. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that his classmates were already discussing the 3rd mock exam questions, and he suddenly felt somewhat superfluous, having not participated at all. Should he review the college entrance examination material, or continue studying for the biological competition? Perhaps it was best to take a break. Hearing the resounding voice of the teacher lecturing at the front, he decided that rather than being distracted by inefficient activities, it would be more beneficial to wander outside and relax his mind. To be fair, prior to the league, he had indeed felt a considerable amount of pressure. As the more one cares, the more one worries. Now that the exam was over, a little leisure and indulgence seemed entirely justified. However, as he strolled, Lu Shixian inexplicably found himself at the doorway of the first-year, Class 1, classroom. Today, we begin learning about life systems. Does everyone know? The most basic life system on Earth is the cell. Hearing the voices from within, it appeared that they were still engaged in a biology lesson. He instinctively thought of stepping inside, but then realized, somewhat helplessly, that he no longer belonged there. His classroom was on the 3rd floor. Yet, he suddenly recalled that his student registration was still here, and, from an institutional standpoint, he was still a student of Class 1. With that thought, Lu Shixian felt no further psychological burden. Thus, he stealthily slipped in from the back. At that moment, the voice of the biology teacher, Wen Xiaoying, resonated. In this class, we will discuss the structural hierarchy of life systems. I would like to invite a few students who have prepared in advance to explain the specific content without looking at their books. Suddenly, a pale-faced boy was called upon. It should be cells, tissues. However, he faltered and had no further words. Wen Xiaoying's expression immediately soured. I have previously told you that studying biology solely based on the teacher's lectures is insufficient. With so much content, you must learn to take the initiative. Now, I will call on someone. Let us see how many of you have not prepared. Cells, tissues, organ systems. As more students were called upon, Lu Shixian felt a wave of panic. Could he be this unlucky? After finally sneaking into the classroom, was he coincidentally caught in such a situation? He quickly lowered his head, praying that teacher would not notice him. Yet, Lu Shixian had forgotten a fundamental truth. The more one tries to conceal oneself, the more suspicion one arouses. How could the teacher, standing at the front, miss any small movements? Sometimes, the failure to expose someone merely stems from a lack of interest in doing so. Consequently, this inadvertently incited Wen Xiaoying's ire. It must be said that sometimes, older individuals can become even more obstinate. He abruptly pointed to the last row and declared, "This student, if you can't do it, then just admit it. Why are you hiding? Stand up." At this, all eyes turned in the direction of his pointed finger, and those caught in the crossfire leaned back, avoiding that direction. "Hey, isn't that spot reserved for books? When did an extra person show up?" Someone questioned. As the student in the second-to-last row shifted to make room, Lu Shixian found himself with no place left to conceal himself. "No way. The class monitor? Lu Shixian?" The classroom erupted in astonished and unexpected exclamations. Lu Shixian managed to muster an awkward yet polite smile, casting a furtive glance at his classmates' reactions before saying, "I believe I should know the answer." Chapter 77. Provincial Team Selection Re-Examination. When Xiaoying's face mirrored his astonishment, unsure why this student had suddenly returned. However, nearing retirement, his teaching experience was vast. He waved at Lu Shixian, signaling him. "First, welcome back, Lu. Please take a seat. I think you should refrain from answering and give your classmates a chance." Lu Shixian hastily complied and sat down. All right, that was close to social death. Had it not been for their familiarity, he would have been mortified. After class, Lu Shixian was warmly welcomed by his classmates. Having jumped 2 grades, competing alongside high school seniors, and still achieving such commendable results, Lu Shixian has garnered immense admiration from his peers. Although his rank may not be exceedingly high, Lu Shixian has consistently placed himself within the honor roll in every mock examination, save for one instance where he opted out. People often harbor resentment towards those who surpass them by a slight margin. However, when faced with someone who far exceeds their abilities, they can only look up in awe. 3 days later, the Jiangsu Provincial Committee for the High School Biology Olympiad announced the league examination papers and evaluation reports. On Friday, the official answers were finally released, and shortly thereafter, the results were posted online. In the case of specialized competition teams, dedicated teachers would typically be responsible for delivering the results directly to the students. Unfortunately, the hastily assembled team comprised solely Lu Shixian and Mei Ting, the latter of whom was not involved in any management. Thus, Lu Shixian had to seek out Jiang Yunkuan in a rather laborious manner, intending to borrow his computer to avoid trekking all the way to the school's computer lab. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunkuan was in his office chatting with several first-year teachers when he learned of Lu Shixian's intent to check his scores. He promptly vacated his seat. The nearby teachers, intrigued by the prospect of checking the biology competition results, stood still, evidently unwilling to depart without witnessing the final rankings. After all, with the decline of academic competitions at their school, merely qualifying for the league was a significant achievement. Moreover, Lu Shixian had already proven himself as a standout student through his exceptional performance in recent mock exams, having jumped grades. The revival of the biology competition team was merely a small experiment by their school, and the leadership and faculty had not given it the attention it deserved. If a newly graduated and inexperienced teacher teamed up with a fresh first-year student to achieve results, it would indeed reflect poorly on the institution's years of effort. "How do you feel, Lu Shixian? Do you think you'll make it to the semifinals?" Jiang Yunkuan inquired while booting up the computer. "It should be fine," Lu Shixian replied, unfazed by the impending results, as he was merely there to register for the semifinals. The onlooking teachers quietly chuckled to themselves, bemused by how effortlessly one could qualify for the semifinals nowadays. However, they ultimately concealed their amusement, recognizing that Lu Shixian was their school's top student. It was Jiang Yunkuan's role to temper any potential discouragement. Thus, each person harbored different thoughts while awaiting the final outcome. Jiang Yunkuan entered the website and was met with the announcement regarding the release of the 2008 National High School Biology Competition, Jiangsu Division, results and the list of students advancing to the semifinals. Typically, achieving a top 50 score in the theoretical exam was sufficient for progression to the next round. So they merely needed to check if Lu Shixian's name appeared among the top 50. However, to their astonishment, the moment they opened the webpage, Lu Shixian's name was prominently displayed. Name: Lu Shixian City. Jinling School. Jinling No. 1 high school grade. First year total score, 140 T-score, 926 rank. 1. First place in the league? They could scarcely believe their eyes. Jiang Yunkuan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained composure, patting Lu Shixian on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done. This will surely infuriate the affiliated schools." As anticipated, upon further inspection, they found the following names. Name: Heijingxiu City, Jinling School, Jinling Affiliated High School Grade. Second year, total score, 128 T-score, 816 rank. 2 Name: Chun Guangxing City, Jinling School, Jinling Affiliated High School Grade. Second year, total score, 125 T-score, 792 rank. 3 Name: Shixian City, Jinling School, Jinling Affiliated High School Grade. Second year, total score, 125 T-score, 784 rank. For it took quite a distance before they finally encountered a name from another school. Name: Dupengcheng City, Yen City School, Yen City No. 2 High School Grade. Second year, total score, 111 T-score, 698 rank. 16 No wonder the provincial team spots had historically been dominated by Jinling Affiliated High School. Lu Shixian now understood the magnitude of having an academician involved. Other schools scarcely received any tangible benefits, not even a sip of the broth. It was no surprise that Jinling No. 1 High School had withdrawn from the biology competition, given the vast disparity. Yet, it was precisely this disparity that left several teachers in the office utterly astounded by Lu Shixian's achievement. A theoretical score of 140, exceeding the second-place score by 12 points, was an unfathomable accomplishment in the history of the biology competition, and it had now materialized before them. Have the teachers seen this? I'm going to register now. At this, the astonished onlookers finally vacated their positions, allowing Lu Shixian to sit at the computer and complete his registration for the semifinals. Consequently, news of Lu Shixian's dominant first-place finish in the preliminary round spread rapidly throughout Jinling No. 1 High School. That same day, Cai Mingyuan promptly issued directives to ensure that the school would provide the utmost logistical support for Lu Shixian's subsequent biology examinations. Thus, that Saturday, Lu Shixian enjoyed privileges he had not previously experienced. The school arranged for a dedicated bus to transport him alone, accompanied by a large entourage of supporters. Numerous subject teachers and school leaders expressed their desire to accompany him, as opportunities to challenge Jinling Affiliated High School were rare. Ultimately, fearing potential mishaps during experiments, only Qian Zhenghua, Gu Qingji, and Jiang Yunquan attended with him. In fact, in subsequent years, the competition would no longer include practical experiments, instead featuring only theoretical fill-in-the-blank questions. In the league, theoretical scores and practical scores were weighted at 70 and 30, respectively. For the national competition, the theoretical score would be reduced to 50. Amid Lu Shixian's astonishment at the attention he was receiving, the 3 teachers bid him farewell as he entered the competition venue. Following the guidance of the staff, Lu Shixian and the other participants arrived at a small auditorium. Unbeknownst to Lu Shixian, there was a pre-competition event. A banner announcing the 2008 Provincial Team Selection Mobilization Conference for the biology competition had been displayed. By this time, all participants had gathered. Although the auditorium was modest in size, with only 42 competitors, it felt quite empty. Despite the small number of participants, they were distinctly divided into 3 groups. Approximately 20 students were seated in the front rows, all clad in matching uniforms, evidently from Jinling Affiliated High School. Another group of around 20 sat in the center, their colorful attire and diverse accents indicating they hailed from various regions across the province, excluding Jinling Affiliated High School. Meanwhile, Lu Shixian found himself alone in the back rows, seemingly the target of an effort to recruit him into the ranks opposing the affiliated school. Several socially adept peers suddenly turned to him, eager to extract information. "What a pleasure to meet you. You seem quite young for your age," one remarked. Lu Shixian frowned slightly. It appeared this student was somewhat clueless. It was unwise to mention someone's youthfulness in the presence of others. "Let's not judge by appearances, shall we?" he replied, opting to overlook the faux pas, as there was no malice intended. He had no need to be prickly like a hedgehog. "I'm not that young. I'm already in my first year." At this moment, numerous competitors cast their curious gazes in his direction. It's quite rare for a freshman to reach the finals of the league. "Which school do you attend?" Without a uniform, it's hard to recognize you. Suddenly, a tall and slender boy nearby inquired with keen interest, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Du Pengcheng from Yinqing No. 2 High School." Upon hearing his self-introduction, Lu Shixian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the leader of the faction opposing the affiliated high school? The student who ranked at the top in theoretical scores? Since he had been asked, Lu Shixian decided not to be coy and responded graciously, "Jinling No. 1 High School, Lu Shixian." The combination of Jinling No. 1 High School and freshman was practically synonymous with a dark horse. Coupled with Lu Shixian's name, he seemed to embody the very essence of a champion dark horse. As soon as he spoke, nearly all the students in the auditorium turned in unison, searching for the source of the voice. Many teachers on stage who were adjusting their equipment also paused to glance at Lu Shixian. The incredulity on Du Pengcheng's face was unmistakable. Lu Shixian, are you the one who overshadowed so many top students from the affiliated school? Du Pengcheng suddenly recalled that he was in the opponent's territory and dared not continue. Lu Shixian, however, was surprised that a playful moniker had reached the ears of students from other schools. He certainly did not wish to be cornered by those from the affiliated school before even exiting the premises. He hastily downplayed his reputation, saying, "Oh no, I merely had a stroke of luck and happened to guess correctly on quite a few questions. If anyone deserves the title of a god, it would be you, Du Shen. You represent Yanqing alone and managed to excel even under the pressure of the affiliated school. You are truly the model we should admire and learn from." At this, Du Pengcheng began to sweat, thinking that this dark horse was not only formidable, but also quite dangerous. No. How could I be worthy of representing Yanqing? You're the most impressive, with a score of 140 that is truly unattainable. We did not intend to compete with you today, he exclaimed. Isn't that right, everyone? Du Pengcheng suddenly called for reinforcements. Indeed, it seems we are merely here to accompany you, Lu Shun, as you display your prowess. As the number of conversing individuals increased, Lu Shixian felt somewhat overwhelmed. Who am I? Where am I? Am I truly that remarkable? Thankfully, at that moment, a sound check for the microphone interrupted their chatter. The one holding the microphone was Su Changqing, the president of the Provincial High School Biology Olympiad Committee, and also the dean of the School of Life Sciences at Jinling University. After glancing at his watch, Su Changqing began his address. Congratulations to each of you for successfully arriving at the provincial team selection competition this year. Being here signifies a form of success in itself, and I believe the certificates awarded in a few days will provide a small boost to your academic journey. Therefore, regardless of your performance today, please maintain an optimistic outlook and do not place too much emphasis on the exam results. He continued next. Please follow the staff in accordance with the groups assigned to you and proceed to the laboratory. Every action you take will be recorded and scored by the invigilators. So be sure to think carefully before you begin. With Su Changqing announcing the start of the finals, all competitors found their designated positions and moved to various locations. When they arrived, it was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. The league's experiments were not as stringent as those of the national competition, which required 4 experiments, while the league only required 2, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, culminating in a summary to determine provincial team slots, concluding the day's events. Soon, Lu Shixian received the morning's experimental topic, which was a biochemical experiment, the determination of the Michaelis constant for catalase. This topic fell within the scope outlined by Mei Ting, and Lu Shixian had previously conducted it. However, there were numerous methods for this experiment, and the question did not specify any particular one. If following the conventional method, it would merely involve repeating previous actions, and as long as there were no mistakes, he would likely encounter no significant issues. The reagents on the lab table included only hydrogen peroxide solution, potassium permanganate solution, and other basic solutions, indicating that this was indeed the potassium permanganate titration method. Lu Shixian took 6 Erlenmeyer flasks and added the reagents in the predetermined experimental sequence. He meticulously followed the experimental design step by step, ultimately determining the Michaelis constant, Km, based on the results. Lu Shixian's procedure perfectly mirrored Mei Ting's, even if he had only grasped half of her expertise. It would be enough for the invigilators to regard him with newfound respect. Although the morning consisted solely of experiments, this one was relatively complex, with a single set of questions worth 50 points. Even though Lu Shixian operated with skill, he deliberately maintained a steady pace to ensure accuracy. By the time he completed the experiment and documented the process, it was already past 11 o'clock. In the afternoon, the topic was announced, an animal experiment involving dissection, with the subject being a cockroach. Upon hearing this, he felt somewhat despondent. Why another animal experiment? It wasn't that he had any aversion to cockroaches, but he had been thoroughly worn down by Mei Ting. Ever since she discovered that Lu Shixian's weakness lay in animal experiments, she had repeatedly brought him various invertebrates to dissect. Cockroaches had become frequent visitors, and while he initially felt nauseated several times, he gradually adapted. Alas, despite the urge to vomit, he had to repeat the process unless he wished to forfeit points. Following the standard dissection procedure, Lu Shixian observed the abdomen of the cockroach, made an incision along the seam, and then pulled apart the abdominal shell, clearing away the yellow fat. Finally, he displayed the digestive system intact and recorded the experiment. The entire process took less than an hour, and he completed the task. The invigilator nearby gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his swift actions. However, unbeknownst to him, the proficiency displayed by Lu Shixian was the result of countless cockroaches meeting their demise at his hands. After signing off, Lu Shixian changed his clothes and exited the laboratory ahead of schedule. As he inhaled the fresh air outside, he stretched, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the laboratory dissipate. Suddenly, he heard the blaring of police sirens outside. What was happening? Why were there sirens on campus? A wave of unease washed over Lu Shixian. Could something have gone awry? Chapter 79. Grounded yet aspiring to the stars. He hurried to the window of the experimental building. From this vantage point, he could see that the entire area below had been cordoned off with police tape. His view was obstructed, preventing him from discerning what was happening. Soon, the sound of an ambulance's siren joined the cacophony. What on earth was occurring? At that moment, Lu Shixian received a notification from the organizing committee staff, instructing all those who had completed their experiments to swiftly gather in the auditorium, prohibiting any unauthorized comings and goings. With a heart full of questions, Lu Shixian returned to the auditorium. At that time, there were still not many people inside, indicating that the experiments were not yet finished. However, after half an hour, as more and more individuals filled the auditorium, Lu Shixian noticed that the expressions of those entering seemed somewhat off. There was a commonality among them. They all appeared to be from Group 2. Shortly thereafter, Du Pengsheng walked in as well. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Shixian leaned closer and softly asked him, "Brother, what happened? Why such a commotion all of a sudden?" Du Pengsheng cast a glance at him and, taking a seat across from him, spoke in a tone tinged with gravity. There's a girl in the second group who, paralyzed by her fear of cockroaches, was unable to perform the dissection experiment, ultimately succumbing to a mental breakdown. I still have a faint recollection of her. She was typically frugal and reticent, and no one could have anticipated that she would resort to such a drastic measure. Du Pengsheng's words trailed off, yet Lu Shixian grasped the entirety of the situation. "Is everything all right? I just saw an ambulance arrive." Du Pengsheng merely shook his head. "Who knows? It came as a shock. No one expected it, and there was no time to intervene. After immense effort to reach this stage, to have it all unravel due to a minor mishap, was it worth it?" Lu Shixian felt an overwhelming heaviness settle in his heart. To arrive here signified having secured a first prize, after all. "I don't know," he replied, "but as a fellow competitor, I can empathize with her plight. Everyone sees only our accolades, our so-called privileges of guaranteed admission. Yet, who comprehends the magnitude of the pressure we endure? The effort we expend is beyond imagination." As he spoke, Du Pengsheng let out a self-deprecating laugh. "You know, I enrolled in the best tutoring class back home to achieve this biology competition score, and each session costs nearly $1,000. To support my continued participation, my father even sold his cherished car. Not to mention the experiments. Who can quantify the resources and energy spent? This world is inherently unjust, yet we persist in our endeavors. Thankfully, my parents are relatively understanding, which allows me to conserve my energy in this regard. But what of others? I can scarcely fathom their struggles. The biology competition is already burdened by prejudice. The effectiveness of any efforts made is limited. It seems unlikely I will make it into the provincial team this time. Yet I have no alternatives." At this, tears began to glisten in his eyes. Lu Shixian fell silent, rendered speechless, feeling powerless to do anything but reflect on the gravity of the situation. The abruptness of the incident and its swift conclusion left a profound impact. Ultimately, it was hastily concluded under the weight of competition stress and the potential existence of mental health issues. It felt akin to a pebble cast into a well, where, apart from the solitary plink and the ripples it created, nothing remained to attest to its existence. Soon, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. He remained unaware of the girl's current state or even her name. To him, she was merely a stranger. Yet, his heart was deeply stirred by the occurrence. As articulated in Tea House, every speck of dust from the era bears the weight of a mountain upon the individual. He now perceived the world with an increasingly objective lens, not merely in the realm of competition, but in the present year of 2008, or even in the distant future, how many tragedies akin to this would unfold. The past events need not be revisited. Perhaps we ought to focus on the underlying issues. What actions should we take? What truths must we grasp? And what should we strive for in the future? Perhaps this is the critical significance that arises from such occurrences. Several hours later, as dusk began to descend, the Jiangsu Provincial Middle School Biology Olympiad Committee finally commenced the announcement of the final results. Based on the scores from the experimental re-examination, the committee fairly and rigorously calculated each participant's performance relative to the average, subsequently establishing a ranking. The following 8 competitors, whose names I will now read, are the members of the provincial team. Should anyone be unable to participate due to forfeiture or other unforeseen circumstances, the next individual will take their place. I will now announce the members of the provincial team. First place, Jinling No. 1 High School, Lu Shixian, total score 239, t-value 1106. Second place, Jinling No. 2 High School, Chun Quangxing, total score 224, t-value 1052. Third place, Jinling No. 2 High School, He Mingxian, total score 212, t-value 996. Fourth place, Jinling No. 2 High School, Li Mingming, total score 211, t-value 989. The above results will be publicly displayed on the website, and should there be no objections within 3 days. An award ceremony will be held next week, with the venue to be announced subsequently. Despite achieving first place in the re-examination and securing a spot on the provincial team, Lu Shixian felt no excitement whatsoever. All students from the affiliated high school needed to return before nightfall. Just before leaving, Lu Shixian suddenly heard the calls of Du Pengcheng and students from other counties. Lu Shixian, hey, are you listening? I hereby declare you the captain of the resistance against the affiliated high school army. You are our sole hope, and you will carry us forward, right? Starting tomorrow, forget about the biology competition and return to preparing for the college entrance examination. Keep pushing, Lu Shixian. You must break out of Jiangsu province and reach the national stage. Listening to the distant well wishes from various places and recalling Du Pengcheng's earlier words, Lu Shixian abandoned his usual calm demeanor and rationality. He could no longer maintain his silence, nor could he suppress the emotions swelling within him. As he silently wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he fervently waved back at them. I will. You can count on me. I will carry your hopes to the very end. On that day, the biology competition imparted far more to Lu Shixian than mere accolades. They may have once been ensnared in confusion, misunderstood, and initially embarked on this journey not solely out of pure passion for biology competitions. Yet, they had remained steadfast throughout. Countless late nights, illuminated only to decipher the connections of peptide chains and amino acids never before seen. Only in the light can one perceive illumination. This world is inherently dark, thus requiring us to ignite our own flames to illuminate the path ahead. Though it may sound distant and unrealistic, this is precisely what Lu Shixian is pursuing at this moment. He suddenly realized that he was never truly alone. Before him, beside him, and behind him stood countless individuals who shared the same dreams, firmly rooted on solid ground, gazing up at the star-studded night sky. Chapter 80. The protagonist of the award ceremony. That evening, just past 6 o'clock, the school bus from Jinling No. 1 High School came to a timely halt not far from the entrance of the affiliated high school. Lu Shixian, I just received word that you've entered the provincial team with the top score in the re-examination. Well done. This marks a historic breakthrough for our school in the realm of biology competitions over the years. Inside the bus, Jiang Yunquan, still seated, could be heard expressing his excitement. Yet, as he approached, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Lu Shixian's demeanor seemed somewhat off. What's going on? I've never seen you like this before. Lu Shixian, it seems you've been crying. Is everything all right? He inquired with concern. At present, Lu Shixian was the focal point of attention at Jinling No. 1 High School, and the school's regard for him had escalated significantly. Nothing could go awry. Lu Shixian composed himself, forcing a smile. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. Mr. Jiang, why is life so fragile? Given that life ultimately withers away, why do we strive so fiercely to bloom? At this, Jiang Yunquan seemed to grasp something, his heart sinking with a sudden weight. He feared that Lu Shixian might be fixating on the unfortunate incident from the afternoon. As he prepared to gather his thoughts and offer some words of encouragement, he overheard Lu Shixian muttering to himself, perhaps the essence of life lies in purifying one's existence and soul, rendering them more exquisite and refined. The significance of life resides in the journey, not the destination. The decay of life, in a narrow sense, is merely biological extinction. Yet, the human spirit possesses forces that transcend mere existence. Typically, the spirits of ordinary individuals are inherited by those surrounding them. However, some spirits endure as integral components of humanity's corpus of knowledge. This surviving spirit is shared and disseminated among humanity. Perhaps this is the transcendent force we have relentlessly pursued. Jiang Yunquan, you've articulated everything yourself. What am I to say? Yet, witnessing the renewed sparkle in Lu Shixian's eyes, Jiang Yunquan exhaled softly, relieved that he could provide solace, thereby sparing himself considerable effort. Upon returning to the first high school in the school bus, Lu Shixian opted for a shower and sleep, remaining silent throughout the night. The following morning, all the students attending classes were captivated by the crimson congratulatory notice displayed on the first floor of the teaching building. Wait, at this hour? The college entrance examination hasn't even occurred yet. Where did this notice come from? Perhaps some eminent figure has won an award? It's already May. Could it possibly be the preliminaries for the chemistry competition? Yet that doesn't seem right. Despite our school's decline in competitions, we shouldn't have reached the stage where preliminaries warrant a congratulatory notice. From beginning to end, they failed to consider other possibilities. When they finally scrutinized the contents of the notice, their eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Breaking the provincial league record? Entering the provincial team with the top score in the league's rematch? Our school boasts such a formidable talent? How did they manage to outshine the fierce competitors from the affiliated school? How long has it been since you emerged from seclusion? This is our school's very own Lou God. Lou God isn't aware. He skipped a grade in the first semester of his freshman year, casually scoring over 600 in mock exams, and won first prize in the mathematics competition. Is it so surprising that he easily enters the provincial team for the biology competition? I declare, the predecessors step aside. Lou God shall take the stage. Listening to their naive exclamations, Lu Shixian hurriedly made his escape. What a ridiculous script. It was utterly embarrassing. Upon entering the classroom, he found all eyes fixated upon him, as if they were meeting him for the first time. This was the first time he had experienced such treatment in the Jinlin class. Previously an unnoticed transfer student, he was now the center of attention, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Esteemed peers, do you have any guidance? Lu Shixian offered, raising his hands and responding timidly. Suddenly, the class leader, Zhou Wenwu, a titan who consistently scored over 700 in mock exams, stood and nodded at him, stating, Lu Shixian, you now truly possess the qualifications to be a member of the Jinlin class. Entering the provincial team is merely the beginning. I hope to see your figure by the Boya Tower and the Weiming Lake next year. Lu Shixian nodded, feeling too intimidated to speak. Was this the aura of someone who scored above 700? Was he, who could only achieve a mere 660 and ranked near the bottom of his class, finally being acknowledged? How extraordinary! He suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. On Friday, since most of the first prize winners and provincial team members were students from the affiliated school, even the president of the competition committee was the dean of Jinling University. Ultimately, the award ceremony for the biology competition was scheduled at Jinling University, not far from the affiliated school. Despite the emergence of an anomaly like Lu Shixian, this situation could hardly be reversed in the short term. Although they couldn't secure the award site, Jinling High School still sent many school leaders to represent them. Being able to hold their ground in a domain dominated by the affiliated school brought them considerable pride. Thus, the delegation appeared particularly lavish today, with all but one of the school leaders present. A convoy of 3 or 4 vehicles made its way toward Jinling University. Lu Shixian glanced at Mai Ting, who was seated in the same vehicle, and curiously inquired, Teacher May, didn't you say you wouldn't accompany us unless we reached the national competition? Upon hearing this question, Mei Ting seemed somewhat displeased. It's quite frustrating. It's not like I wanted to come. The competition committee called me, claiming I was recognized as an excellent guiding teacher or something. Now, these old men are going too, and I have no choice but to attend. Lu Shixian opted to remain silent, realizing that she was truly a master of effortless success. Given the number of guests, the award ceremony was quite formal. Ultimately, the venue was arranged in a reception hall, which was much more spacious and bright than the previous small auditorium. Originally, Kai Yin-Cohen had suggested that Lu Shixian invite his parents, but Lu Shixian felt it unnecessary for them to make the long journey for such an event. According to his plan, there would be further awards to follow. Would he have them travel back and forth? Thus, he declined his suggestion. Soon, the delegation from Jinling High School received a warm welcome from Jinling University, with several school leaders invited for tea. Lu Shixian and Mei Ting were invited backstage. Unlike the previous mathematics competition, although both represented first prizes, the implications were different this time. Now, he was the protagonist, a member of the provincial team, and thus did not need to be represented on stage to receive an award. Please wait a moment backstage. When the award ceremony officially begins, your names will be announced. And upon hearing your names, you may proceed to the award stage. Oh, and Lu, when the first prize is awarded, since you are the gold medalist, you must stand in the center among your peers and deliver a representative speech of gratitude. Don't forget, a female university volunteer meticulously explained the details to him.